2:17 in the morning. In the duty room of the Chengdong police station, only a single ghastly white fluorescent lamp remained on its faint buzzing of electric current, piercingly clear in the stillness of the night. Wang Hao slumped in his chair, his head nodding again and again, a half-finished incident report lying before his eyes. He yawned so hard that tears were forced out, raised a hand to rub his sore eyes, then glanced at the time in the lower right corner of the computer screen. There were still more than 4 hours to go before the shift change. He sighed, stretched lazily, and a string of crisp popping sounds came from his bones. The night shift was truly tormenting, especially in the second half of the night. His mind was now filled with the image of the soft bed at home, and he wished he could lie down on it immediately and sleep until the world turned upside down. Just at that moment, bang! The duty room door was suddenly flung open from the outside, the tremendous impact making the doorframe tremble, and the wall clock shook twice along with it. Wang Hao jolted in fright, the pen in his hand dropping to the floor with a snap as he almost sprang out of his chair. Instinctively, he reached for the baton at his waist, his heart pounding. Before he could see clearly who was at the door, an out-of-breath voice sounded. Officer! Officer, are you there? Wang Hao steadied his nerves and looked up. Standing in the doorway was a young man in his early 20s, dressed simply in a white t-shirt and jeans. His forehead was beaded with sweat, hair damp and plastered to his brow, chest heaving violently. Clearly he had run all the way here. Yet strangely, there was not the slightest trace of panic or anxiety on his face, as a normal complainant should have. Instead, it was suffused with a barely contained excitement. Wang Hao let out a breath of relief, bent down to pick up his pen, and said somewhat helplessly, you can drop those last 2 words. I'm only 25 this year. Feels like you're about the same age as me. The young man caught his breath, then broke into a wide grin revealing a row of white teeth, and said with utmost sincerity, okay, officer. Wang Hao's mouth twitched. Too lazy to correct him again, he pointed at the chair opposite and said, all right, sit down. Coming over in the middle of the night like this, what happened? Did you lose something, or did you get into a fight with someone? No. Lin Chen waved his hands hastily and stepped closer, his voice trembling slightly from excitement. I want to file a report. No, wait. I want to turn myself in. No, that's not it. He scratched his head, organized his words, then said one word at a time with utter seriousness, I have awakened a superpower. I want to hand myself over to the state. As his words fell, the duty room fell instantly silent. The expression on Wang Hao's face froze. He blinked once, then again, and only after a full 2 seconds did he look at Lin Chen as if he were an alien and say, comrade, did you maybe just fall asleep at home and start dreaming and haven't quite woken up yet? No, I'm really awake. Lin Chen waved his hands anxiously. I really did awaken a superpower. Since I was a child, my teachers taught me never to lie. His words were heartfelt, his gaze unwaveringly firm, to the point that Wang Hao himself began to feel a bit dazed. But then he thought again, in this day and age, superpowers. Most likely someone who had slipped out of a psychiatric hospital, or perhaps a drunk rambling nonsense. Wang Hao cleared his throat, ready to patiently talk him down and ask where his home was, maybe contact his family. Just then the duty room door was pushed open once more. A middle-aged man in police uniform walked in, holding an enamel mug in his hand. It was the on-duty Captain Li Jianguo. He had just gone to the pantry to get a cup of hot water. Hearing the commotion outside, he asked what's going on. Why all the racket in the middle of the night? Someone filing a report. Wang Hao, looking utterly resigned, pointed at Lin Chen and said in a thoroughly speechless tone, Captain Li, this comrade says he's awakened a superpower and wants to hand himself over to the state. Li Jianguo's hand holding the enamel mug paused. He turned his head to look at Lin Chen. He had been a police officer for more than 20 years and had seen every kind of person: drunkards, troublemakers, the mentally unstable. He could usually tell at a glance. Yet the young man before him had clear eyes and coherent logic. Aside from being overly excited, he seemed perfectly. He furrowed his brows, set down the enamel mug, and looked at Lin Chen with a serious expression. Comrade, do you understand what you're saying? This kind of joke is not something you can make lightly. I know it sounds unbelievable. Lin Chen nodded, some of the excitement fading from his face, replaced by a greater solemnity. But everything I'm saying is true. I'm not joking, and there is nothing wrong with my mind. Li Jianguo and Wang Hao exchanged a glance, each seeing helplessness and a sigh in the other's eyes. Well, it seemed they really had run into someone whose head wasn't quite right. Li Jianguo quietly signaled Wang Hao with his eyes. Wang Hao understood at once and quietly reached toward the telephone on the desk, preparing to dial 120 so the hospital could send someone over. Lin Chen's gaze sharpened. Don't think I didn't see that. You're about to call 120, aren't you? He felt a bit helpless, yet he could also understand. Who wouldn't feel this way? He was just an ordinary man who had been lying flat and drifting through life for 20 years and had suddenly awakened a superpower. In their shoes, even he would find it hard to believe. I know you don't believe me. He took a step forward, turned his right palm upward, and slowly raised it. If you don't believe— As soon as the words left his mouth, Lin Chen's 5 fingers slowly curled inward, his palm gently closing. Under the gaze of the 2 police officers, a faint orange-red flame appeared out of thin air in his palm. At first the flame was only the size of a fingernail, flickering lightly and giving off a warm glow. Then the flame slowly spread and swelled, as if alive, crawling along his fingers. In the blink of an eye, it had enveloped his entire hand in fire. The orange-eared flames danced, illuminating Lin Chen's youthful face and freezing the expressions of Wang Hao and Li Jiangwo, who stood stunned. The duty room was as silent as death. The white light of the fluorescent lamp intertwined with the warm light of the flames, and a faint scorching heat permeated. Lin Chen's hand was completely unscathed, not even the sleeve of his shirt had been singed in the slightest. The flames seemed like a part of his body, obediently burning in his palm. The telephone receiver slipped from Wang Hao's hand and hit the desk with a snap. He stood there, mouth hanging open, unable to utter a word for a long time, his eyes bulging like copper bells, as though he were witnessing the most unbelievable thing in the world. This wasn't just some magic trick, was it? Li Jiangwo was completely dumbfounded as well. He stared fixedly at the flames in Lin Chen's hand, his Adam's apple bobbing. After several seconds, he stiffly turned his head toward Wang Hao, and his voice trembling, said, "Xiao Wang, pinch me. Hard. I need to see if I'm dreaming." Wang Hao mechanically stretched out his hand and pinched Li Jiangwo's arm hard. "Oh." Li Jiangwo hissed in pain and instantly sobered up. This wasn't a dream. This was real. He snatched up the mobile phone on the desk, not even bothering to grab the enamel mug, and dashed toward the door, calling urgently to Wang Hao as he ran. "You. Keep an eye on him for me. Do not let him out of your sight. This is big, huge." Li Jiangwo practically stumbled and crawled out of the duty office. At the corner at the end of the corridor, he pressed his back against the ice-cold wall, gasping for breath in great heaving lungfuls. His heart was pounding so violently it felt as if it might leap out of his throat. He raised a hand to wipe his face, only to realize his palm was slick with cold sweat. 46 years of life and 23 years in criminal investigation had shown him dismembered killers, vicious robbers, and countless bizarre cases, yet never had there been a single moment that overturned his understanding of reality as completely as this one. That ball of fire had been real. No props, no hidden mechanisms, just appearing out of thin air in the palm of that young man's hand. Li Jiangwo's hands were trembling as he fumbled out his phone. His fingers, shaking from sheer agitation, mistyped the numbers several times. It took effort to scroll to the very top of his contacts to the entry marked Zhangju before he drew in a deep breath and stabbed at the call button. The phone rang 7 or 8 times before someone finally picked up. A hoarse voice, thick with sleep, came from the other end, clearly roused from dreams. "Li Jiangwo, you'd better have a reasonable explanation. It's 2:30 in the morning. My wife just fell asleep after her fever broke. If you dare bother me over some trivial matter, I'll have you transferred to the archives room to read newspapers for 3 months. Director Zhang, something big has happened. Something monumental." Li Jiangwo's voice was quivering, his words rattling out like machine gun fire. "You need to come to the station right away. Immediately. At once." Zhang Weigui yawned. "A homicide? Or some fugitive finally caught?" "Homicide, let the criminal investigation team respond first. Fugitive, have the SWAT team assist. I'll come over tomorrow morning." 10,000 times more serious than that. Li Jiangwo cut him off. "Director Zhang," a young man came to the station. He said he has awakened a superpower." The other end of the line fell silent for 2 seconds, then Zhang Weigui burst into laughter. "Huh? Li Jiangwo, oh Li Jiangwo. Have you been on night duty so long you're hallucinating? Or sneaking drinks with that kid Wang Hao? Superpowers. After more than 20 years as a policeman, have you thrown materialism away for nothing? I'm not senile. Director Zhang, I'm telling the truth." Li Jiangwo was so anxious he was practically stamping his feet. "I saw it with my own eyes." He just stretched out his hand and fire appeared out of thin air in his palm. His hand didn't suffer the slightest harm, not even his sleeve was singed. "This is absolutely not a magic trick. What kind of magic could do that? I even pinched myself just now. This isn't a dream." His words were firm and resolute. The urgency and shock in his tone did not sound feigned. On the other end, Zhang Weigui's laughter gradually faded and his voice took on a heavier note. He knew Li Jiangwo well. This man was steady by nature and would never joke about something like this. "You're certain you didn't missee it?" "I swear on my badge," Li Jiangwo declared, unwavering. "The young man is still in the duty office. Oh, Wang Hao is keeping an eye on him. If you don't believe me, come and see for yourself." Zhang Weigui fell silent again for a few seconds, then let out a helpless sigh. All right, I'll come over and take a look. I'm warning you, Li Jiangwo. If I find out you two are playing a trick on me, you can forget about remaining head of the criminal investigation team. Wait for me. I'll be there in 20 minutes. The call was cut off crisply. Li Jiangwo exhaled in relief and leaned against the wall for a long moment to steady himself, forcing his emotions to calm. He smoothed his wrinkled uniform and turned striding quickly back toward the duty office. As soon as he pushed the door open, he saw Wang Hao sitting on a chair 3 meters away from Lin Chen, staring unblinkingly at Lin Chen's right hand. Under that gaze, Lin Chen felt extremely uncomfortable. He scratched his head and spoke up, "Officer, could you not look at me like that? It's making my skin crawl." Wang Hao jolted as though suddenly awakened. He swallowed hard and spoke in a dry voice, "No, it's fine. I'm just still trying to process this." As he spoke, he couldn't help darting another glance at Lin Chen's hand, muttering under his breath, It's over. 20+ years of studying materialism, and tonight it completely collapsed, shattered into dust. Li Jiangguo walked over and patted his shoulder, signaling him to calm down. Then he pulled over a chair, sat opposite Lin Chen, and striving for a gentle tone, asked, "Don't be nervous. This superpower of yours, when did it awaken? Just tonight?" Lin Chen answered truthfully, "I was at home watching TV when my palms suddenly felt hot. I stretched out my hand, and the fire appeared. It scared me half to death at first. Later I tried it a few times and realized I could control it. I thought it over for a long time and decided I couldn't keep something like this hidden, so I rushed over here." Li Jiangguo nodded, ready to ask more, when a sudden screech of car brakes sounded from outside. All three of them simultaneously looked toward the door. A few seconds later, the door of the duty office swung open. Director of the Municipal Public Security Bureau Zhang Weiguo stepped in. He wore a crumpled police overcoat, his hair a disheveled mess, clearly just out of bed, without even having had time to wash his face. The moment he entered, his gaze locked onto Lin Chen sitting in the chair. He scrutinized him up and down several times, eyes filled with appraisal and suspicion. Li Jiangguo quickly stepped forward and introduced, "This is our city's Public Security Bureau Director Zhang Weiguo." "Hello, Director Zhang. My name is Lin Chen." Lin Chen stood up and extended his hand of his own accord. Zhang Weiguo looked at the offered hand, hesitated for a moment, then reached out and clasped it. "Hello, Comrade Lin Chen." After the brief handshake, Zhang Weiguo dispensed with any further pleasantries and went straight to the point, his expression utterly serious. "Team Leader Li just called to say you've awakened an ability." He paused, his gaze sharp on Lin Chen. "Can you show me again?" "Of course." Without the slightest hesitation, Lin Chen nodded. He took a step back to avoid the nearby desk and files, then slowly raised his right hand palm, facing upward. Instinctively, Zhang Weiguo, Li Jiangguo, and Wang Hao all held their breath, three pairs of eyes locked tightly on Lin Chen's right hand. In the next second, a faint orange flame quietly blossomed at the center of his palm. The flame flickered gently once, then spread and surged, and in the blink of an eye it wrapped his entire palm in a cocoon of warm fire. Orange firelight illuminated the entire duty office, the surrounding air shimmering faintly from the heat. A clear wave of warmth rolled outward, pressing against their faces. After roughly half a minute, Lin Chen lightly clenched his fist. The flames vanished instantly without a trace, as though they had never existed. He opened his hand again. His palm was perfectly clean, bearing no signs of burns, not even a hint of elevated temperature. The duty office fell utterly silent. Zhang Weiguo stood rooted to the spot, the doubt on his face completely gone, replaced by a shock beyond words. He stayed silent for a full minute before slowly stepping forward and carefully reaching out to touch the center of Lin Chen's palm. He then rolled up Lin Chen's sleeve, meticulously examining his forearm and wrist. There was nowhere to hide anything, no sign of chemical burns. He crouched down to check the floor where Lin Chen had been standing, spotless with no trace of any fuel. "Boldly pull up the duty office surveillance footage and make a full backup. No one is allowed to touch it," Zhang Weiguo said without turning his head, his voice carrying a faint, barely perceptible tremor. "Yes, sir." Li Jiangguo immediately turned and sprinted out. Time ticked away second by second. "Old Li, has the surveillance footage been retrieved?" "It's been retrieved." Li Jiangguo rushed back, holding a laptop, the screen playing back the footage frame by frame. Zhang Weiguo stared at the screen, watching it repeatedly 3 times until his eyes began to ache. With a long sigh, he raised his hand to wipe his face. "Director Zhang, what should we do now?" Li Jiangguo leaned in and whispered, unable to resist glancing at Lin Chen, his eyes filled with shocked curiosity and a cautious reverence, as if looking at a national treasure. Zhang Weiguo did not answer immediately. He walked to the window, opened it a crack, and let the cold wind in, clearing some of the fog in his mind. He pulled out a cigarette from his pocket and lit it, taking a deep drag. Amid the swirling smoke, his expression grew extremely grave. This matter was too significant, too overwhelming for a mere city police chief to handle, and even the provincial department could hardly make a definitive decision. Immediately seal off the entire East City police station and raise the highest level of alert. He extinguished the cigarette, but his tone resolute. "All personnel present tonight must remain phones collected for safekeeping, no contact with the outside world. I am calling the provincial department now." After speaking, he grabbed his phone, quickly walked to the end of the corridor, and after confirming no one was around, dialed the emergency-only number. The phone rang once before being answered, and a drowsy voice came through. "Old Zhang. It's not even 4 yet, you better have a huge matter to discuss. Wang Hao, something big has happened, something unprecedented." Zhang Weiguo's voice was low yet carried an undeniable seriousness. "A young man named Lin Chen has come to our station. He has awakened superpowers and can control fire out of thin air. Li Jiangguo, Xiao Wang, and I have all witnessed it firsthand, and the surveillance footage has captured it completely. This is definitely not magic or any chemical trick." There was an instant silence on the other end of the line. After a full 10 seconds, Wang Jianjun's voice suddenly rose, filled with disbelief and shock. "Say that again." "Superpowers. Controlling fire out of thin air. Zhang Weiguo, do you know what you're saying?" "I know." Zhang Weiguo took a deep breath and said each word clearly. I guarantee by my party membership and police badge that every word I speak is the truth. The person is right next to me. Please send an expert team immediately. Wait. I'm bringing people over right now and will report directly to the central government. Wang Jianjun's voice became completely alert and fused with unprecedented urgency. Before we arrive, absolutely no one can come into contact with him, nor can he leave your sight. Understood. After hanging up, Zhang Weiguo returned to the duty room, looking at Lin Chen, who was quietly sitting in a chair, feeling a mix of emotions. He walked over, pulled up a chair, and sat down opposite Lin Chen, trying to soften his tone. Comrade Lin Chen, thank you for waiting a little longer. The leaders and experts from the provincial department will be here soon. It's fine, I'm not in a hurry. Lin Chen smiled, appearing very calm. Zhang Weiguo nodded and casually asked, do you have anyone else at home? Do they know about your awakening of abilities? I have my parents and an older sister who is already married. They are all ordinary people. Lin Chen answered truthfully, scratching his head. I didn't dare tell them. I was afraid it would scare them and that I wouldn't be able to explain clearly. After thinking for a long time, I realized that this matter should be entrusted to the state, as there's no better way to handle it. I can't just hide it. What if one day I can't control it and cause trouble? That would be problematic. Zhang Weiguo nodded, feeling a bit more fond of this young man. If it were someone else, suddenly acquiring superpowers might lead to arrogance or even a wrong path, but Lin Chen's first thought was to turn to the state, which is a rare sense of responsibility. For the next hour, the duty room was so quiet that only the ticking of the wall clock could be heard. Li Jiangguo and Wang Hao sat on either side, staring intently at Lin Chen, afraid that if they blinked, this extraordinary person who could conjure fire would vanish. Lin Chen felt uncomfortable under their gaze, so he simply closed his eyes and quietly sensed the warm energy flowing within him. He could clearly feel that the energy was like a warm stream slowly flowing through his limbs, and with a mere thought it could transform into flames at any moment. Strangely, after demonstrating twice in quick succession, he felt not the slightest fatigue. Instead, he sensed that the energy was becoming more abundant. At 2 minutes past 5, a sudden dense and low sound of car brakes echoed from outside. Zhang Weiguo abruptly stood up. They're here. A group quickly walked to the door, only to see that the yard of the police station was already filled with black armored SUVs, all without any markings. Dozens of special operations team members dressed in black combat uniforms and full-face masks quickly jumped out of the cars, forming a combat formation to surround the police station, their movements brisk and efficient, clearly top-tier elites. Leading them was a middle-aged man in a white shirt, his gaze sharp as an eagle's, followed by a group of researchers in white lab coats, each carrying heavy precision instrument cases. Director Wang. Zhang Weiguo hurriedly welcomed him. Wang Jianjun nodded, his gaze passing over Zhang Weiguo and landing directly on Lin Chen, scrutinizing him for a full half-minute before hastily walking over and extending his hand. Hello, Comrade Lin Chen. I am Wang Jianjun, the director of the Provincial Public Security Department. Thank you for your patience. Hello, Director Wang. Lin Chen quickly shook his hand. The situation is urgent, so we won't beat around the bush. Wang Jianjun got straight to the point. The expert team needs to verify your abilities on site. Is that okay? Of course, no problem. Lin Chen walked to an open space in the yard and slowly raised his right hand under everyone's watchful eyes. In the next second, a small orange flame quietly emerged from his palm, quickly growing into a fist-sized fireball steadily hovering above his hand. A collective gasp echoed around them. The researchers immediately surrounded Lin Chen, activating their various instruments, producing a chorus of beeping sounds. They continuously measured around Lin Chen, their expressions shifting from initial skepticism to shock and finally to sheer disbelief and joy. The core temperature of the flame is 1,327 degrees and still rising gradually. No chemical fuel reaction detected. The energy source is entirely unknown. Surface temperature is 36.5 degrees, completely normal with no burns. Energy fluctuations are stable and fully controllable. Wang Jianjun looked at the continuously fluctuating data on the instrument screen, his breathing becoming rapid. He turned to his secretary beside him and said in a low voice, immediately send the highest level encrypted telegram to the central government stating confirmation of the first human superpower awakener. The situation is genuine, requesting instructions. The secretary nodded and immediately walked aside, taking out an encrypted satellite phone to begin the report. In less than 15 minutes, the secretary rushed back, his expression grave, as he said to Wang Jianjun, Director Wang, the response from the central government has arrived. An extraordinary first task force will be established immediately with you as the leader fully responsible for the initial contact work. We are ordered to ensure the safe escort of Comrade Lin Chen to Base Zero in Xishan, the capital, at all costs. The country's top scientific research team is already on standby at the base, and the Longblade Special Forces aircraft has taken off and will arrive at the city's airport in 1 hour, responsible for full escort. Wang Jianjun nodded, walked up to Lin Chen, and spoke with utmost seriousness. Comrade Lin Chen, the central government has received your application. From now on, you are the most important protected person of the state. We are about to take you to the capital for a comprehensive physical examination and ability assessment. If you have any requests, please let us know now, and we will do our utmost to accommodate you. Lin Chen thought for a moment and shook his head. I have no other requests, so I will follow the state's arrangements. Just wondering if I could send a message to my parents to let them know, or else they might get worried. That can be arranged. Wang Jianjun immediately nodded, but it can only be a simple message to reassure them. No details regarding today can be revealed. Lin Chen took out his phone and edited a message. Dad, Mom, the company has temporarily sent me to the capital for a business trip, and I might be gone for a while. Please take care of yourselves. Just as he was about to send it, WeChat rang first. It was a voice message from his mother, sounding a bit groggy from just waking up. Chen, why haven't you come back yet? Lin Chen's heart warmed, feeling a bit guilty. He tapped on the screen for a long time before finally sending the message. Less than 10 seconds after sending the message, his mother's call came in. Lin Chen glanced at Wang Jianjun, who gestured for him to answer. Hello, Mom. Why the sudden business trip? To the capital. Why haven't you contacted us at all? His mother's voice was filled with worry. How long will you be gone? Did you pack enough clothes? It's colder there than here. Make sure to bring a couple of extra jackets. It was a last-minute arrangement by the company, quite urgent. Lin Chen tried to keep his tone light. I'm not sure how long I'll be gone, but it shouldn't be too short. I can buy clothes when I get there. You don't need to worry about me. At this moment, his sister Lin Qingqing's voice came through the phone. Lin Chen, you're really inconsiderate. I specifically switched shifts with your brother-in-law to bring Xiaobao back to see you, and look at you, you ran off to the capital. Xiaobao was just saying yesterday that he wants uncle to buy him an Ultraman. You have to make it up to me when you get back. Got it, Lin Chen replied with a smile. They'll bring back the biggest Ultraman for Xiaobao. Is that okay? That's more like it, his sister huffed, then reminded. Take care of yourself out there. Don't skimp on food or clothes. If you run out of money, just tell your sister. After hanging up, Lin Chen's eyes felt a bit moist. He took a deep breath. All right, now everything's fine. Wang Jianjun patted his shoulder, not saying much more, just solemnly saying, let's get in the car and go. Wang Jianjun watched as Lin Chen boarded the heaviest armored SUV in the center. The door clicked shut with a lock, and only then did he turn around, the last trace of warmth fading completely from his face, replaced by an ironclad seriousness. Zhang Weiguo, Li Jiangwo, and Wang Hao immediately stood shoulder to shoulder, straightening their backs in a row, their breathing instinctively becoming lighter. They all understood that the weight of what was to be said next was as heavy as 1,000 pounds. Zhang Weiguo, Li Jiangwo, Wang Hao. Wang Jianjun's voice was not loud, but it carried an undeniable authority, each word striking deeply into the hearts of the three. Everything that happens tonight at the East City Police Station will now be classified as a state secret. He stepped forward, his gaze sharp as a knife sweeping across each person's face. You three will be placed under a month of isolation observation starting now. During the isolation period, you are prohibited from any contact with the outside world, prohibited from discussing any topics related to tonight, and prohibited from recording any relevant content. All personal items, including phones, computers, and notebooks, will be collected and secured. Let me be clear, Wang Jianjun's tone suddenly intensified. The seriousness of this matter far exceeds your imagination. Once any piece of information leaks, the consequences will be unbearable for anyone. At that time, don't say that you can't keep your police uniforms, though what awaits you will be the harshest legal sanctions. Understood. The three replied in unison, their voices strong and resolute. Zhang Weiguo was the first to raise his hand and salute, his military salute impeccable, his expression more serious than ever. Rest assured, Director Wang, I guarantee, with my 30 years of police service and party membership, that today's events will be taken to my grave. Not a word will escape my lips. I guarantee it as well. Li Jiangguo and Wang Hao followed suit, saluting with firm gazes. They both understood that what they witnessed tonight was a moment that could rewrite human history. Such a level of secrecy indeed allowed for no margin of error. Wang Jianjun nodded and patted Zhang Weiguo on the shoulder. Thank you for your hard work. The logistics department will arrange your living conditions during the isolation period. Once this matter comes to a close, the state will not forget your contributions. You three are all meritorious officials. Having said that, he spoke no more, quickly turning and striding towards the central SUV, opening the door and taking a seat. Let's go. With Wang Jianjun's command, the entire convoy sprang into action, 4 armored SUVs forming a diamond formation to firmly protect the main vehicle where Lin Chen and Wang Jianjun were seated. The convoy silently drove out of the police station courtyard, merging into the empty street early in the morning. Lin Chen sat in the back seat, watching the rapidly retreating street scenery, feeling a whirlwind of emotions. He had walked this street for over 20 years. Every shop and every phoenix tree by the roadside was familiar to him, yet today, seeing these familiar sights again felt surreal. Just a few hours ago, he was an ordinary office worker with a 9-to-5 job, commuting by subway every day, returning home to eat his mother's cooking and spending weekends playing Ultraman with his sister's child. But now he found himself sitting in an armored vehicle, fully armed, protected by a top-notch special task force, about to head toward a world he had never imagined. The convoy soon ascended the elevated bridge in the eastern part of the city. Lin Chen instinctively glanced outside, and was stunned. Normally at this time, although it wasn't rush hour, there would still be sporadic vehicles on the elevated bridge. But today the entire bridge seemed endless, completely empty, not a single car in sight. The streetlights cast their glow on the deserted road, creating an especially desolate atmosphere. Hey, Lin Chen couldn't help but turn his head and look at Wang Jianjun beside him, asking in confusion, "Director Wang, why is there not a single car?" At this time, although it wasn't congested, it shouldn't be this empty. Wang Jianjun, hearing this, followed his gaze and calmly replied, "To ensure the absolute safety of our operation, this route has been temporarily fully controlled. Starting 15 minutes before our departure, all entrances have been closed, prohibiting any civilian vehicles from passing." Wow! Lin Chen's eyes widened in disbelief, his face showing his astonishment. "Is it all just for our few vehicles? That's too exaggerated. I've only seen such a display on television before." He was utterly shocked. In his understanding, such a level of traffic control only occurred when national leaders were in transit. He never imagined that one day such treatment would come to him. Exactly. Wang Jianjun nodded, watching his shocked expression, and gently explained, "Comrade Lin Chen, you may not have fully realized your exceptional status. You are the first officially recognized awakened individual in human history. Your safety pertains to the national strategic layout for the future. Before we reach the capital base, no unexpected events can occur. For this escort, we not only controlled this elevated route, but all intersections along the way have also been preemptively managed to ensure our convoy can move smoothly without any disturbances." Lin Chen leaned back in his seat, his heart still racing. The convoy sped along the empty elevated bridge without any obstacles, reaching the city's international airport in just 20 minutes. The vehicle did not take the normal passenger entrance, but directly entered a dedicated passage on the side of the airport, where armed police stood guard. Upon seeing the convoy's license plates, they immediately saluted, lifting the barrier to let them through. The vehicle stopped at the side door of the terminal. Lin Chen followed Wang Jianjun out of the car, and as soon as they entered, they heard a chorus of complaints echoing in the hall, clearly audible even through the thick glass. "What's going on? Why are all flights delayed?" "Yeah, my flight was at 8 this morning, and now it's almost 6 with no information at all. Is there anyone to explain what's happening? I'm in a hurry to go to the capital for a meeting. If this is delayed, who will take responsibility?" In the announcement, the customer service voice repeatedly stated, "Dear passengers, we sincerely apologize for the inconvenience. Due to air traffic control reasons, all outbound flights today will be delayed. The specific departure times will be notified later. We appreciate your understanding." Lin Chen paused, listening to the grievances in the hall. He didn't need to ask to know that these flight delays were certainly related. He turned his head to look at Wang Jianjun beside him. Wang Jianjun understood what he was thinking, patting his shoulder. "To ensure your absolute safety, we had to cancel all flights during this time period to ensure the special plane can take off smoothly. The airport will make proper arrangements for the affected passengers and provide appropriate compensation. Once this matter is over, the state will also compensate them additionally. You need not bear too much psychological burden." "All right, let's go," Wang Jianjun said. "The special plane is already waiting on the tarmac. If we go now, we can take off soon." Lin Chen took a deep breath, following Wang Jianjun, escorted by the special task force, through the long corridor towards the tarmac. In the distant sky, the sun had already risen, its golden rays casting over the enormous aircraft's wings, reflecting dazzling light. The cabin door slowly closed with a dull click, and Lin Chen fastened his seatbelt while sitting in the spacious and comfortable leather seat, unable to resist reaching out to touch the window beside him. It was his first time flying, and the fact that it was on a military aircraft made him feel both nervous and curious. With a slight tremor, the plane began to taxi on the runway, gaining speed, until suddenly the fuselage lightened and the massive aircraft soared into the sky, piercing the clouds. Lin Chen immediately pressed his face against the window, staring intently outside. Soon the plane broke through the clouds, leaving only an endless sea of white clouds illuminated by the morning sun, shimmering with a golden glow resembling a fairyland. He was so engrossed that he didn't even notice when Wang Jianjun handed him a bottle of warm water. "First time flying?" Wang Jianjun asked with a smile, his tone much gentler than before. Lin Chen took the water, nodding shyly. "Yes, it's my first time. I always thought about saving some money to take my parents on a trip just to experience it, but I didn't expect my first flight to be on such a private plane." Wang Jianjun smiled and said nothing. He looked at the pure curiosity and excitement in Lin Chen's eyes, feeling that this young man was truly rare, possessing the power to change the world while still retaining such simplicity and sincerity, which was indeed precious. After about half an hour of smooth flying, Wang Jianjun glanced at the time and turned to Lin Chen, saying, "After a long night, you must be hungry, right? Would you like to eat something? There's a kitchen on the plane. What do you like to eat? They'll have them prepare it for you." Lin Chen was taken aback for a moment, looking at him in surprise. "Huh? Is there food on a military plane too? I thought these planes were only for missions and had very few seats. This is a high-spec private plane with top-notch logistical support." Wang Jianjun explained, "Don't say home-cooked dishes, even exotic delicacies, as long as you want to eat, they can make it for you." No, that's too much trouble. Lin Chen hurriedly waved his hand. I'm not picky how anything is fine as long as it fills me up. Wang Jianjun nodded and pressed the call button beside his seat. Within 2 minutes a uniformed crew member approached and respectfully saluted. Prepare a breakfast, make sure there's enough. Wang Jianjun ordered. Yes. The crew member stepped back and soon after wheeled in a cart. When the cover on the cart was lifted, Lin Chen's eyes widened instantly. The cart was filled to the brim with steaming Xilongbao dumplings and xiaomai along with golden brown steak, silky steamed shrimp, egg, fresh fruit salad, and even a bowl of thick bird's nest porridge, colorful and aromatic, making one's appetite surge just by looking. So much. Lin Chen swallowed, feeling a bit embarrassed as he said, I can't finish all this by myself. Wang Jianjun picked up a dumpling and took a bite. If you can't finish it, it's fine. Eat more of what you like, and if it's not enough, I can have them make more. You're a treasure of the nation now, and you can't go hungry. Lin Chen stopped being polite and picked up his chopsticks to eat heartily. The Xilongbao had a thin skin and a generous filling. Biting into it released delicious broth. The steak was cooked just right, crispy on the outside and tender inside. The shrimp egg was smooth and melted in the mouth. As he ate, he mumbled indistinctly, wow, this taste is incredible. It's better than any restaurant I've eaten. These ingredients must be very expensive, right? Wang Jianjun couldn't help but burst out laughing at this, saying, you kid, you're worried about that. Don't worry, eat to your heart's content. Everything on this plane is specially prepared for you. Don't just think about this little bit of food. If you wanted to eat dragon meat, as long as it can be sourced, the nation would get it for you. Lin Chen chuckled and ate even more happily. He was indeed starving, having not eaten since last night. Before long, he had demolished over half of the table full of food. After eating and drinking his fill, Lin Chen leaned back in his seat satisfied and let out a contented belch. The crew member came over to collect the dishes and brought him a cup of hot tea. Lin Chen thought, is this what it feels like to be valued by the nation? It's really nice. 2.5 hours later, the captain's voice came over the plane's intercom. Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to land at Xishan Military Airport. Please fasten your seatbelts and straighten your seatbacks. Lin Chen immediately sat up straight and looked out the window again, seeing the plane slowly descending over rolling mountains with lush forests covering the entire range. Deep within the mountains, a massive military airport was hidden with a straight runway extending into the distance, surrounded by no civilian buildings, only dense checkpoints and patrolling soldiers. The plane landed steadily on the runway, and after taxiing for a distance, stopped in the center of the apron. As the cabin door opened, a rush of fresh mountain air greeted Lin Chen as he followed Wang Jianjun off the plane. Immediately, 2 black SUVs drove over. Get in the car, the base is inside the mountain, Wang Jianjun said. Lin Chen nodded and got into the vehicle. The car drove along a winding mountain road, passing 3 checkpoints, each guarded by armed soldiers with inspections conducted to the utmost rigor. The vehicle entered a massive cave, brightly lit, resembling an underground city. After driving for about 10 minutes, the car finally came to a stop. We're here. Wang Jianjun opened the car door. This is Xishan Base No. 0, the nation's top secret research facility. Normally, even provincial-level officials can't enter here. Today, for you, all the top leaders have come. Lin Chen's heart skipped a beat, and he suddenly felt a bit nervous. He straightened his wrinkled clothes and followed Wang Jianjun into the building. Walking through a long corridor, they arrived at a heavy alloy door. The guard soldier swiped a card and conducted dual iris recognition before the door slowly opened. The moment Lin Chen walked in, he froze on the spot, his mind going blank. He saw a dozen people standing in the room, each with a remarkable demeanor and a stern expression, and the few standing at the front were leaders he saw every night on the news. They were the highest-ranking leaders of the nation. He never expected to meet these figures he could only look up to on television. Before he could react, the leading elder with gray hair, yet full of spirit, quickly walked toward him. Wang Jianjun immediately stood at attention and saluted in a standard military manner. Report, sir. Comrade Lin Chen has arrived safely. Yet the elder didn't even glance at him, focusing all his attention on Lin Chen. The other leaders also followed suit, all eyes on Lin Chen, filled with expectation and excitement. Lin Chen suddenly came to his senses, instinctively standing at attention and giving a somewhat awkward military salute, his voice trembling slightly with nervousness. Hello, esteemed leaders. My name is Lin Chen. The elder saw this and quickly waved his hand, a warm smile appearing on his face as he stepped forward, extending his warm hand to shake Lin Chen's. Don't be nervous, young comrade, don't be nervous. The elder's voice was gentle yet powerful. You've worked hard to come all this way. It's no trouble, chief. Lin Chen hurriedly shook his head. His palms were slightly damp with nervous sweat, yet he forced himself to straighten his back. He could distinctly feel a dozen gazes upon him, some appraising, some expectant, but none hostile, and that eased the knot in his chest a little. The old chief looked at the sincerity in his eyes and smiled with relief, lightly patting the back of his hand. You are a good young man. Ideally, we would let you rest a day to recover your spirit, but the situation is exceptional, time is short, and the task heavy. We must impose on you for now. Rest assured, chief, I do not feel wronged at all. Lin Chen's voice was clear and strong. Whatever the nation needs of me, I will do. I will follow all orders. The old chief nodded repeatedly, his smile growing broader. He turned and beckoned. Two researchers in white coats with hair gone gray stepped forward at a quick pace, a folder clutched in one hand. These are Director Chun Jingshan of the Base Biological Research Institute and Professor Li Zhong, the chief. They will first take you for a comprehensive medical examination, blood tests, and analysis to see how your physiological indicators differ from those of ordinary people. Do not be nervous. It's routine and harmless. Understood, Lin Chen nodded. Director Chen pushed up his glasses, his excitement barely contained, though his tone remained gentle. Comrade Lin Chen, please come with us. We have prepared all the equipment. The tests will be quick. Lin Chen followed Director Chun and Professor Li into an adjacent examination room, filled with precision instruments whose names he could not even pronounce. Several nurses waited there, efficiently measuring his blood pressure, heart rate, and performing an electrocardiogram. When the nurse produced the syringe for the blood draw, Lin Chen instinctively closed his eyes. He had always been a little afraid of needles, but he gritted his teeth and extended his arm. Don't be nervous, it's only a little, the nurse said with a reassuring smile, her movements gentle. 1 tube, 2, 3. 8 tubes in total. Before the nurse stopped, Lin Chen watched the row of vials filled with blood and swallowed. That many? These samples will undergo comprehensive analyses. Gene sequencing, cellular activity assays, energy substrate detection, and so on, Professor Li explained. We need to ascertain precisely how your abnormal ability arises and what relationship it bears to your bodily structure. Over the next hour, Lin Chen moved like a puppet on strings between machines, CT, MRI, and even a full-body cellular. For each examination, the researchers recorded with meticulous care, occasionally huddling to whisper among themselves, their faces alight with excitement. When the tests were finished, Director Chun led Lin Chen back into the hall. The old chief and other leaders still awaited them. Nearby, a few uniformed weapons specialists stood with unfamiliar instruments and impact assessment charts. All the tests are complete, the chief asked. Complete, Chief, Director Chun replied, nodding. Director Chun continued. Preliminary results show Comrade Lin Chen's physiological indicators are exceptionally healthy, far exceeding the average. In particular, cellular activity and metabolic rate are more than 3 times normal. Detailed blood analyses and genetic test results will require a few more hours. The chief nodded and turned to Lin Chen. Next, would you demonstrate your ability for us? We've seen it on video, but we wish to witness it with our own eyes. No problem, Lin Chen answered without hesitation. He stepped into the center of the hall, inhaled deeply, and slowly raised his right hand. In the next instant, a familiar orange-red flame silently kindled in his palm. It flickered once, and then steadily swelled, hovering just above his hand. Everyone around held their breath, eyes fixed unblinking on the flame. Though they had watched the footage countless times and studied it for hours, seeing a fire conjured from nothing with their own eyes still shocked them. This was genuine supernatural power, the dawn of a force that could rewrite human history. Comrade Lin Chen, Director Chen stepped forward, a trace of expectation in his voice. Please exert your ability to its fullest, so we can observe its maximum intensity. Very well. Lin Chen nodded, closed his eyes, and concentrated, summoning every ounce of energy within. At his command, the power within him surged like a roaring river toward his right hand. The flame in his palm instantly flared, shifting from orange-red to a dazzling golden yellow. It expanded rapidly, engulfing his entire hand, then climbed past his wrist and forearm until his whole right arm was shrouded in roaring fire. The golden flames roared, and the air around them warped from the extreme heat. A scorching wave swept outward, making those standing meters away feel their faces grow hot. Silence fell over the hall. Everyone stood transfixed. No monitor image could compare to witnessing it in person. The young figure wrapped in flame resembled a descending fire deity, both formidable and almost sacred. Incredible, an elderly professor murmured. There is no external energy source, yet it generates such temperatures and does not burn the host. This defies known physical laws. Director Chen disregarded the aside and pointed at a heavy black machine at the far end of the hall. Comrade Lin Chen, next we will test offensive power. That is our special alloy target used to assess tank shell penetration. 20 centimeters thick, its front can withstand a tank's high explosive shell impact. Strike it with full force so we can evaluate the destructive capacity. Lin Chen followed his finger and saw a target over 2 meters tall, constructed of thick alloy plates that looked. He nodded, drew a deep breath, and concentrated all his energy into his right fist. Golden fire danced violently around his fist, emitting a high piercing rush as the surrounding temperature leapt. He aimed at the bullseye, stepped forward, and drove his right fist out with tremendous force. A deafening boom erupted. The flame erupted like a roaring fire dragon, surging forward to slam into the alloy target. The impact made the entire hall tremble. The scorching blast spread outward, forcing several leaders in the front to stumble back. Everyone stared, eyes wide, fixated on the smoke. When it slowly cleared the sight before them, made them all draw a sharp breath. The once supposedly indestructible alloy target had been reduced to a heap of scrap. A massive hole had been burned through the front alloy plate, Its edges still smoked as molten metal dripped to the floor, cooling into small iron beads. The target's structure was utterly deformed and lay twisted on the ground, clearly ruined. Someone swallowed audibly. The sound rang unnaturally loud in the stunned hall. A few seconds later, restrained cheers burst forth. Excellent! 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 The old chief cried, slapping his hands together, his face awash with relief and unrestrained joy. Marvelous! Truly marvelous! The other leaders and researchers also applauded, their eyes alight with excitement. They had assumed Lin Chen's ability might at best burn through a few steel plates. They had not expected such staggering destructive force. Wang Jianjun stood to one side, watching the scene, a proud smile on his face. His judgment had been vindicated. Lin Chen's emergence would become the nation's decisive trump card. Lin Chen stared at his fist in astonishment. Even he had not anticipated that a full-strength blow could deliver such. Director Chen hurried over to the ruined target, crouched, and examined it carefully, murmuring, "Unbelievable. The flame temperature must have exceeded 3,000 degrees. And the kinetic impact is enormous. This equates to the power of a small rocket warhead." He turned toward the chief, his voice trembling with excitement. "Chief, Comrade Lin Chen's ability far surpasses our expectations. He is unquestionably a strategic-level asset." Lin Chen looked at his hand, bewildered. He himself had not imagined that a single full-force strike could yield such destructive capability. Lin Chen scratched his head, somewhat embarrassed. "I couldn't restrain the force just now and damaged your target." At those words, everyone fell silent for a moment and then erupted into laughter. The old chief stepped forward, took his hand firmly, and said with a smile, "Foolish child, don't worry about a single target. If you had torn down this hall, it would still have been worth it." His gaze was solemn as he spoke each word deliberately. "Comrade Lin Chen, from this day forth you are the nation's most precious treasure. The state will not mistreat you, and the people will not forget you. Whatever you desire, so long as the nation can provide it, it shall be granted." The senior leader gently gripped Lin Chen's hand and shook it twice, his smile softening as he turned and gestured. A middle-aged man in a dark gray Zhongshan suit strode forward with swift, purposeful steps, tall and upright, his gaze sharp and penetrating. He appeared to be in his early 50s, his hair combed with meticulous precision, exuding the calm, commanding aura of one long accustomed to high office. "This is Lu Zhang, the overall director of Shishan Base Zero." The senior leader introduced the man with a nod. "From now on, he'll guide you through the base's layout and operations. Should anything arise, go directly to him. We have an urgent meeting to attend, so we'll leave you in his capable hands." "Understood, Sir," Lin Chen replied, promptly nodding respectfully. The senior leader gave Lin Chen's shoulder a final pat, then turned and departed with the other officials. The heavy alloy door slid shut behind them, leaving the hall hushed and still. Only after the senior leader and his entourage had receded into the distance did Lu Zhang turn back toward Lin Chen, extending his hand with a rare warm smile. "Comrade Lin Chen, welcome. I am Lu Zhang." "Director Lu, it's an honor," Lin Chen said, stepping forward to shake his hand. Lu Zhang's grip was firm, his palm calloused, a telltale sign of years spent handling firearms. Lu Zhang studied Lin Chen from head to toe, his expression thoughtful and approving. "The senior leaders all praised your exceptional ideological awareness, and indeed your conduct lives up to their words. Few would voluntarily surrender such extraordinary abilities to the state without hesitation." Lin Chen smiled modestly. "I simply believe these abilities belong in the hands of the nation, where they can serve the greatest good. In my own hands, they might well spark unforeseen trouble." "Well said," Lu Zhang nodded, his tone turning solemn. "Then let me speak plainly. Comrade Lin Chen, on behalf of the Central Military Commission and the State Council, I hereby formally appoint you National Special Class Talent. From the moment you affix your signature, you become one of our nation's most vital strategic assets." As he spoke, Lu Zhang withdrew a gilded appointment certificate and a sheaf of official documents from his briefcase, handing them to Lin Chen. Lin Chen, mentally prepared for this moment, accepted the documents with both hands and solemnly turned to the final page, signing his name with unwavering resolve. Once the signature was complete, Lu Zhang's demeanor softened perceptibly. "Now let's discuss your entitlements." He paused deliberately before continuing, enunciating each word with precision. "First, the salary structure. Your base salary aligns with that of a full-level provincial director, RMB 18700 per month. In addition, you receive a special class talent allowance of RMB 500, a confidentiality stipend of RMB 2000, and a training subsidy of RMB 15000. Bringing your total monthly income to RMB 103700. All earnings are fully tax-exempt and deposited directly into your dedicated bank account." Lin Chen's pen clattered to the floor. He jerked his head up, eyes wide as saucers, and multiple tens of thousands, over 100,000 yuan per month. He had once labored tirelessly at his former company, earning barely 6,000 yuan monthly, after deductions for social insurance, housing fund, and rent. Now the state offered him more than 15 times that sum. And entirely tax-free, Lu Zhang added with a quiet chuckle, bending to retrieve the pen and returning it to Lin Chen. "That figure reflects only your fixed income. Each mission you undertake will carry additional performance-based bonuses. Lin Chen opened his mouth, but no sound emerged. His mind echoed a single stunned realization: I've actually reached the point where I earn over 100,000 yuan a month. Second, your living provisions. The state assumes full responsibility for your clothing, meals, lodging, and transportation. Specify your dietary preferences half an hour in advance, whether regional delicacies or rare gourmet fare. If ingredients are obtainable, your request will be fulfilled. You'll be assigned a dedicated medical team, a general practitioner, a nutritionist, and a physiotherapist, all monitoring your health continuously. A personal cleaning and laundry service ensures your quarters are immaculate daily and your garments freshly pressed and returned to your room. All base amenities, including the gymnasium, swimming pool, cinema, game lounge, and library, are yours to use freely 24 hours a day. From apparel and footwear to toothpaste and snacks, every personal item is procured and supplied by the state. No expense falls upon you. Lin Chen stood utterly speechless. Only now did he grasp the true meaning of fully provided by the state. It wasn't mere support, it was reverence bordering on veneration. Third, housing and settlement allowance. Lu Zhang continued, voice steady and unflinching. You have been granted a one-time settlement allowance of 12 million yuan, already deposited into your dedicated account. Additionally, a fully furnished 180 square meter residence has been secured for you within Beijing's 3rd Ring Road. The property deed is registered solely in your name. 12 million. And a home inside Beijing's 3rd Ring. Lin Chen recoiled, voice trembling. Director Lu, this is far too much. I cannot accept it. He had never before seen such a sum. Not enough to purchase 10 grand homes in his hometown, let alone secure real estate in Beijing's most coveted district. It is not excessive. Lu Zhang placed a steadying hand on Lin Chen's shoulder, guiding him gently into a seat. His voice resonated with profound gravity. Comrade Lin Chen, you must recognize your unparalleled value. You are the world's first, and currently only, officially confirmed metahuman. Your existence positions our nation a decade, perhaps 2 decades ahead of global peers in the coming metahuman era. These provisions pale beside what you represent. Fourth, family security. Without allowing Lin Chen time to protest, Lu Zhang continued, this is our highest priority. A Tier 1 national security detail has been deployed, 24-hour covert protection for your parents and elder sister's family. They will live entirely ordinary lives, unaware of any surveillance. Their security protocol matches that afforded to the families of top national leaders, capable of neutralizing any contingency. Moreover, your parents have been enrolled in the highest tier medical coverage, full reimbursement for treatment at any hospital nationwide, direct physician coordination, and 2 annual comprehensive physical examinations conducted by specialists from the PLA General Hospital. Your nephew is soon to enter elementary school. Is that correct? We have secured his enrollment at the city's premier experimental primary school under its most distinguished homeroom teacher. Whether he proceeds to middle school, high school, or university, every tuition fee will be covered provided he meets admission standards. Should he choose military service or civil service, he receives preferential consideration under equal qualifications. Should your family wish to travel domestically, the state provides end-to-end transportation, accommodation, and discreet security escort whenever they desire, wherever they wish to go. Tears welled instantly in Lin Chen's eyes. Money and property meant little to him, but his family was his deepest vulnerability. His immediate decision to report his abilities stemmed not only from ideological conviction, but from profound fear that exposure might imperil those he loved most. Yet the state had anticipated every concern, even his nephew's education, down to the finest detail. Thank you all. His voice broke, he wiped fiercely at his eyes. Thank you. For everything for my— No thanks are necessary, Lu Zhang said softly, his hand resting reassuringly on Lin Chen's shoulder. We ask only this when our nation and people call upon you. We trust you will stand ready. Lin Chen drew a deep, steadying breath, quelling the surge of emotion within him, and nodded resolute, rest assured. Whenever our country calls, I shall answer without hesitation. Lu Zhang smiled, satisfied. Excellent. One final provision, special privileges. Effective immediately, you hold the highest clearance level across Shishan Base 0. Granted unrestricted access to all areas save the Central Directive's top secret archives. Every research team, every training facility, every advanced apparatus stands at your disposal. Any study aimed at enhancing your capabilities will receive expedited approval and unconditional support. Lin Chen stared dumbfounded. So, my status here exceeds even that of national treasures. Over 1,000 giant pandas inhabit China, Lu Zhang replied with a wry smile. But Lin Chen, there is only one of you in the entire world. So settle in with confidence. Within principle and law, any reasonable need you express will be met by— Lin Chen chuckled softly, his heart at last truly at ease. He had braced himself for life as a subject of clinical scrutiny, monotonous, sterile, stripped of autonomy. Instead, the state bestowed upon him unparalleled care and safeguarded his family with meticulous, unwavering devotion. Let's go. I'll show you to your quarters. Lu Zhang closed his notebook and led the way down the corridor. We've prepared a suite, comfortable though modest. Consider it provisional, If anything falls short of your expectations, say the word. We'll adjust it immediately. No need. Any shelter will do. I'm not particular, Lin Chen replied, quickly falling into step behind him. The heavy alloy meeting room door was tightly shut, isolating all sounds from the outside. The room was filled with swirling smoke as a dozen top leaders of the nation sat around the oval conference table, the ashtray overflowing with cigarette butts, each face bearing an unprecedented gravity. The shock of witnessing Lin Chen's abilities had not yet dissipated, and a deeper sense of worry loomed over everyone's hearts. The old leader picked up the teacup in front of him, took a gentle sip, then cleared his throat, breaking the silence. First, all right, everyone, let's discuss what Lin Chen's emergence means and what we should do next. Speak freely. As his voice fell, the meeting room fell silent once more. Everyone bowed their heads, fingers unconsciously tapping on the table. The significance of this event was overwhelming enough to overturn the course of human civilization, and any decision could impact the nation's fate for decades, even centuries. After a minute of silence, General Lin Chen, sitting to the left of the old leader, spoke first. Dressed in a sharp military uniform, the gold stars on his epaulettes gleaming, his voice was deep and powerful, carrying the decisiveness unique to soldiers. I will start the discussion. It is now 100% confirmed that Lin Chen is the first officially recognized naturally awakened superhuman in human history. This raises a question before us. Since there is a first superhuman, there will surely be a second, third, and even thousands more. He paused, scanning the faces of everyone present. The awakening of superpowers cannot be an isolated event. Lin Chen's awakening indicates that the Earth's environment has undergone changes we have yet to perceive. In the coming months, within a year, at most, more superhumans will inevitably emerge. At that time, our existing social management, legal, and law enforcement systems will face unprecedented challenges. General Li is right. Deputy Secretary Zhou Mingyuan, responsible for political affairs, furrowed his brow. Ordinary people suddenly possessing the power to easily kill and destroy will undoubtedly cause unrest. Those like Lin Chen who are aware and proactively report to the state are the minority. There will certainly be those who hide their abilities or even use them for wrongdoing. At that point, armed robbery will be nothing. A fire-type superhuman could burn down an entire street, and a strength-type superhuman could dismantle a bank with bare hands. The guns our police carry will be no different from fire sticks in front of them. It's not just crime. Another leader responsible for social governance added, what's more terrifying is the class conflict. Ordinary people will develop fear and exclusion towards superhumans, while superhumans may easily develop a sense of superiority, considering themselves evolved beings and above others. Once this divide intensifies, it marks the beginning of societal fragmentation. History has shown us many such lessons. The atmosphere in the meeting room grew increasingly heavy. At this moment, Minister Su Zhenbang, responsible for foreign affairs, spoke up, urgency tinged in his tone. We cannot focus solely on domestic issues. We must recognize clearly that since our country has produced superhumans, other countries will undoubtedly be no exception. They may just not be as fortunate as us, with the first awakened one proactively coming forward. Exactly. General Lin Chen slammed the table, his voice suddenly rising. This is the most critical. Although there were gaps in military strength among countries, they still existed within the same dimension, with nuclear weapons serving as the ultimate balancer. However, if any country were to master the technology of mass-producing superhumans first, or develop weapons that could restrain superhumans, the current world order could collapse overnight. At that time, countries without superhumans will be at the mercy of others. Our hard-built national defense system may crumble before the powerful superhumans. We must prepare in advance and cannot fall behind. This statement detonated like a bomb in the meeting room. I agree. We must increase our investment in superhuman research. Not only should we study how to enhance superhuman abilities, but also how to defend against and restrain them. All related research projects must be greenlight and resources must be allocated generously. The grassroots investigation work must be initiated immediately. We cannot wait until others have awakened before we react. The authority of the Special Task Force for Superhumans must be raised. All departments must cooperate. Everyone began to discuss in a flurry, their voices rising with anxiety etched on every face. The old leader listened quietly, not interrupting anyone. Once everyone had spoken enough, he raised his hand to calm the room, and silence fell instantly. What everyone has said makes a lot of sense. The old leader's voice was calm, yet carried immense weight. The emergence of Lin Chen is both an opportunity and a challenge. He has allowed us to glimpse the future and afforded us time to prepare. If we seize this opportunity, our nation can occupy a leading position in the future world order. However, if we miss it, we will become the sinners of history. He paused, his gaze turning exceptionally sharp, and stated word by word, now I announce several decisions, which everyone must execute immediately without error. He paused, his gaze turning exceptionally sharp, and stated word by word, now I announce several decisions, which everyone must execute immediately. The old leader's voice was resolute. Led by the Ministry of Public Security in conjunction with the Health Commission, the Ministry of Industry and Information Technology, and the National Space Administration, use all available means to append superhuman-related screening projects to the 7th National Census. Network monitoring must focus on keywords such as superpower monster and anomaly. The Skynet satellite system will monitor energy fluctuations across the country around the clock. Grassroots communities and village committees will establish zero reporting systems. Any anomalies discovered must be reported to the provincial department within 1 hour and to the central government within 4 hours. Remember, the investigation must be conducted secretly, and we must not cause social panic. Superhumans who report proactively should be provided with proper placement and protection, while those who conceal their abilities and commit crimes must be severely punished according to the law. Second, starting today, the state will fully strengthen military construction. The old leader's tone grew heavier. The national defense budget will be increased by 30%, focusing on the development of new weapons, special forces construction, and equipment for dealing with superhumans. All military enterprises must work at full capacity and prepare for war in advance. We do not seek trouble, but we will not fear it. If chaos ensues internationally due to the emergence of superhumans, we must have enough strength to protect our country and people from harm. Third, formally establish the Spark Task Force, directly responsible to the Central Committee. The old leader scanned the room, his gaze resolute. Liu Zhang will serve as the head, granted the authority to mobilize all party government and military resources nationwide. All matters concerning the research, application management, and combat involving superhumans will be directed by the Spark Task Force. No department is allowed to shirk responsibility. Anyone who dares to drop the ball on this matter will be dismissed immediately. Having said that, he stood up, hands resting on the conference table, slightly leaning forward, his voice carrying an undeniable authority. Comrades, the wheels of history have turned in a completely new direction. We stand at a crossroads of this era. This is a war without gunpowder. We can only win, not lose. Liu Zhang swiped his card, and the heavy door slid open. He led the way and explained that the base's accommodations were modest compared with home, but contained everything necessary. Lin Chen stepped inside and examined the room with curiosity. It was small but immaculately kept, furnished with a single bed, a solid wooden desk, a large wardrobe, and an en-suite bathroom and shower. On the desk sat a brand new laptop, beside it a router and several bottles of mineral water. An air conditioner was mounted on the wall, and a compact refrigerator stood in the corner. This is surprisingly well appointed, Lin Chen thought, pleased. He had expected base housing to be Spartan like a barracks, and was taken aback by how considerate it felt. Liu Zhang informed him that the internet access had already been activated, warning that external browsing was allowed, but all logs would be monitored and recorded. He added that the fridge contained drinks and snacks, and that logistics could resupply anytime. Toiletries in the bathroom were new, and if anything was missing, Lin Chen could call the number by the bedside. Pointing at the bedside internal phone, Liu Zhang glanced at Lin Chen's dark circles, and his tone softened. He told him that he had not slept since the previous night, that his nerves had been taut, and urged him to stop worrying and get some proper rest. Liu Zhang assured him that any matters could wait until he woke, and Lin Chen thanked the director before settling in. Lin Chen was utterly exhausted. From discovering he could control fire to rushing to the police station and then boarding a special aircraft to the base, he had been on the move for many hours, and the sight of the bed brought a tidal wave of sleepiness. Without further words, Liu Zhang closed the door gently and left. Lin Chen kicked off his shoes and collapsed onto the mattress which cradled his weary limbs. He closed his eyes, but his mind replayed the day's events like a film, the flame in his palm, the empty overpass, the delayed airport, and the important figures he had only ever seen on television, all feeling unreal as a dream. Thoughts blurred, and his consciousness faded until he slept deeply. He lost track of time until a sudden pounding on the door jolted him awake. He sat up abruptly, rubbing his eyes, and glanced at the digital clock on the wall. It was already 11:30. He had slept straight through until midday. He called out that he was coming and hurriedly opened the door. At the doorway stood a young attendant in a blue work uniform who offered a crisp salute and said that Director Liu had asked him to summon Lin Chen to the canteen. Lin Chen replied that he would be right there and asked the attendant to wait a moment. He dashed into the bathroom, splashed cold water on his face, and felt instantly more alert. After tidying his disheveled hair, he followed the attendant toward the canteen. The base canteen was vast, clean, and bright, capable of seating hundreds. Although it was still relatively empty, Lin Chen was stunned by what he saw as soon as he entered. A long buffet counter was laden with an astonishing variety of dishes. There were home-style Chinese classics, such as braised pork, sweet and sour spare ribs, and steamed base, alongside Western offerings of steak, pasta, and fried chicken, as well as fresh fruits, delicate desserts, and steaming soups. The spread was even more lavish than the meal he had on the charter plane. Unable to contain his surprise, Lin Chen asked if he could help himself to anything. The attendant smiled and confirmed that the canteen operated round the clock. He explained that meals were available morning, noon, and night, with late-night offerings as well, and that if Lin Chen desired a special dish, he only needed to notify the kitchen a day in advance. "My goodness," Lin Chen murmured, overcome with delight. He took a tray and filled it with his favorite items until it was piled high, found a window seat, and began to eat with. Once sated, he took a box of strawberries and a bottle of yogurt and ate them slowly. With permission to explore the base at will and nothing pressing to do, he leisurely wandered down the corridors. The base was far larger than he had imagined, resembling an underground city. Beyond the housing and canteen, there were research, training, and medical sectors where scientists in white coats and soldiers in camouflage moved briskly, each absorbed in their duties. At the training area, he paused to watch through a glass partition. Soldiers sparred with bone-shaking punches and crisp, efficient technique, stirring a restless yearning in him. As a former ordinary office worker, he had hardly ever been in a fight. While he was engrossed, the attendant returned to inform him that Director Liu requested his presence in the office. "I will go with you," Lin Chen said, and followed the attendant up to the second floor. They arrived at a door marked for the base director. After a knock, a voice bade them enter. Lin Chen pushed the door open. Director Liu's office was spare and orderly, dominated by a large desk and a sweeping map of Longhua on the wall behind it. Liu Zheng rose from his papers and set down his pen when he saw Lin Chen. Liu Zheng gestured to the chair opposite and said there were a few matters to discuss. Lin Chen sat upright and asked him to proceed. Liu Zheng related that the senior leadership had convened the highest-level strategic meeting that morning and that the pertinent directives had already been issued. He continued in a solemn tone that first the Huazhong Special Task Force would be formally established with him as leader, reporting directly to the central authority, and that Lin Chen would be its first and currently sole core member. Lin Chen's eyes lit up with excitement. At last, he would belong to an organization and no longer be an isolated, anomalous individual. Liu Zheng smiled and confirmed it was true, then added that he had another matter concerning Lin Chen personally. His expression grew more grave as he smoothed his jacket and produced several items from a drawer, placing them carefully on the desk. First, with approval from the Central Military Commission, Lin Chen was to be granted the rank of captain and afforded company-level benefits. Lin Chen's eyes widened in disbelief. At 23 years old, having never served as even a squad leader, the notion of suddenly being a captain felt more fantastical than a dream. Liu Zheng waved away his astonishment and explained that Lin Chen's worth far exceeded a mere rank, and that as his abilities and contributions grew, his military status would continue to rise. He then pushed a black leather case across the desk and said that it was for Lin Chen. With trembling fingers, Lin Chen opened the box to find a glossy jet-black service pistol and 2 magazines loaded with ammunition resting within. His voice quavered as he asked if the weapon was truly his. The sight of a real gun stirred an almost irresistible. Liu Zheng confirmed that it was a Type 92 9mm service pistol and that it had been officially registered in Lin Chen's name. He handed over 2 credentials, one a Ministry of State Security Special Operations identification and the other a firearm permit, explaining that these documents would be valid nationwide and that military and police units were obliged to cooperate with Lin Chen during missions. With shaking hands, Lin Chen examined the first credential, noting his photograph, his name, and the red official seal of the Ministry of State Security. The second credential was his firearm permit, which likewise recorded the details of his weapon. Liu Zheng explained that issuing a gun was a matter of safety because Lin Chen might have to undertake field missions and should not summon his anomalous ability indiscriminately for fear of causing panic. The pistol was his standard defensive arm, and under no circumstance should it be fired casually unless a special situation demanded it. "I understand," Lin Chen repeated, nodding eagerly as he examined the pistol and credentials with obvious delight. He lifted the handgun carefully and felt its weight, aware that until now he had only handled virtual weapons in games and had never imagined holding a real one. Liu Zheng watched his excitement and smiled. He instructed that the weapon could remain in Lin Chen's custody and promised to assign instructors beginning the next day to teach marksmanship and close-quarters combat, for although Lin Chen's anomalous power was formidable, his hand-to-hand ability was nearly non-existent and had to be remedied swiftly. "No problem," Lin Chen answered, at once, his eyes bright with anticipation and an impatient eagerness to begin training and grow stronger. Liu Zheng concluded that there were no further matters and advised him to rest in the afternoon and become familiar with the base. Lin Chen rose and rendered an imperfect military salute. Cradling the gun case and tucking the credentials into his pocket, Lin Chen stepped out of the office with a buoyant stride. Returning to his room, he closed the door behind him and leaned against it, letting out a long breath. He awkwardly checked the magazine, mimicking what he had seen on television, ensuring the safety was off before daring to play with it in his hands. As his fingers brushed over the gun's surface, Lin Chen's heartbeat quickened. No man could resist the allure of a real firearm, especially one that now belonged to him. After toying with it for a while, he reluctantly placed the gun back into its box and picked up the 2 documents to examine them closely. "Lieutenant." Lin Chen gazed at his photo on the document, unable to suppress a murmur. "I can't believe I've become a lieutenant." He chuckled and shook his head, putting the documents and gun box into the drawer of his desk and locking it. Just then he suddenly remembered something and slapped his forehead. "Oh no." He pulled out his phone. "I haven't reported to Mom and Dad yet." He glanced at the time. His family should be preparing dinner by now. Lin Chen took a deep breath, opened WeChat, and dialed the video call home. The call rang only twice before being answered, and immediately the familiar face of his mother Lu Guilin appeared on the screen. Chen Shun. Lu Guilin's voice carried clear surprise and concern. You finally called. Your dad and I were just talking about you. You child have reached the capital and still haven't called home to let us know you're safe. Lin Chen replied, Sorry mom, there's been so much going on here I've been busy until now. Have you eaten yet? He asked, smiling awkwardly. Not yet. Lu Guilin turned the phone around to show him the living room. Your sister and Xiaobao are here, and they'll be staying over tonight. As soon as she finished speaking, a small figure jumped in front of the camera. It was his nephew, Zhao Yuxuan, nicknamed Xiaobao. At 5 years old with a round face and sparkling big eyes, he excitedly shouted, Uncle. Uncle. Lin Chen greeted him with a smile. Do you miss your uncle? Yes, I miss you a lot. Xiaobao nodded vigorously, his little head almost bumping against the phone. When are you coming back? I haven't played with you in a long time. Yesterday a kid at kindergarten bragged about how his uncle bought him an Ultraman. Lin Chen replied, I'm a bit busy with work here, but I'll come back once I finish up. When I come back I'll buy you the biggest Ultraman, okay? Lin Chen said gently. Really? Xiaobao's eyes lit up, instantly jumping with excitement. That's awesome. You can't go back on your word. Let's make a pinky promise. I won't go back on my word. Pinky promise. Lin Chen laughed and extended his pinky, making the promise with him through the screen. Pinky promise, if you break it you'll hang for 100 years. Xiaobao cutely shouted, then held up a small Ultraman in his hand for Lin Chen to see. Uncle, look. This is the little Digga that Mom bought me yesterday. When you come back let's play Ultraman fighting monsters together, okay? You can be Zero, and I'll be Digga. Oh, let's fight monsters together. Sure. Lin Chen replied with a smile. At that moment Lin Qingqing reached over and pulled Xiaobao aside, giving him a glare before addressing the camera. Don't listen to this little brat, you must take good care of yourself out there. Don't be stingy with food and clothes. If you run low on money, just tell us. I know. Lin Chen nodded. Everything is fine here. The company has arranged good accommodations and meals, so you don't. Lu Guilin leaned closer, scrutinizing Lin Chen on the screen for a long time before frowning. You look thinner. Haven't you been eating properly? No matter how busy work gets, you must eat on time, understand? Don't wear yourself out. Your dad just said that when you come back he'll make your favorite braised pork and sweet and sour ribs. I'm not thinner, Mom. It's just the angle of the camera, Lin Chen quickly replied. I've been eating well. The company cafeteria has everything even better than what we have at home. I've actually gained 2 pounds. The family chatted for over half an hour discussing trivial matters like the neighbor's cat giving birth and Xiaobao receiving a little red flower in kindergarten. Alright, enough chit-chat, it's time to eat. Lu Guilin glanced at the clock on the wall and said, You should rest early, don't stay up late. Call home when you have time, don't make us worry. Got it, Mom. Lin Chen nodded. You all should rest early too. Goodbye, Uncle. Remember to bring me Ultraman. Xiaobao shouted, waving his small hand, his face full of it. Understood, Uncle won't forget. Goodbye, Xiaobao. After hanging up, Lin Chen stood up stretched, and his stomach. Lin Chen picked up his coat, left the room, and headed to the cafeteria. He took a bowl of millet porridge, a few small dishes, and a steamer of dumplings, finding a seat by the window to eat leisurely. Just as he was finishing his meal and preparing to return to his room, the cafeteria door swung open, and Lu Zheng walked in with 3 others quietly talking among themselves. Lu Zheng spotted Lin Chen in the corner at once, immediately stopping in his tracks and waving, Lin Chen, come here. Lin Chen was taken aback for a moment, quickly putting down his chopsticks, wiping his mouth, and hurrying over team leader Lu. Lu Zheng smiled and patted his shoulder, then pointed to the 3 people beside him, saying, Come, let me introduce you to a few new teammates. These will be the ones responsible for your training from now on. Lu Zheng turned to point at the burly man standing on the far left, whose muscular frame seemed ready to burst out of his training uniform. He was in his early 30s with dark skin and sharp eyes that resembled those of a hawk, standing there like an iron tower, exuding an aura of fierce intimidation. This is Lei Peng, the chief combat instructor of the former Dragon Blade Special Operations Team, a 3-time champion of the military combat competition, Lu Zheng said, with evident admiration. In the realm of hand-to-hand combat, he is among the best in the country. From now on he will be responsible for your close combat training. Hello, Instructor Lei. Lin Chen quickly Lei Peng reached out his rough hand and gently shook Lin Chen's. His palm was broad and strong, with thick calluses on his knuckles indicating years of hard training. He sized Lin Chen up and nodded, his voice deep and hoarse. Hello, Lin Chen, comrade. Lu Zheng then pointed to the woman in the middle. She had a neat buzz cut, her features were exquisite, yet devoid of any softness, and she stood straight, holding a polished black gun case emanating a chilling aura. This is Su Rue, the military shooting champion capable of hitting a coin from 800 meters away, Lu Zheng said with a smile. From now on she will be in charge of your shooting training. All her students have become sharpshooters. Hello, Instructor Su. Lin Chen again extended his hand. Su Rue shook his hand lightly, her tone as cold as her demeanor. Hello, I hope you are not a foolish student. Lin Chen paused for a moment, then smiled. I will do my best, Instructor Su. Finally, Lu Zheng pointed at the man on the far right, wearing black-framed glasses and looking cultured. He was about 35 or 36 years old of average build, always wearing a gentle smile, looking less like a soldier and more like a university professor. This is Shirley, the former head of the tactical department of the Special Operations Academy, and also one of the top tactical experts in the country, Lu Chen said. From now on, he will be responsible for your physical training, tactical coordination, and wilderness survival. Hello, Instructor Shir. Hello, Lin Chen comrade, Shirley said with a warm smile as he shook Lin Chen's hand. No need to be nervous, we will be teammates from now on. Feel free to ask me anything you don't understand. After introducing the three, Lu Chen clapped his hands. Alright, now that everyone is acquainted, let me make it clear your mission is to train him into a qualified soldier in the shortest time possible. Understood. Lei Pengsu Rue and Shirley stood at attention simultaneously, saluting with Lin Chen also hurriedly returned the salute, feeling a surge of excitement. He had originally thought he would be training alone, but unexpectedly the nation assigned him 3 top-notch instructors. This lineup was simply luxurious. At that moment, Lei Peng and the others looked at the excessively young man before them, their hearts stirred with a mix of. Half a day earlier, they had received an urgent order at the highest level commanding them to immediately cease all ongoing work and report to West Mountain Base 0 to carry out a top-secret mission. The order did not specify the mission's content, only stating it concerned the highest interests of the nation. At that time, they were all puzzled and speculated on countless possibilities, yet they never imagined the mission would actually involve training a superhuman. When their superior privately informed them that superhumans truly existed in this world, and that they were to train the first officially recognized superhuman in human history, their initial reaction was disbelief. Lei Peng slammed the table at the time. A superhuman? Chief, are you joking with us? This is stuff from sci-fi. In the end, it was their old chief who sternly stated word by word, "You will understand when you arrive at the base. This matter is a top national secret. You are not allowed to disclose a single word to anyone." Only then did the 3 of them pack their luggage with a mix of half-belief and doubt and arrive at West Mountain Base 0. But even upon arriving at the base, they still felt apprehensive until just now when Lu Chen pointed at Lin Chen and told them, "This is the superhuman who can control fire out of thin air," and they still felt as if they were dreaming. Yet they had no choice but to believe it. Who was Lu Chen? The head of West Mountain Base 0, who never speaks empty words, and who could mobilize such a significant force from across the nation to urgently summon them, made it clear that this matter was undeniably true. After the shock, an indescribable excitement surged in their hearts. They were soldiers born with a desire for strength, yearning to witness miracles. Now they not only witnessed the existence of the first superhuman in human history, but were also to personally participate in training him. What an honor. Simultaneously, a thought emerged in the minds of all 3. Since Lin Chen could awaken his powers, did that mean others might also awaken? What are the conditions for awakening superpowers? Is it genes? Is it the environment? Or some unknown factor? If one day they could also awaken superpowers, how wonderful would that be? Once this thought emerged, it could no longer be suppressed. The way the 3 looked at Lin Chen was filled with not only shock and excitement, but also a hint of barely perceptible anticipation and envy. Lu Chen naturally noticed their thoughts, but he did not expose them. He glanced at the time and said, "Alright, it's getting late. You 3 should settle into accommodations have already been arranged for you." Lin Chen, Lu Chen turned to him. "Be on time at the training area at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. Training will officially begin from tomorrow." "Don't worry, Team Leader Lu." Lin Chen nodded vigorously, his eyes filled with anticipation. "I will train hard and definitely won't let the nation down." Lei Peng and the others also nodded in agreement. "We will ensure the mission is completed." Lu Chen nodded with satisfaction. "Good, you may disperse now. Rest early and be well prepared for tomorrow." After saying this, he turned and walked out of the cafeteria first. Lin Chen and the 3 instructors exchanged glances and smiled at each other. "See you tomorrow, Comrade Lin Chen," Shirley said with a smile. "See you tomorrow, instructors." Early the next morning at around 7, Lin Chen arrived at the training area 10 minutes ahead of schedule. Various training equipment was neatly arranged: sandbags, boxing rings, obstacle courses, and shooting ranges, all far more professional than any gym he had ever seen. Lin Chen changed into the black training uniform issued by the base, stretching his limbs. He had slept well the night before, fully recharged and brimming with energy. "You're here pretty early." A deep voice came from behind. Lin Chen turned to see Lei Peng striding towards him, a pair of boxing gloves in hand. He had already changed into his training outfit, and the muscles on his body bulged beneath the fabric, exuding the aura of a tiger poised to pounce. "Good morning, Instructor Lei," Lin Chen greeted eagerly. "Morning." Lei Peng nodded and tossed the gloves to him. "Warm up first, run 5 laps around the track to loosen up. Today we'll start with the most basic fighting stance." "Understood." Lin Chen took the gloves and immediately turned to run towards the track. 5 kilometers was a piece of cake for him now. After awakening his abilities, his physical condition had improved in every aspect. His endurance, explosive power, and reaction speed far surpassed those of ordinary people. In less than 20 minutes, he finished 5 laps without breaking a sweat. "Not bad, better than I expected." Lei Peng rarely offered praise, then walked in front of him. Watch closely. The basic fighting stance, feet shoulder-width apart, knees slightly bent, center of gravity lowered, and hands guarding the chest. He demonstrated the movements as he spoke. Every posture was as standard as a textbook, radiating a sense of power. Lin Chen watched intently, mimicking the movements over and over. His learning ability was quite strong, and he quickly grasped the basic essentials. However, merely having the right posture was not enough. Real fighting emphasized practical application. For the next hour, Lei Peng began to correct his punching and kicking techniques, mercilessly striking him with a rubber stick whenever his form faltered. Lin Chen's arms and legs soon bore red marks, but he remained silent, gritting his teeth and enduring. Punch faster. Hit harder. You need to have penetration. Lei Peng shouted. Remember, fighting is not a performance. Every punch must be aimed at defeating your opponent. After saying this, he took a defensive stance. Come on, hit me with all your strength. Lin Chen took a deep breath and swung a powerful punch. His fist cut through the air with incredible speed. However, Lei Peng simply sidestepped, easily dodging the blow, then pulled Lin Chen's leg, causing him to lose his balance and crash heavily onto the mat. Try again, Lei Peng said expressionlessly. Lin Chen got up, brushed off the dust on his clothes, and charged again. Once, twice, 3 times. He was thrown down repeatedly by Lei Peng, his body covered in bruises, but he never uttered a word of surrender. Each time he fell, he immediately got back up, his gaze growing more resolute, and his recovery speed was astonishing. The pain that had once made him grimace faded within minutes. At 10 o'clock in the morning, the combat training concluded. Su Rue appeared punctually at the shooting range. Today we will start with the Type 92 pistol. Su Rue picked up a pistol, skillfully disassembling and reassembling it, her movements fluid and graceful. First, the basic structure of the firearm and safety rules. Remember, at no time should the muzzle be pointed at anyone. She explained in great detail, from the proper grip to aiming techniques and the rhythm of breathing, covering every detail clearly. Lin Chen listened attentively. He had just received his assigned firearm yesterday and was very interested in shooting. All right, now try firing a shot. Su Rue handed him a loaded pistol. Aim at the bullseye 50 meters away and slowly squeeze the trigger. Lin Chen took a deep breath, raised the gun, and aimed at the target, his hand steady, without a tremble. Gently squeezing the trigger, with a bang, the bullet flew out. He looked at the target with anticipation, only to find that the bullet had hit the edge of the target paper a good 10 centimeters away from the bullseye. You missed the target. Su Rui's tone was devoid of any fluctuation. You were gripping the gun too tightly, your wrist was stiff, and your breathing was erratic. Try again. Lin Chen nodded, adjusted his stance, and fired again. The second shot missed the target. The third shot hit the 7. The fourth shot hit the 8 ring. Having fired just 10 rounds, Lin Chen's shooting skills showed remarkable improvement. His dynamic vision and reaction speed far exceeded those of ordinary people, allowing him to clearly see the trajectory of the bullet and quickly adjust his aim. When the 10th bullet precisely hit the 10 ring, a hint of surprise finally appeared on Su Rui's face. She had originally thought it would take Lin Chen at least a week to hit the 10 ring, yet he achieved it in just 10 shots. You have quite a talent, Su Rue praised rarely. Keep practicing. Today you need to fire all 500 rounds. Lin Chen replied yes. By 11:30 in the morning, the shooting training concluded. Shirley took Lin Chen for the final physical training. 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 pull-ups, and a high-intensity obstacle run. Lin Chen completed it all in one go, without catching his breath. Shirley took notes, continuously recording data, his expression growing increasingly astonished. This is incredible, he muttered to himself. Your physical data has already surpassed that of the top special forces, and there is still plenty of room for improvement. Lin Chen smiled, but said nothing. He knew that these benefits came from his abilities. At noon, the morning training finally concluded. Lin Chen was drenched in sweat, his clothes soaked, but he did not feel tired at all, though instead he felt invigorated. He took a shower, changed into clean clothes, and headed to the cafeteria. The cafeteria was already filled with people, and the television on the wall was broadcasting the midday news. Lin Chen filled his plate with braised pork and sweet and sour ribs. He found a seat by the window, and just as he sat down, he heard the clear voice of the female news anchor. Today the State Council issued a notice to conduct the 7th National Census. This census will use a comprehensive survey method, registering households to ensure that no household and no individual is missed. The census content includes name, citizen ID number, gender, age, ethnicity. Lin Chen's hand paused as he was picking up the braised pork. He understood clearly that this was no ordinary population census. It was a massive net cast by the state to find other awakened individuals like him across the country. Just as he was thinking, a tray slammed down in front of him. Lin Chen looked up to see Lu Zheng. Team leader Lu. He quickly put down his chopsticks. Lu Zheng nodded, took a bite of his food, and glanced at the television. Did you see it? Yes. Lin Chen nodded, hesitating for a moment before asking, Team leader Lu, have any other individuals been found so far? Lu Zheng shook his head, pausing his action of picking up food. Not yet. The investigation was just initiated last night. With the vastness of the country and the large population, finding other awakened individuals in a short time is not an easy task. He paused, continuing, Moreover, many people may have awakened their abilities but are unaware of it. Some, even if they know, might choose to conceal it out of fear or other reasons. We have established reporting channels across the country and assigned personnel to monitor abnormal energy fluctuations, but it will take some time. Lin Chen nodded and lowered his head to continue eating. Lu Zheng looked at him and smiled. Don't think too much. Your current task is to enhance your strength and hone your abilities to the utmost. As for other matters, leave them to us. I understand. Lin Chen nodded vigorously, shoving a large piece of braised pork into his mouth. Time quietly flowed by and 3 months had swiftly passed. Above the training ground of Base Zero in the western mountains, waves of heat surged, and visible air currents continuously twisted, enveloping the entire area in a scorching aura. In the center of the arena, Lin Chen stood bare-chested, his bronze skin dotted with fine beads of sweat. His muscles, once slender like an ordinary office worker, were now toned and powerful. He raised his arms, and 2 deep crimson flames firmly coiled around them. Compared to the orange flames he had at the time of his awakening, the flames now resembled magma surging from the depths of the earth. Even standing 10 meters away, one could feel the searing pain emanating from them, with the air itself carrying a scalding heat. Ready, shouted Shirley, standing beside with a data tablet in hand. Max output, attack the target. With Shirley's command, Lin Chen let out a fierce shout and thrust his arms forward simultaneously. 2 roaring fire dragons instantly erupted from his arms, producing a deafening howl as they trailed long flames behind them, resembling 2 real divine dragons that forcefully crashed into the new alloy target 50 meters away. Boom! A thunderous explosion shook the entire training ground, lighting up the sky with flames and billowing clouds of smoke. Countless red-hot metallic fragments flew in all directions, landing on the ground with a sizzling sound, instantly melting into puddles of molten iron. Standing at a distance lay Peng Su Rue, and a group of researchers instinctively raised their hands to shield their faces. Even from several dozen meters away, the scorching air waves still burned their skin, causing their hair tips to curl slightly. Quick, measure the data, Director Chen shouted hoarsely. Several researchers immediately rushed forward with instruments surrounding the now mangled target to continuously take measurements, their expressions growing increasingly excited. Report. The flame core temperature is 4,800 degrees. That's a 300-degree increase from last week. The attack power is equivalent to a direct hit from a 120 mm howitzer. The target, made of 30 centimeters thick tungsten alloy steel plates, has been completely penetrated and melted. The energy conversion rate has increased by 15. Consumption has decreased by 20. Great. That's wonderful. Director Chen clapped his hands excitedly. We've set another record. At this rate, in another month, breaking 5,000 degrees will be completely achievable. With a thought, Lin Chen retracted the deep crimson flames wrapping around his arms, making them vanish without a trace. Sweat beads trickled down his temples, dropping onto the searing hot ground, where they instantly evaporated with a hiss, transforming into wisps of smoke. 3 months of grueling training had wrought a remarkable transformation in him. Once an ordinary youth burdened by the mundanities of life, he had now evolved into a composed and resolute elite warrior. Under Lei Peng's rigorous training, his close combat skills had become increasingly refined, excelling in both offense and defense. Su Rui's hands-on tutoring had elevated his shooting abilities to a top-tier level, where hitting a target from 100 paces was a breeze, and Shirley's comprehensive fitness plan had pushed his physical capabilities to heights unattainable by ordinary individuals. He could easily complete a 10-kilometer cross-country run in 20 minutes. Even with a 100-kilogram load during strength training, he remained steady and composed. The fitness record sheet in Shirley's hands had been repeatedly refreshed by him, far surpassing even the top special forces in the base. The only regret was that there had been little progress in the research on abilities. For the past 3 months, the national ability screening efforts had never ceased. Using the nationwide census as cover, over 300 energy monitoring stations operated 24 hours a day, with satellites scanning the entire territory, and community and rural visits conducted in layers, employing both online and offline double screening to comprehensively survey the nation. However, the results were disappointing. Apart from Lin Chen, no second wave of identical ability fluctuations had been captured, nor had any credible reports from other ability users been received. The experts at the base debated this countless times, ultimately forming 2 mainstream viewpoints. One believed that the awakening of abilities had a time lag, and Lin Chen was merely the first to awaken, with many more to follow. The other asserted that Lin Chen was a unique chosen one, possibly the only ability user in the world. Lin Chen himself was equally perplexed about why he had awakened in the first place. He had recalled countless times the experiences leading up to his awakening, finding nothing unusual. He had neither been struck by lightning nor consumed anything strange. He had inexplicably gained the ability to control fire, which had left all the research at an impasse. In these 3 months, the old leader and several other officials had visited the base to see Lin Chen 3 times, each time praising his progress, and particularly instructing Lu Zheng to take good care of his living conditions, ensuring he did not suffer any grievances. Today's training ends here. Everyone take a break and head to the cafeteria for a meal. All personnel will have the afternoon off. Lu Zheng slowly entered the training ground, surveyed the area, and announced. Upon hearing this, everyone sighed in relief, tidying up their belongings to leave. Lin Chen picked up a towel to wipe the sweat from his body, put on his clothes, but did not head straight to the cafeteria. He had been at the base for a full 3 months. During this time, he had occasionally called home, but each time he hurriedly said a few words before hanging up, fearing that speaking too much would reveal flaws. His parents and sister would always ask him when he would return, and he could only repeatedly say, "I'm still busy with work." After much thought, Lin Chen turned and walked towards Lu Zheng's office. Arriving at the office door, he knocked. "Come in." Lin Chen pushed the door open and walked in, finding Lu Zheng review. "You're just in time." Lu Zheng looked up. "I just received the latest directive from the central government. The domestic ability screening and defense system has begun to take shape. The original Fireseed Special Task Force has officially been upgraded to the National Ability Management Bureau, with me serving as the acting director." He paused, his gaze fixed on Lin Chen, his tone becoming serious. "Based on your training results over the past 3 months, your combat potential, and the current situation, the Bureau is forming the first dedicated ability combat team with you as the captain. Additionally, with special approval from the Central Military Commission, your military rank is officially promoted to Major." As his words fell, Lu Zheng took out a brand new Major's shoulder insignia and appointment letter from the drawer, pushing them in front of Lin Chen. "From today onward, you will be the captain of the National Ability Management Bureau's first combat team, wielding operational command authority, overseeing the subsequent handling of various abnormal incidents. The burden on your shoulders will be heavier than before." Lin Chen stared at the appointment letter and the brand new Major's insignia on the desk, his brow slightly furrowed, revealing a hint of confusion on his face. He couldn't understand why, after 3 months of nationwide investigations involving satellites, monitoring stations, and tens of thousands of grassroots personnel scouring the country, not only was there no second ability user found, but even a trace of similar energy fluctuations had eluded them. Given that he was currently the only one with abilities, why would the country suddenly elevate the department, establish a dedicated ability management bureau, and even form a combat team with him as the captain at this juncture? He pondered for a moment before directly asking, "I don't quite understand. Since no second ability user has been found nationwide, why is there a sudden need to establish an ability management bureau and form a combat team?" Lu Zheng, upon hearing this, picked up the thermos cup on the desk and took a sip, the smile on his face slowly fading, replaced by a touch of deep seriousness. "I understand your confusion. It is precisely because everything seems calm now that we must lay out our plans in advance. No one can be certain that you will always be the only ability user. No one knows when someone might suddenly awaken their powers. Preparation is key. If we do not prepare, we will falter. We cannot wait until trouble arrives to respond hastily. We must set up the framework, establish the rules, and ensure the team is ready. Even if you are currently the only core combat power, the entire management combat and emergency response system must be perfected in advance." This decision was made after repeated discussions by the central authorities. After speaking, Lu Zheng reached into the drawer and took out a palm-sized, simply designed black device, its surface embedded with a small indicator light and a row of functional buttons on the side, looking delicate and portable. He pushed the device in front of Lin Chen. "Take a look at this. It's an ability fluctuation detector developed by the base's research team based on the energy characteristics of your abilities. It can monitor abnormal energy reactions within a 5-kilometer radius in real time. Once it captures the unique fluctuations of an ability user, the indicator light will flash rapidly, accompanied by an alarm sound. It's small and convenient to carry, so take it with you whenever you go out on missions or act privately for an extra layer of security." Lin Chen picked up the detector, feeling its coolness. It was very light and would not be cumbersome in his pocket. Following Lu Zheng's instructions, he pressed the buttons on the side, causing the indicator light to turn on, and a simple parameter interface appeared on the screen. After tinkering with it for a moment, he quickly grasped how to use it. Playing with the detector in his hand, Lin Chen looked up, a smile appearing on his face. "So does this mean I should start calling you Director Lu from now on?" Lu Zheng let out a hearty laugh upon hearing this, the tense atmosphere instantly easing. He waved his hand casually, saying, "Haha, it's just a title. There's no need to be too formal. You can still call me Team Leader Lu in private. After all, you are still the unique seedling in our system. Call it however you like." After the laughter, Lu Zheng shifted the subject, looking at Lin Chen. "By the way, you specifically came to my office, and it can't just be to ask about this matter, right? Is there something else?" The direct question caused Lin Chen's smile to fade slightly, his expression becoming earnest. He took a deep breath and said seriously, "Director Lu, I would like to request a few days off to visit my hometown." Lu Zheng was slightly taken aback upon hearing this, thought for a moment, and nodded. "It's only natural, no problem. I approve your leave." As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately added, "I will arrange for a few special duty personnel to accompany you and allocate a bulletproof vehicle. The journey is not short, and safety comes first. There will be people with you the whole way, so we can rest assured." No. Lin Chen quickly waved his hands in refusal, his tone urgent. There's no need to make such a big deal out of it. I'm just going home to see my family, not going on a dangerous mission. I just need to return quietly. There's no need for security personnel. That won't do. Lu Zheng's expression turned serious, his tone resolute. Your identity is special and you are tied to the core interests of the entire country. The personnel involved in the journey are complex and no one can predict whether any accidents will occur along the way. Once something goes wrong, no one can bear that responsibility. Lin Chen smiled upon hearing this, straightening his back with absolute confidence in his eyes. Director, you underestimate me. After 3 months of training along with the continuous improvement of my abilities, there is basically no one or nothing in this country that can pose a threat to me. I can easily deal with ordinary dangers. There's no need to worry. This statement was not one of arrogance. His physical strength, combat, shooting, and fire abilities had all reached the top level. Not to mention ordinary criminals, even well-armed elite troops would find it difficult to harm him in the slightest. Lu Zheng fell silent, carefully weighing the pros and cons. He had to admit that Lin Chen was speaking the truth. Given Lin Chen's current strength, there was indeed no one in the country who could confine or harm him. After weighing the matter several times, he finally relented. Fine, I can't argue with you. Lu Zheng shook his head helplessly and instructed, cancel the accompanying personnel and the special vehicle, but you must carry your officer credentials, gun permit, and firearm with you at all times. If you encounter any tricky troubles outside your credentials, can coordinate various forces, and your firearm will provide emergency self-defense. Also, do not part with this ability detector for even a moment. Additionally, maintain communication at all times for 24 hours. If anything unusual is discovered, contact the base immediately. Rest assured, Director, I will remember all of this. Lin Chen's face lit up with joy upon hearing this, a brilliant smile blooming instantly. I promise to follow the rules, and will report any situation immediately. I will go back now to pack my things and prepare to set off. Go ahead, take your time on the road. Lu Zheng waved his hand. Lin Chen thanked him again and turned to leave the office. Lin Chen returned to his dormitory, his hands and feet nimble as he tidied up. He took off his sweat-stained training uniform, quickly washed up and changed into a simple white t-shirt and jeans, putting on a thin black jacket over them. He secured the .92 pistol in its holster at the back of his waist, tucked his documents and ability detector into the inner pocket of his jacket, checked to ensure everything was secure, then slung on a backpack, locked the door, and stepped outside. Inside the base, people were coming and going. Whether it was researchers in white lab coats or soldiers in camouflage, everyone would stop and salute respectfully upon seeing Lin Chen. In these 3 months, the image of him punching through tungsten alloy targets and constantly pushing his limits in the training ground had already been etched into everyone's minds. Lin Chen responded with a smile and a nod to each salute, showing no airs as he made his way to the entrance of the base. The soldier on guard immediately rendered a standard military salute upon seeing him. Good day, sir. You too. Lin Chen smiled and waved. A black SUV was already parked at the entrance with the driver waiting. Seeing him come out, the driver quickly got out and opened the door. Sir, the vehicle is ready to take you to the city. Thank you. Lin Chen bent down and got into the vehicle. The SUV drove smoothly out of the cave along the winding mountain road. Through the window, he gazed at the lush forest outside, listening to the chirping of birds, feeling an indescribable sense of ease. For 3 months, he had spent every day either in the training hall or the laboratory, looking up at the cold ceiling of the base and down at various instruments and training equipment, having completely forgotten what the outside world looked like. After more than half an hour, the vehicle finally entered the city. Looking out at the bustling streets filled with cars and the throngs of people with food stalls steaming by the roadside, Lin Chen's eyes widened. Everything felt so familiar, yet so strange. Driver, please stop at the intersection ahead. Ooh, I want to take a stroll. Lin Chen said. Understood, sir. The driver pulled over and asked, do you need me to wait for you? No need, you can go back. Thank you. Lin Chen waved his hand and got out of the car. Watching the SUV disappear into the traffic, Lin Chen took a deep breath of the air, scented with food, feeling completely rejuvenated. The air in the base always smelled of disinfectant and metal. It was no match for the fragrance of human life. He walked slowly along the roadside and spotted a stall selling jianbing guozi. The aroma wafting from it was enticing. Lin Chen's stomach immediately growled. He hurried over. Boss, 1 jianbing guozi, add 2 eggs, and make it. All right. The boss quickly scooped a ladle of batter, poured it onto the griddle, and spread it into a round, thin pancake, cracking in 2 eggs and sprinkling on green onions and cilantro. Young man, you aren't from around here, are you? That's right, I'm here on vacation. Lin Chen replied with a smile. You have sharp eyes, boss. Before long, the steaming jianbing guozi was ready. Lin Chen paid, took the pancake wrapped in craft paper, and took a big bite. It tasted fantastic. He walked while eating, browsing the small shops by the roadside. After about 20 minutes, Lin Chen pulled out his phone to check the time. It was almost time to head to the high-speed rail station, so he stepped to the roadside and hailed a taxi. Driver, take me to Yinjing South Station. All right. The taxi drove steadily along the road while Lin Chen leaned against the window, watching the rapidly retreating street scenery, his heart filled with anticipation. In just a few hours, he would be able to see his parents, sister, and little Bao. He wondered if little Bao had grown taller and if he had forgotten his uncle. 40 minutes later, the taxi stopped at the entrance of Yinjing South Station. Lin Chen paid, shouldered his backpack, and walked into the ticket hall. He approached the automatic ticket machine and bought a ticket for the fastest train heading to his hometown. With the ticket in hand, he didn't follow the crowd through the regular security check, but instead looked for the staff nearby. "Hello, I have official business and need to use the green channel," Lin Chen said, pulling out his officer's ID and gun permit to hand over. The staff member was a young girl. Upon receiving the documents and seeing them, her expression instantly became serious. She quickly stood up straight and respectfully said, "Hello, leader." She carefully verified the photos and information on the documents, then returned them to Lin Chen with both hands respectfully, saying, "Leader, please follow me. He'll take you through the special channel." "Thank you for your trouble." Lin Chen nodded. The young girl led Lin Chen around the long security line and into the adjacent special channel. Having smoothly passed through security, the young girl brought Lin Chen to the entrance of the VIP area in the waiting hall. "Leader, you can wait in the VIP area. Staff will notify you when it's time to check your ticket." "No need, I'll just sit outside for a while, thank you," Lin Chen said with a smile. "Okay, leader, feel free to call me if..." After the young girl finished speaking, she respectfully withdrew. Lin Chen found an empty chair to sit down, took out his phone, and started browsing short videos. Having not been online for 3 months, he found so many new and interesting memes which he watched with great interest. At that moment, a suddenly loud, sweet voice came from beside him, as if afraid others wouldn't hear family. "Look, this is Yinjing South Station. Isn't it super big and impressive? Today the host will take you on an immersive tour of the capital's high-speed rail station to see how it differs from your hometown's train station." Lin Chen glanced up and saw a beautifully dressed female host holding a selfie stick, enthusiastically chatting into the phone screen. As she walked, the female host cooed into the phone, "Family, give me a follow so you don't get lost. Today I will show you around the South Station, and later I'll show you what the business class seats on the high-speed train look like. Is there anything you want to see? If you want to see it, hit 1. Lin Chen had no interest in this internet celebrity live stream. He glanced at it before turning his gaze back down to his phone, immersed in the myriad of memes that had circulated online during this time, a faint smile occasionally tugging at the corners of his mouth. People were bustling about, and announcements about ticket inspections echoed in the background, creating a lively yet chaotic atmosphere. Leaning back in his chair, Lin Chen swiped his fingers across the screen, contemplating treating his parents to a nice meal upon returning home and buying Xiaobao that Zero Ultraman. Just then a sharp shout suddenly pierced the calm of the waiting hall. "What are you doing? Take out your phone." Lin Chen paused, lifting his head to look. The female streamer from earlier stood with her hands on her hips in front of a bespectacled young man, her face flushed as she raised her selfie stick high, aiming the camera at him. The young man appeared to be in his early 20s, dressed in a clean white shirt and carrying a backpack, clearly a student. He was bewildered by this sudden scene, still holding a half-finished bottle of mineral water, staring blankly at the female streamer. "Huh? What did I do?" "What? You know exactly what you did." The female streamer's voice was sharp and piercing, drawing the attention of those around her, who quickly gathered to witness the drama. "Does anyone understand this? I was just doing my live stream at Yinjing South Station, and I encounter such a creep, sneakingly taking pictures of me. It's disgusting." She faced the camera with a look of grievance, tears welling in her eyes. "I'm really furious. Why do I always encounter such perverts when I'm out? Everyone, I must expose him today. I can't let him harm other girls." The comments in the live stream exploded with, "What the heck? Is he that disgusting? Expose him. Get a clearer shot of his face. Don't be afraid, we support you. Call the police now. Such people should be arrested." The young man finally reacted, his face turning red as he hurriedly waved his hands to explain. "I didn't take any pictures. I was just looking at my ticket." "You're still arguing?" The female streamer snorted coldly, pointing at the young man's feet. "I can see it. That shiny little metal piece on your shoe, isn't that a pinhole camera? You say you didn't take pictures? I see you are a habitual offender, specifically taking pictures of girls at the train station." Everyone's gaze immediately focused on the young man's shoes. On the tip of his white sneakers there indeed was a silver metal piece the size of a fingernail, glinting slightly. "That's not a camera." The young man was nearly in tears, quickly lifting his foot for everyone to see. "That's just a decorative buckle on my shoe. It was there when I bought it. You can check it out." Who would believe that? The female streamer didn't listen at all, becoming even more arrogant. "What kind of decorative buckle looks like that? I see you're just pretending. Hurry up and show me your phone. Otherwise I will call the police and let them arrest you." As she spoke, she reached out to grab the young man's phone. He stepped back in fright, gripping his phone tightly, sweating profusely. "Don't touch me. I really didn't take any pictures. Why should I show you my phone?" "Why? Because you took pictures of me." The female streamer persisted, shouting to the live stream audience. "Everyone look. He still dares to hide. This is a guilty conscience. I must make him hand over his phone today, or this matter won't." The onlookers began to murmur, some pointing at the young man, while others took out their phones to capture the scene, muttering, "He looks quite cultured, didn't expect him to be this kind of person." The noise around them grew louder, harsh words pricking at the young man's heart like needles. His personality was already honest and introverted, rarely arguing with others. Now publicly branded as a peeping pervert, he trembled slightly, gripping his phone tightly, with red eyes and a panicked expression. I haven't looked at you once. The young man's voice was choked, his feeble defense sounding particularly pale amid the noisy crowd. But the female streamer gave him no chance to explain, emboldened by the support of thousands of viewers in the live stream, becoming increasingly aggressive. She stepped forward, fixing her gaze on the young man, raising her piercing voice. If you didn't take pictures, why are you hiding? Not daring to show your phone means you're guilty. Let me tell you, this matter won't end today. Either hand over your phone for me to check, or I'll call the police directly and have them take you to the police station for filing a report, leaving a record. As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd erupted in a stir. For an ordinary student, once a record of peeping is left, not only will their studies be ruined, but future job prospects, civil service exams, and military enlistments will also be completely destroyed, leaving them to live with a stain for life. Many bystanders who didn't understand the situation chimed in. Young man, if you are innocent, there's nothing to fear, just show it, and everything will be fine. Exactly. If you didn't take pictures, what are you afraid of? There are many peeping offenders who hide it well, as shoes and backpacks can all be cameras. One must be cautious. The crowd's doubts, pointing fingers, and the malicious barrage of comments in the live stream completely shattered the young man's psychological defenses. His nose-tinged eyes reddening instantly, tears of grievance swirled in his eyes, yet he still tightly. His phone contained his privacy, family photos, and study materials. Why should he expose everything publicly because of an unfounded accusation from a stranger? I didn't do anything wrong, why should I show you? The young man gritted his teeth and shouted, his voice filled with endless grievance and unwillingness. Oh, you still dare to retort? The female streamer sneered, directly raising her selfie stick and shoving the camera right into the young man's face, filming shamelessly. Everyone look, this is a typical lecherous man caught, yet still refusing to admit it. Today I must eliminate this harm for the public, exposing this habitual peeper at the high-speed railway station. The live stream was completely thrown off track, with insults and mockery flooding the comments, the heat soaring and the crowd growing larger, completely blocking the waiting area and severely disrupting the order of the train station. The noise surged higher like the rising tide, and the piercing sounds of argument pierced through the announcements in the waiting hall, quickly attracting the attention of the patrolling high-speed rail staff. Two individuals in deep blue uniforms hurriedly squeezed through the tightly packed crowd. Leading the way was a middle-aged man in his 40s wearing a gold-embossed badge that read Duty Station Master. His expression darkened instantly as he saw the completely blocked passage where many travelers with luggage had no choice but to take a detour. Everyone, please step aside. Don't crowd here. You're affecting other travelers. While he waved his hands to disperse the crowd, he raised his voice to inquire, what's going on? What happened here? As soon as he finished speaking, the female streamer lunged at him like she had seen a savior, grabbing the Duty Station Master's arm with a face full of grievance. Tears that had been held back suddenly flowed down her carefully made-up face. You're here? You have to take charge. She pointed at the bespectacled young man, her voice sharp. This man took secret photos of me. I saw it with my own eyes, and he still refuses to admit it. Hurry and detain him and hand him over to the police. While speaking, she swiftly turned her selfie stick around, pointing the camera at the Duty Station Master's face, crying as she recounted her story to the live stream. Everyone look. The staff at the high-speed rail station finally arrived. I must seek justice today. This kind of voyeur should be arrested, otherwise who knows how many innocent girls will be victimized in the future. Please help me testify. This matter absolutely cannot be settled lightly. The live stream's comments section erupted with even more fervor, with rockets and sports cars flashing across the screen. Comments like support the streamer's rights and severe punishment for the voyeur flooded in, pushing the heat to the top of the local trending list, with online viewers exceeding 60,000. Many newcomers to the stream didn't even know the full story, but joined in the comments condemning the young man in the white shirt as irredeemably vile. The young man, seeing the staff had arrived, felt a flicker of hope in his previously dim eyes, as if he had grasped the last straw of salvation. He waved his hands anxiously, his voice shaking with excitement and grievance tinged with tears. No, Station Master, I didn't take secret photos of her. I really didn't. She is framing me. I don't even know her. You're still making excuses here. The female streamer interrupted him, immediately pointing fiercely at his shoe tip. Station Master, look. That shiny little metal piece on the tip of his shoe is a pinhole camera. I clearly saw it light up just now. Such people are habitual offenders, specifically taking secret photos of girls in crowded places like train stations and subways. It's disgusting. The Duty Station Master followed her pointing finger, and indeed saw a silver metal piece the size of a fingernail, reflecting a faint light under the hall's illumination on the tip of the young man's white sports shoe. He did not jump to conclusions, but instead bent down and spoke gently to the young man. Young man, could you please raise your foot? I want to take a closer look. Okay. The young man nodded hurriedly, eagerly lifting his foot, and adding with reddened eyes, Station Master, this is really not a camera, it's a decorative buckle that came with the shoes. I bought them online last 11. Both shoes have it. If you don't believe me, look at the other one. The duty station master took out his phone, turned on the flashlight, and carefully shone it on the tip of the shoe. The surface of the silver metal piece was smooth and flat, without any glass reflection typical of a lens. The edges fit snugly against the shoe with not a single gap, making it impossible to conceal a camera or wiring. He gently touched it, feeling the cold metal, confirming it was indeed an ordinary decorative piece. Please raise the other foot as well, the duty station master said. The young man immediately lifted his other foot, and sure enough, there was a matching silver decorative buckle in the same position on the other shoe with similar wear marks. The duty station master stood up, brushed off the dust from his hands, shook his head at the female streamer, and spoke in a very certain tone. Madam, you have indeed misunderstood. This is just a decorative buckle of the shoe, not a pinhole camera. I've checked thoroughly. There is no lens, no wiring, but simply an ordinary metal accessory. As soon as these words were spoken, the surrounding murmurs quieted down significantly, and many people looked at the female streamer with a hint of doubt in their eyes. However, the female streamer's face paled for just a moment. A flicker of panic crossed her eyes, which was quickly overshadowed by deeper arrogance. She stiffened her neck, her voice louder than before. Impossible. I clearly saw it flash. He must have hidden the camera while I wasn't paying attention. Even if there's nothing on his shoes, he must have something on his phone. She grew more assertive, reaching out to snatch the phone from the young man's arms. Hurry up and show me your phone. Otherwise you're guilty and trying to hide. You are not leaving this waiting hall today without handing over your phone. The young man took a large step back in fear, clutching his phone tightly to his chest. Finally, overwhelmed tears streamed down his cheeks. What right do you have to look at my phone? My phone is my privacy. I've already said I didn't take secret photos of you. I was looking down at my ticket and transfer information the entire time, and I didn't glance your way at all. Privacy? What were you thinking about other people's privacy when you were taking secret photos of them? The female streamer sneered, turning back to the live stream to continue stirring the emotions. Everyone look. He is guilty and doesn't dare to show me his phone. If he didn't take secret photos, what's the problem with showing it? It won't cost him a thing. I bet he has a lot of secret photo videos stored on his phone. People like him are the scourge of society. The onlookers, who had already begun to waver, were swayed by her words. Some started nodding along and began to persuade the young man. Young man, if you are innocent, you have nothing to fear. Oh, just show it to her. Once she sees it, it'll all be fine. Exactly, the innocent will clear themselves. The more you refuse to show it, the more suspicious you seem. There are many methods of taking secret photos nowadays. Who knows, maybe he really has something hidden in his phone's album. These words pierced into the young man's heart like needles, and he bit his lip, his shoulders trembling continuously. I did nothing wrong. Why should I let her see my phone? My phone has pictures of my parents, my graduation thesis, and my chat history with my girlfriend. These are all my privacy. Why should I expose all my private matters just because of her random accusation? His voice was not loud, but it carried a stubbornness that quieted the surrounding murmurs once again. However, the female streamer showed no signs of restraint, instead becoming even more arrogant. She crossed her arms and looked at the young man with a smug expression. Don't make excuses. I knew you were guilty. Today you only have two choices: either hand over your phone for inspection, or I'll call the police and have them search your body and check your backpack. At that time, not only will they check your phone, but they'll also take you back to the station to make a record, leaving a mark against your name. Let's see how you can live with that in the future. The young man trembled with anger, blood oozing from his bitten lips, yet he couldn't utter a word. He was just an ordinary junior student, having never encountered such unreasonable behavior. Facing the female streamer's aggressive attitude and the peculiar gazes from the crowd, he felt utterly helpless and desperate, as if the whole world stood against him. The duty station master frowned even more tightly. Looking at the female streamer, his tone turned serious. Madam, we have already checked as you requested and found no secret photography equipment. If you still insist that this gentleman took secret photos of you, you can call the police at 110, and we at the high-speed rail station will fully cooperate with the investigation. However, you have no right to demand to see someone else's phone. That is a violation of their privacy rights and illegal behavior. He paused, glancing at the crowd still watching, and continued, moreover, you are currently seriously disrupting public order at the high-speed rail station, blocking the ticketing passage and affecting other travelers' normal journey. Please cease your actions immediately and disperse the crowd, otherwise we will have to ask you to leave the waiting hall according to relevant regulations. I'm disrupting order. The female streamer seemed to hear the biggest joke, suddenly raising her voice, pointing at the duty station master's nose and scolding. What do you mean? Are you siding with this pervert? I'm the victim. He took secret photos of me, and instead of helping me, you're here to accuse me. Let me tell you, there are over 70,000 people watching my live stream right now. I will expose you to the public and let everyone see how the staff at the high-speed rail station protects voyeurs, she said, thrusting the selfie stick forward, the camera almost touching the duty station master's face. The duty station master's expression darkened, and he blocked the camera with his hand, his tone icy. Madam, please behave yourself. If you continue to create disturbances, we will have no choice but to take coercive measures. Coercive measures. Just try to lay a hand on me. The female streamer threw a tantrum, slamming her selfie stick to the ground, hands on her hips, yelling, "Help! High-speed rail station staff are hitting people, protecting voyeurs and hitting people. Is there no justice left?" She shouted while secretly glancing at the live stream's heat, seeing the online number had exceeded 100,000 and the donations had poured in for several tens of thousands. A hint of subtle pride appeared on her face. Lin Chen stood at the edge of the crowd, watching the farce unfold from beginning to end. His gaze was calm, yet he saw everything clearly. The so-called hidden cameras and victims were nothing but a facade. This female streamer was merely attempting to attract attention and gain traffic under the guise of anti-hidden camera. Judging by how she furtively checked the live stream's popularity earlier, she was likely already reveling in the attention, showing no hint of grievance. As the boy was pushed to tears, the duty officer was at a loss with the unruly female streamer, who either threw a tantrum or cried to the camera about being bullied, utterly unyielding. Lin Chen let out a soft sigh, parting the onlookers and walking slowly into the fray. "That's enough." All eyes turned to him as he approached the boy, patting his shoulder before turning to the female streamer. "Is it not shameless of you to slander a stranger for the sake of some traffic, pushing someone to this extent?" She froze for a moment, then exploded like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. With one hand on her hip and the other pointing a manicured finger at Lin Chen, her bright red nails nearly poked his face. "Who do you think you are? What does it matter to you? I see you and this pervert are in cahoots. Two men ganging up on one girl, is that it? Officer, arrest him too. He must be a hidden camera enthusiast as well. Everyone look." She thrust her phone's camera at Lin Chen's face, her exquisitely made-up features twisted in rage. "Another accomplice has appeared. They are definitely working together. We must expose both of these perverts today, so everyone can see their true colors." The live stream's barrage was instantly ignited, filled with all sorts of foul language. Lin Chen, tired of her nonsense, shook his head, took out his phone, and pressed the dialing button. "Since you can't explain it clearly, let's have the police clarify." Seeing that Lin Chen was indeed going to call the police, the arrogance on her face instantly froze, a flicker of panic flashing in her eyes. She knew better than anyone that if this escalated to the police station, it would be defamation and public disorder, leading to fines or even detention. But with tens of thousands of viewers in the live stream, if she backed down now, she could forget about making a living in the streaming industry. Her eyes darted, and she quickly put on an impatient expression, grabbing the selfie stick on the ground. "Fine, fine. They'll take this as my bad luck. Today I, a magnanimous adult, won't hold it against you too. Truly unfortunate running into a dog on my way out." Having said that, she grabbed the selfie stick off the ground and turned to squeeze through the crowd to escape. After all, she had garnered enough attention and made tens of thousands in rewards. Staying any longer would only bring trouble. But just as she took a step, Lin Chen stepped sideways to block her path. "Stop." Lin Chen looked at her coldly. "Do you think this train station is your home? You think you can come and go as you please, slandering others without cause and disrupting public order, and you think saying forget it will let you off the hook? What do you want?" She was both angry and scared, pointing at Lin Chen and cursing, "I've already decided not to pursue it. What more do you want? Don't push your luck. I see you as part of that pervert's gang trying to take advantage of the situation to extort me, aren't you? Look at your pathetic outfit. Have you never seen money in your life?" Her insults became increasingly vile, spewing every curse word imaginable. "I bet your parents aren't good people either, raising such a meddlesome brat." At that moment, Lin Chen's expression darkened, his brows knitting tightly. He could tolerate insults directed at him, but he could not abide insults toward his family. Before she could utter another word, Lin Chen raised his hand and delivered a crisp slap. Smack! The sharp sound of the slap echoed like a thunderclap in the waiting hall. The female streamer was knocked to the ground by the slap, her phone flying out of her hand and crashing to the ground with a bang, the screen cracking like a spider web. The entire scene fell into a deathly silence. Everyone was stunned, unable to comprehend that this seemingly gentle young man would resort to violence. She lay on the ground, covering her face in shock for a full 2 seconds, the searing pain radiating from her right cheek, swelling it up instantly. Slowly she lifted her head, her makeup in tatters, the eyeliner smeared beneath her eyes, making her look like a ghost, which sent her spiraling into madness. "You dare hit me!" She lunged up from the ground like a madwoman, her hair disheveled, clawing toward Lin Chen with sharp nails aimed at his face. Lin Chen did not want to be touched by this crazed woman and took a gentle step back. She missed her target, losing her balance and stumbling forward 2 steps, her hands flailing and accidentally brushing against Lin Chen's lower back, her fingertips grazing a hard outline. She paused for a moment, then burst into laughter as if she had discovered a monumental joke, pointing at Lin Chen's lower back. "Huh, this is hilarious. I thought it was something serious." She clutched her stomach, pointing at Lin Chen, shouting at the people around her, "Everyone look." At this age, still carrying a toy gun around like a prop. "Who are you trying to scare? How childish. I see you're just a giant man-child. Still playing with toy guns. No wonder you love meddling in other people's business." As she cursed, she lunged at Lin Chen again, this time with a clear target heading straight for the holster at his lower back. "Let me see it. A mere toy, yet hidden so tightly. Today I'll show everyone what kind of high-end toy this meddlesome hero is carrying. As her claw was about to touch the gun holster, Lin Chen's eyes turned cold, and he kicked out with his foot. Bang! The dull sound of impact echoed as the female streamer flew backward like a broken sack, crashing heavily to the ground. Lin Chen had held back 99% of his strength with that kick, just enough to leave her in pain and unable to stand. If he had used his full force, she would have been kicked to death by now. She curled up on the ground, clutching her stomach like a boiled shrimp, writhing in pain and gasping for air. Yet even in such agony, she continued to curse, her voice twisted and distorted by the intense pain. You dare kick me? I will sue you. I will have you imprisoned. My live stream has hundreds of thousands of fans watching. You all bear witness for me. He hit me. He even pulled out a toy gun to intimidate me. Lin Chen ignored her ramblings, slowly walking up to her, looking down at her, which made the female streamer feel inexplicably uneasy. In the next moment, Lin Chen reached for his lower back, his fingers gripping the gun handle. With a swift motion, he drew out the 92 style handgun, its dark, shiny body reflecting a cold metallic sheen under the light. A toy gun. Lin Chen spoke lightly. What else could it be? The female streamer held her neck high, forcing out her last bits of arrogance, and spat on the ground. You think a broken plastic toy can scare me? Let me tell you, I'm not easily frightened. If you have the guts, shoot. Do you dare? Coward. As she spoke, she intentionally puffed out her chest, her face filled with disdainful mockery. In her view, this was merely Lin Chen trying to put on a show with a fake toy, as no ordinary person could ever obtain a real gun in this country and carry it around. Lin Chen was too lazy to waste words on her. He gripped the gun with his left hand and expertly pressed the magazine release with his right hand. With a click, the black magazine fell into his palm. He held up the magazine, shaking it in front of the female streamer, revealing the bright yellow bullets clearly visible. Then he ejected a bullet, pinching the casing and bringing it within 3 centimeters of her eyes, ensuring she could see it clearly. After that, he snapped it back into the magazine with a pop, flipping his wrist to insert the magazine back into the gun. The entire sequence of actions flowed seamlessly, precise and clean. Do you see it clearly now? Is it a toy? The arrogance on the female streamer's face instantly froze, as if she had been slapped hard. She stared fiercely at the gun in Lin Chen's hand, her eyes wide as saucers, her pupils suddenly constricting. Her lips began to tremble uncontrollably, her teeth chattering. You. The crowd around them erupted into chaos. A real gun. It's a real gun. My God. Run. He really has a gun. Screams rose and fell, and the originally tightly packed crowd instantly dispersed like a flock of frightened sheep, leaving a large open area of safety in the blink of an eye. The bystanders who had been filming with their phones just a moment ago now wished they could throw their phones away and scrambled to hide behind distant pillars, daring only to peek out with half their heads to watch. Lin Chen pulled the bolt back, causing a sharp click as the bullet chambered. The sound of the bullet loading echoed sharply in the waiting area. He raised his arm, the dark muzzle of the gun aimed directly at the female streamer's head. Active-duty military personnel lawfully equipped with a service weapon. Lin Chen's voice was as calm as a still lake, yet carried the weight of countless mountains. You publicly slander others, disrupt public order, insult state officials, and attempted to seize the firearm of an active-duty soldier. According to Articles 127 and 277 of the Criminal Law of the People's Republic of China, I have the right to take immediate coercive measures. In severe cases, I can shoot on the spot. Do you believe it? The coldness of the gun barrel seemed to pierce through her skin, reaching her bones. The female streamer collapsed to the ground, trembling as if electrocuted, her face, pale cold sweat rolling down her forehead like beads soaking her disheveled hair. The arrogance and imperiousness she had just displayed moments ago had vanished without a trace, replaced only by deep-rooted fear. She opened her mouth, wanting to plead for mercy, but her throat felt as if it was stuffed with cotton, only managing to produce a wheezing sound. Between her legs, a warm liquid flowed out uncontrollably, dripping down her skirt and quickly spreading into a murky puddle on the ground. The acrid smell of urine filled the air. She had actually wet herself in fear. Lin Chen grimaced in disgust, taking 2 steps back to distance himself. He had indeed been furious earlier. Such scum willing to trample on others' dignity for views deserved. However, seeing the ordinary passengers in the distance trembling in fear, he suppressed his anger and slowly lowered the gun's muzzle. The police are coming. The police are coming. Someone shouted, and 2 uniformed officers rushed over, wielding batons. When they saw Lin Chen holding the gun, their faces changed dramatically, and almost simultaneously they drew their pistols, aiming at Lin Chen. Don't move. Put down the gun. The 2 officers immediately drew their guns, pointing them at Lin Chen while pressing their intercoms. Requesting backup. There is a person with a gun in the waiting area of Zone B on the 1st floor of the South Station. Requesting assistance. Repeat. Requesting assistance. Their fingers were tightly gripping the trigger guards, their nerves stretched to the breaking point, with beads of cold sweat forming on their foreheads. In such a crowded high-speed train station, the presence of an armed individual could lead to unimaginable consequences if anything went wrong. The female streamer sprawled on the ground saw the police and seemed to have grasped her last lifeline. She crawled desperately towards the officer, ignoring the puddles on the floor, pointing at Lin Chen and screaming hysterically, "Comrade policeman! Quick, catch him! He's a murderer! He wants to kill me! Shoot him dead! He has a gun! He really has a gun!" The older officer's eyes narrowed, and he shouted sternly, "Stop! Don't move! Put your hands on your head and squat down!" He dared not divert his attention, his gaze fixated on the gun in Lin Chen's hand, not daring to relax for a moment. The surrounding passengers had long hidden away, each clinging to pillars or garbage bins, peering out without daring to breathe. Some secretly took out their phones to record, but they didn't dare turn on the sound, fearing a bullet would fly their way in the next second. Lin Chen glanced at the two nervously trembling officers and slowly lowered the gun. He removed the magazine with one hand, ejected the bullets from the chamber, and then tucked the gun back into the holster at his waist. After doing all this, he pulled out a special operations certificate and military ID from the inner pocket and casually tossed them to the nearest officer. "Take a look for yourself." The officer instinctively reached out to catch the documents, carefully flipping them open. Upon seeing the gold-embossed words, Ministry of National Security, on the cover along with the printed major rank and red seal inside, his pupils constricted sharply and his hand trembled, nearly dropping the documents. "Hiss!" The young officer beside him leaned in for a glance, instantly gasping in cold air, nearly losing grip. The two exchanged glances, each seeing disbelief and fear in the other's eyes. The Ministry of National Security. A practical major. They had actually pointed their guns at an active officer of the Ministry of National Security. If their fingers had trembled just slightly, and a bullet had gone off, let alone keeping their police uniforms, they would spend a lifetime in prison. The two dared not think further, and almost simultaneously holstered their guns, standing at attention, with a sharp pop, and giving Lin Chen a salute that was as standard as it could be. The older officer's voice trembled noticeably, filled with apology. "I'm sorry, comrade. We were quite offensive just now. We failed to recognize your stature." He hurriedly organized the two documents, holding them with both hands, and returning them to Lin Chen, bending nearly at a 90-degree angle, cold sweat running down his spine, soaking a large patch of his police uniform. The female streamer watched this dramatic scene frozen in place. Her mouth agape, she couldn't utter a single word for a long time, her earlier ecstasy instantly solidifying into a face of confusion and disbelief. What is wrong with you?" She pointed at Lin Chen, then at the two officers, her voice sharp like a broken gong. "He has a gun. He's pointing a gun at me. He's a bad guy. Did you take his money? I'm going to complain about you. I'm going to expose you." No one paid her any mind. Lin Chen took the documents, tucked them back into his inner pocket, and sat down in an empty chair nearby, nonchalantly scrolling through his phone. The female streamer looked at him calm and unbothered and trembled with rage. She wanted to rush over and tear Lin Chen apart, but thinking of the intense pain from the kick earlier, along with the cold gun barrel pointed at her forehead, her feet wouldn't move. She could only point at Lin Chen and curse loudly, spewing all sorts of foul language that was unbearable to hear. The two officers frowned, but did not step forward to stop her. They dared not act recklessly, only waiting for instructions from their superiors. In less than 5 minutes, hurried footsteps approached, and a middle-aged man in police uniform, slightly paunchy, rushed over, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. He was Director Wong from the nearby precinct, who had suddenly received an urgent call from the city bureau director. On the call, the director's tone was frighteningly harsh, launching into a scolding, saying that a major incident had occurred in his jurisdiction. Someone had actually dared to assault a major from the Ministry of National Security, and even attempted to seize his firearm, ordering him to rush to the scene immediately, warning that if he didn't handle it well, he wouldn't be able to stay in his position. Director Wong was so frightened that his soul nearly left his body, grabbing his coat and running downstairs, running 3 red lights along the way, and arrived at the South Station in just 5 minutes. He rushed into the waiting hall and immediately spotted Lin Chen sitting on a chair playing with his phone, the two officers standing nearby, not daring to breathe, and a woman beside them cursing loudly. Director Wong dared not delay, quickly running up to Lin Chen, extending his hands to shake, but halfway through he felt it was inappropriate, and awkwardly pulled them back, bending lower than the older officer, had his tone filled with fear and apology. "Major Lin, I'm truly sorry. You've suffered such a great injustice. It's our failure to perform our duties and inadequate supervision that allowed this crazy woman to cause trouble here. I apologize to you." As he spoke, he secretly observed Lin Chen, who appeared to be in his early 20s, dressed in ordinary casual attire. The thought of such youth holding a leadership position in the Ministry of National Security filled Director Wong with even more respect. At this moment, Lin Chen also looked up, glanced at him, smiled, and said, "It's fine, it has nothing to do with you." Yes, Major Lin has a magnanimous nature, not bothering with someone like her." Director Wong hurriedly nodded and bowed, then cautiously asked, "Major Lin, I've roughly understood the situation on my way here. This woman named Luo Zhengli has maliciously attempted to extort and defame others, disrupt public order, insult an active duty officer, and even attempted to seize your firearm. How do you think this matter should be handled?" He completely handed over the decision-making power to Lin Chen. For someone of this level, handling a minor streamer was trivial. Even dismissing him as director was just a matter of a word. He only hoped Lin Chen wouldn't be angry and wouldn't escalate the matter, or he would really have to pack up and leave. Lin Chen leaned back in his chair, casting a glance at the still cursing Luo Zhengli. She's an adult, she should be responsible for her intelligence and actions. Whatever punishment is due, follow the proper procedures. He bore no grudges, nor demanded harsh punishment, simply stating the fairest thing. But to Director Wang, this was already a tremendous act of leniency. Elsewhere, being publicly insulted and attempting to seize a gun would warrant severe consequences. Understood. Understood. They'll report this to my superiors immediately. Director Wang quickly nodded, took out his phone, and walked aside to make the call. After Director Wang finished the call, he quickly walked back, looking significantly more relaxed. He respectfully said to Lin Chen, "Major Lin, the instructions from my superiors will be coming down shortly. Please wait a moment." No more than 10 minutes had passed when Chief Wang's phone rang once again. He answered immediately, replied with a few respectful words as his expression darkened. After hanging up, he gestured to the officers behind him, and in a voice of absolute finality, ordered, "Take her away." 2 officers stepped forward at once, one on each side, seizing Luo Zhengli's arms. Cold handcuffs clicked shut around her wrists. The chill of the metal crept along her skin into every limb and bone, and only then did she seem to awaken from a daze. She thrashed violently, hair disheveled, looking almost deranged as she shouted, "On what grounds are you arresting me?" "In the victim. He hit me first. Let me go. I have millions of followers. They'll expose you. They'll get you all fired. You'll come to no good." She struggled and rammed her head against a nearby pillar, trying to force the police into releasing her by making a scene, but the 2 officers were accustomed to such spectacles. They held her down firmly, allowing no opportunity. Chief Wang watched her hysterical display with a tightly furrowed brow. The municipal bureau had made it plain over the phone: handle it swiftly and harshly, and leave absolutely no aftermath. This woman still dared to act up here, utterly reckless. "Silence her." Lin Chen's cool voice suddenly. Chief Wang froze for a moment, then snapped into action. Without another word, he lunged forward and delivered 2 resounding slaps to Luo Zhengli's face. He had put his full strength into those blows. Luo Zhengli's head jerked aside, blood welled at the corner of her mouth, and the curses in her throat were cut off abruptly. "You dare hit me?" Luo Zhengli clutched her face, staring at Chief Wang in disbelief. "So what if I hit you?" Chief Wang thundered. "Major Lin lectured you on the law. Consider yourselves shown mercy. You still dare make trouble here? Make another sound, and he'll have you rot in a detention cell." He barked to the 2 officers, "If anyone lets her utter another word of nonsense, don't bother coming to work tomorrow." "Yes." The 2 officers hauled Luo Zhengli out with force. She no longer dared speak, only emitting muffled sobs. Tears and mucus mixed as they ran down her cheeks, her makeup ruined and smeared, utterly humiliated. A wet puddle of urine stained the floor, giving off a pungent odor and drawing disgusted whispers from onlookers. Xiao Yi, the young man who had been falsely accused, had also finished a brief statement. Seeing Luo Zhengli being led away, he let out a long breath. The anxiety that had been clutching his chest finally. He hurried up to Lin Chen, smoothed his clothes, then bowed deeply, his waist nearly forming a right angle. Eyes rimmed red as he said, "Brother, I truly can't thank you enough. Without you, I wouldn't have known what to do today." Had Luo Zhengli succeeded in slandering him as a voyeur, his reputation would have been utterly ruined, and he might never lift his head again. Lin Chen's intervention not only preserved his innocence, but salvaged his future. "It's nothing." Lin Chen waved his hand, his tone gentle. "Just make it clear to the police, don't burden yourself with guilt. If this happens again, call the police immediately. Don't entangle yourself with them. They live off stirring emotions to chase attention. The more you argue, the more satisfied they become. They'll remember that. They'll never be so foolish again." Xiao Yi nodded hard, bowed once more to Lin Chen, then slung his backpack over his shoulder and left. The crowd in the waiting hall gradually dispersed, and the earlier farce finally drew to a close. The on-duty station master came over, repeatedly apologizing to Lin Chen and insisting on arranging the VIP lounge for him, an offer Lin Chen politely declined. At that moment, Lin Chen's phone rang. It was Lu Zheng calling. "Hello, Director Lu," Lin Chen answered. "We're aware of what happened at the station. Are you all right?" Lu Zheng's voice carried concern. "I'm fine, just a small incident," Lin Chen replied. "It only delayed me a bit," Lin Chen smiled. "Good to hear," Lu Zheng said with relief. Lu Zheng exhaled. "That woman Luo Zhengli is suspected of obstructing official duties, defamation, and attempted seizure of a firearm. With multiple charges to be compounded, she faces at least 3 years imprisonment. All her short video accounts have been permanently banned, and all related harmful content online has been removed, so there will be no impact on you. Stay safe on your journey." "Understood, thank you for handling this." "Don't mention it." Lu Zheng chuckled. "All right, we won't keep you. Enjoy your holiday." After hanging up, a boarding announcement came over the speakers. Lin Chen, quickly slung on his backpack, stood, and the high-speed train glided smoothly along the tracks as the scenery outside transformed from rolling green mountains to scattered villages, gradually merging into the bustling cityscape. The sky outside grew gradually darker with orangered sunset, clouds filling half the sky. When the announcement came through stating the train will soon arrive at its final destination, Lin Chen abruptly straightened his posture, slung his backpack over his shoulder, and hurried out of the high-speed train station with the flow of people. Lin Chen hailed a taxi named the largest shopping mall in the city, and as the car entered the urban area, he felt warmth in his heart while gazing at the familiar shop signs along the roadside. After 3 months away, the small town seemed unchanged, still exuding its leisurely charm. A few minutes later, the car stopped at the mall entrance. Lin Chen hurried inside, making a beeline for the supermarket on the basement floor. Pushing a shopping cart, he meticulously selected items in the nutrition section, loading it with imported protein powder, calcium supplements for his parents, sugar-free milk powder suitable for the elderly, and a gift box of nuts that his sister loved, filling 2 large bags. As he reached the toy section, Lin Chen's steps unconsciously halted, captivated by the shelves lined with various Ultraman figures, including Zero, Dyna, and Zeta, overwhelming the senses. He recalled how his little brother would eagerly demand the largest Ultraman, and his lips involuntarily curled into a smile as he reached for the biggest Zero figure on the shelf, standing nearly half a person tall, with sound and light action printed on the packaging. "This one will do," Lin Chen said, holding the Ultraman tightly and casually grabbing a few boxes of Ultraman cards before heading to the checkout, feeling satisfied. As he stepped out of the mall, bags in hand, the sky had turned completely dark, with streetlights flickering to life on either side of the road, casting warm yellow light onto the pavement. Lin Chen hailed another taxi, giving the name of his neighborhood. The taxi stopped at the familiar entrance of the old neighborhood, and Lin Chen paid the fare, carrying his belongings inside. The community was quiet, with only a few elderly folks chatting softly downstairs, occasionally interrupted by the barking of dogs. As he reached the bottom of his apartment building, he looked up to see the living room window on the 3rd floor, glowing with light and warmth spread in his heart. He tiptoed upstairs, arriving at his door, piled all his items at the entrance, then sidestepped to hide behind the door, raising his hand to knock 3 times. The sound of clattering dishes came from inside, followed by the familiar voice of Lu Guilin asking, "Who is it?" Lin Chen stifled a laugh, remaining silent, and knocked twice more. Coming. Lu Guilin replied, wiping her hands as she walked to the door, and with a click she opened it. Peering outside, she found only a mountain of shopping bags with no sign of anyone. Lu Guilin paused, puzzled, muttering, "How strange, no one is here. Who left these things?" Just then Lin Chen peered out from behind the door, smiling as he shouted, "Mom, I'm back." Lu Guilin jumped in surprise, her eyes widening in shock as she recognized Lin Chen, and the chopsticks she held clattered to the floor. She sized up Lin Chen, momentarily speechless, and after a while she reached out to pat his arm, saying with a mix of anger and joy, "You little rascal. What do you mean returning suddenly? You didn't even call ahead to let me know. I could have made your favorite braised pork for you. I just wanted to give you all a surprise." Lin Chen chuckled, bending down to pick up the items he had dropped. "Let me in quickly, my hands are turning red from holding these bags." "Oh, okay. Lu Guilin quickly stepped aside to let him in, helping him carry some bags while scolding, "Look at you buying so many things. What do you need all this for? What a waste of money. We don't lack anything at home." Lin Jiangwo, hearing the commotion from inside, also set down his dishes and came over. Seeing Lin Chen, his expression was neutral, but his eyes lit up momentarily as he took the heaviest 2 bags of nutrition products from Lin Chen, muttering, "You child, you've just started working, and you're already spending money recklessly. Don't you know to save some for when you get married later?" Despite saying this, he carefully placed the nutrition products on the living room cabinet, arranging them neatly. Lin Chen changed his shoes and glanced at the dining table, smiling as he said, "Are you guys having dinner?" "Just in time, I'm hungry too. Are there any bowls and chopsticks left? I can just eat a little." Yes. "How can you just eat a little?" Lu Guilin immediately turned around and headed to the kitchen, saying, "There's still rice in the pot. I'll fry you a couple of dishes, your favorites. Tomato scrambled eggs and sweet and sour pork will be ready soon." No need. Lin Chen quickly stopped her. "Mom, please don't bother. This is enough food. I had some snacks on the train, and I'm not that hungry. I can just pick at it." "That won't do," Lu Guilin insisted. "Look at you, you've lost weight. You must not be eating well out there. No way, I must make you a couple of dishes." "Really, no need." Lin Chen pushed her down onto a chair, saying, "Look at this table, there's fish and meat, it's enough for me. Can you make braised pork for me tomorrow instead?" Lu Guilin could not argue with him, so she relented, turning to the kitchen to get a set of bowls and chopsticks, then filled Lin Chen's bowl with a generous helping of rice, repeatedly adding vegetables to his bowl, saying, "Eat more. Look at your arms, they're not as thick as before." Lin Chen ate heartily. The food at home always tasted the best. Lu Guilin sat beside him, her eyes fixed on him without blinking, constantly asking, "Is work tiring over there? Is the place you're staying good? Is anyone bullying you?" "Not tiring at all. The company treats us really well. They provide food and accommodation, and my colleagues are all really nice," Lin Chen replied vaguely. Lin Jiangwo sat across from him, saying little, only occasionally serving Lin Chen a piece of fish, making sure to remove all the bones. Halfway through the meal, Lu Guilin suddenly smacked her thigh and picked up her phone, saying, "Oh no, I need to quickly call your sister. I have to tell her you're back. That girl was just talking about you yesterday." The call was quickly connected and Lu Guilin spoke loudly into the phone. Xing. Lin Chen is back. Just got home. On the other end of the line, Lin Xing's excited voice came through. What? That little rascal is back. Why didn't he say anything ahead of time? I thought he wouldn't be back until next month. Alright, I got it. I'll take Xiaobao over tomorrow morning. Make sure he has the Ultraman ready for me. Got it, Lu Guilin said with a smile. Come early tomorrow, I'll make breakfast for you. After hanging up, Lu Guilin smiled at Lin Chen, saying, Your sister is coming over early tomorrow. If Xiaobao finds out you're back, he'll be over the moon. Lin Chen chuckled, feeling a sense of anticipation in his heart. After finishing the meal, he volunteered to clear the dishes, but Lu Guilin pushed him away, saying, No need. You've been on the train for several hours, you must be exhausted. Hurry, and take a shower, then go rest in your room. Lin Chen could not argue, so he took a change of clothes and headed to the bathroom. The warm water washed away the fatigue of the journey, and after drying off, he walked into his room. The room still looked the same as when he left, with his textbooks and desk lamp on the study table, posters of his favorite sports stars on the walls, and a photo of him and Xiaobao on the nightstand. Everything felt so familiar, as if he had just left yesterday. Lin Chen approached the desk, gently stroking the wooden surface, his heart filled with tranquility. For the past 3 months at the base, he had kept his nerves taut, fearing he might fall short of the nation's expectations. Only here in this cozy little home filled with warmth could he truly let down his guard. Lying on his bed, gazing at the familiar chandelier on the ceiling, he fell into a deep and peaceful sleep that night. Early the next morning, the old neighborhood was bustling with activity, with the sounds of vendors selling soy milk and the crisp ringing of bicycle bells echoing below. Lin Chen was still buried in his soft quilt, deeply asleep, when he suddenly heard a soft, sticky voice calling, Uncle, it's time to get up for breakfast. He groggily opened his eyes to see a round little face peering over his bed, big eyes staring at him without blinking and a small nose twitching. It was his nephew Xiaobao. Xiaobao. Lin Chen rubbed his sleepy eyes, his voice still hoarse from just waking up. Uncle, you finally woke up. Xiaobao cheered, reaching out with his chubby little hands to tug at Lin Chen's blanket. Grandma has made breakfast and she sent me to call you. Lin Chen smiled and reached out to pull Xiaobao onto the bed, tickling him under his arms. You little rascal, coming to disturb Uncle's sleep so early. Huh. Uncle, stop tickling. It tickles. Xiaobao laughed, rolling around on the bed, his little legs kicking wildly. I was wrong. Uncle, hurry and wash up. Otherwise Grandma will scold me. Lin Chen finally let him go, pinching his chubby cheeks. Got him getting up now. He threw off the blanket and got out of bed, stretching widely. A good night's sleep had alleviated much of the fatigue he had accumulated over the past 3 months. After washing up, Lin Chen walked into the living room and immediately caught the aroma of fried dough sticks and soy milk wafting from the kitchen. Lin Xingxing was tying her apron and busy at the stove with Lu Guilin, where sizzling eggs were cooking in the pan, golden and enticing. Sister, Lin Chen called out. Lin Xingxing glanced back at him, her spatula in motion as she rolled her eyes. You really know how to come and go without a word. If Mom hadn't called me yesterday, I would have thought you were still on a business trip in the capital. I just wanted to surprise you all, Lin Chen chuckled, leaning over to look at the frying eggs. Sister, your egg frying skills have improved. Stop talking nonsense. Lin Xingxing laughed at his antics and gave him a light shove. Go take Xiaobao to the living room to play and don't be a hindrance here. Understood. Lin Chen raised his hand in a salute, turned around, and picked up the already waiting Xiaobao. Let's go, Xiaobao, Uncle will show you Ultraman. Ultraman. Xiaobao's eyes lit up, instantly, excitedly clapping his hands. I want the biggest one, Zero. Lin Chen took out the half-human tall Zero Ultraman he bought yesterday, opened the packaging, and Xiaobao immediately pounced on it, hugging Ultraman, tightly, unable to let go, while mimicking Ultraman's line, Zero Ultraman. Light. He pressed the button on Ultraman's chest, and immediately a thrilling sound effect rang out, and Ultraman's eyes lit up. Xiaobao was so happy that he spun around in place, grinning from ear to ear. Slow down, don't fall. Lu Guilin came out from the kitchen with soy milk, smiling as she reminded him. Soon breakfast was set on the table. Golden fried dough sticks, tender fried eggs, steaming soy milk, and a plate of freshly pickled vegetables. Your dad left for work early this morning. He said there is a morning meeting, so he didn't wait for you. Lu Guilin served Lin Chen a bowl of soy milk, placing it in front of him. Eat quickly, it's just out of the pot, and still hot. Got it, Mom. Lin Chen picked up a fried dough stick and took a big bite. The fried dough sticks at home were the best, crispy on the outside and soft on the inside, far better than those at the cafeteria. The family sat around the dining table, eating and chatting. Lin Xingxing talked about Xiaobao's funny moments at kindergarten. Lu Guilin chimed in occasionally, and Xiaobao would hold up Ultraman and shout a few lines, filling the living room with laughter. Halfway through breakfast, Lu Guilin set down her chopsticks, wiped her mouth, and looked at Lin Chen, speaking in a calm tone. By the way, I need to tell you something. I mentioned it in our last phone call. You're not getting any younger. It's time to find a partner. I arranged with Aunt Wang this morning. Her niece is free this noon, so you should go meet her. Pooh. Lin Chen almost spat out the mouthful of soy milk he had just taken. He suddenly looked up, his eyes wide open. No way, Mom. I just got back yesterday, and you're already sending me on a blind date today. That's too sudden. Sudden? Is this sudden? Lu Guilin rolled her eyes, her tone suddenly serious. You're already 23. Kids your age are already having children. Who else will care for you if I don't? Look at you always on business trips, you don't even have time to date. If I don't help you arrange this, do you plan to be single for life? No mom, I work. Lin Chen tried to argue. Work. No matter how busy you are, you can't neglect such an important matter for life. Lu Guilin straightened her face, interrupting him. I've already made arrangements with her. The girl is beautiful and has a good personality. She's a perfect match for you. Today at noon, 12 o'clock at that cafe in the south of the city, you must go. Seeing his mother's resolute gaze, Lin Chen swallowed the words that were about to come out. He sighed helplessly and bowed his head, drinking from his bowl of soy milk. He knew that with his current identity, it was not so simple to get married. Let alone dating, just getting close to anyone would have the National Security Department thoroughly investigate their background. Any issues with the girl's family background, social connections, or personal history would prevent her from passing the political review. He couldn't tell his parents these things. He couldn't just tell them that their son was currently a major in the National Ability Management Bureau and the only ability user in the world, which meant he needed state approval for marriage. Fine, I'll just meet her. Lin Chen thought to himself, after all, it's just a formality. Later I can find an excuse to say it doesn't work out. Seeing Lin Chen's silent, Lu Guilin's expression softened. She served him a fried egg, her tone taking on a gentler note. Mom isn't pushing you, she just thinks the girl seems nice. You should meet her. Who knows, you might hit it off. Even if you don't like her, making a friend is fine. Got it, Mom? Lin Chen nodded, speaking in a muffled tone. Lin Qingqing secretly shot Lin Chen a look, her mouth curving in a suppressed smile, clearly implying, see. This is what happens when you don't date regularly, now Mom is pushing you. Lin Chen shot her a glare and shook his head helplessly. The breakfast ended in a somewhat delicate atmosphere. After finishing the meal, Lu Guilin began urging Lin Chen, hurry up and change into some clean clothes, tidy yourself up. It's your first time meeting a girl, don't look sloppy. Leave a good impression. Got it. Lin Chen was pushed by his mother, walking helplessly into his room. Lin Chen entered the room, closed the door behind him, and let out a helpless sigh. He walked to the wardrobe, opened the door, and found it filled with his clothes from before he left home. All white t-shirts, jeans, and casual jackets, all ordinary styles, costing just a few dozen yuan each. For the past 3 months at the base, he had been wearing the standard training uniforms issued to him without worrying about what to wear. Now suddenly having to go on a blind date, he found himself troubled by the full wardrobe. Which one should I wear? Lin Chen scratched his head, his fingers gliding over the hangers. He casually picked up a black shirt, held it up for a moment, then shook his head and put it back. It's too formal, like I'm going to sell insurance. He then picked up a t-shirt with an anime design, thought about it, and set it down as well. It's too childish, it makes me seem After much deliberation, he finally chose the plain white cotton t-shirt he wore most often, paired with dark blue jeans and clean white sneakers. It was simple and fresh, just like his usual self. Lin Chen checked himself in the mirror, nodding in satisfaction. He was already handsome with delicate features and a well-proportioned figure. Simple clothes made him look clean and sharp. He opened the door and walked out, where Lu Guilin was sitting on the sofa in the living room preparing vegetables. She looked up at him and immediately frowned, saying, "You're going out in that?" "Huh, what's wrong?" Lin Chen looked down at his clothes. "It's quite comfortable." "Comfortable? What do you mean Lu Guilin set down the vegetables, stood up, and scrutinized him up and down. "It's your first time meeting a girl, and you're wearing a white t-shirt and jeans. People might think you're just going downstairs to buy soy sauce. Can't you pick something nicer? What about that check shirt I bought for you the other day?" "Oh, come on, it doesn't have to be so formal." Lin Chen laughed, putting his arm around his mother's shoulder. "Your son is handsome. I look good in anything. If the girl really likes me, she won't care what I wear. You're such a smooth talker." Lu Guilin rolled her eyes with annoyance and lightly slapped him. All right, just hurry. Don't be late. It would be rude to keep the girl waiting. Remember to be proactive. They don't just sit there like a mute." Lin Chen grabbed the jacket and his phone from the sofa and ran towards the door. "I'm off, Mom." "Hey, remember to take her out for a meal. Don't be stingy," Lu Guilin shouted after him. "I know." Lin Chen's voice echoed back from the hallway. Stepping out of the apartment building, the morning sunlight bathed him warmly. Lin Chen glanced at his phone. It was only 9:30, half an hour until the agreed time. Plenty of time. Not in a hurry, he strolled leisurely along the street. The roads of the old district were narrow, flanked by tall sycamore trees whose leaves rustled in the wind. The breakfast stall by the roadside was still open, wafting the aroma of fried dough sticks and soy milk. A few elderly men were playing chess on stone benches under the trees, occasionally arguing. Lin Chen stopped in front of a milk tea shop, thinking to himself, I haven't had milk tea in a long time. He pushed the door open and walked in, ordering a cup of full sugar pearl milk tea. Holding the warm milk tea, Lin Chen sipped slowly as he made his way to the cafe. At 9:50 he arrived punctually at the agreed cafe, a quaint little place decorated in a fresh style with soft music playing inside. He found a seat by the window, ordered a coffee, and then took out his phone to scroll through. Time passed second by second, and the time on his phone ticked to 10 o'clock. The agreed time had arrived, yet his date had not yet shown up. Lin Chen raised his eyebrows, not too concerned, continuing to look at his phone. After all, it was normal for girls to be a few minutes late. But after another 15 minutes, it was still 10:15 and the seat opposite him remained empty. Lin Chen put down his phone, rubbing his forehead in frustration. Having stayed at the base for so long, he valued punctuality above all else. Whether in training or meetings, he was always early, and he hated it when others were late. Final wait a little longer, Lin Chen thought. After all, this was an introduction from his mother, and he couldn't just leave. Otherwise, he would be lectured by her for ages. He took a sip of water, unconsciously gazing out the window, just as a woman in a black dress appeared in his line of sight. She walked in a swaying manner on 10-centimeter stiletto heels, her face heavily made up with thick long eyeliner and bright red lipstick. Carrying a conspicuous LV handbag emblazoned with a prominent logo, she wore large earrings that jingled as she walked. Lin Chen watched her, his heart sinking with a sense of foreboding. It can't be her, can it? And as it turned out, what he feared had come to pass. The woman walked up to the cafe entrance, pushed the door open, and stepped inside. She took off her sunglasses, surveyed the room, and paused for a moment when her gaze met Lin Chen's, then walked straight towards his table. Li Mingyao walked over to the table in her high heels, making a thud, thud, thud sound, without even greeting anyone, casually throwing her LV bag onto the chair opposite. She pulled out the chair and sat down, crossing her legs. She glanced at Lin Chen and said lightly, "You must be Lin Chen, introduced by Aunt Wang, right? You look decent, a bit better than I expected." Without waiting for Lin Chen's response, she took out a palm-sized makeup mirror from her bag along with lipstick and powder and began to touch up her makeup as if Lin Chen wasn't even there. She pursed her lips in front of the mirror and patted her face with powder a couple of times, her movements so practiced that it seemed as if Lin Chen was non-existent. Lin Chen leaned back against his chair, lightly tapping the table with his fingers, remaining silent. He initially thought it would just be a formality, but he never expected to encounter someone like her. After finishing her makeup, Li Mingyao snapped the mirror shut with a bang and tossed it back into her bag. She looked up at Lin Chen with a hint of impatience in her tone, saying, "To be honest, I really didn't want to come. You know, the people pursuing me could line up from here to the end of the street, and my mom keeps pushing me at home. I just couldn't refuse her, so I came to deal with this." She leaned forward, resting her elbows on the table. "I'm straightforward. I say what I mean and don't like beating around the bush. Let's get to the point. If it works out, great. If not, no hard feelings. I don't want to waste anyone's time. You don't mind, right?" Lin Chen took a sip of the coffee in front of him and nodded lightly. "No problem, just say what you need to." "Great, I like your Li Mingyao nodded in satisfaction just as the waiter brought over her latte. She took the coffee, stirred it with a spoon, took a sip, set the cup down, and got straight to the point. "Let me be direct, then. If first of all you have savings, right?" Lin Chen looked at her and nodded yes. "How much?" Li Mingyao immediately pressed on, her eyes sparkling with interest. Lin Chen didn't specify, only vaguely replied, "Enough to spend." "Well, you have a house, right? Is it fully paid or mortgaged? What's the size? In what area?" Lin Chen's fingers traced the coffee cup's rim as he thought about the apartment allocated to him in Yanjing. After a pause, he nodded yes, fully paid. "That's good." A hint of satisfaction finally appeared on Li Mingyou's face as she moved a bit closer, her tone becoming more matter-of-fact. "All right, since the basic conditions are met, let me tell you my requirements. Recently, I lost some money investing with friends, and now owe over 400,000 yuan to the bank. If we end up together, you'll definitely need to help me pay off that debt, right? I can't just get married and still be in debt." She paused and continued, "Also, commuting by subway is too inconvenient. Just buy me a BMW 3 Series. It doesn't need to be too expensive, just something for transportation. As for the bride price, the custom in my area is 288,000, not a penny less. After all, it wasn't easy for my parents to raise me. Oh, and after we get married, the house must be in both our names, and you need to hand over your salary card. I'll manage the finances. Having money in a man's hands can lead to trouble." Having finished her demands in one breath, she took a big gulp of her coffee as if these requests were completely reasonable, then looked at Lin Chen and raised an eyebrow. "That's all of my demands aren't too high, right? You shouldn't have any objections, right?" Lin Chen was utterly stunned. He had seen absurd requests, but nothing like that. He thought they would just discuss work, income, and family situation at most, but he never expected her to come out with such outrageous demands, not only wanting him to help pay off over 400,000 yuan of debt, but also to buy a car at her name to the house and hand over his salary card, as if he owed her something. Lin Chen lifted his cup, took a sip of the coffee, suppressing the shock within. He set the cup down and looked at Li Mingyao, who appeared so self-assured, and slowly spoke, his tone laced with disbelief. "You want me to help you pay off the debt, buy you a car at your name to the house, and hand over my salary card?" "Yes," Li Mingyao nodded, looking as if he had finally come to his senses. "Isn't that how it should be? When a man marries a woman, he should bear these responsibilities, right?" Lin Chen stared at her silent for a few seconds, then suddenly laughed. He leaned forward, looked into Li Mingyou's eyes, and asked slowly, "So what do you have to offer?" Li Mingyao was taken aback by these words, as if she had heard the biggest joke in the world. She exaggeratedly covered her mouth and burst into laughter, her shoulders shaking and the large earrings on her ears swaying incessantly. "What do I have?" After laughing for quite a while, she straightened up and looked at Lin Chen with a gaze as if he were a fool, saying, "Lin Chen, are you mistaken? I'm so beautiful, that's my greatest asset. To be able to be with me, that is your blessing from your past life. She ran her fingers through her hair, looking very pleased with herself. Do you know how many bosses driving Mercedes and BMWs are chasing after me outside? If it weren't for Aunt Wang constantly whispering in my mom's ear that you're a decent and honest man, I wouldn't have wasted my time coming here to meet you. Moreover, she leaned back against the chair, crossed her legs, and spoke with a tone of self-evidence. Isn't it only natural that men earn money to support the family, while women are responsible for being beautiful? You men work hard to earn money, isn't it all for your wives and children? If I marry you, I will bear your children and do housework, isn't that worth it? Lin Chen was utterly speechless. He rolled his eyes dramatically, leaned back in his chair, and looked at this woman who had an inflated sense of self-worth. I think you've been brainwashed by those toxic online articles, haven't you? Dreaming such unrealistic dreams, every day being beautiful. Do you not know what you look like without makeup? Besides which, family expects the man to pay off 40,000 in debts first before marrying you. What did you say? Li Mingjiu's face instantly flushed bright red, and with a slap, she slammed her hand on the table, causing the coffee cup on it to shake. Surrounding guests cast odd glances at her, but she didn't care, pointing at Lin Chen's nose and berating. I see you as nothing but a stingy poor man. You don't even want to spend this little money, yet you want to marry a wife. Let me tell you, with someone like you, you might as well remain single for the rest of your life. Lin Chen couldn't be bothered to argue with her. He didn't even feel like engaging in a debate. He raised his hand and called out to a nearby waiter, "Waiter, check please." Huh? What do you mean? Li Mingjiu was taken aback for a moment, then jumped up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. You want to leave just like that? You wasted more than an hour of my time, and you think it just ends like this? Lin Chen looked at her with tightly furrowed brows and asked, what else do you want? What do you want? Li Mingjiu crossed her arms, lifted her chin high, and appeared quite self-righteous. I spent 2 hours on my makeup to meet you, wore the most expensive dress, and took a taxi. Isn't that worth spending money on? And my time? Do you know how much I earn per hour? You should at least give me 2,000 yuan as compensation for emotional distress, or this matter won't end today. Lin Chen was completely amused by her anger. When the waiter came over, he paid for his own coffee, without bothering to take care of her cup. Then he picked up his phone, opened the balance interface of his banking app, and waved it in front of Li Mingjiu. On the screen, a long string of numbers caught Li Mingjiu's eye: hundreds, thousands, 10,000s, 100,000s, millions. Li Mingjiu's eyes widened, her mouth agape enough to fit an egg as she pointed at the screen, stuttering, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 digits. Before she could count how much it was, Lin Chen had already retracted his phone and tucked it back into his pocket. He looked at the stunned Li Mingjiu and said faintly, did you see that? I have plenty of money, but I won't let you spend it. After saying that, he grabbed his coat and turned to walk towards the door. Hey, Lin Gu, don't go, Lin Gu. Only then did Li Mingjiu react, quickly jumping up from her chair, clumsily chasing after him in her high heels, reaching out to grab Lin Chen's arm, her face instantly filled with a flattering smile. Lin Gu, I was just joking with you. I just wanted to test you. I'm not that kind of materialistic woman. How about we sit down and talk again? I think we're quite compatible. I don't need a BMW, a Volkswagen will do. I can pay off my own debts. I can accept a smaller betrothal gift too. Lin Gu, wait for me. Lin Chen didn't even turn his head, sidestepping her outstretched hand. His footsteps never. No matter how Li Mingjiu shouted and chased from behind, he acted as if he hadn't heard a thing, quickly turning the corner and disappearing from her sight. Li Mingjiu stood in place, watching Lin Chen's retreating back, stomping her feet in anger. She cursed under her breath for being ungrateful, but once she thought of the long string of zeros on the phone screen, she felt regret so deep it was almost unbearable. Lin Chen strolled back home slowly. When he opened the door, it was already past noon. The living room was quiet. The TV was on, playing a melodramatic family drama at a low volume. Lu Guilin and Lin Qingqing were sitting on the sofa, snacking on sunflower seeds, while little Bao was already sleeping in the small bed beside them, covered with a small blanket. Back already. As soon as Lu Guilin saw him, she immediately put down the sunflower seeds in her hand and approached, her face full of expectation. How did it go? Did you have a good chat with the girl? Did you arrange for the next meeting? Lin Chen took off his shoes, changed into slippers, and walked to the sofa with a look of despair. He picked up the cup on the table and took a big gulp of water, waving his hand. Don't mention it, Mom. Please stop introducing me to such weirdos in the future. Weirdo? What do you mean? Lu Guilin immediately frowned. What's wrong with the girl? I think she looks quite pretty in the photo. She looks fine, but her brain doesn't seem to function well. Lin Chen sighed and recounted everything that had happened in the cafe to them in detail. From Li Mingjiu being 15 minutes late to coming up and demanding he repay debts by a car at her name, and even asking for emotional damages, he laid it all out. What a... Lu Guilin exclaimed, slapping her thigh in anger. What kind of nonsense is this? Why would Mr. Wang introduce me to such a person? 400,000 in debt. Why doesn't she just go rob a bank? And asking for emotional damages. I think she must be crazy for money. Lin Qingqing laughed uncontrollably beside her, slapping the sofa as she said, You crack me up. Lin Chen, you really have it tough. How did you end up meeting such a person on a blind date? But it's also your fault. You never look for a partner yourself, and insist on waiting for mom to introduce someone to you. And you're still laughing. Lu Guilin shot her a glare, then turned back to Lin Chen with a guilty expression. It's all my fault for not checking properly before making the introduction. Alright, let's not talk about this anymore. I'll find someone reliable for you next time. Have you eaten yet? I'll go heat up some food for you. Not yet, I just got full from being angry. Lin Chen rubbed his stomach. But I'm hungry again now. Just wait, I'll go heat up your food and fry an egg for you. As Lu Guilin spoke, she turned and walked into the kitchen. Lin Qingqing leaned over and nudged Lin Chen with her elbow, winking. Hey, is it true? Do you really have an 8-digit savings in your phone? What job are you doing in the capital to make so much money? Lin Chen's heart skipped a beat, almost giving himself away. He hurriedly laughed it off. No way, I just edited the photo to scare her. I'm just an ordinary office worker making only a few thousand a month. TCH. Lin Qingqing scoffed, not asking any further. Lin Chen sighed in relief, leaning back on the sofa and watching his mother busily moving around in the kitchen. The frustrations from the blind date suddenly vanished. Suddenly remembering something, he took out his phone from his pocket and started swiping on the screen. Stop playing with that old phone of yours and come eat. Lu Guilin came out of the kitchen carrying dishes, placing them on the dining table, while calling out to Lin Chen, coming. Lin Chen replied, and after dawdling for 2 or 3 minutes finally tucked his phone back into his pocket and got up to walk over to the dining table. On the table was a steaming bowl of braised pork, a plate of scrambled eggs with tomatoes, and a dish of cold cucumber salad, all his favorite dishes. Lin Chen picked up his chopsticks and began to eat heartily. The meals at home always carried a warmth that could never compare to the dishes from the cafeteria. After finishing the meal, Lin Chen took the initiative to clean up the dishes and brought them to the kitchen to wash. Lu Guilin tried to stop him, but he pushed her out of the kitchen. Mom, you take a break, I can wash them. After washing the dishes, he came out to find Lin Qingqing had already settled into a comfortable position on the sofa, switching channels with the remote. Lin Chen walked over, sat down beside her, and started watching TV. The show on was a family drama, and Lu Guilin was engrossed, occasionally chiming in with her own comments on the plot. Around 2 in the afternoon, Xiao Bao turned over, rubbed his eyes, and woke up. He sat up, groggily saw Lin Chen, and his eyes instantly lit up. He jumped out of bed barefoot and lunged into Lin Chen's arms, shouting, "Uncle!" Hey, Xiao Bao is awake. Lin Chen laughed as he picked him up, pinching his chubby cheek. Did you wet the bed after? No. Xiao Bao shook his head vigorously, saying seriously, I'm a big kid now, I wouldn't wet the bed. Uncle, can we play Ultraman fighting monsters? You be the monster, and I'll be Zero Ultraman. Sure. Lin Chen agreed with a smile. For the entire afternoon, Lin Chen played with Xiao Bao, running around the living room. Xiao Bao held the half-percent high Zero Ultraman, shouting, Zero Light Beam, as he chased Lin Chen around the house. Lin Chen pretended to be defeated, falling back onto the sofa and howling, which made Xiao Bao laugh so hard he couldn't straighten up. Lu Guilin and Lin Qingqing sat nearby, watching the two of them play. Before they knew it, the sky gradually darkened. The sound of keys turning at the door signaled that Lin Zhangwo was home. He changed his shoes and placed his bag on the shoe rack. Seeing the two in the living room playing around, a rare smile appeared on his face. Dad, you're back. Lin Chen paused and called out, MHM. Lin Zhangwo nodded, taking off his coat and hanging it on the rack. Lu Guilin stood up and walked towards the kitchen, saying, You're back, just in time. I'll go make dinner now. Hey Mom, don't busy yourself. Lin Chen hurriedly called out to her. Let's not cook at home today. I'll take you all out for a big meal. A big meal. Xiao Bao instantly cheered, jumping around with the Ultraman in his hands. I want to eat big lobsters. I want to eat big crabs. What big meal? We can just eat a bit at home. Lu Guilin frowned. The food outside is expensive and not clean. Now that you just got some money, don't waste it. Save a bit. Exactly. Lin Zhangwo echoed. Just eat casually at home. Why waste money on that? Come on, it's a rare occasion. Lin Chen walked over, putting an arm around each of his parents' shoulders, smiling. Look how hard Mom works cooking every day. Let her rest today. Besides, I've come home after a long time, so I should treat you to something good. He turned to Lin Qingqing. Sister, where's brother-in-law? Call him over to join us. Lin Qingqing sighed and shook her head. Don't mention him, he's always busy with his crappy job. Just the other day, he got sent out of town for work and won't be back until next week. Don't worry about him. Alright then. Lin Chen shrugged. Let's just go with the three of us. Unable to refuse Lin Chen, the older couple finally agreed. Lin Chen took out his phone and called for a ride. Within a few minutes, the car arrived at the entrance of the community. The family got into the car, and the driver took them to the most highly rated seafood restaurant in the city. The restaurant was lavishly decorated, and the hall was brightly lit. Lin Chen found a window-side table and sat down, handing the menu to his parents. Dad, Mom, order whatever you want. Don't worry about saving money for me. Lu Guilin flipped through the menu, only selecting cheap vegetarian dishes. Lin Chen couldn't take it anymore, directly snatching the menu and ordering Boston lobsters, steamed king crabs, garlic vermicelli scallops, and a few homestyle dishes that his parents liked. He also ordered a mango pudding for Xiao Bao. While eating, Lu Guilin recounted the blind date incident to Lin Zhangwo. After listening, Lin Zhangwo took a sip from his teacup and shook his head helplessly. I don't understand what the young people are thinking these days. Alright, since it's past, let's not mention it anymore. You'll find someone suitable eventually. Exactly. Lin Chen placed a piece of lobster meat into his father's bowl. Dad, don't worry. I know what I'm doing. The meal was lively, with Xiao Bao gnawing on the big lobster, his face smeared with sauce, making everyone burst into laughter. After finishing the meal, the family strolled leisurely home. The streets were bright with lights at night, and the evening breeze was pleasantly cool. Lin Chen held Xiao Bao's hand, walking slowly. He looked down at Xiao Bao and smiled. Xiao Bao was the food. It was delicious. Xiao Bao nodded vigorously, burping with satisfaction, his little face covered in sauce. Uncle, I want to eat that big lobster again, next time. And that sweet pudding. Sure. Lin Chen smiled, ruffling his hair. Next time I come back, I'll bring you to eat until you're... Lu Guilin and Lin Jiangwo were quietly chatting behind them, with Lin Qingqing occasionally chiming in. At dawn the next day, while the sky was still faintly lightening, and even the elderly dogwalkers in the old residential compound had yet to step outside, only a few crisp bird calls pierced the quiet air. Lin Chen had long finished washing up and sat on his bed scrolling through automotive reviews on his phone. On the screen glowed the specifications of the Toyota he'd selected the previous day. Spacious interior, elevated chassis, perfectly suited for his parents who suffered from motion sickness, ample room for Xiao Bao's toys and the family's luggage alike, and remarkably low fuel consumption. Ideal for everyday household use. He touched the bank card in his pocket, a quiet thrill stirring within him. Between his 3-month salary from the base and the one-time resettlement allowance, his account held an 8-digit sum. Enough not just for a Toyota, but even for a Mercedes-Benz or BMW. Yet he saw no need. A car, after all, was merely a means of transport. Practicality mattered most. Slipping his phone into his pocket, he grabbed his coat and tiptoed toward the entrance hall. Just as he bent down to change shoes, the kitchen door creaked open with a soft, unmistakable groan. "Ah, you're up so early." Lu Guilin emerged from the kitchen holding a bowl of congee. Seeing him tying his shoelaces, she paused in mild surprise. "Breakfast's ready." The congee just finished simmering. Lin Jiangwo set down his chopsticks and lifted his gaze. "Going out this early? What for?" Lin Qingqing sat at the dining table feeding congee to Xiao Bao, whose cheeks were stuffed full. Upon hearing that his uncle was about to leave, the boy mumbled indistinctly, "Uncle. Uncle, where are you going?" "Take me too. I want to go. I've got something to attend to." "I won't be staying for breakfast," Lin Chen said, straightening up with a gentle smile after securing his laces. "Dad, isn't today your day off? Just stay home and keep Mom and Xiao Bao company. No need to worry about me." "What's so urgent that you can't even spare time for breakfast?" Lu Guilin set down the bowl and hurried over, reaching out to pull him back. "An empty stomach isn't healthy. Let me pack you 2 tea eggs and a steamed bun. You'll need something to tide you over on the way." "No, really, Mom. I don't need anything." Lin Chen stepped back quickly. "I'll grab something outside once I'm done, and I'll be back by noon." "Nonsense. Skipping breakfast harms your stomach." Without waiting for a reply, Lu Guilin dashed back into the kitchen, filled a plastic bag with 4 tea eggs and 2 meat buns, and pressed it firmly into Lin Chen's hands. "Take it, and eat every bite. Or next time you won't be stepping out the door." All right. Lin Chen accepted it helplessly. "Oh, by the way," Lin Qingqing set down her bowl and regarded him with a knowing, half-teasing smile. "Come clean. Have you secretly gone to meet some young lady? Didn't work out yesterday's match, so you've lined up another today, eh?" "Sis, stop joking." Lin Chen's face flushed. "I truly have something important to do." Fine, don't say then." Lin Qingqing tossed her head dismissively. "Just remember, if you bring home a girlfriend, give me fair warning so I can tidy up your room." Xiao Bao, seizing the moment, stretched his neck toward the doorway and shouted, "Uncle, take me too. I want yummy food." "Be good, Xiao Bao. I really can't take you today." Lin Chen knelt down and gently pinched the boy's cheek. "When I get back, I'll bring you candy. Promise." "Okay." Xiao Bao's eyes lit up, instantly releasing his grip. "Uncle, you must keep your word. Pinky swear." "Pinky swear. Cross my heart, never break it, not even after 100 years. After sealing the vow with Xiao Bao, Lin Chen finally escaped the house. Stepping out of the apartment building, the cool morning breeze brushed against his face. He pulled out his phone and summoned a ride-hailing car. Within minutes, the vehicle arrived. Lin Chen climbed in and gave the driver his destination. "Sir, please take me to the Auto City." Right away. The car glided smoothly onto the road and reached the Auto City entrance 20 minutes later. Lin Chen paid the fare and stepped out, heading directly toward the Toyota 4S store nestled deep inside the complex. He pushed open the door. Inside, the showroom was nearly empty save for a few sales staff chatting idly near the reception counter. Spotting Lin Chen enter, a young woman sales representative, her hair tied high in a neat ponytail, dressed in a crisp professional suit, hurried forward with a polished, practiced smile. "Good morning, sir. Welcome to our Toyota 4S store. How may I assist you today?" "Hello. I made an appointment online yesterday and came in today to view the vehicles." Lin Chen replied. "Understood, sir. Please register here." She smiled warmly, offering a tablet and a registration form. "May I ask for your surname so I can locate your reservation?" "Lin Doublewood." "Sure, Mr. Lin, this way, please. My name is Zhang Wen. You can call me Xiao Zhang." Zhang Wen quickly verified the reservation information on her tablet, her smile becoming even more sincere as she gestured invitingly for Lin Chen to follow her deeper into the exhibition hall. You have reserved our newly launched Rongfeng dual-engine SUV, which is particularly suitable for family use, Zhang Wen said, walking while pointing at the silver-gray SUV in the center of the exhibition hall, introducing it with a lively tone. This car has a particularly spacious interior. 3 adults can sit in the back without feeling cramped. The trunk can hold 3 large suitcases, making it very convenient for outings with the elderly and children. Additionally, it is hybrid with a fuel consumption of just over 5 liters per 100 kilometers, which is highly economical, and the maintenance costs are also low. She opened the car door and pointed at the interior, continuing, "You see, it is equipped with a panoramic sunroof, leather seats, 360-degree panoramic imaging, adaptive cruise control, and active braking, with safety features fully loaded." Lin Chen walked around the car, touched the body, then bent down to sit in the driver's seat. The seat was of moderate firmness, offering a broad view, and the layout of the central console was simple and clear. He reached out to check the rear space, finding that his knees were over 2 fist widths away from the front seat, indeed spacious enough. In fact, he had already reviewed the parameters of this car last night. Coming here was merely to experience it in person. For him, a car was just a means of transportation that met family needs, and he didn't feel the need to be overly picky. "Alright, I'll take this one," Lin Chen said as he closed the car door, speaking in a casual tone. Zhang Wen was just about to enthusiastically explain the technical advantages of the engine and transmission when she was left stunned by his words, almost dropping the brochure she was holding. Having worked in sales for 3 years, she had seen indecisive customers who took an afternoon to make up their minds, and those who haggled over discounts of a few hundred yuan, but this was the first time she encountered a customer who decided within less than 5 minutes. "Huh, Mr. Lin, you don't want to look at other configurations or compare with other models?" Zhang Wen quickly snapped back to reality, her tone filled with disbelief. "No need, just this one will do." Lin Chen waved his hand. "Can you calculate the final price for me?" Okay. Zhang Wen finally reacted, quickly nodding with a beaming smile. "Mr. Lin, please follow me to the lounge for a moment. They'll calculate the price for you right away." She brought Lin Chen to the nearby lounge, poured him a glass of warm lemon water, and took out a calculator and a price list, swiftly calculating with the tip of her pen, making a rustling sound on the paper. Lin Chen took a sip of water, glanced at the decorations in the hall, and casually asked, "What do you give away when buying a car here?" "Don't worry, Mr. Lin, we provide everything necessary." Zhang Wen looked up, smiling. "Full car film, floor mats, trunk mat, dashcam, and 2 free maintenance services. He'll write all these down for you. If you decide today, I can apply to my manager for a little discount for you." "Alright," Lin Chen nodded. Though he didn't particularly need these extras, he believed in not turning down free benefits. After a moment, Zhang Wen pushed the calculated price list in front of Lin Chen. "Mr. Lin, here it is. The discounted price of the car is 285,000, and with the purchase tax, insurance, and registration fees, the total comes to 312,000. This is already the biggest discount we can offer." Lin Chen glanced at the price list, finding it roughly the same as what he had researched online the previous night, without any inflated prices. He couldn't be bothered to haggle any further, and directly took out his bank card from his wallet, placing it on the table. "Let's process it full payment." Zhang Wen stared at the bank card on the table, momentarily taken aback. She had originally prepared a whole speech to persuade Lin Chen to finance the car, as she would earn more commission that way. To her surprise, he was so straightforward, opting for full payment. "Mr. Lin, we currently have a loan promotion, 2 years interest-free, and you could save an additional 5,000. Would you like to consider it?" Zhang Wen still couldn't help but urge him. "No need, just full payment." Lin Chen shook his head. With over 10 million in his account and a 6-figure salary every month, he didn't see the need to go through the hassle of a loan just for a bit of money with monthly repayments to worry about. Okay. They'll handle the paperwork for you right away." Zhang Wen quickly grabbed the bank card, fearing Lin Chen might change his mind, and hurried to the cashier. For the rest of the morning, Lin Chen dealt with the paperwork, inspected the car, and selected his license plate at the 4S dealership. Zhang Wen ran back and forth, providing exceptionally attentive service, even personally delivering water to Lin Chen, as dealing with such an agreeable customer was much more pleasant than selling 10 cars to indecisive buyers. At 11:30, all the paperwork was finally completed. The temporary license plates were already affixed to the front and rear windshields, and the chosen license plate number was entered into the vehicle management system. "Mr. Lin, the official license plates will be mailed to you via express delivery within 7 working days. Please remember to sign for them when they arrive." Zhang Wen handed the car keys, vehicle registration, and various documents to Lin Chen, also offering her business card. "Here is my business card. If you have any issues with the car in the future or need maintenance, feel free to call me anytime. I'm available 247. "Thank you," Lin Chen replied as he accepted the items with a nod. He sat in the driver's seat, adjusted the seat and rearview mirrors, started the car, and slowly drove out of the 4S dealership, merging into the flow of traffic on the road. Driving the new car, Lin Chen was in good spirits. He took out his phone and sent a WeChat message to his sister Lin Qingqing. "Sister, in 20 minutes please bring Mom, Dad, and Xiao Bao to the entrance of the community to wait for me. I have a surprise for you." Lin Chen wiped the water stains on the coffee table as her phone chimed. She picked it up and glanced at the screen, unable to hold back a roll of her eyes as she called out towards the kitchen. Mom, that kid Lin Chen is acting crazy again, telling our whole family to wait for him at the entrance of the community, saying there's a surprise. A surprise. Lu Guilin walked out of the kitchen holding a tray of freshly washed strawberries, wiping her hands. What kind of surprise could he possibly have? I hope he hasn't bought a bunch of useless stuff again. Lin Zhangwo also put down the newspaper and stood up saying, let's go see then. Well, no. Let's go. Uncle must have bought me something delicious. As soon as Xiao Bao heard they were going out, he jumped off the sofa and rushed to the door without putting on his shoes properly, but was caught by Lin Chen by the collar. Put your shoes on properly, or I won't take you with me. The family laughed and chatted as they walked to the entrance of the community, looking around, but not seeing Lin Chen. That kid making us wait for him while he has disappeared himself. Lu Guilin complained just as a steady engine, a brand new silver gray SUV, slowly drove over and came to a stop in front of them. Lu Guilin and Lin Zhangwo exchanged glances, both seeing confusion in each other's eyes. Not many families in this community drove such a car, so who could it be? At that moment, the car window slowly rolled down and Lin Chen leaned out smiling as he called, Dad, Mom, sis, him over. Chen. Lu Guilin's eyes widened as she pointed at the car, unable to find her voice for a moment. This is your car. When did you buy a car? Yeah, just bought it. Lin Chen replied with a smile as he pushed the car door open and got out, casually closing the door behind him. So what do you think? The car looks good, right? Lin Zhangwo didn't say anything, walking around the car, gently touching the smooth surface, then opened the passenger door and sat inside, feeling around and glancing about, a rare smile appearing on his face. Not bad. This car looks sturdy and has a lot of space. Lin Zhangwo came out of the car, unable to hold back his admiration. Dad, take it for a spin. No. Lin Zhangwo hurriedly waved his hands and stepped back. I haven't driven in almost 10 years. I'm very rusty. What if I scratch or bump this new car? That would be heartbreaking. It's fine. Cars are meant to be driven. If you scratch or bump it, we can just fix it. Lin Chen insisted, shoving the keys into his hand. Just take it slow, just drive around the community. He'll watch, nothing will happen. Lin Zhangwo held the heavy car keys, looking at the brand new vehicle with a mix of excitement and some clumsiness. He took a deep breath and sat back in the driver's seat. The car slowly started moving and Lin Chen took out his phone, tapping quickly on the screen. He then looked up at Lu Guilin and said, Mom, I transferred 300 into your bank account. Keep it safe, don't be stingy with food and clothes, buy more good things. Get whatever you want and let me know if you need more. He originally wanted to buy his parents a large flat, but then he thought about it. They had lived here for so many years and were familiar with their neighbors. Moving suddenly would surely be uncomfortable. Moreover, such a large sum of money was difficult to explain its source, so it was better to take it slow and discuss it later. How much it? Lu Guilin suddenly raised her head, her voice jumping an octave. She quickly took out her phone and opened the banking app. In less than 2 seconds, a transfer notification popped up, clearly stating, received 300 yuan. Lu Guilin stared at that string of numbers. Her hands started to tremble. She grabbed Lin Chen's arm tightly, her face filled with worry. Chen, tell me the truth. Where did you get so much money? Buying a car and transferring money, you haven't gotten involved in anything illegal, have you? Yeah, Lin Chen. Lin Chen quickly chimed in, her expression serious. Don't do anything foolish. If there's something, tell us, and we can think of a solution together. Oh, come on. What are you two thinking? Lin Chen said with a wry smile, quickly explaining, how could I do something? This is all a bonus from the company. I performed well in the capital these past few months and participated in a big project. The company gave me a large project bonus along with my salary and travel allowances from these months. It adds up to about this much. I patted Lu Guilin's hand, speaking sincerely. Mom, you know what kind of person your son is, right? I've never even gotten into a fight my whole life. How could I do something illegal? You can rest assured all this money is clean. Lu Guilin stared into his eyes for a long time, seeing his gaze steady, without any sign of evasion. Only then did she feel a little more at ease, but still couldn't help but murmur, but you shouldn't spend money so recklessly. 300, you should save it for your own future marriage. That would be much better. Just as she was saying this, Lin Zhangwo drove the car slowly back, stopping by the roadside. He opened the car door and got out, unable to hide the smile on his face. This car is really nice. The steering wheel is light, the brakes are responsive, and it's particularly easy to drive. Dad, as long as you like it. Lin Chen smiled. This car is a gift for you. From now on, it's yours to drive. No way. Lin Zhangwo immediately shook his head. I'm an old man. I hardly go out. Why would I need to drive? You should drive it yourself. Oh, it's also convenient for your commute to work. Hey, I work in the capital, and the company provides a car for me. Plus, this car has a local license plate, so I can't drive it. Lin Chen had already thought of a reason. Leaving it at home is just sitting there. It's more convenient for you to drive. You can go wherever you want later. Fearing they would ask more about the money and the car, Lin Chen quickly changed the subject, bending down to pick up Xiao Bao, pulling out a handful of fruit candies from his pocket and waving it in front of him. Xiao Bao, look what your uncle brought you. Candy. Xiao Bao immediately cheered, snatching the candy and giving Lin Chen a kiss on the cheek. Uncle is the— Alright, I've been busy all morning and am starving. Lin Chen held Xiaobao and turned to walk back into the community. Mom, what good food are we having for lunch? Lu Guilin and Lin Qingqing exchanged glances, shaking their heads helplessly. Lin Zhangwo looked at the car keys in his hand, and then at the brand new car, his lips involuntarily curling up. You all go back first, he'll park the car in the parking space, he said, sitting back in the driver's seat and carefully driving the car into the community. The family returned home with Lu Guilin and Lin Qingqing bustling in the kitchen, reheating the food that had been kept warm in the pot. Lin Chen sat on the sofa holding Xiaobao, playing rock, paper, scissors with his chubby little hand. When Xiaobao lost, he frowned and played tricks, but when he won, he clapped and laughed, his innocent words bringing a smile to Lin Chen's face. Dinner is ready, dinner is ready. Lu Guilin untied her apron and called out to the living room, stop playing with him, wash your hands, and come to eat. Coming, Lin Chen replied, taking Xiaobao's little hand and walking to the bathroom, helping him dispense some hand soap, watching him earnestly wash his hands. The family sat around the dining table where 4 dishes and a soup were served, all of which Lin Chen loved. After only a few bites, Lu Guilin set down her chopsticks and looked at Lin Chen, asking, Chen, I have a question for you. Last time you left so suddenly without saying a proper goodbye, and now you've brought back so much money and even bought a car. What exactly do you do at the company? How could your bonus be so high? As soon as she said this, Lin Qingqing also paused her chopsticks, looking up at Lin Chen, clearly having the same question. Lin Chen's hand holding the food paused for a moment, then he smiled nonchalantly, jokingly saying, Oh, it's just that our company took on a particularly big project with the headquarters in the capital. I was temporarily reassigned to assist, and since the project was successful, everyone involved received a bonus. I was lucky to be in charge of a key part, so I got a larger share. I see. Lu Guilin nodded skeptically and asked, When will this project be finished? Are you going to stay in the capital afterwards, or can you come back locally? Lin Zhangwo also looked at him, clearly concerned about this issue. I'm not sure about the specifics yet, it depends on the project's progress. Lin Chen replied vaguely, putting a piece of braised pork into his mother's bowl. Mom, don't worry about these things. I have it all under control. Oh, anyway, the work isn't tiring, and the salary is good, so it's all fine. Is it not tiring? Do you work overtime every day? Lu Guilin still felt uneasy, chattering away. You mustn't exhaust yourself just to earn more money. Money is endless, but your health is the most important. I know, Mom, Lin Chen smiled. It's not tiring mainly because the salary is good and everything is negotiable. You child. Lu Guilin laughed at him, poking his forehead, and then adding a large helping of vegetables to his bowl. Eat more, you've gotten so thin. The family finished lunch amidst laughter and chatter. In the afternoon, Lin Zhangwo, still filled with excitement, eagerly pulled Lu Guilin. Come on, I'll drive you to the wetland park on the outskirts. The air there is great. All right, perfect for a visit, Lu Guilin agreed with a smile. After the old couple tidied up, they happily set off in the car, while Lin Qingqing coaxed Xiaobao to take an afternoon nap, leaving the house suddenly quiet. Lin Chen, feeling lazy, returned to his room, lay down on the bed, and took out his phone to scroll. Rarely having such leisurely time, he watched short videos for a while, before putting down his phone and closing his eyes to nap. He woke up in the evening. By the time he got up, Lu Guilin and Lin Qingqing were already busy making dinner in the kitchen, while Xiaobao sat on the living room carpet, playing with Ultraman. Awake. Dinner will be ready soon, Lu Guilin said, poking her head out of the kitchen. Lin Chen rubbed his eyes and walked to the living room to play with Xiaobao for a while. Soon dinner was ready. The family sat around the dining table again, enjoying a relaxed and pleasant atmosphere. Lin Chen picked up a piece of sweet and sour ribs and placed it in Xiaobao's bowl. Xiaobao, eat more meat, and you'll grow taller. Thank you, Uncle, Xiaobao said in a baby voice, grabbing the rib and starting to gnaw on it. Just then, Lin Chen's phone in his pocket suddenly vibrated, accompanied by an urgent ringing. He took out his phone and saw the words Director Lu flashing on the screen. Lin Chen's expression changed instantly, his heart racing. It surely meant something had gone wrong for Lu Zheng to call during the holiday. He immediately set down his chopsticks, stood up, and told his family, I need to take a call. Oh, it's from the company. After saying this, he quickly walked back to his room and shut the door behind him. The moment he pressed the answer button, Lu Zheng's anxious voice came through, immediately mixed with faint background noise. Lin Chen, something has happened. What's happening? A knot tightened in Lin Chen's chest as he lowered his voice and pressed urgently his back. Instantly, we just received intelligence from the monitoring station. Anomalous energy fluctuations have been detected within Jianghai City. We assess it highly likely that a second awakened metahuman has emerged. Lu Zheng's voice carried unmistakable urgency. Moreover, the energy signature is highly unstable, surging and receding unpredictably. It remains uncertain whether the individual can control their ability. If they lose control, public panic, or even casualties, could swiftly follow. He paused briefly before continuing rapidly. You must proceed there immediately. First, confirm the individual's identity and stabilize the situation. I'll dispatch support personnel to assist you. Their precise coordinates and real-time monitoring data will be transmitted to you shortly. Remember, civilian safety is your absolute priority. Seek peaceful engagement whenever possible, never provoke or escalate. Avoid physical confrontation unless absolutely necessary, and if force becomes unavoidable, minimize collateral damage to the utmost degree. Understood. I'm leaving now. Without hesitation, Lin Chen affirmed the order. Hanging up, he wasted no time striding swiftly to his wardrobe and retrieving the key to unlock the locked bottom drawer. Inside lay his state security credentials, firearms license, and the standard issue Type 92 pistol, neatly arranged and ready. In seconds, he secured the pistol at his lower back concealed beneath his jacket, slipped the credentials and detection device into inner pockets, slung his everyday backpack over one shoulder, tossing in 2 spare garments, and completed the entire sequence in under a minute, movements precise and economical. As he pulled open his bedroom door and stepped into the living room, 3 pairs of eyes snapped toward him in unison. What's wrong? Why are you rushing around like this? Lu Guilin watched him hoist the backpack, her heart lurching at the sight. She set down her chopsticks and rose abruptly. You were just sitting down to dinner. Where on earth are you off to now? A critical project at work has hit an emergency snag. I need to head there immediately. While bending to change shoes, Lin Chen spoke quickly, but kept his tone measured, careful not to alarm them. At least finish your meal first. Lu Guilin hurried forward, reaching out to restrain him. You've barely taken a few bites. You'll starve on the road. No time, Mom. I'll grab something en route. He tied his laces, straightened, and met their gazes with quiet reassurance. You go ahead and eat. I'll be fine. Don't worry about me. Lin Jiangwo set down his bowl and chopsticks with a frown. It's late. The high-speed rail's long since sold out. How will you get there? The company dispatched a vehicle to pick me up. It's already waiting at the neighborhood gate. Lin Chen offered the explanation casually, then waved and bolted through the doorway into the stairwell, his footsteps fading rapidly down the concrete steps. This child, always dashing off like a whirlwind. Lu Guilin sighed, helplessly watching his retreating figure vanish down the corridor. Lin Chen strode briskly out of the residential compound and spotted beneath the amber glow of a street lamp an unremarkable black Passat parked by the roadside. Its paint was plain, its design utterly nondescript. No embellishments, no distinguishing features. Designed precisely to blend seamlessly into urban traffic, a standard field operations sedan. 2 men in civilian attire stood beside it, tall, broad-shouldered, eyes sharp and watchful. They were special security detail agents discreetly assigned to safeguard Lin Chen's family. Spotting Lin Chen, they snapped upright and strode forward, opening the rear door in unison and saluting low, respectfully. Director. Lin Chen gave a slight nod, no words wasted, and slid into the rear seat. Once settled, he issued his command voice, calm, yet commanding, depart immediately. Destination Zhanghai City. The black Passat sped through the night, the streetlights on the provincial road quickly retreating behind. 3 hours later, the car slowly entered the city of Zhanghai. According to the location sent by Lu Zheng, the area with the strongest energy fluctuations was in the old district in the southern part of the city. Commander, the alley ahead is too narrow for the car to pass through. The driver slowed down and came to a steady stop at the alley's entrance. Lin Chen looked up, the entire alley shrouded in thick darkness with only a few dim streetlights flickering under which swarms of buzzing mosquitoes flew. You wait here and do not go in without permission. Lin Chen opened the car door and instructed in a low voice. Keep communication open and do not act without my orders. Understood. The 2 special agents immediately responded, their right hands subtly resting on their sidearms, their vigilant gazes sweeping over the dark alley. Lin Chen nodded, taking out a supernatural detector from his pocket. The palm-sized device glowed with a soft blue light, and the indicator light was slowly flashing, emitting a faint beep, beep sound. He walked into the alley, the cobblestone path beneath his feet uneven, occasionally spotting scattered pieces of waste paper and empty plastic bottles. The alley was eerily quiet, with only his footsteps and the weak beeping of the detector. The deeper he went, the faster the detector's flashing frequency became, and the beeping grew more urgent. After turning 2 corners, he encountered a yard surrounded by a rusty iron gate. Dried vines climbed the walls, and the iron gate was slightly ajar, allowing a faint yellow light to seep. At that moment, the detector suddenly emitted a rapid series of beep, beep, beep sounds, the indicator light flashing wildly, and the energy value on the screen instantly spiked. This is the place. Lin Chen immediately reached out to silence the detector, tucking it back into his pocket. He lightened his footsteps and slowly approached the iron gate, pressing his ear against the cold door, intently listening to the sounds inside. The yard was very quiet, only the rustling sound of the wind blowing through the junk pile could be heard. Soon a young voice, somewhat hoarse, broke the silence, filled with uncontainable stubbornness. Grandpa, rest assured no one will bully us again. They won't dare act like before pushing us around. If they dare to come and cause trouble again, I will drive them all away like I did this afternoon. Immediately following was an old voice laced with obvious worry and a few coughs. Huzi, you must be careful. Please don't cause any fatalities. We're just ordinary people, we can't confront those thugs, Hedon. Your strength has suddenly increased so much, if you lose control you could end up in jail. Grandpa, don't worry, I know what I'm doing. The young man's voice softened, carrying a reassuring tone. I just want to drive them away to make them not dare to trouble us again. In the future, I will earn money to support you, and we won't have to rely on anyone else." The conversation continued inside, and Lin Chen stood outside the door, already having an understanding in his heart. From the dialogue, it was clear that the young man named Huzi had just awakened a power-type ability. He had encountered some troublemakers in the afternoon, and unable to control his strength had driven them away. The grandfather and grandson depended on each other living off this recycling station, and it seemed they had often been bullied. He decided not to listen any longer and gently pushed the iron gate. Creak. The old door hinge emitted a sharp sound, particularly clear in the silent night. The voices in the yard abruptly stopped. "Who is it?" A sharp shout instantly rang out, filled with heightened alert. Immediately after, a tall and thin figure burst out from the side room, swiftly closing the door behind him, blocking the entrance, as if to protect the old man inside from any harm. In the dim light of the yard, Lin Chen could clearly see the figure's appearance. He looked to be around 20, wearing a faded gray t-shirt, his arms muscular and defined with some grease still smudged on his hands. He had some scratches on his face, his jaw tense, and a pair of remarkably bright eyes fixed intently on Lin Chen, filled with vigilance and hostility. Lin Chen noticed the faint energy fluctuations emitting from him and understood softly, saying, "I found you. Who are you? What do you want to do?" Chen, who stepped forward, his fists cracking with tension, his voice full of animosity. He scrutinized Lin Chen up and down, seemingly recalling something. His expression instantly turned cold, and he shouted, "Are you with that group from this afternoon? Let me tell you, I am no longer the old Chen who. If you want to bully us again, you can forget it. No one will be able to ride on our backs again." As soon as he finished speaking, he let out an angry roar, his feet pushing off the ground with force, charging towards Lin Chen like an agitated wild leopard, his right fist held tightly, howling through the air as it swung towards Lin Chen's face. Lin Chen's gaze sharpened, taking half a step back, easily sidestepping the punch, while quickly saying, "Stop. I am not here to cause trouble. Don't try that nonsense on me." Chen, who refused to hear a single word of explanation, the suspicion and fury long simmering in his eyes, erupted all at once. He slammed his foot hard into the ground, sending pebbles scattering into the air. His entire frame surged forward like a maddened ox, charging Lin Chen once more. His right fist cut through the air with a roaring gust, aimed straight at Lin Chen's face. Lin Chen furrowed his brow. Knowing words would not penetrate this moment, he resolved to meet the blow head on. He did not flinch nor evade. Instead, he thrust his left arm across his chest, muscles coiling taut, in an instant absorbing the full force of the punch with bare flesh. Thud! A deep, resonant impact exploded outward. The shockwave sent crumpled paper fluttering wildly across the ground as both men skidded backward, stumbling 3 or 4 steps before regaining their footing. Lin Chen shook his numbed left arm. A dull ache pulsed beneath his forearm muscles. Internally, he recoiled in quiet astonishment. This raw strength was at least 4 or 5 times that of an ordinary human, surpassing even his own rigorously trained physique in sheer physical power. Though he had awakened a fire-based ability, granting him extraordinary physical resilience, his innate brute force paled beside this newly awakened strength-type adept. Across from him, Chen, who froze for a heartbeat. He knew precisely how devastating that punch should have been. Earlier that afternoon, 3 local thugs had flown backward from a single strike, lying dazed and unable to rise for minutes. Yet this man had absorbed it without staggering, standing firm, a feat utterly beyond expectation. But surprise lasted only an instant. Gritting his teeth, he roared again and lunged forward. Chen, who fought with the unrefined ferocity of street brawling, charging headlong, relying solely on overwhelming muscle. Freshly awakened and utterly untrained in combat, his fists carved wind whistles through the air, cratering the earth on impact and reducing stacked cardboard to a blizzard of shredded fragments. Lin Chen danced nimbly around him, the martial techniques taught by Lei Peng now proving invaluable. He avoided direct confrontation, sliding sideways, gliding past blows, redirecting force with surgical precision. Each evasion appeared perilous, yet every movement flowed with effortless mastery. Thump, thump, thump. The relentless percussion of fists and limbs echoed through the cramped scrap yard, stirring thick clouds of dust as towering piles of discarded metal and plastic toppled and collapsed. After repeated attempts, Chen, who hadn't even grazed Lin Chen's sleeve, frustration gnawed deeper within him. Already unsettled by his sudden awakening, already fearful this stranger might be a thug seeking revenge, his mounting failure only stoked his rage into white-hot intensity. With a guttural roar, he twisted sharply and hurled a devastating haymaker, misaimed, uncontrolled, and landing squarely on the iron shelving unit beside Lin Chen. Clang! A deafening crash reverberated. The steel racket's support bars, as thick as thumbs, buckled inward under the blow. The entire structure collapsed with a thunderous groan, spilling heaps of scrap copper, shattered glass bottles, and sparks across the ground. From the inner room came a frail, startled cry. "Huzi, what's happening?" "Grandpa, I'm fine. Stay inside. Don't come out." Chen, who snapped back over his shoulder, voice urgent and strained. When he turned again, his gaze burned with fresh desperation. He feared the noise would terrify his grandfather or draw neighbors nearby if word spread his uncanny strength would no longer remain hidden and their quiet life together would vanish forever. Lin Chen's expression darkened. At this rate, the entire yard would be reduced to rubble, and worse, the elderly man inside could be injured or curious onlookers drawn and escalating everything beyond repair. It seems you need to calm down first. He uttered the words low and firm, then ceased evading. His right hand rose slowly, palm hovering slightly hollow. Then with a soft whoosh, golden crimson flames ignited midair, spiraling up his fingers until his entire hand was sheathed in living fire. The fire danced fiercely, illuminating Lin Chen's profile and casting sharp, vivid light across the surrounding debris for several meters. Waves of searing heat rippled outward. The very paper scraps beneath his feet curled and blackened at the edges. Chun Hu's rushing footsteps suddenly came to a halt, his eyes wide open in disbelief as he fixed his gaze on Lin Chen's palm, where flames flickered. He swallowed hard, his mind buzzing, unable to regain his composure for a long time. What is this? After a long pause, he managed to stammer out, his voice tight. He had thought that suddenly gaining strength was already outrageous, but he never expected this person before him to be even more incredible, conjuring flames seemingly out of thin air, acting as if it were nothing. Lin Chen did not respond, the flames in his palm flickering slightly as he calmly asked, "Can you calm down and listen to me now?" "Calm down, my ass." Chun Hu's stubbornness surged within him. No matter if you were playing with fire or blades, those who came knocking were never good people. Behind him was his grandfather's room. If he took a step back, both he and his grandfather would become targets. He let out a low roar, forcefully kicking the ground and charging forward again, his fist whipping through the air toward Lin Chen's shoulder. He still held on to the thought of don't kill him and didn't aim for the head. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow, surprised that this kid dared to charge at him again. He didn't waste words. His right fist thrust forward and the flames in his palm whooshed into a larger blaze, meeting Chun Hu's punch heat. Bang! The force of the punch, accompanied by a wave of scorching heat, surged through Chun Hu's arm, bringing with it a burning sensation like needles pricking his skin. He grunted, stumbling back 3 steps, his shoes leaving 2 shallow marks in the muddy ground. Looking down at his arm, he saw that the sleeve of his t-shirt was already charred and curled, and his arm felt fiery hot, as if scalded by boiling water. Damn it! Chun Hu gritted his teeth and shook his arm, feeling a surge of fright. He never expected to be burned by just one punch, yet despite this, he showed no sign of backing down as he charged forward again. This time he was smarter, not confronting Heaton, but instead circling around Lin Chen, trying to avoid the flames in his hands and planning a surprise attack from the side. But as soon as he moved, Lin Chen flicked his fingers and 3 small flames whooshed toward him with pinpoint accuracy, heading straight for his face and chest. Chun Hu was startled and hurriedly raised his hand to block. The flames hit his arm with a pop. Although they didn't burn through his clothes, they were hot enough to make him retract his hand. In that brief moment, Lin Chen had already closed in his fiery palm, aimed directly at Chun Hu's chest. Chun Hu had no time to dodge and could only cross his arms tightly in front of his chest. Boom! This time the force was even greater. The blast of flames sent him reeling back, and he stumbled over his own feet, crashing into a pile of discarded cardboard boxes, scattering debris everywhere and kicking up a cloud of dust. Cough! 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 Chun Hu propped himself up on the ground, coughing up dust, the burning sensation on his arm more pronounced. He looked up at Lin Chen, who stood not far away, the flames in his hand still dancing steadily, yet his expression remained calm throughout. Even he, no matter how foolish, could tell that Lin Chen had not used his full strength. If he truly wanted to hurt him, those previous blows would have been far more severe than just a burn. He gritted his teeth, wanting to push himself up, but his muscles were all tense and the pain in his arm made it difficult to. In the midst of this stalemate, a sudden ruckus broke out outside the courtyard, the sound of loud footsteps mixed with curses growing louder as they approached, particularly jarring in the quiet night. "Big brother, it's right here. No mistake about it," a shrill voice shouted, filled with venom. That kid this afternoon was extremely bizarre, like he had taken a strength-enhancing pill. His strength was outlandish. "The 3 of us went up, and he knocked us all down, and my back still hurts. You have to help us get revenge. Today we must teach that old man and the kid a lesson and tear down this broken courtyard." Another coarse voice followed, filled with a boisterous arrogance. "What's the rush? A kid who hasn't even grown a full set of hair, what's the big deal, even if he's a bit strong? I want to see just how tough he is. Once we beat him into submission, this junkyard will have to pay us protection fees every month. If they don't pay, we'll come to cause trouble every day and see if that old man can withstand it." Clang! The rusted iron door was kicked open violently from the outside, slamming against the brick wall with a dull thud. The door hinge creaked, causing the broken iron sign hanging above to jingle, startling a feral cat curled up in the corner of the yard, which let out a loud meow before darting up to the wall and disappearing in an instant. 4 unruly young men barged in, led by a man in his 30s with a buzz cut. A scar stretched from his brow bone to his chin on the left side of his face, giving him a fierce appearance. He carried a half-meter-long galvanized steel pipe in his right hand, dragging it along the muddy ground with a clanking sound. Upon entering, he glanced around with a sideways look, his face full of arrogance. "You're Chen, who, right? This afternoon you were quite bold beating up my three brothers like that." He spat on the ground, his gaze sweeping over the scattered wreckage of cardboard boxes, finally landing on Chen, who had just propped himself up from the pile of paper, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth. As soon as he finished speaking, he caught a glimpse of Lin Chen standing in front of Chen, who, with his peripheral vision, he paused for a moment, raised an eyebrow, and spoke with a hint of mockery. "So you found yourself a helper in advance. No wonder you're so arrogant. It turns out someone is backing you up. They'll give you two options: come over here, kneel down, and bow 3 times, then hand over 100,000 as medical fees, and he'll pretend today never happened, letting you off this time." As soon as he finished speaking, he twisted his wrist violently, and the steel pipe slammed down hard onto a pile of scrap iron barrels beside him. The thick iron sheet instantly caved in a large chunk, emitting a piercing loud noise, and the scrap iron nails inside the barrel scattered all over the ground. Otherwise, he prolonged his tone, his eyes scanning Chen, who with a menacing glare glancing momentarily towards the side room, the threat in his voice unabashed. "He'll come here to cause trouble every day. Let's see if your scrap station can still operate. And that old man of yours, don't expect him to have a good life." As soon as those words left his mouth, Chen Hu's eyes, he had been sitting on the ground regaining his strength, the burning pain in his arm throbbing intermittently. Hearing the words "old man," his mind buzzed and rage surged to the top of his head. He pushed himself up forcefully, his arm muscles tensed, his chest heaving violently, gritting his teeth to squeeze out 2 words through clenched jaws: "You dare." As he spoke, he was about to charge forward, his back taut like a drawn bow, ready to fight to the death with the other party, not even caring about the burning pain in his arm. At that moment, a hand blocked him firmly in front. It was Lin Chen. Without turning his head, Lin Chen raised his arm to shield Chen, who standing straight, his gaze indifferent as it fell upon the group of thugs opposite him. His tone lacked any visible anger, but carried an inherent disdain. "Who are you bunch of insignificant fools to cause a ruckus here?" The thugs, who had initially been casual, instantly flared up at his words. "What the hell did you just say? I think you're tired of living. How dare you talk to our brother Dao like that? Looking for death, huh? Do you believe we'll break your—" The group cursed and stepped forward, each raising their weapons, glaring menacingly at Lin Chen, waiting for their leader's command to charge. Just as tensions rose, the door to the side room creaked open. An elderly man with graying hair and a hunched back leaned against the door frame, trembling as he walked out. He wore a patched old coat, clearly just having gotten out of bed, his steps unsteady. He coughed a couple of times, his murky eyes scanning the people in the yard, his voice cracked with age and laced with uncontainable panic. "Who's What's going on? What's the matter, Grandpa?" Chen Hu's expression changed. Forgetting about the confrontation with the thugs, he hurriedly ran over to support the old man's arm, fearful that he might stumble and fall. "Why did you come out? It's nothing, just a few troublemakers. I can handle it. You should go back inside and rest. It's cool at night. Don't." As he spoke, he tried to push the old man back into the house, but the old man stood firm instead, taking a half step forward, hunching over, as if wanting to shield Chen Hu behind him. He trembled as he fished out a crumpled cloth bag from his pocket, his voice full of appeasement. "Brothers, is there some misunderstanding? Let's talk this over. Don't resort to violence. If you're short on cash, I have a little money here. You can take it to buy." "Old man, you don't have a say here," the scar-faced man scolded impatiently, taking 2 large steps forward, his gaze fixating back on Lin Chen. He looked Lin Chen up and down, seeing that he was dressed quite ordinarily and appeared rather refined, not like someone who mingled in the underworld or had any connections. His courage suddenly emboldened. He raised the steel pipe in his hand, the cold metal head pointing directly at Lin Chen's nose, almost poking him in the face, his tone brimming with arrogance. "Kid, I bet you're from out of town, right? Dare to meddle in my business. Do you know whose territory this is? Here, if I say you stand, you can't sit. If I say you kneel, you can't stand." As he finished speaking, a fierce glint flashed in his eyes, and he exerted force on his wrist, raising the steel pipe high above his head. The metallic pipe gleamed coldly in the night, cutting through the air with a whooshing sound as it came crashing down towards Lin Chen's head. The scarred face bore a fierce and sinister smile, with bulging veins on his arms, as the steel pipe whistled through the air, heading straight for Lin Chen's forehead. The force was truly lethal, as if one could expect to see the opponent's head split open and hear cries for mercy in the next second. But just as the steel pipe was less than half a foot from his forehead, Lin Chen suddenly raised his left hand. Clang! A dull collision echoed, ringing in the ears. Lin Chen's fingers gripped the end of the steel pipe like iron pincers, his arm unmoving, as if welded in place. The full force of the scarred man was absorbed in the air, his arm vibrating with numbness. He stared blankly for 2 seconds, his face flushed as he tried to pull back with all his might, the veins on his wrist bulging, yet the steel pipe remained rooted in Lin Chen's grip, not moving an inch. "This?" His sneer froze on his face, disbelief filling his eyes. "Is this all the strength you have?" Lin Chen glanced at him, a mocking smile curling at the corner of his mouth. "Did you skip dinner?" Before the words were fully out, he twisted his wrist slightly, and before the opponent could react, his right leg bent forward, delivering a precise kick to the scarred man's abdomen. Bang! With a muffled thud, the scarred man flew backward like a sandbag, kicked away, his body arching as he crashed into a pile of scrap metal 3 or 4 meters away, crushing the stacked iron sheets and scrap barrels with a loud clatter, debris scattering everywhere. Ugh! He curled up in the scrap pile, clutching his abdomen and letting out a pained groan as if all his internal organs had shifted place, gasping in agony, unable to get up for a long time. The 3 little brothers beside him changed their expressions instantly. Damn it! How dare you hit our brother Dao? Let's all go. Kill this kid. Right? It's just one of him. Can 3 of us not handle him? The 3 shouted to bolster their courage, each picking up wrenches and short sticks, rushing towards Lin Chen with bloodshot eyes. The 3 surrounded him from 3 directions, their weapons slicing through the air, targeting vital points, clearly seasoned street fighters used to brawling. Lin Chen remained unfazed, lightly tossing the steel pipe held in his left hand. It spun gracefully in the air before landing steadily in his right hand. He let his wrist sink slightly, feeling the weight of the pipe, and took a leisurely step forward. The one with yellow hair charged in first, raising his wrench to smash it down on Lin Chen's shoulder. Lin Chen sidestepped effortlessly, avoiding the blow, and swung the steel pipe, striking the opponent's side. Up! The yellow-haired thug let out a miserable scream, his body flying sideways, hitting the ground, and rolling twice, clutching his waist, curled up in pain, unable to stand. Almost simultaneously, the second thug swung his stick from the side, and Lin Chen raised the pipe to block. Clang! The sharp sound of metal colliding was deafening. The thug felt a surge of pain in his palm, almost dropping the short stick, his hand numb. Before he could regain his senses, Lin Chen had already raised his leg and kicked him in the knee. Crack! A light sound accompanied by a piercing scream. The thug's knee buckled, and he fell to the ground with a thud. Lin Chen swung the steel pipe, bringing the end down hard on the thug's back. He let out a muffled groan, his face hitting the muddy ground, and he passed out on the spot. The last remaining thug, seeing this, abruptly halted, fear evident on his face, and turned to flee. Lin Chen's gaze turned icy, his wrist flicked, and the steel pipe shot out, striking precisely at the back of the thug. The thug screamed in agony, his leg buckling. He fell to the ground in a heap, half of his front tooth knocked out, blood filling his mouth as he struggled, unable to rise. In just over 10 seconds, all 3 of the charging thugs lay on the ground, groaning, unable to get up. The courtyard was left with only the sound of wind rustling through the metal sheets and a few pained moans. Lin Chen slowly walked over, bending down to pick up the steel pipe that had fallen on the ground, weighing it in his hand, and then stepped towards the scarred man by the pile of scrap iron. The scarred man was just regaining his composure, clutching his abdomen as he struggled to sit up. Upon raising his head, he saw Lin Chen towering over him, and a glance at the 3 groaning little brothers on the ground sent a chill up his spine. But relying on his years of experience in this area and his backing, he forced himself to appear unafraid, spitting out a mouthful of blood-tainted saliva, glaring viciously at Lin Chen. Kid, you've got some guts. Do you know who my big brother is for messing with me on my turf? He gritted his teeth, his tone dripping with threat. Let me tell you, brother Biao is my sworn brother. If you dare to hit me today, once my big brother arrives, he will definitely make you come in standing and leave horizontal. Not just you, but this old man, and the young one too, none will escape. As soon as the words left his mouth, Lin Chen slowly crouched down, tilting his head slightly, looking at the scarred man's menacing facade. Brother Biao, huh? You have someone backing you, huh? Slap. The crisp sound of a slap rang out as Lin Chen delivered a sharp blow to the scarred man's left cheek. The strike made the man's head tilt violently, instantly reddening half his face. You dare hit me? The scarred man was stunned, covering his face in disbelief as he looked at Lin Chen. What's wrong with hitting you? Lin Chen replied nonchalantly, raising his hand for another slap, striking the other side of his face. Who else is going to leave horizontally? Slap. Not just the old and the young. Slap. You've got some skill, huh? One slap followed another, the crisp sounds echoing sharply in the silent courtyard. The scarred man's face swelled at a visible pace, spreading from his cheeks to his cheekbones, his mouth bleeding, and the blood dripping down his chin, even his molars loosening. He opened his mouth, 2 bloodied molars mixed with spittle splattered on the ground, his face swollen like a pig's head, his eyes squinting into mere slits. Yet even so, as he looked at the little brothers lying not far away, he still held on, stubbornly refusing to back down. How could he lose face in front of them and continue to survive in this area? He muttered incoherently, his voice leaking, but still full of malice. You wait. Brother Biao won't let you off. If you have the guts, just kill me. Otherwise I will definitely tear down this broken courtyard and kill that old thing. Before he could finish speaking, Lin Chen's gaze suddenly turned icy. He slowly stood up, no longer continuing the slaps, his right hand reaching to his lower back, gripping the cold gun handle, and with a swift motion, he drew out the 92 style pistol. Under the night sky, the dark gun gleamed with a chilling metallic sheen. Lin Chen pushed the safety with his thumb, and with a crisp sound the bullet was chambered. He slightly bent forward, the dark muzzle unhesitatingly pressed against the scarred man's forehead. The cold touch instantly penetrated the skin, coursing through his spine to his entire body. The scarred man's blood seemed to freeze at that moment. The remaining curses caught in his throat, his mouth opening wide, yet unable to produce a sound. He stared wide-eyed, fixated on the gun barrel mere inches away, his pupils shrinking to pinpricks, ignoring the swelling on his face and the blood at the corner of his mouth. An overwhelming fear surged from the depths of his heart, causing his body to tremble uncontrollably. It was a real gun. Not a toy, not a replica, but a deadly weapon. The little brothers who had been groaning earlier suddenly fell silent, frozen in place, not daring to breathe. The entire courtyard fell into a dead silence, with only the sound of the wind rustling through the scraps of paper and the scarred man's heavy breathing. Not far away, Chun, who was supporting his grandfather at the door, also stunned. He had been worried about Lin Chen being outnumbered, but upon witnessing this scene his lips moved, yet he couldn't utter a word. The old man was so scared that his face turned pale, tightly gripping Chen Hu's arm, his body trembling slightly. The cold muzzle pressed against his forehead, the shadow of death descended upon him, and the last vestige of the scarred man's bravado shattered instantly. His entire body trembled like a sieve. With a muffled thud he collapsed onto both knees, heedless of the sharp gravel biting into his skin, and slammed his forehead repeatedly against the ground before Lin Chen, leaving a raw crimson welt on his brow. Big brother, I was wrong. I mistook a mountain for a molehill, my eyes were blind as a dog's. He babbled incoherently, voice cracking with sobs, blood-flecked foam dripping from his chin as he crumpled into utter disgrace. I'll never dare again. I swear. I'll never trouble this grandfather and grandson ever again. Not even within this entire district. Please show mercy. Spare me this once. The three underlings sprawled nearby were equally paralyzed with terror. They dragged themselves forward, prostrating themselves beside him, wailing, "Spare our lives," with tear-streaked ashen faces. Chun, who stood frozen at the doorway, fists clenched so tightly his knuckles turned white. He had never witnessed anything like this in his life. The glint of real steel pressed to flesh, a swaggering thug reduced in seconds to a groveling, whimpering cur. He could feel his grandfather trembling violently, the old man's bony hand gripping his wrist with desperate unyielding. As he gazed at Lin Chen's back, Chun, whose heart churned with a turbulent mix, gratitude, awe, and an unsettling, nameless dread. Even now he couldn't fathom who this man truly was, a stranger who'd appeared without warning yet commanded such terrifying authority. Lin Chen regarded the kneeling men with eyes utterly devoid of pity. Bullies who preyed on the weak and cowered before strength. He had seen too many. A beating only tamed them for 3 or 5 days. Soon they'd slink back like rats in the sewer, plotting vengeance in silence. Woo-wah woo-wah. Suddenly a shrill police siren pierced the night air, growing louder, sharper, its pulsing redan blue light slicing through the gaps in the iron gate. The siren shattered the stillness of midnight and struck the scarred man's heart like a jolt of adrenaline. He jerked his head up, fear receded from his face, replaced by wild, rapturous relief. The police are here. Neighbors must have called them. No matter how fearsome this man is, he won't dare pull the trigger in front of officers, will he? At that thought his spine stiffened, halfway upright, half reclaimed. Slowly he pushed himself upright, abandoning his groveling posture. Wiping blood from his lip with the back of his hand, he met Lin Chen's gaze once more, his expression hardening with renewed malice, though he dared not flaunt it openly, while the gun remained trained on him. Fine. You've got guts. His voice was thick, strained, laced with venom. But can you protect them forever? This is just disturbing public order. I'll serve a few days max. And when I walk out, we'll settle this score slowly, thoroughly. That old man and the brat. I've got endless ways to break them down. He shot a venomous glance toward Chun, who and his grandfather at the doorway, a cruel smirk twisting his lips. You can't stand guard in this broken-down courtyard every hour of every day, can you? We'll see who wins in the end. With that he threw his head back and bellowed toward the gate, deliberately loud, deliberately theatrical, so the officers outside would hear every syllable. Officer. Help! There's an armed assailant here. Hurry inside. Someone's about to die. His face flushed crimson, veins bulging in his neck as he screamed, then tossed Lin Chen a defiant, taunting tilt of his chin. His posture screamed certainty. He believed utterly that Lin Chen would not dare act while uniformed officers watched. Lin Chen watched the man's grotesque metamorphosis with deepening revulsion. With a metallic clang the iron gate swung inward. 2 uniformed officers rushed in, batons drawn. Immediately taking in the chaos, 3 groaning youths sprawled on the ground, a swollen-faced man shouting from the dirt, and standing calmly at the center a young man, holding a sleek black handgun. Freeze. Drop your weapon. Their nerves snapped taut. They pivoted sideways into defensive stances, one hand locked over their holstered sidearms, the other pointing rigidly at Lin Chen, voices tight, with controlled urgency. For officers responding to a nighttime call involving firearms, this was life-or-death terrain. The scarred man, emboldened by their arrival, shrieked louder, "Officers! Arrest him! He's carrying illegally, and he assaulted us! Take him down now!" At that razor-edged moment, 2 plainclothes men entered the courtyard. Tall, poised, their gazes sharp as honed blades. They were the two special duty operatives who'd been waiting discreetly at the alley entrance. Hearing the siren, they followed closely, wary that local officers might misread the situation and disrupt Lin Chen's operation. The moment they crossed the threshold, their eyes locked onto Lin Chen. They strode forward, snapped to attention, and saluted with quiet reverence, "Sir." Then, producing official credentials, they turned smoothly toward the stunned officers, displaying the documents with calm, unshakable authority. "National Security Agency. This scene is now under our jurisdiction. Kindly cooperate." The officers stared at the gold-embossed insignia, then up at Lin Chen, hailed as "Sir." Their wariness dissolved into stunned disbelief. Instinctively, they lowered their batons and stood ramrod straight. "Understood. We'll fully support your operation." The scarred man's triumphant smirk froze, then cracked. "National Security. Sir." His mind reeled, unable to process it. Who was this youth? Yet a second thought surfaced, stubborn and defiant. Even if he were NSA, could he really fire a gun in front of witnesses? The officers were right there. What was the worst that could happen? A scolding. A minor charge of disturbing the peace. Would they execute him on the spot? His mouth opened, ready to protest, to twist the truth, to accuse Lin Chen of abuse of power. But Lin Chen gave him no opening. He didn't even glance back, as if the officers and operatives were mere phantoms. His gaze remained fixed on the scarred man's shifting, scheming face, and the ice in his eyes deepened, crystallizing into absolute, chilling resolve. Men like this learn fear only through unforgettable pain. Lin Chen stepped backward twice, yet kept the pistol leveled unwaveringly at the man's forehead. No more words. His finger tightened, and the hammer fell. Bang! Bang! A deafening gunshot reverberated through the air, making ears ring and shaking the entire scrap. A muffled thud. The man's arrogant, vicious expression hadn't yet faded from his face before his pupils abruptly dilated and went lifeless. Crimson blood and pale matter splattered together across the ground, speckling even the rusted iron sheets. Lin Chen had already stepped back 2 paces before pulling the trigger, now standing precisely where flying gore could not reach him. Silence, thick and absolute, descended upon the courtyard. The frantic cries for help that had filled the yard moments earlier ceased entirely with that single shot. Chen, who stood frozen at the doorway supporting his grandfather, rigid as stone. His mouth hung open, yet no sound emerged. Even his breathing instinctively stilled, terrified that the slightest exhale might draw the barrel of that dark, hollow gun. At 20 years old, he'd been in countless brawls. Bloodshed was no stranger to him. Yet witnessing a man die so starkly before his eyes, skull pierced by a bullet, struck him with such visceral force that his mind went utterly blank. Only a dull, ceaseless ringing remained. Beside him, old man Chen trembled violently, his frail, gnarled hand gripping his grandson's arm with desperate strength. His lips quivered uncontrollably, not a single coherent word escaped him. If not for Chen, whose support, he would have collapsed onto the ground. The 2 officers who had just rushed in stood stunned. Who could have imagined this young national security official, so seemingly unassuming, would fire without hesitation, instantly ending a life? They exchanged glances, each seeing raw shock and creeping dread reflected in the other's eyes. After years on the force, death was no novelty, but such decisive public execution. This was their first time witnessing it firsthand. Long seconds passed before either regained composure. Worst off were the 3 hoodlums sprawled on the ground. Moments earlier, they'd been groaning, theatrically planning to twist the truth once the police arrived. Yet after that gunshot, not one dared utter even a whimper. The blonde youth lying farthest to the side felt sudden warmth spreading down his leg, urine mingling with dust staining his trousers. Humiliation burned his cheeks crimson, yet he dared not move, biting his teeth together, so hard his whole body shook like a sieve. The other 2 fared little better, their faces bleached paper white, eyes wide with primal terror, refusing even to glance toward Lin Chen. They'd spent years ruling the streets. Fights were all posturing, blades were blunt, bullets mere rumors. None had ever faced real gunfire, or watched life extinguish in an instant. Now even their breath tasted metallic, thick with the scent of blood. Their souls felt poised to flee, praying only that this man's gaze would never settle upon them. Lin Chen paid no mind to their reactions. Slowly lowering his right hand, he flicked the safety lever with his thumb. Click, then turned away from the corpse and drew a deep, sharp breath of the night's cold air. The chill rushed down his throat, momentarily quieting the nausea churning in his stomach. To claim he felt nothing would be a lie. He had killed for the first time. Back at the training base, he'd fired thousands of rounds, on targets and simulations, every scenario sterile and artificial. But just now a live bullet had torn through living bone, or life had vanished before his very eyes. He knew full well the man deserved death, yet confronting mortality, he'd left his chest tight, suffocating. He closed his eyes and counted silently 1, 2, 3. When he opened them again, all trace of unease had vanished from his gaze. Lu Zheng had once told him mercy toward the vicious and incorrigible is cruelty to the innocent. To spare him today would invite retaliation tomorrow, with armed men returning to this very yard. Once his breath steadied, Lin Chen turned and walked toward the grandfather and grandson. His boots crunched softly over scattered scrap metal. a sound unnaturally loud in the suffocating silence, each step echoing like a hammer against the heart. Chen, who instinctively retreated a step as Lin Chen drew nearer, pivoting to shield his grandfather fully behind his own body. He had no idea what this man intended. Moments ago he'd fought off the thugs, yet moments later he'd executed a man with chilling efficiency. Was he savior or executioner? Is he here to arrest me? Lin Chen sensed the boy's wariness and halted, stopping 2 or 3 meters away, giving him space. He lifted the hem of his coat and withdrew a black identification booklet from an inner pocket. With a deft flick of his fingers it snapped open, revealing a gold-embossed national emblem, his photograph, and his military rank. You needn't fear. I'm not here to arrest you. Lin Chen's voice was calm, stripped of its earlier icy edge, soothing, almost reassuring. I'm with the National Agency for Paranormal Abilities, Lin Chen. As it happens, I'm a paranormal awakener myself, just like you. A paranormal awakener. Chen, who blinked, repeating the term numbly, his face clouded with confusion. You mean, this sudden surge of strength? I've awakened a paranormal ability. He looked up, his eyes shimmering with disbelief edged with fragile, hesitant hope. Exactly, Lin Chen affirmed, closing the ID. Yours is a strength-based ability, very newly awakened, still unstable, in control. Mine manifests as pyrokinetic power, different from yours, yet fundamentally the same. We are both awakeners. He paused, his gaze sharpening as it settled on Chun Hu's face. I came here specifically for you. The state has established a dedicated agency to oversee paranormal abilities, and we require individuals. First, we'll train you to master your power systematically. No more groping blindly in the dark. Second, you'll receive formal recognition. No more hiding, no more fearing being branded a monster. Naturally, compensation will be commensurate. Salary, benefits, and comprehensive protections, all provided by the state, far surpassing what you earn running this scrapyard. Your grandfather's healthcare and retirement will be fully covered. No more intimidation from local thugs. Chun Hu clenched his fist, not even noticing his nails digging into his flesh. He turned his head, his gaze landing on his grandfather's hands, which were worn and calloused from a lifetime of hard labor, trembling slightly from the shock he had just endured. The old man's hair had turned mostly white. He had spent his entire life guarding this shabby scrapyard, enduring wind and rain, without enjoying a single day of comfort, only to be bullied by thugs in his old age. Chun Hu felt as if a heavy stone was lodged in his heart. In the past, when he lacked the strength, he could only watch helplessly as thugs came to collect protection money, forcing his grandfather to smile and hand over crumpled coins, even kneeling to apologize. At that time, he hated himself for being useless, unable to protect his grandfather. Now he had strength, yet life had not improved. After driving away one group of thugs, another would inevitably follow. These people were like rats in a drain, relentless and impossible to chase away, always lurking around the cracks of his home. He couldn't possibly stay at the scrapyard 24 hours a day without leaving, could he? If he were pushed to the limit, and someone secretly tripped his grandfather, he would have nowhere to cry. But this man named Lin Chen was different. He was a person of the state, wielding a gun, his words carrying weight. He had fired without even blinking, and following him would not only secure a legitimate means of living for himself, but also ensure his grandfather's future safety. This was the first opportunity he had encountered in his life that could pull him out of the mire. I promise you. Chun Hu suddenly raised his head, his eyes filled with determination. I will go with you to the Special Abilities Management Bureau you mentioned. But I have conditions. My grandfather must be taken care of. He cannot suffer any grievances, nor can he live in fear with me. He is old and cannot endure turmoil. Is that even something you need to say? Lin Chen nodded, his tone firm. We will arrange everything for the old man's retirement and medical care clearly. Whenever you wish to visit him, just file a request, and as soon as this matter is over, someone will take him to a dedicated placement center with personnel to care for him. He won't need to worry about food or shelter, 100 times safer than this shabby courtyard. With the last bit of worry lifted, Chun Hu let out a long breath and heavily sighed. All right. From now on I will follow. Before he could finish, a synchronized sound of heavy footsteps echoed from outside the courtyard, thudding loudly against the concrete floor. Then with a loud clang, the heavy iron gate was pulled open from the outside, and a dozen special operations team members dressed in black tactical gear strode in, standing tall, with sharp eyes exuding an air of lethal training. The man leading them was tall and broad-shouldered, resembling a wall. It was Lei Peng. He spotted Lin Chen at a glance, and stepped forward, saluting sharply with a loud voice that could resonate through the courtyard. Report Team Leader Lin. Lei Peng reporting in. A total of 12 Special Forces members ready to receive orders. The team members behind him stood at attention, in unison, their movements precise, instantly silencing the previously chaotic courtyard. The 3 small thugs lying on the ground who had dared to steal glances earlier buried their heads in their chests, not daring to breathe a word, fearing that any movement would draw attention. The blonde-haired one, whose pants were already wet, was now terrified into leaking even more. Lin Chen returned the salute, his gaze sweeping over the group, speaking rapidly, without any unnecessary words. Instructor Lei, you arrived just in time. There were 4 troublemakers on the scene. The leader, armed and resisting arrest, has been neutralized by me. The remaining 3 should be cuffed and taken away. Additionally, he paused, his tone growing colder. This gang mentioned someone called Biao Gu, who is the head of this local criminal organization. Immediately arrange for someone to interrogate them, following the leads to root out this gang completely, without letting a single one escape. Understood. I guarantee the task will be completed. Lei Peng replied crisply, a glint of anger flashing in his eyes. He detested bullies who preyed on the common folk. He immediately waved his hand to assign duties. Team 2-3 members responsible for on-site investigation and evidence collection, bagging the bodies for transport. Team 1-4 members, take these 3 scoundrels to the car for urgent interrogation overnight. Before dawn, I want to see all the information on Biao Gu and his hideouts. The rest of you follow me, set up early control, and as soon as the interrogation yields results, we will take them all down in one go. Understood. The interrogation required virtually no effort. The 3 petty thugs had already been paralyzed with terror by that single gunshot. When brought into the temporary interrogation site, their legs trembled so violently they could barely stand. Before any formal questioning even began, no sooner had they been shoved onto chairs, they spilled every detail in rapid, unfiltered confessions, even dredging up childhood misdemeanors like surreptitiously deflating bicycle tire valves. The gang's ringleader was named Zhou Jianbiao, known on the streets as Brother Biao, who had ruled this territory with unchecked dominance for nearly 15 years. Outwardly, he cultivated an air of respectability, operating several scrap recycling yards and logistics hubs, presenting himself publicly as a legitimate businessman. Behind closed doors, however, he trafficked exclusively in despicable deeds, usury, extortion, monopolistic coercion, and maintained a private militia of over 20 enforcers. Brawls were routine. His hands bore the blood of multiple unsolved homicides. A notorious local tyrant, he inspired fear so profound that ordinary citizens seethed inwardly, yet dared not utter a word. This wretched scoundrel has indeed amassed a staggering ledger of sins. Lei Peng flipped through the confessions compiled by his subordinates, his brow furrowed tightly. Each line chronicled fresh grievances. The street vendor whose leg had been shattered, the self-employed merchant driven to ruin and despair. Every phrase saturated with the silent, suffocating anguish of the common people. With a sharp slap, he slammed the notebook onto the desk. No hesitation, no delay, and immediately deployed his team in 3 coordinated squads, striking Zhou Jianbiao's hideouts under cover of pre-dawn darkness, precisely when vigilance would be at its lowest. The operation unfolded without the slightest uncertainty. At that very moment, Zhou Jianbiao lounged luxuriously inside a high-end KTV private suite. The speakers blared deafeningly, beer bottles littered the floor. He clutched a hostess tightly against his chest, while his inner circle enforcers circled the table, shouting drinking games and guzzling liquor. A scene thick with smoke reeking of alcohol and acrid fumes. They never imagined danger could strike here. In this domain, Zhou Jianbiao considered himself an undisputed sovereign. He'd faced police raids before, bribes paid, scapegoats found, and walked free within days. So when no word came from the scar-faced lieutenant, he dismissed it as trivial, barely registering it in his thoughts. Then bang! The suite door exploded inward, kicked open from outside. Blinding flashlight beams flooded the room as elite task force operatives surged in, swift and lethal as hunting leopards. Before Zhou Jianbiao could finish cursing, "Who the hell dares?" he was seized by the head and slammed face first onto the coffee table. Glass tumblers shattered, a liquor drenched his face. Chaos erupted instantly. One grabbed a bottle to fight back. Another bolted toward the restroom, desperate to escape through the window. A third dropped to the floor, hugging his head and feigning death. Yet against operatives rigorously trained in close-quarters combat, such theatrics proved utterly futile. Every strike landed with brutal precision, every move neutralized its target. Within seconds, all lay pinned to the ground. Steel cuffs snapped shut with a metallic click, leaving no room for resistance. The entire takedown lasted under 3 minutes. Moments earlier, these men had bellowed orders and swaggered with impunity. Now they sprawled motionless like lifeless dogs. Meanwhile, at the scrapyard warehouse, a minor complication arose. The guard stationed there had heard the commotion outside, and accustomed to intimidation, they drew hidden machetes and a replica Type 64 pistol from beneath their beds, intent on mounting a violent resistance. But their crude skills were laughable to the elite operatives. Child's play no more. As one guard peered out to scout, a shadowy figure lunged from concealment and sent him flying with a single kick. His blade clattered uselessly onto the concrete floor. The gunman hadn't even raised his weapon before an operative stomped down on his wrist. Crack! A sickening snap echoing as bone shattered. He howled in agony, tears and snot streaming uncontrollably. Within 5 minutes, every man in the warehouse lay subdued. None had so much as brushed against an operative's sleeve. Confiscated evidence filled the floor, prohibited bladed weapons, illegally held firearms, and ledgers documenting usurious loans. Tangible, irrefutable proof of guilt. Once this trove of incriminating evidence surfaced, Zhou Jianbiao's fate was sealed beyond appeal. By 400M. All operations concluded. All 27 core members of Zhou Jianbiao's syndicate, including Zhou himself, were apprehended without exception. Seized assets, illicit cash, restricted weapons, and black market financial records filled multiple heavy-duty crates. Investigators also unearthed several long-buried cold cases. Evidence chains were meticulously reconstructed, ironclad, unassailable. For this syndicate, the lightest sentence would be life imprisonment. None would ever walk free again. When Lei Peng returned to report dawn was breaking, Lin Chen stood at the entrance of the scrap yard, his back turned to the compound, gazing steadily at the pale luminous horizon where night surrendered to day. Inside the yard, Chen, who squatted beside his grandfather, gently sorting scattered scrap metal, his movements deliberate, reverent, as if handling fragile heirlooms. The elder murmured softly, pointing out which items still held value, which mustn't be discarded. Chen, who listened patiently, responding with quiet affirmations, his composure unwavering, his attention unwavering. Team leader Lin, mission complete. Lei Peng approached Lin Chen's side and reported in a low, steady voice, Zhou Jinbiao's entire syndicate, 27 individuals, has been apprehended without exception. All evidentiary materials have been secured and formally transferred to local law enforcement and the state security branch. Judicial proceedings will follow. Their guilt is incontrovertible. Even the minimum sentence guarantees life imprisonment. No chance of reprieve, no possibility of resurgence. Well done. Lin Chen nodded faintly, then asked, has the arrangement for Elder Chen been finalized? Already secured, Lei Peng replied crisply. A premium urban nursing facility, tranquil, well-equipped, staffed with dedicated caregivers, and full medical infrastructure. Regular companionship, chess matches, conversation, all arranged. A vehicle will arrive at dawn to escort the elder. His identity documentation will be fully anonymized and reissued. Absolute privacy guaranteed, no intrusion possible. Lin Chen hummed softly in acknowledgement, his gaze drifting once more toward the yard, watching Chen, who carefully assist his grandfather to his feet, brushing dust from the old man's trousers with tender care. Lei Peng followed his line of sight, lowering his voice. That's the newly awakened one. A strength-based metahuman. Yes. Lin Chen nodded. Solid foundation, sound moral grounding. He instinctively protects his family. But he lacks formal training. His control over his abilities remains dangerously rudimentary. Raw power without discipline is wasted potential. Upon return, prioritize his martial fundamentals and physical conditioning. Ensure his base is forged with uncompromising rigor. Understood, team leader Lin. Consider it done. Lei Peng grinned, eyes alight, with fervor, rolling his shoulders eagerly. I'll shape him. Clear, precise, unshakable. As dawn broke, the special car for Old Master Chen arrived. The black business vehicle stopped at the entrance of the recycling station, with the driver and 2 accompanying staff members being polite, proactively offering to help carry the luggage without Chen, who needing to lift a finger. Chen, who busied himself carefully packing his grandfather's change of clothes, essential medicines, and a few old items that the elder couldn't bear to part with, ensuring nothing was left behind. Grandfather, eat well over there, and if you need anything, just give me a call. Chen, who leaned against the car window, repeatedly reminding him, he'll come to see you once I settle in, at most in a week. I will definitely go. If you miss me, just let the caregiver send me a message. Do you hear me? The elder grasped his hand, his eyes reddening as he wiped away a tear. Go ahead and do your thing. Don't worry about me. Listen to your superiors, don't cause trouble, learn your skills well, and don't let their kindness go to waste. They'll be fine over there, you don't need to worry. As the car slowly drove away, Chen, who stood still watching until the vehicle turned the corner and disappeared from sight, before he withdrew his gaze. He rubbed his eyes, turned around to face Lin Chen and Lei Peng, who stood straight, and took a deep breath. Team leader Lin, instructor Lei, I'm ready. Let's go. Lin Chen stepped forward and patted his shoulder, his tone relaxing somewhat. No need to be so tense. The base is just for training and learning. There aren't that many rigid rules. No one will nitpick your faults every day, so don't be nervous. The group drove straight to the military airport in the outskirts. Chen, who sitting by the window, watched the rapidly receding streets and trees outside, feeling a mix of excitement and anxiety. Having grown up, he had hardly visited the provincial capital, let alone a secret base. In just one night, his life seemed to take a roller coaster turn. Upon arriving at the airport, a military transport aircraft was parked on the dedicated runway, its massive frame exuding an air of authority. Chen, who was transfixed, having only seen such a machine on television before, never imagining he would one day board one. Once on board, Chen, who appeared particularly stiff, unsure of where to place his hands and feet, his back straightened, fearful of accidentally breaking something. As the plane took off, a powerful sensation of acceleration hit him, causing him to instinctively grip the armrests tightly, his face tense. It was only when the plane leveled off that he dared to slowly exhale and sneak a glance out the window. The clouds below spread out like cotton, with houses and roads shrinking to tiny dots, while rivers and mountains sprawled out, opening up his mind and heart. The clouds below spread out like cotton, with houses and roads shrinking to tiny dots, while rivers and mountains. Lin Chen, sitting beside him, quickly noticed his unease, having been in a similar situation himself. He picked up a bottle of mineral water and handed it to him. Don't overthink it. Once we reach the base, you'll have a physical examination, receive some daily necessities, and get familiar with the environment. Training will come gradually, so there's no rush. No one will force you to achieve greatness overnight. Thanks, Team Leader Lin Chen, who replied as he took the water, smiling sheepishly. He twisted open the cap and drank a couple of sips, feeling the cool water settle in his stomach, easing much of his earlier anxiety. After more than 2 hours, the plane landed smoothly at the Xishan military airport. Once disembarked, a dedicated vehicle was already waiting outside. The vehicle drove along the winding mountain road deep into the mountains, passing through 3 checkpoints each time, requiring verification of documents and identity with tight security. Finally, the vehicle entered a tunnel where a heavy alloy gate awaited at the end. After verification, the gate slowly opened, revealing a brightly lit underground world that unfolded before Chunhu's eyes. Chunhu instinctively widened his eyes, his mouth slightly agape. He never dreamed that such a vast space could be hidden within the mountain. As the group approached the entrance to the office area, they saw Lu Zheng walking towards them with several people. He was dressed in a crisp uniform, his demeanor calm and his steps steady. Seeing Lin Chen, he quickened his pace slightly, his tone carrying a hint of apology. Lin Chen, I truly apologize. Originally, I had approved your leave, but as soon as you returned, we had to call you back. The situation was too sudden, and there was no other way. Lu Bureau, there's no need to say such things. Lin Chen shook his head, his expression calm. It's part of my duty, it's not an intrusion. As he spoke, he stepped aside to make room, bringing Chunhu forward, introducing him. This is Chunhu, a strength-type ability awakener. He has a good character, but lacks systematic training, so his control over his abilities is still quite rough, and will need a lot of practice. Chunhu looked at Lu Zheng, who exuded an impressive aura, and understood he was definitely a high-ranking official. He straightened his back, feeling nervous and sweaty in his palms, and respectfully called out, "Hello, Director Lu." Lu Zheng smiled, approached, and patted his arm in a friendly manner, showing no signs of arrogance. Don't be nervous, young man. Welcome to the Ability Management Bureau. This will be your second home from now on. If you encounter difficulties or have any needs, feel free to communicate with the logistics team. Train well, and use your abilities for the right purpose. The country will not neglect those who work diligently. Yes, I will definitely work hard. I will not let my superiors down. The logistics personnel arrived quickly. He was a middle-aged man wearing black-framed glasses with a friendly demeanor, named Zhang Ping, holding a registration book, who greeted Lu Zheng first. Director Lu, everything is ready. Lu Zheng nodded and gestured to Chunhu. This is Chunhu, a new team member. You can show him around to familiarize himself with the base environment. The dormitory is located in Block B, Room 302 of the single training area. Daily necessities and training uniforms have been issued. Take him to the canteen, medical room, and training hall to show him around. If he has any questions, he can directly find the logistics department. Understood. Zhang Ping smiled and turned to Chunhu with a friendly tone. Comrade Chen, come with me, shall we? Let's first collect your items, and then take a tour around the base. Feel free to ask any questions along the way. Chunhu quickly agreed, and turned back to glance at Lin Chen. Seeing Lin Chen give a slight nod of reassurance, he clenched the hem of his clothes and followed Zhang Ping out. As they passed through the corridor, he couldn't help but sneak a few glances at the base's structural diagram, his eyes filled with curiosity and apprehension. Watching the two figures walk away, Lu Zheng retracted his gaze and patted Lin Chen's arm. Let's go discuss him. As the two walked down the corridor, they encountered many researchers in white lab coats and team members in training uniforms. Upon seeing Lu Zheng, they all stopped to salute, their gazes on Lin Chen, filled with a hint of respect. The base was busier than when he first arrived, with many more people bustling in the corridor, and even the air was infused with a sense of tension. Pushing open the office door, what met the eye was a wall-sized map of the country with several points marked in red ink, the most prominent being the location of Jianghai City, beside which was a sticky note stating, "Power type confirmed." Lu Zheng pulled 2 chairs over and placed them beside the coffee table. He poured a cup of hot water for Lin Chen and sat down himself, lightly tapping his fingers on the table, his expression noticeably more serious than before. You handled the matter with Chunhu very well, he began, his tone carrying praise. You did not escalate the conflict, nor did it cause public panic, and you even managed to dismantle a criminal gang. Your judgment was quite commendable. Lin Chen held the cup of water without responding. He knew very well that Lu Zheng specifically called him to the office was not merely to compliment him. Sure enough, Lu Zheng paused for a few seconds, then abruptly changed the subject, his tone growing grave. However, Chunhu's appearance is not an isolated case. He stood up and walked to the map, pointing at the location of Jianghai City, then traced a line across a large portion of the country. The base's energy monitoring station has detected 3 instances of weak, anomalous fluctuations over the past half-month. One instance occurred in the southwestern mountainous region, another on the eastern coast, and the last in the northern industrial area. The signals were all faint and brief, and before we could send anyone to verify, they vanished. The expert group has analyzed this, and it is not coincidental. Lu Zheng turned back, his gaze fixed on Lin Chen. You are the first officially recognized awakened individual, and Chunhu is the second. But this does not mean that you two are the only ones in the world, nor does it imply that awakenings are occurring in a slow and orderly manner. He continued, in simple terms, the Earth's environment is likely undergoing some changes that we do not yet understand. In the future, ordinary people in various industries and cities may suddenly awaken their abilities. This is not a question of whether it will happen, but rather when it will happen. Lin Chen involuntarily frowned. He recalled the chaos he experienced when he first awakened and had seen Chen, who had physical strength but lacked control. Ordinary people suddenly gaining extraordinary power. Some may hold the line like Chen Hu, but it's hard to guarantee that others won't be overwhelmed by their strength. If someone with ill intentions were to awaken, the consequences would be unimaginable. The government has already started planning for this, Lu Zheng continued. The Skynet system is undergoing a comprehensive upgrade with a newly added energy fluctuation monitoring module, which will allow us to capture large-scale anomalous reactions in the future. He sighed as he spoke, his tone laced with helplessness. But monitoring is not infallible. There are far too many places where signal coverage is inadequate, such as deep mountains, desolate deserts, and remote villages. If someone awakens their abilities and does not deliberately use them, causing no disturbances, we may not notice them at all. If someone were to hide their powers and secretly engage in illegal activities, by the time we become aware, it may already be too late and disaster could ensue. Ordinary citizens have virtually no means to resist those with powers. Once a malicious event occurs, the impact on social order is catastrophic. This is not an exaggeration, it is a clear and present danger. Lin Chen nodded in silence. He understood too well the power of abilities. Just his own fire ability, if unleashed, could incinerate an entire street, let alone those whose minds are already unstable. So from now on, your tasks will be even heavier. Lu Zheng walked to the desk and picked up a document marked with a red header, handing it over. The paper was stiff and the red seal was particularly eye-catching. It has been approved from above. From now on, whenever there are reports of energy fluctuations or awakeners across the country, you will be the first to lead the team to handle it. There is only one principal for those who can be integrated into the management bureau. We will strive to include them. The state will provide resources, training, and guarantees. As long as they are of good character and willing to abide by the rules, we welcome them. The more awakened individuals we have, the less hidden danger there will be in society. What if someone is unwilling to join? What if they just want to be ordinary or have ulterior motives? Lu Zheng's expression turned colder. For those unwilling to join, as long as they have not committed any crimes, we will not force them. However, they must be registered and included in the awakened individual's archives. Their abilities, identities, and addresses must be recorded. Local national security departments will monitor them regularly to ensure they do not abuse their powers. As for those with ulterior motives who think of using their powers for wrongdoing, he paused, his tone resolute. Then we will proceed according to national law. For lighter offenses, they will be controlled and subjected to mandatory education. For serious offenses that cause casualties or significant losses, they will be arrested or sentenced. For those who persist in resistance, they will be dealt with on the spot. This was in line with Lin Chen's own thoughts. Abilities were never a means to do evil. Rather, they meant greater responsibility. I understand. Lin Chen closed the document, his expression serious. From now on, I will rush to any incidents involving awakened individuals, immediately striving to include those who can be integrated, and I will not show leniency to those who dare to cause chaos. I trust you. Lu Zheng looked at him with expectation in his eyes. You are the first to awaken and currently the strongest. The responsibilities ahead will not be light. Training cannot be neglected and your abilities must continue to be developed. And Chen, who he just joined, has a weak foundation and has not been exposed to these matters. You need to guide him. This kid has a good disposition, is earnest, and with proper training, he will be a valuable assistant in the future. Don't worry, Director Lu. I have this under control. The training has already been arranged by Instructor Lei. Once he is familiar with the environment, systematic training will begin. The training hall of the Shishan base is always the liveliest place. At 6 in the morning, with morning mist still floating outside, Chen, who was already entrenched on the fighting mat. The brand new black training uniform clung to his back, sweat dripped down from his forehead, and a small patch of the mat at his feet was wet. He had already warmed up for nearly half an hour. Are you ready? Lei Peng walked over with his hands behind his back, his training uniform crisp and neat, his gaze sharp, like an eagle sweeping over with an air of intimidation. Report, Instructor. I am ready. Chen, who stood straight with a loud clap, his voice echoing through the hall. This was already his 5th day in the team. From initially not even being able to throw a proper punch to now barely being able to take 3 hits from Lei Peng, his progress was so rapid that even Lei Peng nodded in approval. Today we will practice strength control. Lei Peng raised his chin, indicating the rubber dummy beside him. Use 30% of your strength to punch. I want to see the dummy shake, but not fall, and the surface should not crack. Chen, who pressed his lips together and stepped in front of the dummy. He took a deep breath, clenched his fist, and repeatedly reminded himself to control the strength. In the few days he had been at the base, he had caused quite a few mishaps. He could crush a glass cup with his grip, and lightly tapping someone's shoulder could send them flying 3 meters away. He didn't even dare to pull a door handle too hard, fearing he might break it. These days Lei Peng had been specifically monitoring his practice, starting from squeezing raw eggs and gripping glass cups, all to train his unusual strength to be controlled with ease. Huh. Chen Hu let out a low shout, and his right fist slammed forward. With a dull thud, the rubber dummy jolted slightly backward, taking half a step back, but standing firm. The dummy's chest bore only a shallow fist imprint, with the surface showing no signs of cracking. Not bad. Lei Peng rarely complimented, stepping forward to pat the dummy. Your strength control is much better than yesterday. You managed to pull back from 70% to 30%. Impressive progress. Chen Hu scratched his head and smiled innocently. It's all thanks to the instructor. Stop flattering me. Lei Peng's face turned serious, but his eyes held a hint of amusement. Next we will practice reaction. I will punch you, dodge. If you can't avoid it, you will take the hit. Don't think about using your abilities to resist. Yes. The training hall soon echoed with the sounds of fists and feet colliding, along with Lei Peng's occasional reprimands. Chen Hu gritted his teeth, falling repeatedly and getting back up, each time his eyes shining brighter with determination. He knew he had a weak foundation, lacked education, and had never undergone formal training. The only thing he could rely on was his physical strength and a willingness to endure hardship. Team Lin valued him, and the country provided him with a stable life, so he absolutely could not let them down. Meanwhile, in the underground testing room on the third floor, Lin Chen was also training. In the spacious testing room, there stood a half-meter-thick tungsten alloy target board surrounded by various precision instruments with screens displaying dense and complex data. Director Chen, along with several researchers, stood behind the protective glass, their eyes fixed on the scene inside. Lin Chen stood 10 meters away from the target board, his right hand raised in the air. A cluster of deep crimson flames slowly rose in his palm, flickering at his fingertips, sometimes condensing into a pinpoint-sized fireball, and sometimes expanding into a thin curtain of flame, controlled effortlessly. Prepare to test the penetrating power. Target the center point of the target board. Director Chen's voice came through the speaker. Lin Chen nodded slightly, his gaze focused. The flames in his palm instantly contracted, condensing into a fireball the size of a thumb, its surface shimmering with a faint golden light. With a flick of his wrist, the fireball shot out with a whoosh, moving so fast it almost left an afterimage. Hiss! A soft sound echoed as the fireball hit the bullseye with precision. There was no earth-shattering explosion. The flames effortlessly pierced through the half-meter-thick tungsten alloy plate, leaving a smooth round hole as polished as if it had been sanded with not a single burr. Beep, beep, beep. The instruments emitted urgent warning sounds, and the data on the screen refreshed frantically. Core temperature 5,872 degrees. Penetration depth 0. 62 meters. An increase of 12 compared to last week. One of the researchers shouted excitedly. The energy conversion rate has also improved. With the same consumption, the power has increased by nearly 20%. Director Chen adjusted his glasses, his eyes filled with excitement. Good. Excellent. The accuracy is also up to standard with a deviation of less than 1 centimeter at 10 meters. This control is astounding. Lin Chen withdrew his hand, and the flames instantly dissipated. He moved his wrist, feeling the warm energy surging within him, and was quite satisfied. From initially being able to simply create fire to now being able to condense shape and precisely control temperature and power, his progress was remarkable. Lin Chen, shall we try the area suppression again? Director Chen cautiously asked. Just like the firewall you mentioned last time, we will measure the coverage and duration. All right. Lin Chen took 2 steps forward and raised both hands. 2 clusters of flames surged from his palms, quickly spreading across the ground, and in the blink of an eye formed a firewall 3 meters high and 10 meters wide. The raging flames stood like a crimson barrier, dividing the center of the testing room in half, maintaining a stable temperature of around 2,000 degrees, neither surging nor extinguishing. Sustained output power is stable. Coverage area 10. 2 meters. The researchers quickly recorded. At the current consumption rate, it can be sustained for 17 minutes, which is 3 minutes longer than last time. With a thought, Lin Chen instantly retracted the firewall, pulling it back into his palm until it disappeared. The entire process was clean and neat, with no energy wasted. That's about as far as I can go. Lin Chen walked back to the protective area, taking the water handed to him by a staff member. Continuing to practice won't be efficient. Let's try the effect of flames on weapons tomorrow. No problem. Director Chen quickly replied. We will prepare special military knives overnight made of high-temperature resistant materials that can definitely withstand your flames. While he was speaking, the door of the training hall was pushed open, and Chen, who walked in drenched in sweat, still holding a training notebook. Upon seeing Lin Chen, his eyes lit up, and he hurried over. Team Lin. Training finished. Lin Chen glanced at him, noting that though he was panting from exhaustion, his eyes were bright, and nodded. You seem to be in good shape. Instructor Lei has been tough on you, hasn't he? Instructor Lei teaches well. Chen, who chuckled a couple of times, scratching his head. I just have great strength. My skills still need a lot of work. Lin Chen nodded, and at that moment the door of the testing room was suddenly pushed open hurriedly. A young man dressed in a monitoring department uniform rushed in his face, showing urgency. Upon seeing Lin Chen, he immediately stopped and said, "Team Lin Director Chen, the monitoring team has discovered new potential ability user clues." The young man was named Zhou Kai, an analyst in the monitoring division responsible for screening anomalous abilities in online public opinion and publicly available videos. He held a tablet in his hand, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead, clearly having rushed over. "Don't rush. Speak slowly," Lin Chen said as he took the tablet, while Director Chen leaned in closely. Zhou Kai caught his breath and spoke rapidly. "We discovered it while scrolling through short videos. A female live streamer named by Ling with over 3 million followers nationwide. She specializes in makeup tutorials and daily life vlogs. Her family resides in Jiangnan City. She is the daughter of a wealthy local building materials entrepreneur." He tapped several times on the tablet, pulling up a video compilation. "These are her recent daily vlogs. After repeated comparative analysis, we pinpointed the anomaly in the plants at her home." The footage was exquisitely composed. The camera panned smoothly across the villa's living room and rear garden. First came several pots of Phalaenopsis orchids tucked into a corner of the living room. In a video filmed half a month earlier, the flowers appeared wilted, petals yellowed, and wrinkled leaves drooping listlessly. Fans had even commented asking whether they were on the verge of death. Yet in her latest video, those very same orchids bloomed with astonishing vigor, petals plump and vivid, leaves glossy and emerald green, with multiple fresh flower spikes emerging. Even the moss in the pots looked unnaturally vibrant. Even more striking was the rose garden. In footage shot just days prior, the roses suffered from black spot disease. Many leaves had fallen, branches stood bare and desolate. Bai Lingling herself had lamented in the video that they were likely beyond saving, and that she planned to uproot them and replace them with new cultivars. But in yesterday's newly uploaded video, those same rose bushes bristled with fresh foliage and heavy clusters of buds. Several blossoms already unfurled their blooms, unusually large and unnervingly vivid in hue. "We verified. Roses in Jiangnan shouldn't thrive so vigorously this season." Zhou Kai pointed at the screen. "Moreover, the nutrient solutions and fertilizers she uses are all standard commercial brands. No new varieties introduced, no greenhouse climate control systems installed. Under normal circumstances, such rapid recovery would be impossible." He then opened another blurry clip, filmed by a fan at night, shot from outside the villa's perimeter fence. Faint green luminescence shimmered across the garden like moonlight resting upon the foliage, or as if the plants themselves were emitting light. This was captured at 2:00 m. yesterday by a runner passing by. Comments dismissed it as visual effects or moonlight reflection, but our technical division confirmed it isn't optical refraction. It's genuine bioluminescence emitted directly by the plants. Zhou Kai raised his gaze to Lin Chen, voice firm and certain. "Based on energy signature comparison, we're 70% confident Bai Lingling has awakened an anomalous ability, most likely plant-based. She herself may not yet fully realize it, or may not recognize it as an ability at all." Director Chen leaned closer, scrutinizing the footage repeatedly before stroking his chin and nodding. "Plausible. Newly awakened ability users often unconsciously emit residual energy, triggering abnormal plant rejuvenation, and accompanying faint bioluminescence aligns perfectly with early-stage botanical affinity." Lin Chen scrolled through Bai Lingling's profile on the tablet. Bai Lingling, 24 years old, native of Jiangnan City. Her father owned a construction materials company. Her family affluent and well-established. After graduating university, she never entered formal employment, choosing instead to pursue full-time content creation, sharing luxury goods, cosmetics, and lifestyle explorations. Her public reputation remained unblemished, with no scandals or known conflicts. In short, she was a privileged heiress living a comfortable life, posing no apparent security risk. "Has her address been confirmed?" Lin Chen asked, lifting his eyes. "Confirmed. Guanlan Villa, Qingxiu District, Jiangnan City. A standalone residence occupied only by her 2 domestic staff and 1 horticulturist. Her parents frequently travel elsewhere for business." Zhou Kai responded instantly. "Local operatives have already been notified and are conducting preliminary surveillance around the area, awaiting our final directive." Lin Chen paused thoughtfully for a few seconds before issuing his decision. "Alert Field Team 1. Assemble at Summit Airfield in 10 minutes. Prepare 2 Z-20 helicopters for immediate deployment to Jiangnan City." His tone was brisk, his instructions precise. "Have our personnel maintain strict observation. No approach to the villa, no premature contact. Just secure surrounding access points and confirm she remains inside." "Yes, sir." Zhou Kai snapped to attention and hurried off to relay the order. Chen, who stood nearby, eyes alight with excitement. As soon as Lin Chen finished briefing, he edged forward half a step. "Team Leader Lin, may I accompany you? I'd like to witness this firsthand. Promise I won't cause any trouble." Freshly assigned to the unit, he had yet to undertake an official mission, his heart thrumming with equal parts nervousness and anticipation. Lin Chen glanced at him. "All training assignments completed." "Completed. All certified by Instructor Lei." Chen, who immediately straightened his posture, chest puffed out. Very well. Come along and see how things operate. Lin Chen nodded. She's merely a recently awakened young woman, likely harmless. Our objective is to verify her identity, extend cooperation where possible, and, if unwilling, register and document her accordingly. Once there, speak only when instructed, act only upon command. Yes. Thank you, Team Leader Lin. Chen, who beamed, grinning with boyish earnestness. Yet despite his words, Lin Chen remained vigilant. Anomalous abilities manifested in countless unpredictable forms. No one could foresee their unique properties. Caution, after all, ensured longevity. 10 minutes later at the base's helipad, 2 matte green Z-20 helicopters stood ready, their rotors beginning low resonant hums. 8 fully equipped members of field team 1 stood rigidly beside the aircraft, tall, disciplined, each bearing the sharp-eyed intensity of elite special forces operators. Lin Chen approached swiftly, dressed in civilian attire, a sidearm holstered discreetly at his waist, an ability detector nestled in his pocket. His presence radiated icy precision and quiet authority. Is everyone present? He swept his gaze across the formation. Reporting Team Leader Lin. Field Team 1-8 assigned, 8 accounted for, all mission ready. The squad leader barked back instantly. Good. Board. Lin Chen stepped onto the aircraft first, Chen, who followed closely behind. The cabin door sealed shut. Rotational speed surged. Powerful lift lifted the helicopters skyward. They banked sharply, heading toward Jiangnan City, vanishing swiftly into the cloud cover. Lin Chen settled into a window seat, reviewing Lingling's dossier on the tablet, fingertips tapping lightly against the screen. A botanical affinity ability, coupled with privileged upbringing, 0 exposure to underground networks, and no criminal record. She would likely prove an amenable candidate for recruitment. Team Leader Lin will arrive in 40 minutes, the field commander reported, softly stepping forward. Our surveillance team confirms Lingling remains inside the villa. This afternoon she hosted a friend for afternoon tea. No other scheduled activities. Understood. Lin Chen stowed the tablet and turned his gaze outward. Inform them upon arrival. Proceed directly to perimeter positions around the villa. Observe first. No unsanctioned contact. Yes, sir. At 3:30 p.m., 2 helicopters descended steadily onto the military temporary landing zone on the outskirts of Jiangnan City. Their rotors whipped scorching gusts across the ground, flinging grass clippings and dust in a stinging barrage. As Lin Chen stepped out of the cabin, he instinctively narrowed his eyes. The hot wind carried the sharp green tang of crushed grass into his nostrils, while the sun-baked concrete radiated heat even through the soles of his shoes. 2 black SUVs were already parked nearby. The drivers briskly approached and snapped sharp salutes. Crisp, precise. Team Leader Lin vehicles are ready. Local comrades have deployed covert surveillance around the villa. Thank you for your efforts. Lin Chen nodded, then turned and signaled his team forward, ushering them swiftly into the vehicles. He slid into the front passenger seat and fastened his seatbelt with practiced ease, split into 2 cars. We ride ahead in the lead vehicle, the second team follows behind. Maintain constant comms, no frequency dropouts. Yes, sir. Chen, who climbed into the first vehicle beside Lin Chen, then immediately pressed his face to the window. Along Jiangnan City's avenues stood lush, towering camphor trees, clean, elegant streets that felt worlds apart from the austere solemnity of Shishan Base. After 20 minutes of driving, just as the convoy neared the Guanlan Villa district, Chen, who suddenly murmured, huh? And leaned forward, holding up his phone toward Lin Chen. Team Leader Lin. Look, Lingling is live streaming right now. Lin Chen tilted his head slightly, his gaze settling on the phone screen. The frame showed an immaculately tended rear garden. Lingling wore a soft beige dress, kneeling beside a blooming rose bush, delicately misting the flowers with a petite watering can. The camera captured her profile, flawless makeup, a gentle, honeyed smile, as she occasionally glanced up to banter lightly with the live chat. In the top right corner, viewer count surged rapidly past 160. Torrents of comments scrolled ceaselessly across the screen. Lingling's roses look absolutely stunning today, healthier than last time. Please share your flower care guide. All my roses are dying. QQ sis, your house is ridiculously rich. The garden alone is bigger than my entire apartment. Seeing the comments, Lingling chuckled, gently shaking her watering can. No special technique. I just water them casually. Maybe it's the weather lately. They've shot up overnight. Honestly, it's strange. They were drooping before, but suddenly perked up these past few days. As she spoke, her fingertip brushed lightly against a nearby rose petal. At that instant, Lin Chen's eyes tightened almost imperceptibly. The footage was slightly blurred. No one in the live chat noticed, but Lin Chen saw it clearly. The petal subtly tilted toward her fingertip, as if drawn by unseen will, gently nuzzling her skin. It wasn't wind. The surrounding leaves remained utterly still. The aura leakage is more pronounced than anticipated, Lin Chen thought inwardly, then instructed Chen, who allowed, keep watching closely. Note every anomaly, no detail overlooked. Got it. Chen, who instantly nodded, gripping his phone with intense focus, like a veteran fan staking out his idol's livestream. 5 minutes later, the vehicles glided smoothly through the main entrance of Guanlan Villa. A security guard stepped forward to intercept, then froze as the driver lowered his window and flashed a badge. Only the gleam of a police insignia caught the light, too swift for anyone to read its details. Official investigation. Please cooperate. Yes, sir. The guard's pulse leapt at the sight of the emblem. No questions dared, no hesitation shown. He hurriedly pressed the remote to lift the gate barrier and snapped a crisp salute. Please proceed. Shall we assist further? No. Just secure the entrance. Keep unauthorized personnel out. With that, the driver accelerated smoothly into the compound. As the vehicles wound deeper into the estate, Chen, who murmured softly, "What an impressive neighborhood. Standalone villas with private gardens. This is how the wealthy live." He paused, scratching his head. Still, our operation feels unusually high profile. Flashing credentials like that. We'd never get such access under normal circumstances. Lin Chen remained silent, scanning surveillance cameras and landscaping along the route. The residential density was low, spacious distances between homes, dense foliage, excellent natural concealment. Ideal for tactical deployment. Soon the two vehicles separated at a side intersection 50 meters from Lingling's villa. One veered onto a shaded side lane, parking behind towering camphor trees, fully obscured by foliage with perfect sight lines to the villa's side gate and rear perimeter wall. The other advanced farther, stopping beneath roadside tree covered directly opposite the main entrance, observing the front gate across a landscaped median strip. Once stationary, Lin Chen lifted his radio and keyed the mic. All units, hold position. Monitor all entrances and exits of the villa with absolute vigilance. No movement without my explicit order. Maintain complete operational stealth. Unit 1, acknowledged. Unit 2, acknowledged. Two crisp confirmations crackled over the channel. Chen, who clenched his fists, eager and restless. Team leader Lin, when do we move in? Knock on the door straight away. I'll go alone. Lin Chen adjusted the collar of his casual shirt. Unremarkable, understated, indistinguishable from any office worker passing through the neighborhood. You're all in tactical gear. Too conspicuous. Might startle her. I'll make first contact, assess her demeanor, gauge her stance. Hold position outside, ready to move on my signal. If anything goes wrong, I'll call you. Yes, sir. Chen, who responded instantly, though a flicker of quiet disappointment crossed his face. No protest, no further inquiry. Lin Chen opened the car door and stepped out. The estate lay hushed. Only the occasional trill of birds broke the stillness. He strolled leisurely down the pedestrian path, unhurried, unassuming. Just another resident taking his evening walk. He halted before the wrought iron gates of Lingling's villa. Elegant and finely crafted, the gates framed a vision within a riot of blossoms, luxuriant greenery, more vivid and abundant than in the live stream. Even the weeds along the wall grew thicker, lusher than elsewhere. More exaggerated than the video suggested. Lin Chen swept his gaze once over the scene, then withdrew it, his assessment complete. The anomalous energy leakage was unmistakable, yet ordinary people would merely credit her gardening skill. He raised his hand and pressed the doorbell. A clear chime-like tone echoed inside. Within seconds, a voice came from beyond the gate. Curious, faintly puzzled, who is it? Moments later, the door slowly opened. Standing at the entrance was a middle-aged woman in her 40s, dressed in a clean navy blue made uniform, her hair meticulously styled. She looked Lin Chen up and down, noticing his proper attire and steady demeanor, which suggested he was not here to cause trouble. She politely asked, "Hello, may I ask what brings you here?" Lin Chen smiled at her, his tone calm. "Hello, I'm looking for Lingling." The maid paused for a moment, her brow slightly furrowing. "You're looking for our young lady. May I ask who you are? I have something to discuss with her. Could you please help me inform her?" Lin Chen didn't reveal his identity, directly keeping it vague. She hesitated for 2 seconds, judging that Lin Chen didn't seem like a bad person, and stepped aside to let him pass. "Then please come in. The young lady is live streaming in the back garden." "Thank you for your trouble." Lin Chen nodded slightly and followed her inside. As they pushed open the front door, a faint fragrance of white tea wafted in. Lin Chen instinctively glanced at the living room layout. Tall, floor-to-ceiling windows allowed the afternoon sunlight to pour in, with a light gray leather sofa, paired with a wooden coffee table. On the walls hung a few expressive landscape paintings accented by uniquely shaped ceramic ornaments. It was not cluttered with ostentatious luxury goods, which made it quite comfortable to look at. He muttered to himself, the aesthetics are quite good. Without pausing, he followed the maid deeper into the house. Along the way, there were many potted plants on the shelves. The monstera had shiny new leaves, while the pothos trailed down the shelves. Even the notoriously hard-to-care-for lotus lantern had several flower buds, each pot thriving. As they approached the sliding glass door to the back garden, the maid stopped and softly called out, "Miss, someone is looking for you." In the garden, Lingling was squatting by a bush of roses, holding a small flower shovel. She had just finished demonstrating to her fans how to trim the wilted branches. She had her back to the door, with her phone stand set nearby, the camera aimed at the blooming flowers all around. Hearing the voice, she didn't turn around, continuing her work with a smile. Man, why are you late? You promised afternoon tea, and you're 10 minutes late." She muttered as she slowly stood up, brushing off the grass clippings from her linen dress, and turned around leisurely. Lin Chen happened to reach the doorway, and their gazes met. Lingling's smile froze her eyes, clearly showing confusion as she searched her memory, but couldn't recall knowing this person. Lin Chen was also examining her. In person, she looked more delicate than in the video, with very fair skin and gentle curved features typical of a Jiangnan girl. Her slightly curled long hair fell loosely over her shoulders, the ends brushing against them. The cream-colored dress made her look clean and soft. Indeed, she was more beautiful than in the video, Lin Chen thought to himself. Bai Lingling took a couple of steps forward, standing by the flowers, tilting her head slightly, her tone carrying a hint of confusion. Hello, may I ask what you need to talk to me about? I don't think I know you. The maid, perceptive as she was, noticed the two were engaged in conversation, and quietly withdrew, gently closing the sliding glass door behind her, leaving the space for them. Lin Chen stepped forward half a pace, standing at the entrance to the garden. Hello, my name is Lin Chen. I have something I would like to discuss with you privately. If it's convenient, could you please turn off the live stream for a moment? Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, Bai Lingling was momentarily stunned, blinking her eyes in confusion. She lowered her head to glance at the still scrolling comments, then looked back at Lin Chen, noticing his serious expression that indicated he wasn't joking, and nodded. Okay, please wait a moment. Turning around, she bent down towards the phone camera, her tone returning to its usual softness and sweetness. Dear ones, please wait a moment. I suddenly have something to deal with at home, so I will pause the live stream for now and come back to chat with everyone later. Instantly, a flurry of question marks flooded the comments, with some jokingly asking if a handsome guy had arrived. Bai Lingling smiled and waved her hand, not saying much more, and with a tap of her fingertip, she directly closed the live stream. The surroundings fell quiet, leaving only the rustling sound of the wind blowing through the leaves. Bai Lingling straightened up, brushed off the tiny flower petals on her hands, and looked at Lin Chen. All right, the live stream is off. You can directly tell me what's the matter now. Lin Chen took 2 steps forward, standing a few paces away from her, his tone steady. Hello, I am from the National Superpower Administration. Before he could finish, Bai Lingling's eyes widened in shock, instinctively interrupting him. Wait a moment. The Superpower Administration. Her eyes were filled with disbelief as she leaned forward slightly, her voice rising. The Superpower Administration you mentioned. It's the one that manages superpowers, right? You're not joking with me, are you? She often indulged in sci-fi novels and shows about superpowers, frequently imagining whether such mysterious departments existed in reality. However, when those 3 words were spoken by a stranger, the impact was enough to leave her somewhat dazed. Lin Chen looked at her sparkling eyes and found it somewhat amusing. Yes, it's exactly what you think. Superpowers do exist, and the National Superpower Administration is the official agency responsible for matters related to superpowered individuals. As he spoke, he pulled out his identification from the inner pocket, flicked it open with his fingers, revealing the gilded national emblem and his identification information, and handed it over to Bai Lingling. The reason I came here is for this matter. Bai Lingling hurriedly received the credentials with both hands, lowering her head to examine them closely. After reading it twice, she looked up at Lin Chen, her eyes still filled with shock, but now tinged with an uncontainable excitement, her voice trembling slightly. So, you came to find me, could it be because I also have superpowers? Her eyes sparkled like they were filled with stars, staring intently at Lin Chen, much like a student awaiting a prize from a teacher. Lin Chen couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, keeping a straight face as he nodded, pointing to the exceptionally lush flowers and plants around them. That's right, haven't you noticed that these plants are growing a bit oddly? Normal roses cannot transform from a sickly state to their current condition in just 1 week. Bai Lingling followed his finger and looked around, her gaze sweeping over the roses that were larger than her fists, then at the ivy wildly growing in the corner, suddenly clapping her hands in realization. No wonder. I thought I had suddenly maxed out my flower-growing talent. So it's because of superpowers. Turning abruptly, she fixed her eager gaze on Lin Chen, her curiosity uncontainable. Then you also have superpowers, right? What is it? Can you show me? Her impatient demeanor showed not a hint of wariness. Lin Chen felt a slight relief in his heart, finding the situation smoother than he had anticipated, as he didn't have to waste time explaining or deal with any resistance. He said nothing, simply raising his right hand with his palm facing up. In the next moment, a flicker of flame appeared out of thin air in his palm, gently swaying. He intentionally controlled the temperature, not letting a hint of heat escape, allowing the flames to dance lightly at his fingertips, splitting into 2 wisps before slowly converging into a small point, hovering steadily. Bai Lingling watched in rapt attention, her mouth slightly agape, instinctively murmuring to herself, so cool. Having lived for 24 years, she had only seen fire-controlling superpowers in films, but witnessing it in person was 100 times more impactful than any special effects. Lin Chen thought to himself, and the flames in his palm instantly vanished, leaving no warmth behind, as if they had never appeared. My awakened power is fire-type superpower. I'm here today to formally invite you to join the administration. The state will provide you with systematic superpower training, a safe training environment, and corresponding benefits, as long as you adhere to the regulations. I want to join. Lin Chen's latter half of the sentence was lodged in his throat. Lin Chen had prepared an entire set of arguments discussing job responsibilities, benefits, training arrangements, and family assurances, even rehearsing responses for the other party's hesitations, doubts, and negotiations in his mind. To his astonishment, Ling did not ask a single extra question and agreed immediately. He was stunned for 2 seconds before regaining his composure, looking at the girl in front of him with bright eyes, and uncertainly asked, "Are you sure? Once you join, it's not child's play. There are strict confidentiality rules and operational requirements. Once you're in the system, you cannot back out casually." "I'm sure." Ling answered decisively, even leaning forward slightly, her skirt brushing against the clover at her feet, creating a soft rustling sound. "What's there to back out of?" The Superpower Management Bureau, an officially recognized organization for superpowers. This is the kind of plot you only find in novels. How could I let this opportunity slip by? Her face was full of uncontainable excitement, and even her breathing was slightly faster than before, as if she had just stumbled upon something incredibly fortunate. "All right, since you're sure, let me explain the subsequent arrangements and benefits." Lin Chen cleared his throat, preparing to explain what he had thoroughly prepared. "Hey, you don't need to mention the benefits just yet," Ling interrupted him with a wave of her hand, her eyes sparkling like they were filled with starlight. "I just want to know, once I join the Superpower Management Bureau, does that mean I'm part of the country? It's a formal position, right?" Lin Chen was momentarily taken aback by her question, feeling a mix of amusement and exasperation. It turned out this rich young lady was more concerned about having a formal position than the salary or benefits. While her family obviously didn't lack money, they had sports cars and mansions, but it seemed she was more interested in the government identity. He silently scoffed, thinking only a wealthy family would be so willful. Though he didn't show it outwardly, he spoke seriously. "That's right. After you formally join, you will be a staff member of the National Superpower Management Bureau directly under the central government, with your identity information filed in the system. You will be a legitimate government employee." "That's great." Ling instantly broke into a smile, her eyes curving into crescent moons. She clapped her hands and said cheerfully, "I knew it. An official organization must have formal positions. So when do I report for duty?" "I can go anytime." Seeing her eager demeanor, Lin Chen couldn't help but chuckle. "No need to rush. You have 3 days to handle your personal matters. Make sure your live streaming account and family affairs are all arranged. 3 days later, our comrades will come to pick you up and take you directly to the base for reporting. When you arrive at the base, there will be someone to conduct a comprehensive superpower assessment to determine your upper limits." He added seriously, "By the way, not a word about your powers to anyone outside, including your parents. The confidentiality regulations are a red line, and you will be held accountable if there's a breach." "No problem. 3 days is enough," Ling readily agreed, already starting to think about how to fabricate reasons for her parents, and that her live streaming account would have to be temporarily paused. After discussing the important matters, Lin Chen didn't linger much longer, reminding her a couple more times about the confidentiality regulations before standing up to take his leave. Ling saw him off to the villa's entrance, waving her hand excitedly, saying, "Lin, go see you in 3 days. You have to teach me how to practice superpowers then." "Oh, I want to be as cool as you." Lin Chen paused, turning back to glance. This girl was quick to change her tone, just a moment ago she had been polite, and now she was calling him Lin Go. He didn't correct her, merely nodded slightly, his tone softening a bit. "See you at the base." As he walked out the door, Lin Chen hadn't fully collected his thoughts yet. He strolled leisurely along the path toward where he had parked. Before this mission, he had prepared several contingency plans, thinking the other party might be cautious, hesitant, or propose various conditions, even bracing himself for a lengthy, persuasive conversation. However, the entire process took less than 10 minutes, and the other party had readily agreed, making it feel almost surreal. "What a straightforward person." Lin Chen muttered under his breath, a smile involuntarily creeping up at the corners of his mouth. This mission had turned out to be much easier than he had anticipated. Reaching the car, he opened the door and sat inside. The few people in the back seat instantly looked over, with Chun, who craning his neck the farthest. Noticing Lin Chen's expression was somewhat subtle, neither the relief of a successful negotiation nor the heaviness of a failed one, but rather a hint of disbelief. They exchanged glances. "Oh no, it couldn't have fallen through, could it? This rich young lady lives a comfortable life. Oh, would she be unwilling to take this risk?" Chun, who being impatient couldn't hold back any longer, and immediately asked, "Captain Lin, how did it go?" "Did that," Ling. "Not want to join?" Lin Chen turned his head, noticing a group of people staring at him, their faces filled with anxiety and apprehension, and suddenly burst into laughter. He had initially intended to tease them with a serious face, but seeing their tense expressions made him lose the desire for jokes. He shook his head, a lingering smile in his tone. "There's nothing to be unwilling about." She agreed. The car fell silent for a second, and then it exploded with excitement. She agreed just like that. Chun, who with the loudest voice and wide-open eyes nearly leapt from his seat. "I thought we would have to persuade her for ages. What if the wealthy young lady found the constraints too much and didn't want to come? And yet she agreed so readily." The field team member in the back seat laughed as well. "Not just readily, but didn't it take our Lin team less than 20 minutes to get her in? This efficiency is astonishing. Does that mean we will soon have a third ability user in our bureau?" Another team member chimed in, his tone tinged with excitement. "Fire type, strength type, and now a plant type." Lin Chen leaned back against the seat, a faint smile playing on his lips, and waited for everyone to chatter for a moment before raising his hand to calm them down. Bilingualing with a simple mind had grown up in a well-off family, never having encountered any complex or dark people or affairs. Safety allowed for no margin of error. He picked up the intercom from the front passenger seat, pressed the talk button, and his voice clearly transmitted, Team 2 attention, mission completed. Arrange for someone to escort Bilingualing to the base in 3 days. For these 3 days you will stay nearby, keeping a close watch on her movements, setting up both visible and hidden guards to ensure her personal safety and prevent any accidents. Report any abnormalities immediately. No actions are to be taken without permission. The response from the Team 2 leader came promptly through the intercom. Team 2 received. We will ensure the mission is completed. The vehicle had not traveled far before arriving at the temporary takeoff and landing point. The roar of the rotor blades grew louder, stirring up clouds of dust, as 2 helicopters landed steadily on the open ground. Everyone boarded and turned the cabin door, closed. The aircraft shook slightly, and then rose into the air. Lin Chen sat by the window, having been busy all afternoon, the muscles in his neck tense and stiff. He raised his hand to rub his brow, but his mind was still racing. From Chun Hu to Bilingualing, and then to the several weak fluctuations captured by the monitoring station earlier, the rate of ability awakenings was obviously accelerating. Future missions would only increase, and the burdens to bear would grow heavier. The cabin gradually quieted down. The team members, exhausted from a day's work, either leaned back in their seats to rest or chatted softly, with only the continuous hum of the engine resonating in their ears. At 10 o'clock in the evening, the helicopter landed smoothly on the helipad at the West Mountain base. Stepping onto solid ground, Lin Chen stretched his somewhat stiff shoulders and turned to the others, instructing, Everyone is tired. Oh, let's head to the cafeteria for a meal. Afterward, return to rest early. Aren't you going, Lin Team? Chun Hu patted his stomach, which had been growling from hunger. I'll first report to Director Liu about the mission situation and eat later. Lin Chen waved his hand, turning toward the office area. The corridor of the base was still brightly lit late at night, but much quieter than during the day. Occasionally, he would encounter patrolling soldiers who would immediately stand at attention and salute upon seeing him. Lin Chen arrived at the door of Lu Zheng's office. Just as he was about to knock, he heard hurried footsteps approaching from behind. Captain Lin, you finally returned. Lin Chen turned around to see a young soldier from the communications team running over with a folder. Yes, just landed. Lin Chen nodded, pointing to the office door. Is Director Liu inside? I need to report on the progress of the mission. The soldier immediately shook his head, taking a breath to speak. Director Liu is not here. You left this afternoon for less than 2 hours when the monitoring station reported that 2 suspected ability users had appeared. The situation is quite urgent. Director Liu did not want to disturb you while you were executing your mission, so he didn't inform you and went directly with the team. He paused for a moment and added, Director Liu mentioned before leaving that he would contact you if there was any situation. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. 2 ability users appearing simultaneously. That was a first. Was it merely a coincidence, or was there some common inducement? His mind raced through several thoughts, and he instinctively wanted to ask for specific locations and ability characteristics. However, he then recalled that since Lu Zheng hadn't notified him, he likely wanted him to focus, and that he had already personally taken people over, so there should be no major issues for the time being. Suppressing his doubts, he nodded. All right, I understand. I will report back to him when he returns. Thank you for your hard work coming out here so late. It's no trouble. It's my duty. The young soldier saluted and quickly left with the folder. The corridor returned to silence. Lin Chen stood in place for 2 seconds, ultimately suppressing the thought of going to the monitoring station, and turned toward the cafeteria. After a busy day, he was indeed so hungry that his stomach was pressed against his back. Even the most important matters could wait until he was well fed. Just as he turned around with his meal tray, he saw Chun Hu at a nearby table, his head down, vigorously devouring his food, his cheeks stuffed, and a bit of grease at the corner of his mouth, eating with great gusto. He shook his head, walked over, pulled out a chair across from him, and tapped the table. Can you be a bit more civilized? You look like you haven't eaten in days. Chun Hu looked up, still chewing on braised pork, and mumbled, Lin Team, you finally made it. Hey, it's just that today's mission was too urgent. I've been starving. He swallowed his food, took another big mouthful of rice, and muttered, the base cafeteria is delicious. This braised pork is more flavorful than at my hometown's restaurant, fat, but not greasy. Lin Chen picked up his chopsticks, took a piece of greens, and watched him gobbling down his food, unable to help but laugh. Eat slowly, no one's competing with you. By the way, finish your meal, and return to rest early. Tomorrow Instructor Lei will probably give you extra training. Don't let yourself oversleep then. Don't worry, Lin Team. I'm in great shape. Chun Hu patted his chest, and as soon as he finished speaking, buried his head back into the food. At 5:30 the next morning, as dawn broke, the sounds of fists and feet colliding echoed through the training hall. Lin Chen withdrew his fist, sidestepping Chun Hu's heavy punch and lightly pushing him at the shoulder. Chun Hu, already off balance, staggered back 2 steps before regaining his footing, scratching his head and chuckling. Captain Lin, your skills are too slick. I can't even touch the corner of your clothes, even when I'm giving it my all. Enough chatter, let's go again. Lin Chen beckoned with his finger, his gaze urging Chun Hu on. Chun, who immediately quelled his smile, adopting a fighting stance as he rushed forward again. The two practiced for over half an hour, stopping only when they were drenched in sweat to take a break. Chun, who downed more than half a bottle of mineral water, wiped his mouth and casually asked, "Captain Lin, hasn't Director Liu returned from his mission yet? I passed by the office building this morning and peeked in. His office light is off." He should still be dealing with things over there," Lin Chen replied, wiping the sweat off with a towel. "He'll head over to check after I finish my training." However, by the time he finished training around 8, took a shower, and changed into his work uniform to head to the office area, Liu Zheng's office was still locked. Lin Chen didn't wait long. After all, there was no rush to report. He turned around and headed straight back to the training hall, taking advantage of the quiet to dive into the testing room for extra practice, only stopping when the cafeteria opened for lunch. Around 3 in the afternoon, Lin Chen was bent over an instrument with Director Chen verifying the new flame temperature data. Just as he made a mark on the recording board, hurried footsteps sounded from the entrance. A young soldier from the communications team poked his head in and shouted upon seeing Lin Chen, "Captain Lin, Director Liu is back. He just arrived at the office and told me to call you over. He has something urgent to discuss with you." "All right, I'll be right there," Lin Chen replied, nodding to Director Chen before putting down the recording board and walking out. His steps quickened, feeling relieved, or it seemed things had gone smoothly. At the door of Liu Zheng's office, he noticed it wasn't fully closed and could faintly hear voices inside. Lin Chen knocked twice, and Liu Zheng's voice came from within, "Come in." He pushed the door open and immediately spotted Liu Zheng behind his desk. Dressed in a work uniform with some dust on it, his eyes held a faint dark hue, clearly having rushed back without rest, but his gaze remained sharp, showing no signs of fatigue. Behind Liu Zheng stood a young man Lin Chen had never seen before. The young man looked to be in his early 20s, tall and slender, clad in a simple black t-shirt and jeans that were slightly worn at the knees. "Director Liu," Lin Chen greeted with a salute, then glanced at the young man without asking further questions. "Have a seat." Liu Zheng gestured to the chair opposite him, getting straight to the point. "How did things go in Jiangnan City? Have you resolved the situation with Bai Lingling?" "Yes, it's all sorted out," Lin Chen replied after sitting down. "I made contact yesterday afternoon, and Bai Lingling has agreed to join the Anomaly Management Bureau. I've given her 3 days to sort out her personal matters, and after that, local security will escort her to the base. I've arranged for Team 2 to keep an eye on her to ensure her safety and prevent any unexpected incidents." "Good work," Liu Zheng nodded, clearly pleased. "I thought it would take more effort. I didn't expect it to go so smoothly." "She was quite straightforward about it," Lin Chen smiled. "I heard she was offered a position and immediately agreed, without even asking about the benefits." Liu Zheng chuckled and didn't linger on the topic. He shifted to reveal the young man behind him and nodded at Lin Chen, saying, "Let me introduce you to a new team member." The young man immediately stood up straight, stepping forward with a bright smile, looking particularly spirited. "This guy is Su Yi, one of the anomalies we monitored yesterday." Liu Zheng tapped the table with his fingers, his tone becoming serious. He awakened a speed-type ability capable of reaching 5 to 6 times the speed of an average person in full burst. He just awakened not long ago, so his control isn't quite up to par yet. Lin Chen felt a stir in his heart. A speed-type ability was a very practical power. It could be of great use in reconnaissance, ambushes, or support. He sized up Su Yi, realizing why he looked so agile like a panther. It turned out he was a speed type. "Su Yi, this..." Liu Zheng then pointed at Lin Chen and said to Su Yi, "He is a fire-type anomaly and also the captain of our combat team. You will be assigned to his squad, training and completing missions alongside him from now on." "Hello, Captain Lin." Su Yi's eyes were fixed on Lin Chen, filled with curiosity. "I've heard about you for a long time. Director Liu told me on the way that you were the first to awaken an anomaly, and that your fire-type ability is incredible, capable of melting through alloy plates with a single punch." His tone carried unabashed admiration, like a child meeting an idol without a hint of shyness. Lin Chen chuckled at his question and nodded. "It's not that exaggerated. I can indeed melt through thinner alloy plates when I go all out. You'll find out more as we train together." "That sounds amazing." Su Yi's eyes sparkled even brighter, rubbing his hands together, eager to try. "I've always loved watching those superpower movies. I never thought I would have my own day like this. Please take care of me from now on, Captain Lin." "We're teammates, there's no need to be so polite." Lin Chen waved his hand, turning to Liu Zheng with a slight frown. "Director Liu, didn't you say there were 2 anomalies? Why did you only bring back Su Yi?" "The other one was untraceable," Liu Zheng replied, taking a sip from his teacup, his brow furrowing. "The energy fluctuations appeared quickly and disappeared just as fast. The locals searched all nearby hills, but couldn't find anyone. We don't know if they're intentionally hiding, but we've left someone to continue the investigation, and we'll report back as soon as there's news." Lin Chen nodded, but his heart sank. The one they hadn't found posed a hidden danger. If they were like Su Yi with a good mindset, that would be fine. But if their intentions were malicious, hiding away and using their abilities to cause chaos, it would be too late to investigate after the noise broke out. Su Yi volunteered to come along. Liu Zheng glanced at Su Yi, his tone softening. "The young man has a strong sense of responsibility. He said that since he has this ability, he should do something useful." Su Yi scratched his head, chuckling a bit sheepishly, I'm just one person, so wherever I am it doesn't make a difference. Lin Chen had a good impression of this new team member. He was cheerful and straightforward without too many twists and turns, and had a sense of measure, making him easier to get along with than expected. Alright, I'll leave him in your hands now. Lu Zheng tapped on the table and said to Lin Chen, later take him to the logistics department to get daily supplies and training gear, arrange his dormitory, and for the subsequent physical training, combat training, and anomaly development, he will follow the squad. He just awakened, so he's still not familiar with controlling his abilities. Do please pay extra attention to him. Don't worry, Director Lu, I'll make the arrangements, Lin Chen replied. And Lu Zheng's expression grew serious. We've confirmed 4 anomalies now, and the number of people awakening will only increase from here on out. Your team's responsibilities will become heavier, so don't slack off during training. Only by being prepared can you handle situations when they arise. Lin Chen nodded, fully aware of this. With Chun Hu's strength, Su Ye's speed, by Ling Ling's plant manipulation, and his own fire abilities, their team composition was becoming increasingly well-rounded. Alright, there's nothing else for now. You can go. Lu Zheng waved his hand. I need to catch some rest, or I've been up all night and my old bones are about to fall apart. Lin Chen stood up saying, then Director Lu, please rest well, we'll be leaving now. Su Yi followed suit saying, goodbye Director Lu, as he cheerfully followed Lin Chen out. As soon as they stepped out of the office, Su Yi leaned closer, lowering his voice curiously and asking, Captain Lin, is our base particularly large? Are there many anomalies? Are there other powerful characters besides you? He fired questions one after another like a curious child. Lin Chen turned his head to glance at him and smiled. Don't worry, I'll take you for a tour later. First, let's go get your things. After that, I'll take you to the training hall. You'll be spending most of your time there from now on. Great. Time passed swiftly, and before long 2 days had gone by. During these 2 days, Su Yi had firmly rooted himself in the base. The logistics were impressively efficient. On the very same day, his training uniform, daily necessities, and single dormitory were all meticulously arranged. Even 2 sets of perfectly fitting casual clothes for him were prepared. The complete set of test results from the Biological Research Institute had also arrived. Lin Chen reviewed the report. Su Yi's muscle explosive power was 6 times that of an ordinary person, with neural response speed far surpassing the norm. The only shortcoming was his endurance. Sustaining high-speed movement for long periods quickly led to exhaustion. Lin Chen had long anticipated this. Speed-type abilities typically boasted strong bursts, but weak stamina. Targeted endurance training would be arranged later. That morning, many people gathered around the dedicated test track beside the training hall. Su Yi, clad in a form-fitting training suit, was stretching his legs at the starting line, his face brimming with eager anticipation. Beside the track stood a speed measurement device. Director Chun and 2 assistants were adjusting the equipment. Lei Peng stood nearby with his arms crossed, curious to see just how fast this newly arrived speed-type ability user could be. Lin Chen stood to the side, glancing down at the clipboard in his hand. Let me know when you're ready. I'll start with a 100-meter test. No problem. Su Yi responded crisply, squatting down at the starting line and assuming the standard starting posture. His fingers pressed firmly to the ground, every muscle tensed like a poised cheetah ready to spring. Ready, go. The moment the words fell, Su Yi shot forward like an arrow. Fast, astonishingly fast. The logistics personnel watching nearby only caught a blur, unable to clearly see his figure. A gust of wind swept past their ears, and when they focused again, Su Yi had already covered more than half the distance. Only Lin Chen's sharp eyes could keep up, observing Su Yi's stride and exertion rhythm clearly. His footfalls were almost soundless, his entire form resembling a shadow skimming just above the ground. Beep. The speedometer emitted a prompt tone, the screen flashing the number 3. 21 seconds. Holy! Chun, whose eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed profanely, this is insanely fast. The world record is still over 9 seconds. Lei Peng raised an eyebrow, equally astonished. Su Yi had sprinted under 4 seconds, and having only awakened his ability a few days ago, his potential was indeed immense. Su Yi leisurely strolled back from the finish line, slightly breathless, his face betraying a hint of pride as he nodded toward Lin Chen. Captain Lin, how was that? Passable. Not bad. Lin Chen nodded, refraining from excessive praise, so Su Yi wouldn't become arrogant. But your burst speed is high while endurance is lacking. You were visibly weak in the legs after the sprint. Future training must focus on stamina, not just explosive power. Got it. Su Yi responded, eagerly, undaunted by the training, instead rubbing his hands together in anticipation. Lin Chen turned to Chun, who was itching to try, and smiled suddenly. Perfect timing. Both of you just joined recently. Since you're all here today, why not spar a bit? Consider it a warm-up and get familiar with each other's abilities. That way you can coordinate better on missions. Chun, whose eyes lit up as he stepped forward immediately. Sure. I've been wanting to try this for a while. He had been eager. Although aware of Su Ye's speed, he was confident in his own strength. As long as he landed a punch, he was sure he could knock the other down. Su Yi was unfazed, tilting his head with a mischievous grin. Alright then, let's play. Brother, who go easy on me. My small frame can't withstand your punches. Though polite in words, his eyes glimmered with eagerness, showing no fear whatsoever. Keep it light, no killing blows, Lin Chen reminded them before stepping back 2 paces to clear the space. Begin. No sooner had he spoken than Chun, who let out a low roar and charged forward. His fists clenched tightly, rushing like wind towards Su Ye's face with full force. Any direct hit would be harsh. But Su Ye's steps glided lightly as if carried by a breeze, effortlessly dodging the punch. Missed me, he teased with a cheerful smile. Chun, who frowned, but didn't lose heart, spinning around to deliver a horizontal punch. No matter how fast or fierce the punches, Su Yi always evaded by a hair's breadth, slippery as a fish circling around him. Occasionally he'd tap Chun Hu's back or poke his arm playfully. Here I am. Too slow, brother Hu. Haha, can't catch me, huh? Su Ye's voice echoed from all directions. Frustrated Chun, who couldn't even touch the hem of his opponent's clothes, panting heavily, his face flushed red. He stomped the ground fiercely, causing it to tremble, gritting his teeth. Don't just dodge. Have the guts to fight me, Heiden. Only fools fight, Heiden. Su Yi laughed, sneaking behind him, gently pushing him. It's a disadvantage to fight you straight up. Chun, who stumbled from the push, his anger flaring even more as he spun around and lunged again. He missed and nearly fell flat on his face, drawing laughter from the surrounding onlookers. All right, stop now. Lin Chen judged it sufficient and called for a halt. Su Yi immediately ceased his movement, standing calmly 3 meters away from Chun, who barely breaking a sweat. Chun, who however was panting like a bellows, his forehead drenched in sweat and his face as dark as a pot's bottom, clearly furious. No more fighting. Chun, who waved his hands, sitting down heavily, frustrated beyond words. This is too frustrating. You can't even touch me, what's the point of fighting? Su Yi approached and handed him a bottle of water with a cheerful smile. Brother Hu, well played. Mainly you're a bit slow. If you were faster, I wouldn't have been able to dodge. Cut the act. Chun, who rolled his eyes, gulped down a large mouthful of water, complaining outwardly, but not truly angry. He was just a bit resentful. Once I improve my strength, I'll definitely catch you in one grab. Then you'll be ready to get beaten. All right, I'll be waiting, Su Yi replied with a cheeky grin. Lin Chen watched their banter and shook his head. Speed counters strength, it was common sense. Chun, who had great strength, a close-range punch could incapacitate, but if he couldn't land a hit, it was useless. Su Ye's speed made him excellent at evasion and harassment, but if Chun Hu caught him, it would be dire. Their abilities complemented each other perfectly. When teamed up on missions, their cooperation would be formidable. Just then a logistics staff member ran to the training hall entrance, calling from afar, Captain Lin. Captain Lin. Lin Chen turned to look. What's the matter? Lingling from Jiangnan City has arrived. Director Liu asked me to inform you. She's currently in the office building's lobby. So soon? Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. He had expected her to arrive in the afternoon, but was surprised she came this morning. All right, I understand. Chun Hu, Su Yi, no rest. Come with me to meet the new teammate. Got it. Su Yi responded immediately, eyes filled with curiosity. He had long heard of a plant-type female ability user and was eager to see her. Chun Hu got up, dusted off his pants, and followed them out. The three hurried to the office building, and upon entering the lobby saw Lingling standing there, escorted by 2 national security personnel. She wore a simple white dress today, her long hair tied in a ponytail. Compared to their last meeting, she appeared less refined, but more fresh and spirited. She was curiously looking around at the alloy walls and passing staff, her eyes full of wonder. Hearing footsteps, she turned and immediately spotted Lin Chen, breaking into a smile as she waved and trotted over a few steps. Captain Lin, I'm here to report. Finally, I've been waiting for you. Lin Chen nodded at Lingling, stepping aside to reveal the 2 people behind him. Let me introduce you, these are our teammates. The tall one is Chun Hu, a strength-based ability user who can bend steel with a single punch. The one beside him is Su Yi, a speed-type user. He was initially worried that Lingling, coming from a wealthy family, might be reserved, but seeing her so open and confident, he felt relieved. Chun Hu immediately stepped forward, scratching his head and grinning with a simple-minded smile. Hello. I'm Chun Hu. From now on, we'll be teammates. If you need help with any heavy lifting, just let me know. Su Yi chimed in with a bright smile, waving at Lingling, and added quickly, if there's anything you need, feel free to ask. I'm great at running errands. Lingling chuckled at his antics, her tone gentle. Hello, I'm Lingling. Please take care of me. My ability just awakened not long ago, and I'm still not very skilled at using it. I might need your help to guide me in the future. No need to be polite. We're teammates, it's only natural. Chun Hu patted his chest in assurance. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Lingling suddenly blinked, glancing curiously at the 3 of them, and asked Lin Chen, by the way, Captain, are we the only 4 ability users in our team right now? Then what position do I rank? Her question was straightforward, filled with the innocent curiosity of a young girl without any competitive intent, as she simply wanted to know when she had joined the team. Lin Chen smiled and replied, honestly, currently, it's just the 4 of us. Since the abilities have only recently appeared, there aren't many identified nationwide. Speaking of which, I contacted you first, but Su Yi's file was entered into the system earlier, so you are the 4th to join. I see. Lingling tilted her head, her lips drooping slightly in slight disappointment, but she quickly smiled again, saying, all right, 4th is fine. It's great that I can join, our ranking doesn't matter. She was easygoing, which eased Lin Chen's mind. Looking at the time, he said, "Let's go, we'll take you to the biological testing room, first for a full-body checkup. We'll draw some blood for tests and measure your abilities. Accommodation and living supplies have already been arranged for you. After the checkup, it'll take you to the dormitory." "Okay, you'll follow your arrangements, Captain." Bilingual obediently nodded, walking behind the group towards the testing room. Along the way, Su Yi chatted non-stop, explaining the base's details, which dining hall served the best food, how to use the training equipment, and he spoke with confidence. Bilingual listened intently, occasionally asking questions, creating a relaxed atmosphere. Lin Chen walked ahead, listening silently, appreciating Su Yi's social skills, which made it easier for new teammates to integrate, and saved him the trouble of introductions. In just a few minutes they arrived at the biological testing room. Director Chen had been waiting for news, and immediately approached. When he saw Bilingual enter, his face beaming with uncontainable excitement. "This must be Comrade Bilingual. Come in. The equipment is all set up and waiting for you." His enthusiasm made Bilingual a bit shy, and she murmured, "Thank you for your trouble." "Not a trouble at all." Director Chen waved his hand, his eyes squinting with a smile. "Being able to study a plant-based ability is a rare opportunity. Come, let's begin with a routine checkup, a blood draw, and a cellular scan. It won't take long." Bilingual nodded and followed the nurse into the inner room. The routine checkup didn't take long. Even after drawing blood, measuring heart rate, and performing a full-body scan, the whole process was completed in just over half an hour. When she came out, her cheeks were a bit pale, having drawn several vials of blood, leaving her feeling somewhat weak. Lin Chen noticed and casually poured a cup of warm water from the nearby water dispenser, handing it to her. "Are you all right? Sit down and rest for a moment." "I'm fine, just a bit dizzy, but it'll be okay after resting a bit." Bilingual took the water, smiled at him, and took a few small sips. After resting for about 10 minutes, Director Chen came over holding the preliminary health report, his tone filled with joy. "Your physical condition is quite good. All indicators are slightly above average, and cell activity is very strong, matching the common traits of ability users. The specific genetic test results will take 2 days to come out. Let's go try your ability." The group walked to the testing room's experimental table, where a pot of wilted green plants sat, with yellowing leaves and drooping buds clearly on the verge of dying. "We'll use this for the test." Director Chen pointed at the flower pot. "This is the worst conditioned plant we could find. Focus your energy and try to influence it. No need to rush, take your time, and feel the life force of the plant." Bilingual nodded, took a couple of steps forward, squatted down in front of the flower pot, took a deep breath, closed her eyes, and gently placed her hands on either side of the soil in the pot. At first nothing happened. Bilingual frowned slightly, beads of sweat slowly forming on her forehead, clearly concentrating. Chunhu and Su Yi held their breath beside her, afraid to make a sound, while even Director Chen moved quietly, staring intently at the energy fluctuation readings on the instruments. Lin Chen stood nearby, clearly sensing a warm energy radiating from Bilingual, gradually enveloping the pot of green plants. Unlike his own fiery energy, this energy was soft, infused with a vibrant vitality, like spring rain that nourishes everything silently. After about half a minute, suddenly a leaf at the very top of the wilted green plant stirred gently. Following that, at a visible speed, the yellowing leaves slowly turned green, the drooping stems began to straighten, and the once shriveled buds started to swell. Tender green shoots emerged from the branches, rapidly elongating and unfurling. In just a matter of seconds, the once near-dead green plant became lush and vibrant, its leaves glossy and emerald green, brimming with life. "Wow, it's alive! It's alive!" Su Yi exclaimed in a hushed voice. Bilingual slowly opened her eyes, looking at the green plant before her, her gaze filled with wonder. She had secretly tried it at home before, but she could only make the flowers look a bit healthier. She had never experienced anything like today. The sensation of controlling life force was even more marvelous than she had imagined. "Wow, this is incredible." Chunhu leaned closer, eyes wide. "You just put your hands on it for a moment, and the dying plant came back to life. This is better than nutrient solution." Su Yi nodded. "Exactly. From now on, all the flowers and plants in our base will be managed by Bilingual. Director Chen focused on the instrument screen, quickly jotting down notes on the recording sheet, muttering, "Life energy fluctuation peak value 372, stable output. Plant cell activity increased by 280%. This is incredible. You've just awakened, and you already have this effect. Just think how much more you could achieve with training." He looked up at Bilingual, his tone excited. "Comrade Bilingual, your ability has great potential. It's not just about nurturing plants. You might even be able to do more in the future, like accelerating crop growth, or even restoring plant ecosystems. There's so much potential." Bilingual felt a bit shy from the praise, her cheeks slightly flushed. "I was just experimenting. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. I was worried it wouldn't succeed just now. It's normal for it to be like this at the beginning. You just practice more, and you'll stabilize it." Lin Chen encouraged. "Well, develop a specialized training plan for your abilities later on. With practice, your control will only improve." He paused and added, "The tests are about done. It'll take you to the dormitory to drop off your things. There's not much planned for the afternoon, so you can familiarize yourself with the environment. Training with the team will start officially tomorrow. Alright, I'll follow the captain's lead. Bilingualing nodded, glancing back at the flourishing pot of green plants once more. On the third day of Bilingualing's arrival at the base, the training hall was still bustling with activity. Chun, who bare-chested, lifted a 200-kilogram barbell. As if it were child's play, his muscular arms clearly defined each push, accompanied by a whooshing sound. After awakening his power, his strength increased day by day to the point where the ordinary training equipment at the base could hardly withstand him. Suyi darted around the obstacle track nearby, moving so quickly that he was just a gray shadow, occasionally teasing Chun, who your speed is lacking like an old cow pulling a cart. If something happens later, you won't even be able to touch its tail. What good is running fast? One punch, and you'll be down. Chun, who grunted, setting down the barbell, causing the ground to tremble. When it comes to a real fight, it all comes down to raw strength. In a corner, Bilingualing squatted in a small experimental plot, practicing her powers. A faint green light flashed from her fingertips, and the wild grass beneath her shot up, half a foot, soft vines winding around her wrist. She had only just awakened her abilities, and her control was still unrefined, often tangling the vines around her own arms, clumsy like a kitten playing with yarn. Lin Chen stood 100 meters away in front of the testing target, practicing the accuracy of his flames. With his palm cradling a small flame, a thought directed it to split into 7 or 8 strands, precisely hitting the same spot on the target, darkening the charred marks little by little. At that moment, the heavy alloy door of the training hall was pushed open with a loud bang, the noise overshadowing the sounds of training inside. Lu Zheng strode in, his face several shades darker than usual, brows tightly knitted, clearly in a hurry. He shouted from afar, his tone laced with urgency. Everyone paused and turned to look. Lin Chen extinguished the flame in his palm and hurried over. Director Lu, what happened? What's going on? Chun, Hu, Su Yi, and Bilingualing also gathered around, their faces curious, clearly sensing that Lu's expression indicated something significant. I just received a report from the local authorities. Lu Zheng spoke, rapidly, getting straight to the point. At the Haishi Mountain Forest Farm, a wild boar behaving oddly has been reported. A villager who went into the mountains to collect mushrooms 2 days ago was injured by it, breaking 3 ribs, and almost didn't make it. Yesterday, the local police station sent 2 officers into the mountains to investigate. They happened to encounter the wild boar and fired several shots, all hitting its body, yet they couldn't penetrate its skin, only scratching it. Instead, they provoked the boar, which chased the officers halfway up the mountain. They only managed to escape by hiding in a cave, both of them frightened out of their wits. You couldn't kill it with gunfire. Lin Chen's brows knitted tightly, a jolt of alarm in his heart. Ordinary wild boars, no matter how robust, shouldn't be immune to bullets. Even if they didn't hit a vital spot, they would still bleed and be injured. This situation felt wrong. So we initially suspect that this wild boar has mutated, Lu Zheng said gravely. Similar to how humans awaken powers, if ordinary people can suddenly gain super abilities, it stands to reason that animals would not be exempt from influence. This wild boar is nearly twice the size of an ordinary one, with exceedingly tough skin and incredible strength. According to the officers, it can break a large tree, with its head distinctly different from the wild boars typically seen. Animals can mutate too. Chen Hu's eyes widened, his voice unconsciously rising, disbelief written on his face. Su Yi also clicked his tongue, his previously playful demeanor dimmed significantly. If that's true, it could lead to major trouble in the future. With so many wild animals in the mountains, wolves, bears, leopards, if they all start to mutate, it would be disastrous. Ordinary people wouldn't stand a chance. It's not just wild animals. Lu Zheng shook his head, his expression growing graver. Domestic pets like dogs and cats in the cities, and even farm animals in rural areas, could potentially mutate. If it comes to that, and there's a widespread outbreak, social order would be severely impacted. This wild boar is the first identified mutated animal. We must quickly ascertain the situation and address it to eliminate any potential hazards. The training hall fell quiet for a moment, the atmosphere growing heavy. Previously, everyone had focused solely on human awakeners without considering animals. But upon reflection, if humans can awaken, why can't animals? If mutated animals were to become widespread, it would be far more troublesome than a few ill-intentioned awakeners. After all, animals lack reason, and when their wild instincts kick in, they would attack anyone they see, making them unpredictable. Lin Chen felt a heaviness in his heart as he realized this might just be the beginning. The wave of power awakening was happening faster than anyone anticipated and was affecting a broader scope. It had started with humans, and now even animals were beginning to mutate. Who knows what else could happen in the future? But now was not the time to dwell on that. Addressing the immediate issue was the priority. Director Lu, let me lead a team to investigate. Lin Chen spoke first, his tone resolute and without hesitation. Ordinary officers and forest rangers won't be able to handle this creature. Sending them into the mountains would only increase casualties. We need to see for ourselves, confirm if it's truly a mutation, and if it is, we should eliminate it directly to prevent it from harming anyone. That's what I was thinking. Lu Zheng nodded. Your team is the most suitable, but since this is the first time dealing with a mutated animal, exercise caution. I will assign a special task force to you, fully armed, to assist you throughout the operation. We will complete the mission. Chen Hu straightened up, his voice booming, excitement gleaming in his eyes. This was his first official mission since joining the team, and it was against a mutated wild boar. Just thinking about it thrilled him. Su Yi rubbed his hands together, eager for action. Finally, a real combat situation. I want to see just how formidable this mutated wild boar is, and if it can outrun me. Only Bai Lingling appeared a bit nervous, but still firmly nodded. I'll go too. My attack power might not be strong, but I might still be able to help. She didn't want to hold anyone back. Since she had joined the team, she had to fight alongside everyone. Everyone, please be careful. Safety first. Lu Zheng instructed, his gaze sweeping over the four, finally resting on Lin Chen. Lin Chen, you will oversee the entire operation. Adapt to the situation. If things go awry, withdraw immediately. Do not act recklessly. We do not fully understand the nature of these mutated animals, so proceed with caution. Understood. The four responded in unison, their tones serious. Lin Chen knew that this battle was not just about dealing with a single mutated wild boar. This was the first time their team would undertake a mission together, and it was humanity's first direct confrontation with mutated animals. Success or failure would significantly influence future strategies. He took a deep breath, turned to the three. Go gather your gear. We meet in 10 minutes. Yes. On the helipad at the summit of Shishan Base, two dark green G-20 helicopters were fully prepared for departure, their rotors slowly spinning, creating gusts of wind. Lin Chen and his team of four stood at the front, clad in matching black combat uniforms, complete with bulletproof vests, tactical helmets, and communication headsets, each holding modified assault rifles. A burly middle-aged man rushed over wearing the arm badge of the external operations team. It was Captain Zhou. He saluted Lin Chen, his voice booming. All 8 members of the external operations team are present, fully equipped, ready to depart at any time. Lin Chen returned the salute, his gaze sweeping over the 8 special operations team members behind him, each with sharp eyes and excellent gear, all elite members selected from special forces. Let's go. He uttered only 2 words before turning and boarding the helicopter, first with Chun Hu and the others closely following, while the external team members swiftly boarded another helicopter. The cabin door slowly closed, the rotor speed suddenly increased, and the immense lift lifted the helicopter off the ground. The 2 aircraft turned direction, racing towards the Haishi forest farm, quickly disappearing into the clouds. Inside the cabin it was quiet. Chun Hu was lowering his head to clean his gun. Su Yi leaned against the back of his seat with his eyes closed, and Bai Lingling looked out the window at the rapidly retreating mountains, her palms slightly sweaty. Lin Chen sat at the front, flipping through the tablet in his hands, which contained the terrain map of Haishi forest farm and all the sighting records of the mutated wild boar, his brows slightly furrowed. Don't be nervous. Lin Chen suddenly turned around and glanced at Bai Lingling. It's the same for everyone on their first mission. Bai Lingling was momentarily taken aback, then nodded. Thank you, Captain, I'm fine. 2 hours passed quickly, and the helicopter slowly descended. Through the porthole, the endless deep mountains and ancient forests could be seen below, trees overshadowing the sky, with an eye full of dense, unbreakable green, and not a decent road in sight. The helicopter landed steadily on an open area at the edge of the forest farm. As soon as it touched down, Lin Chen led the team in pushing open the cabin door and jumping out. There were already several people standing in the open area, led by a middle-aged man in police uniform, his face displaying urgency. He was the local police chief Wang. Seeing Lin Chen and the others come down, he hurried over, extending his hand. Comrades, you've arrived. The higher-ups have asked us to stand by here, ready for your orders. Lin Chen shook his hand and got straight to the point. What's the situation now? Where was the wild boar last sighted? It was near the canyon on the north slope of the mountain. Chief Wang quickly replied, yesterday afternoon our people encountered it, and it dashed into the deep mountains. We didn't dare to pursue it, so we sealed off several entrances at the foot of the mountain, fearing it would hurt the villagers. However, he paused, his expression turning grim. This morning, when we did a head count, we discovered that 3 hikers had secretly torn down the seal and gone into the mountains, and they are likely still inside. We are quite worried. Hikers. Lin Chen's brows knitted tighter. They dared to enter after the mountain was sealed. That's just asking, he said, no more. Turning to Zhou Feng, Captain Zhou, you and your team, along with the local police, surround the perimeter of the entire mountain. Position personnel at every entrance and ridge line and prevent the wild boar from breaking out. No one is to enter the mountains without my orders. Understood. We will ensure the mission is completed. Zhou Feng saluted and turned to arrange personnel. A dozen individuals quickly dispersed, running towards various positions around the mountains, swiftly establishing a security line. Lin Chen pulled back the bolt of his gun, a click resonating as the bullet was chambered. He turned to Chun Hu and the others. Let's go. Keep your eyes sharp and pay attention to your surroundings. Understood. The 3 responded in unison, following Lin Chen into the dense forest. The air in the deep mountains was humid and oppressive, trees overshadowing the light, with sunlight only filtering through the gaps in the leaves, casting sporadic patches of light. The ground was covered with thick fallen leaves crunching underfoot, and apart from the chirping of insects and birds, only their footsteps echoed. Chun, who walked on the far left, his eyes vigilantly scanning the surroundings, while Bai Lingling followed closely behind Lin Chen on his right, her palms sweaty, nerves tightly wound every rustle of wind, making her heart race. The four of them searched for nearly an hour, but saw not even a shadow of the wild boar. The ground showed only ordinary animal tracks with no unusual signs. Strange, where could it have gone? Chun, who muttered in a low voice. Lin Chen stopped, looked around at the terrain, and glanced down at the terrain map. This forest was too vast, and with the dense trees, searching felt like finding a needle in a haystack. He spoke, his voice very low, split up to search. The four of us will each take a line spaced 500 meters apart, open communication channels, and keep in contact. Report any findings immediately, and do not act independently. Understood. The three responded, each selecting a direction, and slowly dispersing into the depths of the forest. Bai Lingling chose a gully to the south, gripping her gun, taking slow steps forward. The surroundings were eerily quiet, with only her footsteps and heartbeat audible. The wind rustled the leaves, making it seem as if something was lurking behind her. She felt a bit uneasy. It was her first time venturing alone into such deep forests, and saying she wasn't afraid, but she gritted her teeth, straightened her back, and pressed on. She was now a member of the Supernatural Management Bureau, and could not falter due to a little fear. After walking a few dozen meters, suddenly a series of intermittent sounds floated over with the wind. Help! The voice was weak, tinged with a cry like a human calling for help. Bai Lingling abruptly halted, frowning. Something was off. The mountain was sealed. How could there still be people here? Could it be those three missing hikers? She had no time to think further, and quickly ran toward the direction of the sound. The closer she got, the clearer the cries became, mixed with the gasps of a man and the sobs of a woman. Turning around a patch of bushes, the sight before Bai Lingling made her heart tighten. She saw two women and a man dressed in outdoor gear, and carrying backpacks, scrambling forward, their faces filled with terror. And not far behind them, a massive wild boar was chasing them, its head lowered, taking heavy steps. This wild boar was significantly larger than ordinary ones, standing nearly 1.5 meters at the shoulder, its coarse, deep brown fur resembling armor, with two long tusks gleaming ominously. As it ran, the ground trembled slightly, its nostrils releasing white vapor, its fierce appearance unmistakably marking it as the mutated wild boar. Su Cancan was running as if her lungs would burst, panting heavily, as she never expected that simply sneaking into the mountains with friends for an adventure would lead to such a monster. Her legs felt weak, sustained only by sheer will. Just then she tripped over a tree root and fell to the ground with a thud, scraping her palm and feeling a sharp pain. Cancan, the friend running ahead, heard the noise, turned back, her face paling, and hurried to return to help her. But that delay gave the wild boar the chance to close, and the stench of its breath hitting her face. With the wild boar's tusks about to pierce the girl, Bai Lingling had no time to think. She raised her gun and pulled the trigger. Tat tat tat. A series of bullets whistled toward the wild boar, striking its back and legs, splattering droplets of blood. Meanwhile, Lin Chen and the other two, searching in another direction, heard the sudden gunfire. Lin Chen abruptly halted, instantly pressing the communication button, his voice stern. Who fired the gun? What happened? Before he finished speaking, he was already sprinting toward the direction of the gunfire. Chun Hu and Su Yi also reacted, following closely behind, the three of them racing through the dense forest, not bothering to dodge the branches slapping against their faces. White Lingling's voice quickly came through the channel, tinged with hurried breaths. It's me, Captain Lin. I'm in the southern slope gully. I found the mutated wild boar. There are also 3 hikers being chased by it. Hold on. We'll be there soon. Lin Chen spoke, rapidly increasing his pace. In the gully, Bai Lingling was hiding behind a large tree, continuously firing to suppress the wild boar. The bullets hit the wild boar, making blood marks, but failed to inflict any fatal wounds, as if striking thick leather. However, the impact of the bullets caused the wild boar to scream in rage, its ferocity completely unleashed, abandoning the 3 hikers to charge directly at the tree where Bai Lingling was hiding. With a loud crash, the wild boar slammed into the tree trunk, shaking the thick trunk violently and sending leaves cascading down. Su Cancan and the others were so scared they froze, collapsing on the ground and unable to get up. Run! Down the mountain! Don't just stand there! Bai Lingling shouted at them. Hearing Bai Lingling's shout brought them back to reality, and they scrambled to their feet, crying out as they ran down. Bai Lingling continued to pull the trigger, but after a few shots there was a click. The chamber was empty, and she had run out of bullets. Oh no! Bai Lingling's heart tightened as she hurriedly reached for the spare magazine, but the wild boar had already shaken the tree violently, red eyes charging toward her now within 5 meters. In a moment of desperation, she activated her supernatural ability. Find it for me! She shouted, extending her hands forward, and the grass and branches on the ground instantly began to grow wildly, numerous green vines shooting out like snakes, quickly entangling the wild boar's legs and body, wrapping it tightly like a green dumpling. The wild boar suddenly paused, letting out a furious roar, struggling fiercely, its muscles tensing as the sturdy vines snapped under its brute force, breaking apart in mere seconds. With its bonds broken, the wild boar became even more ferocious, stomping the ground, and charging toward Bai Lingling propelled by a foul wind. Bai Lingling stared at the tusks closing in on her, her mind blank, completely forgetting to dodge, standing frozen in place. Bang 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 bang. A series of intense gunshots suddenly rang out, bullets striking the wild boar's head and front legs like raindrops. The wild boar let out a painful howl, its momentum suddenly halting as it was forced to take 2 steps back. Lin Chen, and Su Yi burst out from the side woods, standing side by side in front of Bai Lingling, their guns firing continuously and forcing the wild boar back several meters. "Are you okay?" Lin Chen asked without looking back, his tone steady and reassuring. Bai Lingling finally came to her senses, her back drenched in cold sweat. She gasped for breath and hurriedly fished out a spare magazine from her pocket, fumbling to change it to him. "Fine, thank you, Captain." Lin Chen and the others formed a triangular stance, their crossfire continuously targeting the mutated wild boar. Bullets rained upon the boar, splattering blood like blossoms, causing it to emit heavy roars of pain and retreat step by step. However, after a while, Lin Chen felt a weight in his heart. The boar's skin was truly thick. The bullets struck it like nails into thick cowhide, embedding mostly in the surface and failing to inflict any fatal wounds. It was indeed painful, yet the wild boar showed no signs of retreat, its eyes red and fiercely fixated on them, clearly seeking an opportunity to charge at them with all its might. Click! A light sound came from the side. It was the sound of an empty chamber. Lin Chen caught a glimpse from the corner of his eye as Chun-Hu reached for the spare magazine at his waist. In that split second, the wild boar, previously forced back, seized the opportunity, digging its hooves into the ground like an out-of-control tank, charging straight towards Chun-Hu. The distance was too close. There was no time to change magazines. "Watch out!" Lin Chen and Su Yi shouted, simultaneously firing bullets more densely towards the boar's head in an attempt to halt it. But the wild boar paid no heed, charging forward headlong, reaching Chun-Hu in the blink of an eye. Chun-Hu gritted his teeth, simply tossing his gun aside, sinking his stance, his muscles instantly tensing as he summoned all his strength, his right fist howling through the air as he struck the boar's head with force. Bang! A dull thud resounded as his fist landed solidly on the wild boar's head. Lin Chen clearly saw how powerful Chun-Hu's punch was. Under normal circumstances, it could bend a steel plate. Yet the wild boar merely shook its head as if unfazed. Instead, Chun-Hu was knocked back several steps by the tremendous recoil, shaking his hand with his tiger's mouth cracked and blood seeping out. "Damn, that's hard," Chun-Hu cursed, shaking his numb arm, his voice tinged with surprise. Lin Chen felt a pang of alarm. The level of mutation was far more alarming than they had anticipated. Just as the wild boar stomped its hooves, preparing to charge again, a shadow suddenly darted out from the side. He activated his speed ability, his figure almost leaving an afterimage as he swiftly circled to the wild boar's side. Drawing his tactical dagger from his waist, he used his momentum to thrust it directly into the boar's blood-red eye. With a plop, the dagger sank in completely. "Hello!" The wild boar let out an ear-piercing scream, violently shaking its head, the immense force sending Su Yi flying. Lin Chen's heart leaped to his throat until he saw Su Yi flip in midair and land steadily on the ground, only slightly scraping his palm. He let out a sigh of relief. But this completely drove the wild boar mad. One eye was blinded, blood streaming down its cheek, while the remaining eye was blood-red and filled with fury. It lowered its head, baring its 2 pale tusks, charging straight at Su Yi with increased speed. "Su Yi!" Lin Chen shouted in a deep voice. At the same time, he raised his right hand, the ability within him surging up as a cluster of crimson gold flames ignited in his palm, spreading up his arm, engulfing his entire right fist in blazing flames. The temperature was absurdly high, warping the surrounding air, and the heat wave hit his face with a slight sting. As the wild boar was about to pounce on Su Yi, Lin Chen suddenly pushed off the ground, his entire body shooting forward like an arrow released from a bow, meeting the boar's charge with his flaming fist, striking it squarely on the head. Boom! The flames erupted instantly, spreading across the wild boar's coarse hide, the sizzling sound of burning flesh, causing a painful sensation in the teeth, and a thick smell of charred meat quickly filled the air, mixed with the scent of gunpowder. The wild boar let out an agonizing howl, its entire head charred black, its charge abruptly halted. It shook its head, clearly dazed, and for the first time fear appeared in its remaining eye. This creature knew pain and feared death. Just as Lin Chen was about to deliver another punch to finish it off, he saw the wild boar whimper, abruptly changing direction and bolting deep into the mountains. It moved swiftly, disappearing into the dense forest, leaving behind a trail of bloody footprints and charred fur. "Don't let it escape." Lin Chen wiped the dirt from his face and commanded in a deep voice, "Su Yi, your speed is fast. To follow it closely, keep an eye on its movements, don't get too close, be cautious, and report your position at any time." "Understood." Su Yi responded, his figure flashing as he pursued the direction the wild boar had fled, quickly disappearing into the woods. "Chun-Hu, let's follow." Lin Chen bent down to pick up the assault rifle on the ground, quickly changing to a new magazine, the click of the bolt locking back echoing. "Captain, Bai Lingling's voice came from the side, trembling slightly. Lin Chen glanced back at her. Her face was still pale, her hands trembling slightly, clearly still shaken from nearly being charged by the wild boar. This girl was on her first mission. It was already impressive that she had held on until now. If she were to chase the wild boar up and down the mountains, she would not only struggle to keep up, but also easily put herself in danger. You stay here and rest for a bit, take a breather. Lin Chen spoke quickly, clearly outlining his plan. Those 3 hikers have run down the mountain. Once you recover, just follow the path down to find them. Keep an eye on them, and make sure they don't run off again to avoid encountering anything else. We'll chase the wild boar, solve it, and come back for you. But, Ling Ling wanted to say something, but Lin Chen and Chun, who had already dashed into the dense forest, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Ling Ling stood in place, letting out a sigh. She understood that if she followed now, she would just be a burden. She leaned against a tree to rest for a moment, waiting for her heartbeat to gradually settle down, then bent down to pick up the scattered guns and a few fallen magazines, glancing once more in the direction the wild boar had fled before gritting her teeth and turning to head towards the direction the hikers had run. Su Yi trailed behind the mutated wild boar from a distance of 100 meters, moving at a leisurely pace. Relying on his speed advantage, he maintained a safe distance, occasionally raising his hand to fire a couple of shots at the boar's rear or hind legs. The bullets couldn't penetrate its thick hide, but they caused the boar to shudder and madly turn around to charge at him. Yet as soon as the boar turned, Su Yi would already slip away with a swift motion, standing far away, while whistling at the creature, infuriating it to the point of screaming, yet unable to touch even the hem of his clothes. This back and forth continued for over 10 minutes. The boar, having already taken numerous shots and lost one eye, was exhausted from its frantic running, and its speed noticeably slowed. Its footsteps became unsteady, and its heavy panting could be heard from a distance. Can't run anymore, huh? Su Yi hid behind a large tree, peeking out to take a shot that hit the boar's ear, splattering a bit of blood. Keep running. Weren't you fierce when you were chasing me just now? The wild boar was thoroughly enraged, turning to charge at the tree with its head lowered. With a loud crash, the trunk shook and leaves rained down. But Su Yi had already jumped to another tree, continuing to intermittently take shots successfully, wearing the boar down to the point of exhaustion, leaving it to roar in place. Just as the boar was once again enraged and prepared to charge in desperation, hurried footsteps sounded from behind. Lin Chen and Chun, who had finally caught up. Both of them were slightly breathless, sweat covering their foreheads, and their combat suits were damp from exertion. The mountain path was difficult to traverse, and they had to rush at full speed, making it quite challenging even for their good stamina. Su Yi, what's the situation? Lin Chen quickly approached Su Yi, his gaze fixed on the boar not far away, asking breathlessly. It can't run anymore. Oh, I've worn it down quite a bit. Su Yi grinned, pointing at the boar. It's just that its skin is too thick. The bullets can't penetrate, only causing superficial wounds. The boar's fur, having mutated, had an absurd level of defense, and rifle bullets could not inflict fatal damage. Chun, who frowned as he looked at the boar's rough, thick skin. His previous punch had no effect, and the bullets couldn't penetrate. They couldn't just keep wasting time here. If it recovered and ran away, capturing it would be difficult. His gaze swept to the side, spotting a stone the size of a basin on the ground, heavy and weighing at least 100 to 80 pounds. Chun Hu's eyes lit up as he walked over, bent down, and embraced the stone with both hands, using his waist and abdomen to lift it above his head. I don't believe I can't smash its legs. Chun, who growled, aiming at the moment the boar lifted its front leg and forcefully smashed the stone down. The stone whistled through the air, precisely striking the boar's left front leg at the knee. Crack! A crisp sound of bone breaking echoed, followed by the boar's piercing scream. With a crisp sound of bone cracking, the boar let out a heartbreaking scream. Its sturdy front leg was deformed from the blow, unable to support its weight any longer. With a thud, it knelt on the ground, its body leaning to one side. Now it could no longer run, only spinning in place, roaring with bloodshot eyes at the 3 of them, yet unable to stand. Chun, who excitedly waved his fist, shouting. However, despite losing a leg, the boar's ferocity only intensified. It lay on the ground, mouth agape, revealing sharp tusks. Anyone who approached would be charged at furiously. Although it couldn't stand, its momentum remained formidable, making it difficult for the 3 to get close. Wasting time like this isn't a solution. Lin Chen frowned, his gaze landing on the boar's gaping mouth as thoughts raced in his mind. If the thick skin couldn't be penetrated from the outside, then they would have to attack from the inside. Its internal organs couldn't be as tough as its skin, could they? Chun, who Su Yi, you two shoot from the sides to draw its attention and divert its mouth. Lin Chen ordered in a deep voice, simultaneously flipping his right hand, igniting flames that spread up his arm, engulfing his entire right arm in blazing fire. Understood. The 2 immediately split up, firing at the sides of the boar's head. The bullets struck its cheeks and ears, causing the boar to shake its head, wildly roaring in agony, exposing its soft mouth and throat. Now's the time. Lin Chen's gaze sharpened, and he pushed off the ground, launching himself like an arrow. Taking advantage of the moment the boar opened its mouth to roar, he avoided its sharp tusks and forcefully shoved his flaming right fist deep into the boar's mouth. Burn for me, Lin Chen shouted, unleashing his internal powers with all his might. The flames that had initially only enveloped his arms suddenly found an outlet, surging into the boar's body. The deep crimson flames burned down its throat, rapidly engulfing its internal organs, the high temperature instantly scorching them. The boar's body stiffened suddenly, its roar cut off abruptly, leaving only a hissing sound escaping from its throat. It convulsed violently, its limbs thrashing against the ground, sending dirt and leaves flying everywhere. Lin Chen didn't dare to linger, quickly retracting his arm, narrowly avoiding being bitten by its closing jaws. The scalding flames rampaged inside it, burning from the inside out, making even the thick skin useless. In just a few seconds, the boar's convulsions gradually weakened the ferocity in its eyes, fading away until its body softened and it collapsed to the ground motionless. A charred smell wafted from the boar's mouth, mingling with the scent of blood and filling the air. Is it dead? Chen, who approached cautiously, gently kicking the boar's head. Seeing it unresponsive, he finally relaxed. Captain, that move of yours is too ruthless, burning it from the inside. Not even the thick skin can withstand it. Suyi also circled around the boar, marveling. The captain really has a way. We spent so long attacking from the outside to no avail, but you solved it with one punch inside. Lin Chen remained silent, crouching down to inspect. The boar's exterior showed no fatal wounds, but there were charred marks inside its mouth and nostrils, and its internal organs had been completely destroyed, dead beyond recovery. This was the first officially confirmed mutated animal with defensive capabilities and strength far exceeding ordinary counterparts. This was just a wild boar, and if wolves or bears, which are already fierce, were to mutate in the future, ordinary police and forest rangers would be unable to cope. Just thinking about it made his head ache. He stood up, pressed the communication earpiece, and contacted the outer perimeters. Zhou Feng. Captain Zhou, the wild boar has been killed. Its location is near the canyon deep in the southern slope. Bring a few people in to transport the body out. Also inform Bai Lingling that the mission is over, and let her lead those 3 hikers down the mountain to meet up. Received. On my way now. Zhou Feng's booming response came through the earpiece. Lin Chen hung up, glanced at the large boar's carcass on the ground, then looked up at the endless mountains, his brow slightly furrowed. This Blackstone Forest farm had only produced one mutated wild boar. There were countless mountains and animals across the country, and who knew how many mutated beasts were hiding. Let's take a break while we wait for them to come in, Lin Chen said, finding a clean rock to sit on, addressing Chun, who, the two nodded, also finding a place to sit and rest, wiping their sweat, while occasionally glancing at the boar's carcass on the ground, their eyes still holding some excitement. Before long, a series of hurried footsteps echoed from deep within the dense forest. Zhou Feng arrived quickly with 4 field team members. As they emerged from the thicket, their eyes immediately fell on the carcass of a wild boar on the ground, their steps faltering in shock. This wild boar is enormous. An ordinary wild boar weighs at most 200 to 300 pounds, but this one lying on the ground had a shoulder height that nearly matched an adult's waist. Its coarse fur resembled old tree bark, and it bore scorch marks on its face with one eye blinded. Its tusks glinted menacingly, making it a chilling sight. Team leader Lin, is this the mutated wild boar? Zhou Feng swallowed hard, crouched down, and pressed his hand against the boar's fur, which felt as hard as rubber. Goodness, this hide is incredibly thick. No wonder ordinary bullets can't penetrate it. That's right, it's the one. Lin Chen stood up and brushed off the dust from his hands. Next, we need to transport it back to the base for Director Chen to study. Understood. We will complete the task. Zhou Feng immediately stood up and called to his teammates, go find 2 thick branches and use climbing ropes to make a makeshift stretcher. Move quickly. The field team members moved swiftly, soon finding 2 tree trunks as thick as their arms. Using climbing ropes to tie them together, they fashioned a simple stretcher and with combined effort hoisted the boar's carcass onto it. It was surprisingly heavy. Chun, who also lent a hand, clicking his tongue in astonishment. Ordinary wild boars aren't this heavy. It's clear that being mutated makes a difference. The group set off towards the mountain's edge, the rugged terrain, making their progress slow with the heavy load. After nearly an hour of effort, they finally emerged from the dense forest and reached a clearing at the foot of the mountain. In the clearing, Director Wang was guarding along with several officers, while Bai Lingling stood nearby, accompanying 3 tourists. The 3 young people still looked shaken, their clothes smeared with mud and grass, their pant legs torn. Upon seeing others emerge, they immediately looked up with expressions of lingering fear. Captain, Bai Lingling spotted Lin Chen walking ahead and hurriedly approached. She pressed her lips together, guilt apparent on her face, as she quietly said, I'm sorry, Captain. I held you back this time. Don't say such foolish things. Lin Chen shook his head, his tone calm. This is your first mission, and you've done well. If it weren't for you drawing the boar's attention with your timely shot, those 3 tourists might not have made it. In terms of merit, you are the first. He spoke earnestly without any hint of insincerity. Bai Lingling was taken aback for a moment, her eyes brightening slightly, and she smiled softly, saying, I understand, Captain. I will be more careful next time. At that moment, Director Wang also approached, quickly glancing at the enormous boar carcass being carried away, fear evident on his face. He respectfully said to Lin Chen, Sir, how should we handle this next? From here on, it's up to you. Lin Chen replied calmly, this mountain should be sealed off for a while. Arrange for patrols to check for any other abnormal beasts and prevent villagers or tourists from entering the mountain. As for these 3 tourists, he cast a glance at the 2 girls and 1 boy standing nearby, continuing, they need to be educated. They broke the seal and entered the mountain without permission, almost causing a fatal incident. Teach them a good lesson, record their information clearly, and once confirmed safe, let them go back. We cannot let this happen again. Understood. Director Wang nodded repeatedly. I will handle it seriously and arrange for increased patrols to ensure such incidents do not happen again. The 3 hikers also heard the conversation and looked at the boar carcass being carried away, their faces turning pale. Even now they still felt a lingering fear. If no one had saved them earlier from that enormous wild boar, they would have surely become its prey. The girl named Su Cancan trembled, whispering, I'm sorry. We didn't know the mountain was so dangerous. We saw the seal and thought it was just a regular closure. Out of curiosity The other 2 quickly nodded, their faces filled with fear as they admitted their mistake. Lin Chen didn't say much more, as such matters could be handled by the local police station, and he didn't want to waste breath. Soon Zhou Feng brought the wild boar carcass to the helicopter, carefully loading it inside. Team leader Lin, it's all loaded and ready for takeoff. Zhou Feng reported as he ran over. Lin Chen nodded and turned to Bai Lingling, saying, let's go, time to board the helicopter and return to the base. Bai Lingling agreed and followed Lin Chen onto the helicopter. Chen Hu and Su Yi were already seated, excitedly discussing the details of the earlier battle. The cabin door slowly closed, and the rotor blades began to spin again. Amidst the immense roar, the 2 helicopters ascended slowly, gradually, leaving the black stone mountain forest behind. Lin Chen sat in the front, gazing out at the clouds, yet his brow remained furrowed. A mutated wild boar almost caused a disaster. If they encountered even more ferocious mutated animals in the future, or if they appeared in numbers, relying solely on their small team would be inadequate. Captain, what are you thinking about? Chen Hu leaned over, scratching his head. This mission went quite smoothly. Are we able to take a couple of days off when we return? Lin Chen withdrew his gaze and glanced at him, replying flatly, no time to rest. Once we return, the training intensity will double. If we barely managed with just 1 wild boar this time, what will we do when we face something even stronger? Rely on luck. Chen Hu's face fell, but he didn't argue, chuckling softly, true, more practice can't hurt. The helicopter sped through the clouds toward the direction of the base. The thunderous roar of 2 helicopters grew steadily louder as they descended gracefully onto the base's helipad. Lu Zheng and Director Chen had already received advance notice and were waiting patiently at the edge of the landing pad. Clad in a white lab coat, Director Chen kept rising onto his toes to peer skyward, his impatience palpable. Had Lu Zheng not restrained him, he would have rushed straight to the touchdown zone. Old Chen, calm down. The aircraft hasn't fully settled yet, Lu Zheng remarked, wryly, casting him a resigned glance. But I'm just so eager. Director Chen rubbed his hands together, eyes locked unblinkingly on the descending helicopters. The very first mutated animal. Think of its research value. Wouldn't you be just as anxious? As he spoke, the helicopters touched down smoothly. The cabin doors slid open, and Lin Chen leapt out first, followed closely by Chen Hu, Su Yi, and Bai Lingling. No sooner had Lin Chen stepped onto solid ground than Director Chen hurried forward, barely pausing for pleasantries before blurting, Lin Chen, where's the mutated wild boar's carcass? Take it easy, Director Chen. The body's still in the rear compartment, Lin Chen replied with a faint smile, gesturing toward the cabin. At once, Chen Hu and several field operatives emerged, carrying the boar's corpse wrapped tightly in waterproof tarpaulin. The moment the carcass touched the ground, Director Chen lunged forward, lifted a corner of the tarpaulin with trembling hands, and beheld the massive boar, his eyes instantly blazing with fervent intensity as though gazing upon a legendary artifact. His stare burned with such incandescent zeal, it seemed poised to ignite the specimen itself. Excellent, 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 he exclaimed 3 times in rapid succession, voice quivering with excitement, then turned sharply to the researchers trailing behind him. Quick! We'll over the gurneys immediately. Transport it directly to the subterranean laboratory. The researchers scrambled into action, hastily wheeling in gurneys and transferring the boar's carcass with meticulous care. A flurry of activity followed as the group surged toward the lab entrance. Director Chen leading the charge, strides swift and purposeful, utterly forgetting even to acknowledge Lu Zheng. Ah, this old Chen. When research is involved, nothing else exists for him, Lu Zheng murmured with an amused shake of his head, then turned to Lin Chen and the others, his expression shifting to quiet gravitas. You handled this mission admirably. Well done, and thank you. It was our duty, Lin Chen replied, nodding. Though the situation proved rather complex, far too intricate to summarize in a few sentences. I understand. Lu Zheng waved a hand lightly. Go shower and change. Your uniforms reek of sweat and soil. Report to my office in 30 minutes. I'll need a full debrief, every detail of the operation, and everything you observed about that boar. Yes, sir. They responded in unison, then turned and strode toward the dormitory block. As the golden afterglow of sunset bathed the base's corridors, Chen Hu and Su Yi continued animatedly recounting the battle's finer points. Brother Hu, your stone throw was spot on, shattered its leg outright. Otherwise we'd have chased it half the mountain. Sui grinned. It only worked because it was already slowed. Wouldn't have hit so cleanly otherwise. Chen Hu scratched his head sheepishly. Still, Captain Lin's punch was legendary, jammed straight into its mouth and flash incinerated it from within. I'm utterly convinced now no armor withstands internal combustion. Lin Chen walked ahead, mind preoccupied, wondering whether Director Chen could uncover any clues from the carcass and what precise mechanism had triggered the mutation. If mere energy fluctuations were responsible, then countless more animals might soon undergo similar transformations, posing grave threats to both wilderness and urban centers alike. The implications were deeply unsettling. 30 minutes later, freshly attired in crisp training uniforms and fully refreshed, the four stood before Lu Zhang's office door. Lin Chen raised a hand and knocked, only to hear Lu Zhang's steady voice reply from within, "Enter." They stepped inside to find Lu Zhang seated behind his desk, notebook open and pen poised, clearly prepared to record every word. "Please take a seat," he said, nodding toward the chairs opposite. "All of you sit. Begin at the outset your search in the mountains, how you encountered the mutated beast, every detail of the engagement. Leave nothing out." Meanwhile, 3 levels beneath the surface, the biological laboratory pulsed with frenetic energy. Brilliant surgical lights blazed overhead, flooding the dissection table in stark clinical brilliance. The mutated wild boar lay supine upon the stainless steel slab. Researchers in white coats moved with focused precision, some calibrating instruments, others logging data, their expressions alight with scholarly fervor. Director Chen, clad head-to-toe in sterile gear and gloved in latex, stood squarely before the table. An assistant handed him a gleaming scalpel. He accepted the instrument, gaze sharpening as it settled upon the boar's hide. With delicate pressure, he tested its texture. Dense, rigid, utterly alien compared to that of any ordinary wild boar. "Fascinating," he murmured, curiosity crackling beneath his measured tone. "Let us see precisely what transmutation has wrought. What cellular metamorphosis accounts for this impenetrable dermis, this prodigious strength? There must be a cause, something fundamental, something traceable." With that, he tightened his grip on the scalpel, aligned its tip with the thinnest region of the boar's thoracic fur, and began. He originally thought that the sharp stainless steel scalpel would easily slice through the skin and fur, but when the blade made contact, there was only a faint sizzle of friction, leaving merely a shallow white mark on the thick hide, without even breaking the surface. Director Chen was taken aback for a moment, his brows furrowing. He applied more force and made another cut, but the result was the same. The blade seemed to be cutting through a piece of extremely resilient thick rubber, leaving only shallow marks and failing to cut through. "This is bizarre." Director Chen, skeptical of the situation, changed his angle and made 3 or 4 consecutive cuts, each time only leaving white marks without a single drop of blood seeping out. The nearby researchers were also stunned, exchanging glances. This scalpel couldn't cut through wild boar skin. "Go bring that high-strength alloy surgical knife from the storage room." Director Chen put down the scalpel and said in a deep voice to his assistant, "Also bring over the ultrasonic cutting device. I refuse to believe we can't break through this layer." The assistant hurried off to prepare, and a few minutes later the alloy surgical knife and the equipment glowing with a cold light were ready. Director Chen switched knives, activated the ultrasonic vibration mode, and once again aimed the blade at the skin. This time accompanied by a faint buzzing sound, the tough skin was finally slowly cut open, revealing the dark red, firm muscle beneath. "Indeed, it's different." Director Chen used tweezers to probe the muscle fibers, his expression serious. "The muscle density is more than 3 times that of an ordinary wild boar, and the fibers are much thicker. No wonder it possesses such great strength." The dissection process proved to be far more laborious than anticipated. Not only was the skin tough, but even the internal organs and bones were far more resilient than those of an ordinary wild boar. It took several people almost 20 minutes to gradually dissect to the head. As Director Chen cautiously opened the wild boar's skull, the sight within caused him to hold his breath instantly. In the center of the brain tissue at the thalamus position, there was embedded a diamond-shaped object the size of a pigeon egg. It was semi-transparent and light brown, with a faint warm glow on its surface, resembling a piece of pure crystal or some unknown mineral, distinctly contrasting with the surrounding soft brain tissue. "What is this?" a nearby researcher exclaimed. Director Chen said nothing, his eyes filled with shock and fervor. He carefully used tweezers to grasp the object and placed it in a sterile tray beside him. As soon as the object left the brain tissue, its surface glowed even brighter, seemingly emanating waves of a crystal core. Director Chen murmured, lightly tapping the edge of the tray with his finger. Could this be the source of its mutation? Meanwhile, in Lu Zhang's office, Lin Chen was discussing the details of the current mission. "The defensive power of this wild boar far exceeds our estimates. Ordinary rifle bullets can only cause superficial injuries, making it difficult to deliver a fatal blow. If even larger mutated animals appear in the future, such as bears or tigers, conventional weapons will likely be even more difficult to deal with." Lin Chen spoke seriously. "I suggest that we equip the field teams with large caliber anti-material weapons, as well as specially designed armor-piercing rounds, just in case." Lu Zheng nodded, jotting down notes with his pen, but just as he was about to say something, there was a sudden, urgent knocking on the office door. The sound frantic. "Come in." Lu Zheng put down his pen, frowning. The door was suddenly pushed open, and a young soldier from the communications team rushed in, panting, sweat dripping from his forehead. "Director Lu." "Team Leader Lin." "Director Chen asked me to quickly summon you to the underground laboratory. He said there's a major discovery, and you need to go immediately." "A major discovery?" Lu Zheng and Lin Chen exchanged glances, both seeing surprise in each other's eyes. "Let's go take a look." Lu Zheng immediately stood up and walked quickly outside, with Lin Chen and the others hurriedly following him. The five of them briskly walked down the corridor towards the underground laboratory. "It's likely that something has been discovered from the wild boar's corpse," Lu Zheng said, as they walked. "Old Chen's personality is such that he wouldn't call people over so urgently without something significant." Lin Chen nodded, feeling a bit curious as well. The mutation of that wild boar was odd. Perhaps they could indeed uncover some key clues. A few minutes later, the five of them entered the underground laboratory. Inside, the atmosphere was both lively and tense. Over a dozen researchers were gathered around the operation table, occasionally whispering to each other, their eyes fixated on the items on the table. Director Chen stood at the front, facing away from the door, closely examining data with the instruments. "Old Chen, why did you urgently call us over? What did you discover?" Lu Zheng asked. Director Chen suddenly turned around, his face brimming with uncontrollable excitement, waving them over. "Come quickly. You have to see this. I found something extraordinary inside this mutated wild boar's body." As Lin Chen leaned closer to the operation table, he hadn't even seen what the object looked like when the fire-type energy within him suddenly stirred unexpectedly. It felt as if something was drawing it from a distance. The warm energy spontaneously gathered in his palms, and a tingling resonance sensation surged from deep within his body, causing even his breath to momentarily halt. He was taken aback for a moment, his gaze falling on the light brown diamond-shaped crystal in the tray. Not only he reacted, Shun, who frowned and moved his fingers, murmuring, "Strange, why do I feel something is off?" Suyi also nodded. "I feel it too. It seems like something is attracting me." All of them were superpowered individuals with different reactions, but they all sensed the alluring pull coming from the crystal. However, the nearby ordinary researchers looked completely bewildered, failing to perceive any abnormalities, simply watching curiously at their reactions. "All right, Old Chen, stop keeping us in suspense." Lu Zheng glanced at the crystal in the tray, then at the reactions of the others, his expression turning serious as he asked, "What exactly is this? You need to clarify it quickly." Director Chen picked up the tweezers, carefully grasping the crystal core, holding it up to the light of the shadow. The cold white light passed through the semi-transparent crystal, revealing faintly visible patterns of energy, flowing inside almost as if it were alive. This object was found in the thalamus region of the mutated wild boar's brain. Director Chen's voice was filled with excitement. "I just did a preliminary test with the instruments. Guess what? This stone is filled with extremely pure, extremely rich energy. Moreover, its energy frequency is highly similar to the energy frequencies within Lin Chen and the other superpowered individuals." He paused, delivering his conclusion word by word. "I suspect this is the energy core responsible for the wild boar's mutation." Instantly, the laboratory fell silent for a few seconds. Lin Chen stared at the crystal core, his expression grave. If this were true, the implications would be entirely different. If mutated animals have crystal cores, then what about superpowered individuals? Do humans possess similar objects within them? Or could it be that the energy core of superpowered individuals is the brain itself? Additionally, can these crystal cores be utilized? Can they help superpowered individuals enhance their powers? Thoughts surged in Lin Chen's mind. Lu Zheng's expression also became serious as he looked at the crystal core, asking in a deep voice, "Can you confirm? Is this truly the core of a mutated beast?" "It's highly likely." Director Chen nodded, placing the crystal core back in the tray. "Ordinary wild boars absolutely do not have this kind of thing, and the fact that you all as superpowered individuals could feel the resonance while ordinary people didn't further supports that it shares a common origin with superpower energy. Next, I will conduct more detailed tests to analyze its composition and energy structure to see if we can clarify the principles of its mutation." Director Chen grew more excited as he spoke. "This is a major discovery. It may very well unlock the secrets of superpower awakening." Lin Chen remained silent, his gaze still fixed on the crystal core, his mind racing with thoughts. For the next 3 days, the underground laboratory remained illuminated almost around the clock. Director Chen led his entire research team in an exhaustive, non-stop investigation of the mutated wild boar's carcass and its crystalline core, consuming pot after pot of coffee while conducting over 100 distinct analyses. Simultaneously, blood and cellular samples were drawn from Lin Chen and the other 3 individuals, subjected to repeated comparative analysis until the underlying pattern finally emerged. That afternoon, Lin Chen and his companions were summoned together by Lu Zheng to the underground laboratory. The moment the door swung open, they saw Director Chen gripping a thick analytical report, dark circles heavy beneath his eyes, yet his gaze burned with startling intensity. You're all here. Perfect. He placed the report firmly on the workbench and pointed directly at the crystalline core resting in its tray. Over these past few days, we've conducted a comprehensive analysis and have largely deciphered the nature of this artifact. He picked up a marker and sketched 2 diagrams side by side on the whiteboard, explaining as he drew. First, the energy storage mechanism differs fundamentally between mutated beasts and human adepts. In mutated creatures, all power converges within this crystalline core lodged in the brain, a centralized energy nexus. Every aberrant ability stems from it, or should the core be extracted or destroyed, the creature instantly loses all strength and often perishes outright. And what about us humans? Chen Hu blurted out. Humans are different. Director Chen shook his head and gestured toward the second diagram. We analyzed your cellular and blood samples. The 4 of you possess no such physical crystalline core. Your adept energy is diffused throughout every cell and meridian, fully integrated with your physiology. There is no fixed locus. Put simply, your body itself is the vessel, whereas mutated beasts rely on the crystal as their vessel. Understanding dawned across their faces. Lin Chen nodded thoughtfully. Now it made sense why he'd felt resonance upon approaching the core. Their energies shared the same origin, differing only in how they were contained. There's another far more significant discovery. Director Chen paused, his eyes gleaming with revelation. Since our energies share the same source, I hypothesize, can human adepts absorb energy directly from these cores? Lu Zheng frowned. Is it safe? Could there be adverse effects? I've run cellular assays, no issues. The energy is pure and fully compatible with an adept's internal energy signature. Waving a hand dismissively, Director Chen turned to Lin Chen. Lin Chen, would you like to try? Simply hold the core in your hand and gently guide your fire affinity energy toward it. See if absorption occurs. Without hesitation, Lin Chen replied, yes, I'll try. He stepped forward, stood beside the workbench, and extended his right hand, gently closing his fingers around the pigeon egg-sized crystal. Its surface was cool to the touch. The instant contact occurred, his innate fire energy surged instinctively like a predator scenting blood. Lin Chen stilled his breath, closed his eyes, and focused, guiding his warm inner energy slowly toward his palm, reaching tentatively toward the core's latent power. At first, the connection felt awkward, but the moment his fire energy brushed against the crystal's outer shell, a gentle yet profound surge flooded inward through his palm, coursing along his arm's meridian straight into his dantian. It felt like parched earth drinking deep after a long drought. Every cell in his body seemed to leap with exhilaration. His previously stable fire energy flared with sudden exponential vitality, hungrily enveloping the incoming essence and steadily amplifying itself. Lin Chen could distinctly sense his aptitude strengthening, moment by moment. Around him silence fell, all eyes locked onto the oscilloscope screen, where energy readings leapt and pulsed in real time. It's rising. Energy concentration is climbing. A researcher whispered, voice trembling with excitement. Approximately 8% higher than baseline. After roughly 10 minutes, the crystal's hue visibly faded, its volume shrinking by nearly a third. Its inner radiance dimmed, its energy depleted. Sensing the influx dwindle to nothing, Lin Chen released his grip. He opened his eyes, clenched his fist, and a flame erupted from his palm, taller, deeper in hue, and markedly hot. It can be absorbed, Lin Chen affirmed, voice steady. Post-absorption, my aptitude's intensity increased significantly, and the energy feels denser, more substantial. Excellent. Director Chen slapped his thigh, elated. This means hunting mutated beasts serves a dual purpose, not only eliminating threats, but also harvesting cores to enhance adept capabilities. That's perfectly symbiotic. Chen Hu and Su Ye's eyes lit up. They rushed forward. Director, can we absorb them too? All of you can. The energy shares the same origin. Attribute distinctions don't impede absorption. Though efficiency may vary slightly across affinities, the benefit is universal. He picked up another dossier, his expression turning serious. Building upon this core research and integrating your individual data on energy density, aptitude, potency, and somatic resilience, we've formulated a comprehensive aptitude tier classification system. Henceforth, both adepts and mutated beasts will be graded under this standard to streamline mission allocation and threat assessment. Lu Zheng nodded approvingly. About time. Lay out the framework. How is it structured? We calibrated tiers using 3 core dimensions: total energy, volume, destructive capacity, and somatic fortification, ranking aptitude from Tier 1 lowest to Tier 9 highest. Director Chen pointed to the threshold chart in the dossier, speaking with crisp precision. Each tier subdivides further into early, mid, and late stages, reflecting incremental energy accumulation. Our projections indicate each full tier represents roughly triple the energy volume of the preceding one, with escalating thresholds for advancement. He paused, then addressed each in turn. Tier 1 signifies initial awakening. Energy remains unstable, control unrefined, combat efficacy undeveloped. Ling Ling, you're currently Tier 1 mid-stage, newly awakened, energy still ascending steadily, exactly matching this phase's profile. Ling Ling blinked, then nodded. Indeed, her awakening had been recent and her command over her aptitude remained tentative. This assessment was precise. Tier 2 denotes refined control, measurable energy accumulation, and physical prowess, far surpassing ordinary limits. Sustained combat readiness achieved. Director Chen looked toward Chun Hu and Su Yi. Both of you stand precisely at Tier 2 early stage. They exchanged glances, thrilled. At least Tier 2 adepts now, vastly stronger than at awakening. And team leader Lin. Su Yi couldn't resist asking. Director Chun regarded Lin Chen tone, laced with quiet admiration. Lin Chen is exceptional. He awakened earliest, possesses the highest aptitude development, wields formidable fire-based destructive power, and maintains energy density far exceeding yours. By our metrics, he stands at Tier 3 mid-stage, the pinnacle among current adepts. Tier 3. Chun Hu whistled low. A full tier above us. No wonder Captain's so formidable. Lin Chen remained calm. He knew his early awakening and rigorous systematic training at the base accounted for his. Moreover, Tier 3 was merely the threshold. 6 higher tiers loomed beyond. This was just the beginning. Far more powerful adepts and mutated beasts would inevitably emerge, and his current strength was still insufficient. This tier standard will be implemented base-wide, Lu Zheng declared, voice grave. All new adepts must undergo grading upon enlistment. Subsequent training regimens, mission assignments, and threat evaluations will strictly adhere to tier designation. Additionally, mutant beast cores align with this hierarchy. Tier 1 beasts yield Tier 1 cores, Tier 2 yield Tier 2 cores, and so forth with corresponding energy intensities, facilitating precise quantification and utilization. Understood. I'll oversee refinement of all technical details. Director Chen nodded firmly. Then Lu Zheng seemed to recall something else. Now that the tier framework is established, can the celestial net, system, and regional energy monitoring stations synchronize accordingly? When anomalous fluctuations register, can the system immediately estimate the target's approximate tier, enabling preemptive threat assessment? We can't afford to dispatch teams blindly, only learning their true strength upon arrival. I was about to address exactly that. Director Chen smiled, clearly prepared. The moment the tier standards were finalized, I tasked our team with compiling a database of energy fluctuation signatures and concentration thresholds for each tier, and transmitted it to the Celestial Net Technical Division. Their dedicated monitoring module upgrade is already underway, completion expected within 2 days. He moved to the instrument screen and pulled up a simulation schematic. Upon completion, all fixed monitoring stations nationwide and mobile Celestial Net nodes will instantly cross-reference any anomalous energy signature against this database, yielding real-time tier estimation, with no more than a single substage margin of error. Whether the source is an adept or a mutated beast, and its approximate power level and danger rating will be displayed instantly on back-end dashboards. Especially in remote regions, mountain ranges, deserts, where fluctuations previously offered no contextual weight. Dispatching too few risked catastrophe, dispatching too many wasted vital resources. Now with precise tier assessment, we deploy optimally elite teams for high-risk targets, standard protocols for lower tiers, eliminating costly guesswork. Director Chen spoke with mounting fervor. Excellent, timely execution. Lu Zheng approved decisively. Roll out the upgraded Celestial Net in key provinces first for trial operation. If successful, implement nationwide. Henceforth, all anomalous targets detected must be labeled with their tier, and response protocols must be stratified accordingly. All existing contingency plans require revision aligned with this new tier framework. Rest assured, it's already underway. Director Chen affirmed with a firm nod. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Lin Chen had just been called to the underground command center when he looked up and saw a dazzling electronic screen covering an entire wall. The screen displayed a complete map of Yanjing City with countless tiny lights slowly drifting across the map, which represented the monitoring nodes of the Skynet system deployed throughout the city. The technical team had stayed up for 2 whole nights, finally completing the upgrade of the Skynet system. The new monitoring module could not only capture abnormal energy fluctuations, but also calculate the target's ability level in real time based on a preset database, controlling the error within a minor range. Today marked the first trial run in the urban area of Yanjing after the system upgrade. Director Lu, look at this. Director Chen pointed at the flowing data on the screen, his tone laced with pride. Currently, there are 327 fixed monitoring points deployed across the city, covering all main urban areas and nearby suburbs. Lu Zheng stood in front of the screen, hands behind his back, and nodded slightly. Not bad. With this, we won't have to search blindly like headless flies anymore. Lin Chen remained silent beside him, his gaze sweeping over the densely packed lights on the screen, aware that this system upgrade was timely. In the future, the number of awakened individuals would only increase. Relying solely on manual video screening and responding to reports would be utterly insufficient. As soon as he finished speaking, the screen suddenly emitted a soft beep. A faint green light appeared in the south. There's a situation, the operator shouted immediately. The gaze of everyone present instantly focused on the screen. The faint green light blinked, and a line of data automatically popped up beside it. Energy fluctuation early stage 1 attribute unknown. It really detected something. Director Chen leaned closer, his brow slightly furrowed. Early stage 1, the intensity is very weak, intermittent. It looks more like someone has just awakened and lost control, not a mutated beast. Just after he finished speaking, 2 more faint green lights lit up on the screen, all marked as early stage 1, scattered across different urban districts. The atmosphere in the command center grew tense. Free now, all are stage 1. Lu Zhang said in a deep voice, as we predicted, the number of awakened individuals is indeed increasing. Previously we couldn't monitor them due to the system's lack of precision. Now that it has been upgraded, 3 have suddenly appeared. Lu Zhang said in a deep voice, as we predicted, the number of awakened individuals is indeed increasing. Previously we couldn't monitor them due to the system's lack of precision. Now that if this continues, it won't be long before second and third stage superhumans start appearing in bulk. At that moment, a deep green light suddenly illuminated a position slightly to the west of the center of the screen, significantly brighter than the other 4. Energy fluctuation early stage 2 location Chaoyang District Happiness Community. Stage 2. Director Chen's eyes narrowed. There's actually a stage 2 fluctuation in the city. Lu Zheng's expression also became serious. Stage 1 individuals are mostly just awakened and pose little threat, but stage 2 is different. They possess a certain degree of destructive power. If their temperament is unstable, they could easily cause trouble. Moreover, it's in a residential building. Once something happens, it could easily affect ordinary civilians. We can't wait any longer. Lu Zheng decisively turned to Lin Chen and the other 3 behind him. Since you are all here, split up. For the 3 stage 1 fluctuation points, each of you take 2 field agents to handle the situation. The targets are likely ordinary people who have just awakened. Confirm their identities, first explain the policies, and bring back those who can be absorbed into the base. Those who are unwilling should be registered and monitored closely. He paused, looking at Lin Chen. As for the stage 2 point, you go personally. The intensity is not low and it's in an old residential building. The situation is complicated. You are strong, so I trust you to handle it. Remember to keep a low profile and not disturb the ordinary residents controlling the impact. Understood. Lin Chen nodded in response, already starting to plan in his mind. The old building has no elevator, the hallways are narrow, and if things escalate, it would be difficult to deploy abilities without harming the residents. It would be best to resolve it peacefully. Chun Hu and the others also responded enthusiastically, their faces filled with excitement. This was their first time independently handling a supernatural incident in the city, especially for Chun Hu and Su Yi, who were eager to get some practical experience. Be careful, everyone. Lu Zheng reminded again. The field team is equipped with tranquilizer guns and anti-explosion gear. If you run into tough resistance, don't fight hard, seek help instead, especially you Lingling. Don't act impulsively, just assist the field agents. Bai Lingling nodded. I understand, Director Lu. They no longer delayed, immediately taking action, each selecting 2 field agents and splitting into 5 SUVs, speeding out of the base in different directions. Lin Chen led 3 field agents directly to the Chaoyang Happiness Community. As the vehicle moved through the urban roads, Lin Chen sat in the passenger seat, reviewing the information on his tablet. The Happiness Community was an old complex 6 stories tall, mostly inhabited by elderly residents and tenants with a mixed population and loose management. Is the energy fluctuation stable? Lin Chen asked into his earpiece. The operator at the command center immediately replied, Captain Lin, the fluctuation is very stable with no changes in intensity. It is still early stage 2 and we have not detected any aggressive fluctuations. There should be no incidents. Understood. Lin Chen put down the tablet, feeling a bit relieved. No incidents are good. The worst fear is arriving only to find a tragedy has already occurred. 20 minutes later, the vehicle quietly stopped outside the community. The old complex had no access control, so the vehicle drove straight in and parked in the shade under a tree. Lin Chen changed into ordinary casual clothes, wearing a black t-shirt and jeans, looking just like an average office worker, completely unrecognizable as a superhuman. The 3 field agents also changed into plain clothes with sidearms and tranquilizer guns concealed beneath their garments. You 3 stay downstairs. Lin Chen lowered his voice and instructed, guard the unit door and both sides of the stairway without alarming the surrounding residents. I will go up to check the situation, confirm the target's identity and status. If there are any changes, I will call you on the earpiece and you can come up to assist. Yes, Captain Lin. The 3 field agents replied in unison, immediately dispersing and pretending to be taking a walk while guarding the exits. Lin Chen straightened his clothes and stepped into the building. The dimly lit hallway of the old building had peeling walls and a damp, moldy smell. He walked lightly, step by step, up the stairs, the fire-type energy within him quietly circulating, his perception gradually expanding. Soon Lin Chen reached the 6th floor. The door to room 602 was tightly shut with 2 shabby flower pots at the entrance containing a few half-dead spider plants. This was the place. Lin Chen composed himself, raised his hand, and gently knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Zhang Shui was sitting in a chair slurping on a bowl of braised beef noodles while watching a drama on her tablet. The sudden knock on the door made her pause. Who could be knocking at this hour? Zhang Shui was puzzled and didn't open the door immediately. She tiptoed to the door, pressed her eye against the peephole, and saw a tall man standing outside dressed in a simple black t-shirt, looking quite unfamiliar. Who is it? She shouted through the door, her hand quietly reaching for the security chain behind the door. Hello, I'm from the community. A supplementary registration for the census. We need to verify the information for rental households. Could you please? Lin Chen had already figured out the situation in this neighborhood. There were many renters, and the community often came to register using this reason to avoid raising suspicion. Zhang Shui frowned. Didn't the census just come by last month? Everything was registered. It's a secondary verification requested by the street office, mainly to check the information of the residents. It will only take 2 minutes. Zhang Shui hesitated for a few seconds, thinking that he was a community worker and probably meant no harm. She didn't remove the security chain, but only opened the door a crack, revealing half of her face, and cautiously scrutinized Lin Chen. Lin Chen stood at the door, his expression calm, his hands naturally hanging by his sides, while the portable detector in his pants pocket vibrated slightly, indicating a strong signal. The target was indeed in this apartment. Zhang Shui hesitated for a few seconds, likely thinking he didn't look like a bad person. Finally, she removed the security chain and opened the door wider, then come in quickly to register a meeting. Taking advantage of the moment the door was opened, Lin Chen discreetly glanced at the detector in his pocket. However, his brow furrowed slightly. Strange, this girl seemed ordinary and showed no signs of energy fluctuations. She was just an everyday person, yet the detector clearly indicated that the source of the anomaly was in this apartment. His heart sank. Could it be that the Skynet had pinpointed the wrong location? Or was there someone else in the house? Are you living here alone? Lin Chen asked casually, while walking in, his gaze quickly sweeping over the living room. The rental unit wasn't large, things were a bit messy, clothes piled on the sofa, a bucket of half-eaten braised beef noodles on the coffee table, and the tablet still lit with the drama. With a glance he saw the living room, the open bedroom door, and the kitchen, and there was no sign of anyone else. Yes, I rent alone. Oh, I've been living here for almost 2 years. The girl bent down to push the clothes on the sofa aside. What else do you need to register? Lin Chen didn't reply, his brow furrowing even tighter. Something was off. It was impossible for the system to be wrong. The Skynet had just been upgraded, and even if the accuracy was off, it couldn't misidentify a whole apartment. The energy fluctuation was definitely inside, but there was only this ordinary girl. Where could the source of energy be? Zhang Shui noticed he was silent, and was looking around, feeling a bit uneasy. What exactly do you need to Lin Chen snapped back to reality, noticing her discomfort. He simply pulled out his police badge from his pocket and handed it over. Don't worry, I'm from the local police station here to verify some information. May I take a look around? I'll be quick. Zhang Shui took the badge, looked it over a couple of times, and her heart finally eased. She quickly handed it back. Oh, so you're a police officer. Go ahead, it's fine. Lin Chen nodded, continuing to walk inside. After examining the living room, he glanced at the small bedroom and the bathroom. There was no one there. As he passed by the balcony, his peripheral vision suddenly caught a fluffy shadow. He abruptly halted his steps and turned to fixate on the corner of the balcony. Next to the doghouse on the balcony lay an adult golden retriever. It had been lazily licking its paws, but upon sensing Lin Chen's gaze, it immediately lifted its head, ears perked up, letting out a low growl, its eyes filled with alertness. That's it. Lin Chen's heart skipped a beat. The energy fluctuation of early second tier was emanating from this golden retriever. It wasn't a human ability user, it was a mutated beast. Woof, woof, woof. The golden retriever suddenly stood up and barked incessantly at Lin Chen. The sound was much louder than an ordinary dog's, shaking the balcony window slightly, as if it were ready to pounce at any moment. Mau Mau, stop barking. Zhang Shui was startled and quickly ran over to hug the golden retriever's neck, gently patting its back to soothe it. It's okay, Mau Mau, this is a police officer, not a bad person. Be good. However, the golden retriever continued to glare at Lin Chen, growling low in its throat, showing no signs of calming down, its claws scratching the ground restlessly. Lin Chen stood still, his gaze fixed on the golden retriever, his perception becoming clearer. The energy fluctuation within this dog was of the same origin as that of the mutated wild boar, though slightly weaker, just reaching early second tier. It looked like a gentle golden retriever, but there was a hint of hidden ferocity in its eyes, completely different from an ordinary household dog. Is this golden retriever yours? Lin Chen spoke slowly. Yes, its name is Mau Mau. I've had it for almost 3 years. Zhang Shui felt a bit embarrassed. It's usually very well behaved. I don't know what's wrong today. It barks at you. Maybe it's because you're a stranger. It rarely sees outsiders. Has it shown any strange behavior recently? Lin Chen continued to ask. For example, has its appetite increased, or has it become more irritable, or does it have significantly more strength than before? Zhang Shui paused for a moment, thought about it, and nodded. Now that you mention it, its appetite has indeed doubled in the past 2 weeks. It used to get tired after walking for half an hour, but now it can run for 2 hours without panting. It's also been a bit more restless, growling at the window at night. I thought it was just seasonal mood swings. As she spoke, she began to feel a bit uneasy. Officer, is something wrong with Mau Mau? To be honest, this dog may be exhibiting abnormal behavior, and keeping it around you could be dangerous. Lin Chen's tone was serious. I need to take it away for a thorough examination. Take it away. Zhang Shui's expression changed instantly, holding the golden retriever even tighter, shaking her head repeatedly. No way. Mau Mau is perfectly fine. How could there be something wrong? It's just been a bit hungrier lately. Why should I let you take it away? I don't agree. She stood protectively in front of the golden retriever, her eyes filled with resistance. To her, Mau Mau was not just a pet. It was family after 3 years together, and she could never let someone take it away so easily. Lin Chen frowned. He could force the issue, but this was an old residential building, and there were neighbors all around. The walls weren't soundproof. This dog was already a second-tier mutated beast. If it were pushed too hard, it could go berserk and bite someone, causing trouble for innocent bystanders. The girl in front of him was just an ordinary person who knew nothing. Forcibly taking it away would only escalate the conflict, making things worse. Okay, don't get agitated. Lin Chen softened his tone, pretending to compromise. I'm just here to remind you to keep an eye on it lately, and not let it roam freely. Seeing that he didn't mention taking it away anymore, Zhang Shui let out a sigh of relief, and quickly nodded okay. Okay, I understand. Then I won't disturb you any longer. Lin Chen said no more, turned and walked toward the door, opening it, and stepping outside. The security door clicked shut, and Zhang Shui sighed, turning back to pat Mau Mau on the head. Why are you so fierce today? However, unlike usual, the golden retriever didn't nuzzle her hand, remaining still, staring towards the door, its low growl gradually subsiding, but its gaze remained heavy. Zhang Shui didn't pay much attention, thinking it was just startled. She turned back to the table to continue eating noodles and watching her drama, putting the earlier incident behind her. Zhang Shui finished her instant noodles, tidied up the coffee table briefly, and after washing up, she burrowed back in. She picked up her phone and scrolled through short videos, but she couldn't help recalling what the police officer had said earlier. Shaking her head, she cursed herself for overthinking. Her dog Mau Mau had been raised for 3 years and wouldn't dare bully even the neighborhood cats, let alone harm anyone. Yet that little unease in her heart lingered like a small stone, refusing to fade away. As she lazily scrolled to nearly 11 o'clock, she yawned widely, turned off her phone, reached over to switch off the bedside lamp, and the room immediately darkened, with only a sliver of dim yellow light from the street lamp outside, seeping through the curtain seams, casting a long, thin shadow on the floor. Normally, she would fall asleep the moment her head hit the pillow, but tonight she tossed and turned, unable to sleep. Her mind was a jumble, and after what felt like an eternity, she drifted into a half-conscious state, sleeping fitfully. In her hazy state, she seemed to hear a soft creak as if claws were scratching at her bedroom door. Zhang Shui, feeling groggy, turned over and vaguely thought, it's just an illusion, isn't it? Mau Mau should be on the balcony. Why would it scratch at the door at this hour? She didn't pay much attention, her eyelids heavy, ready to drift off again. But just then a clear click echoed in her ears. It was the sound of the doorknob turning. Zhang Shui was instantly jolted awake. This wasn't an illusion. Her heart tightened, and she held her breath, her eyes wide open, staring fixedly at the doorknob. In the darkness, she could only vaguely see the outline of the doorknob, quiet and still, as if the sound she had just heard was a figment of her imagination. But she was certain she hadn't misheard. A thief. The moment that thought crossed her mind, every hair on her body stood on end. The security in her old neighborhood was never great. She had previously read about home invasions in the owner's group chat, and her hands and feet instantly went cold. Terrified, she dared not make a sound, and slowly reached for her phone under the pillow, intending to call the police. She moved with extreme caution, afraid that the slightest noise would alert whoever was outside. Just as her fingertips brushed against the phone case, a soft thud echoed. The door lock popped open. The bedroom door was slowly pushed ajar, and a furry shadow fell onto the floor, elongated by the light from outside. Zhang Shui hurriedly shoved her phone back under the pillow, squinting her eyes into a narrow slit, fixating on the doorway. When she finally made out the shape of the shadow, her racing heart calmed, and she secretly laughed at her own cowardice. It was not a thief, but Mau Mau. Just as she was about to call out to it, asking how it had gotten in, the words stuck in her throat. Something was wrong. The doorknob to her bedroom was a push-down type. Mau Mau usually only scratched at the door and never opened it. When had it learned to turn the doorknob? Recalling what the police officer had said, she felt as if she had been struck by lightning. Zhang Shui's breath caught in her throat, and her blood seemed to run cold. She dared not make a sound or move, merely squinting through the gap in her blanket, staring intently at the doorway. The gap in the door widened, and her golden retriever slowly walked in. It wasn't its usual playful self, wagging its tail and bouncing around. Instead, it moved slowly on all fours, its back slightly arched like a beast stalking its prey. The light from the street lamp outside spilled into the room, illuminating its figure. Zhang Shui could see clearly that its usually gentle brown eyes now glinted with a sinister crimson hue, looking particularly frightening in the dim room. Its mouth was slightly open, sharp canine teeth bared, and transparent drool dripped from the corner of its mouth onto the floor, making a faint drip sound. Its eyes, fixated on the bed, focused on her position, devoid of any of its usual affection, only cold, Zhang Shui pressed her mouth shut tightly, stifling the scream that threatened to escape. Cold sweat instantly soaked her pajamas, and she trembled uncontrollably, her teeth chattering, hardly daring to breathe heavily. The golden retriever padded across the floor step by deliberate step until it reached the edge of the bed. It lifted its front paws onto the mattress, thick and yielding, which sank slightly with a soft, muffled sigh. Zhang Shui squeezed her eyes shut, her lashes trembling like leaves in a gale. She dared not open them, dared not move. Not even her breath dared stir, so utterly rigid had she become, frozen as stone. Her heart hammered wildly within her chest, the deafening thud-thud-thud echoing so loudly she could hear it reverberating in her own ears, as if it might burst forth from her throat at any moment. Inwardly she prayed, over and over, begging this to be nothing more than a nightmare, pleading that Mao Mao was merely climbing onto the bed as he always had, seeking warmth and comfort. Yet the cloying coppery stench clinging stubbornly to her nostrils, and the hot, damp breath grazing her skin, repeatedly shattered that fragile hope this was no dream. Suddenly a warm, viscous drop landed on her forearm, sliding slowly down her skin, leaving behind a faint metallic tang. Zhang Shui jolted violently, gooseflesh erupting across her spine. Saliva. She clamped her teeth down hard on her lower lip, so fiercely that it split, flooding her mouth with the iron-rich taste of blood. Yet even then she stifled every cry, refusing to utter the slightest sound. A low guttural rumble rose from the dog's throat, a feral anticipatory growl, like that of a predator savoring its prey before the kill. The golden retriever lowered its head toward Zhang Shui's throat, sniffing intently along her neck until its sharp canine teeth grazed the fabric of her sleepwear collar. Oh! Her composure shattered. A raw, piercing shriek tore from her throat, shattering the stillness of the night with unbearable sharpness. Instinctively she seized the pillow beside her, clutching it tightly against her throat with both hands, blindly shoving forward with her eyes squeezed shut. Crack! A brittle, tearing sound ripped through the air. The dog sank its fangs deep into the pillow, its thick casing instantly shredded cotton spilling forth in chaotic flurries, drifting like snow across the bed. With a violent shake of its head, half the pillow disintegrated into ragged tatters, tufts of stuffing tumbled everywhere. Seizing that fleeting reprieve, Zhang Shui scrambled frantically toward the far side of the bed, hands and knees flying. In her panic, her foot slipped. She tumbled headlong off the bed, her ankle slamming hard against the cold metal bed frame, sending white-hot agony radiating up her leg. She gasped, breath catching like broken glass, but dared not whimper. Pushing herself backward across the floor, she crawled, rolled, and finally collapsed into the corner, pressing her back hard against the icy wall, her entire body convulsing uncontrollably. The golden retriever leapt onto the bed and loomed over her, its crimson eyes blazing with unnatural intensity in the dim light, locked unblinkingly upon its cornered prey. Flecks of cotton clung to its muzzle, saliva dripping steadily from its jaws. Its spine arched low, the growl deepened, swelling with unrestrained savagery and hunger. Before it stood no longer its master, but mere flesh, swift and trembling, ripe for the taking. Help! Is anyone there? Help! Slumped against the wall, her voice splintered into ragged fragments, tears streaming unchecked down her face, blurring her vision. She stared at the dog, so familiar yet grotesquely alien, her heart wrenching with terror and grief. This was Mao Mao, her loyal companion of 3 years, the one who waited faithfully by the door each evening, who nuzzled her palm when wounded or weary. How had he become this? Impatience flared in the dog's gaze. With a snarl it coiled its powerful limbs and launched itself from the bed in a single explosive lunge, hurtling through the air like a storm-wrought shadow, jaws wide, breath reeking of blood and heat. Its claws were already raised, its fangs gleamed with lethal precision. If that strike landed true, Zhang Shui's throat would be torn apart in an instant. Zhang Shui's pupils contracted to pinpricks. She forgot even how to scream. All she could do was watch, paralyzed, as the furry mass bore down upon her. Death's shadow descending, absolute and suffocating. Boom. A deafening crash shattered the silence. The apartment's reinforced security door kicked inward with brutal force. The impact shook the entire room. The lock exploded outward, the door slamming violently against the wall with a thunderous hollow clang. Then, blazing from the living room, a searing crimson fireball roared across the space, trailing scorching heat, striking the dog's cheek with unerring accuracy. Whoosh! Flame erupted across the dog's face, crimson tongues licking hungrily at its fur. A shriek, raw and unbearable, tore from its throat as the concussive force hurled it sideways, slamming it hard into the solid wooden wardrobe beside the bed. Crack! Clang! The wardrobe's heavy doors buckled inward, splintering with a sickening crunch, with chips rained silently to the floor. The dog crumpled to the ground, writhing in anguish, one side of its face charred, black smoke curling from singed fur, yet its eyes, burning with undiminished fury, remained fixed, unwavering, on the doorway. Lin Chen strode past the deformed security door and stepped inside the room. The flames on his right arm were still flickering, gently illuminating the dim room, and casting a long shadow. He didn't rush to deal with the golden retriever. Instead, he turned his head to glance at Zhang Shui in the corner. Though her face was pale with fear and her body trembled, there were no obvious wounds on her, just some swelling around her ankle. At least she wasn't dead, which eased his anxious heart a little. "Are you okay?" he casually asked, his voice low, yet distinctly clear in the quiet room. Zhang Shui shrank in the corner, her lips quivering as she stared at the flickering flames on his arm, unable to utter a word. She instinctively shook her head, her eyes wide with disbelief. Lin Chen didn't ask further and turned his attention towards the mutated golden retriever in the bedroom. The fireball he had just launched had struck its side, singeing half of its face and leaving its flesh charred. One eye squinted, blood mixed with dark liquid dripping down, presenting a particularly pitiful sight. Yet even in such a state, the creature refused to submit. It struggled to rise from the shattered wooden planks, its limbs trembling slightly, but still arched its back, letting out a low growl, with its crimson eyes fixed on Lin Chen, baring its fangs in a display of aggression. "Even in this condition, you still dare to act tough." Lin Chen scoffed, a hint of disdain in his tone. Earlier he had been cautious of the fireball's power, worried it might shatter the wall and disturb the neighbors or accidentally hurt Zhang Shui inside, so he had only used 30% of his strength. If he had unleashed his full power, this second-tier mutated golden retriever would have been unable to withstand even a single fireball and would have been reduced to ashes by now, unable to stand and growl. He stepped forward, slowly treading over the scattered cotton fluff and broken wood, producing soft creaking sounds with each step. With every inch he advanced, the oppressive aura around him grew heavier. The golden retriever watched him approach, its animal instincts sensing a deadly threat. Yet its ferocity overpowered its fear, especially spurred by the burning aura emanating from Lin Chen, which only enraged it further. "Woof! A woof!" It let out a roar that sounded nothing like a dog's bark, its limbs propelling it off the ground. Its massive body leapt into the air, jaws wide open, displaying sharp canine teeth, rushing toward Lin Chen's throat with a gust of foul wind. At the same time, its claws extended sharp and long, glinting coldly. If it grasped him, it could easily tear away a chunk of flesh. The speed was impressive, more than double that of an ordinary wolf dog, making it impossible for an average person to evade. But in Lin Chen's eyes, this speed was utterly insufficient. He didn't even need to use his abilities. He merely sidestepped slightly to avoid the golden retriever's fangs. Then, raising his right leg, he took advantage of the creature's momentum and kicked it hard in the chest. Bang! A muffled thud resounded. The golden retriever was as if it had been hit by a truck, its forward momentum abruptly halted as it was sent flying sideways, crashing heavily into the wardrobe behind. The already deformed wardrobe could not withstand the impact. With a crash, it completely collapsed, wooden planks, hangers, and clothes scattering across the floor like a small mountain. The golden retriever landed in the pile of debris, letting out a pained whimper, unable to rise for a long time. Its ribs were visibly caved in and blood foam continuously seeped from its mouth. Lin Chen retracted his leg, brushed off non-existent dust from his pants, and walked over slowly, looking down at the golden retriever lying amidst the clutter. He extended his left hand, raising his thumb and shaking it at the golden retriever. "Still dare to show your teeth to me? You're like this." As he spoke, he turned his wrist, pointing his thumb down with a tone of casual mockery. "If you manage to escape from here, then it'll be like this." In a match between a mid-third-year and a low second-year, it was already an overwhelming situation. If he hadn't been mindful of the fact that this was a residential building, fearing the noise might wake the neighbors, he would have resolved it with a single strike, without needing to waste words on this creature. Zhang Shui, curled up in the corner, was completely stunned by the scene before her, her worldview shattered into pieces. She first watched her golden retriever, which she had raised for 3 years, transform into a monster with glowing red eyes that sought to devour her. Then she looked at the man claiming to be a police officer, whose arm was engulfed in flames, sending the creature flying several meters with a single kick, even smashing an entire wooden wardrobe. This is not a police officer. It's more absurd than a movie. She opened her mouth, wanting to ask something, but her throat felt as if it were blocked, unable to utter a single word. Her arm was still sticky with the saliva dripped from the mutated golden retriever, the slimy sensation reminding her that everything happening was real. She could only clutch the hem of her clothes tightly, her eyes wide and red, glancing between Lin Chen's flaming arm and the golden retriever on the brink of death, her mind a chaotic mess. Flames. Could he be a legendary superhuman? Countless thoughts spun through her mind, but she didn't dare to ask or move, shrinking back in the corner, barely breathing. In the pile of debris, the golden retriever took a long time to recover, slowly propping itself up on its front legs, struggling to rise. Its chest ached severely, and each breath was tainted with blood. It looked up at Lin Chen, standing in front of it, the flames on his arm still flickering, the scorching aura hitting it heat in, finally awakening the fear ingrained in its instincts. "I can't win. Absolutely can't win." The instinct for survival in the beast instantly outweighed its ferocity. It no longer thought of lunging at him, instead casting its glance toward the nearby window. Only the 6th floor, with its mutated physical capabilities, a jump down would likely only result in a broken leg, but at least it could save its life. With that thought, it didn't hesitate at all, abruptly twisting its body and sprinting towards the window with all its might. The mutated golden retriever was fast reaching the window in just a few steps. Its front paws were already on the windowsill, ready to leap to freedom. Oh, still trying to escape. Lin Chen's expression turned cold, his actions quicker than his thoughts. He kicked off the ground, his body shooting out in an instant, almost reaching the window in the blink of an eye. Just as the golden retriever's hind legs pushed off the ground about to jump out, he reached out his right hand, accurately gripping the golden retriever's bushy tail. Come back. Lin Chen barked, using his strength to pull back the golden retriever that had already leaped half. His right hand was still engulfed in flames, the scorching heat instantly singeing the fur on its tail, the flames rapidly spreading up the tail. A whoa! The golden retriever let out a heart-wrenching cry, the intense pain driving it into a frenzy as it struggled wildly, its limbs thrashing, even attempting to turn and bite Lin Chen. But with its tail firmly gripped, it couldn't turn around at all, helplessly flailing in the air, its cries becoming more. Lin Chen looked at its pitiful state, feeling no compassion whatsoever. After all, showing mercy to something that sought to devour humans was simply cruelty towards his own kind. So lifting it by its tail, he raised its entire body into the air, watching it thrash a couple of times before he suddenly swung his arm down hard. Bang! A tremendous sound echoed as the golden retriever's back slammed powerfully against the hard floor. The sudden commotion was so great that Zhang Shui, crouched in the corner of the wall, jolted violently and instinctively let out a sharp cry, "Ah!" Halfway through the shriek, she abruptly realized her mistake and clapped both hands tightly over her mouth, stifling the rest. Her eyes reddened wide and timid like a startled rabbit's as she cast a hesitant, innocent glance toward Lin Chen. Lin Chen had been intently observing the golden-haired dog on the floor when, without warning, the truncated scream startled him. His hand even twitched involuntarily. He turned his head to gaze at Zhang Shui, hunched small and trembling in the corner, and rolled his eyes with weary resignation. This girl's nerves were absurdly fragile. Even he had been caught off guard. But there was no time to dwell on it. Lin Chen turned back, his gaze refocusing on the mutated golden retriever lying half dead upon the floor. The beast had taken a direct hit from a fireball. Its tail seared, then slammed hard onto the floor, leaving it barely clinging to life. Blood-tinged foam oozed steadily from its mouth, staining the floor beneath. Only the faint rise and fall of its chest betrayed that it still breathed. Yet even now its eyes burned with vicious hatred, low guttural snarls rumbling in its throat as bared fangs flashed, still desperate to intimidate. Still refusing to yield, even in this state. Lin Chen scoffed, unwilling to waste another moment on the beast. Raising his right arm, crimson gold flames surged from his palm, engulfing his entire hand in roaring fire. He seized the dog's scruff in one firm grip and hoisted its limp body into the air. Arg! The instant flame touched fur, the mutt howled in agony, convulsing violently. Its front paws instinctively flailed upward, clawing at empty air, but its battered frame could muster no strength. The limbs lifted halfway before collapsing limply downward. Only those blood-red eyes remained fixed on Lin Chen, radiating venomous fury. Beast remains beast. Even at death's door it dreams only of biting. With that muttered curse, Lin Chen's expression hardened. Leaving it alive would only invite future peril. Better to end it cleanly now. He ceased restraint. With a single pulse of will, the flames wreathing his right hand erupted outward in a thunderous surge, engulfing the dog's head entirely. Scorching heat pierced fur and flesh alike. At first the mutt's shrieks pierced the air, raw, shrill, its body thrashing wildly midair. Soon, however, the cries devolved into ragged, broken whimpers, then faded altogether. Its struggling form gradually slackened, limbs falling lifelessly, utterly still. Lin Chen sensed the final cessation of energy within the corpse, then casually flung it back onto the floor. A soft, hollow thud echoed as the dog's head lolled sideways. Half its skull-charred black breath Zhang Shui, still pressed deep into the corner, witnessed every moment, and instinctively shrank further, her spine nearly merging with the wall. Her gaze flickered between the blackened carcass and Lin Chen's still glowing hand. Her pulse quickened with dread. He's terrifyingly powerful. What if he decides I've seen too much, and burns me next? The thought sent a fresh shiver down her spine. She bowed her head lower still, scarcely daring to draw breath. Lin Chen paid no mind to her silent terror. He brushed his palms together, extinguishing the flames, then drew the comms device, clipped at his waist, and pressed the transmit button. Target neutralized. Proceed upstairs for cleanup. Acknowledged, on our way. A crisp reply crackled instantly from the device. Within 2 minutes, 3 plainclothes field agents rushed up the stairs and paused briefly at the threshold, exchanging quiet whistles at the sight of the corpse. This mutated retriever dwarfed ordinary ones. Its head black and fur curled, and brittle, the air laced with faint, acrid smoke. Yet its body remained otherwise intact, testament to the captain's precise, controlled execution. Sir. The trio nodded respectfully at Lin Chen and stood at attention, awaiting orders. Bag the body and transport it to base for Director Chen. Lin Chen gestured toward the carcass, then added firmly, clean the scene discreetly. Remove anything conspicuous. Then secure a confidentiality agreement with this resident. Follow protocol, precisely speak only what's necessary. Never utter a word beyond it. Understood. They responded in unison, immediately retrieving waterproof biocontainment bags from their gear and setting to work with practiced efficiency. Roles assigned. 2 lifted the body while the 3rd held open the bag. No hesitation, no wasted motion. Only then did Lin Chen turn fully toward Zhang Shui, still huddled in the corner. His tone softened, shedding the cold detachment he'd shown toward the mutant beast. It's over. You're safe now. Surely you believe what I told you earlier. Zhang Shui numbly nodded, her gaze still glazed. Shock hadn't yet receded. She glanced between the sealed corpse and Lin Chen, lips parting slightly, words trembling unspoken on her tongue. It underwent mutation, fundamentally unlike any ordinary dog. Left near you, disaster was inevitable. Had I not intervened tonight, you've seen the consequence. He offered no further elaboration. Details served no purpose for civilians. They'll administer a confidentiality agreement shortly. Everything you witnessed tonight stays sealed. It protects you. Do you understand? I understand, she whispered, voice still unsteady. Dare I not? Her mind reeled. Her 3-year companion transformed into a man-eating abomination, a man who conjured fire from nothing. Neither truth would ever find belief beyond these walls. She wasn't foolish. She knew silence was armor. Speaking would only summon danger. Very well. I'll take my leave now. Any follow-up matters will be handled by them. With a brief wave, Lin Chen turned and stepped over the warped security door, descending the staircase into the quiet hum of the building below. The old neighborhood was eerily quiet in the dead of night, with only the streetlights flickering in a dim yellow glow as flying insects danced around the bulbs. Lin Chen leaned against the door of the off-road vehicle, his back pressed against the cold metal body, while the night breeze slightly dispersed the burnt smell lingering on him. The 3 field agents upstairs were still wrapping up signing confidentiality agreements and cleaning up traces from the scene, likely to be busy for a while longer. He took out the specialized internal phone from his pocket, unlocked it, and opened the team's internal chat group. It was silent in the group, probably because the others were busy with their respective tasks and had no time to check their phones. He tapped on the screen, sending a message. Everyone, report your progress. How are your tasks going? Just 10 seconds after sending the message, a reply popped up from Bilingling. Bilingling, I've found the person. You won't believe what ability she awakened. Suyi immediately responded, what is it? Speed type? Or strength type? Could it be that she's a plant type like you? Bilingling, neither. You definitely won't believe it. Her ability is crying. Suyi, crying. What does that mean? Is crying considered a superpower? Bilingling, it's literally what it means. Once she activates her ability, she can't stop crying, tears flowing like a faucet. When I found her, she was hiding at home, crying, saying she couldn't control it, and thought she had some weird illness. I stayed by her side for 10 minutes, and she didn't stop crying. Aside from that, there seemed to be no other offensive capabilities. After crying for so long, her eyes swelled up like walnuts. Suyi. So this superpower is just crying. What good is that? Can she faint her opponents with tears? Or drown someone with her tears? Lin Chen looked at the screen and couldn't help but laugh. He thought it was some extraordinary ability, but it turned out to be this cry ability, which indeed sounded ridiculous. However, he thought for a moment the young girl who had just awakened her powers must have been really scared to encounter such an uncontrollable ability. He typed a reply, does she want to come to the base? If she is willing, we can bring her back and arrange for her to do some clerical work in the logistics department. After all, not everyone is suited for combat teams. Bilingling replied quickly, she is very willing. She was worried about what to do, and when she heard there was a formal position, she agreed on the spot, as if afraid I would change my mind. I'm currently bringing her back. The girl is quite good, but a bit timid, asking all sorts of questions on the way. Lin Chen understood, paused his fingers on the screen, and tagged Suyi. What about you? What's the situation? Suyi, don't mention it. I searched the place for several rounds, checked the entire building, but couldn't find anyone. The household the Skynet pinpointed had no one there, and the energy fluctuations have vanished. They probably sensed something was off and hit early. Suyi, I asked the downstairs neighbors, and they said that household belongs to a young man from out of town in his 20s who usually keeps to himself. I left 2 field agents nearby to watch and see if he would come back. He seems to have just awakened, scared, and is hiding away. Lin Chen frowned slightly, then relaxed. This situation was normal. A perfectly ordinary person suddenly gaining strange abilities would mostly react with panic and avoid contact with the authorities. Hiding away is quite common. He replied, no need to wait indefinitely. I'll leave a contact for the landlord. If he wants to reach out, he will naturally come. With the country being so vast, there will always be someone who doesn't want to show themselves. No need to force it. I'll let the local monitoring station keep an eye on him. As long as he doesn't cause trouble, we don't need to worry. Suyi, got it. He'll arrange that right away, and then head back. The group was quiet for a while, and Chun, who hadn't, Lin Chen waited for 2 minutes without seeing him chime in, feeling a bit puzzled. Given Chun Hu's personality, he would have already burst in with a report after finishing up. Why was it so quiet for so long? Could something have gone wrong? He tagged Chun Hu again. Chunhu, how's it going over there? Why haven't you said anything for— After nearly a minute, Chunhu slowly replied, adding a disheartened emoji. Chunhu, don't mention it, Captain. I found someone too, and you absolutely won't guess what ability this guy awakened. Sui, here we go again. Why do you all love playing guessing games? Is it that he can fart and blow people away? Bilingualing, Sui, stop making stuff up. Chunhu, it's even more ridiculous. This guy's ability is that he can eat. Sui, what do you mean, brother? Who can eat? Did his appetite increase? Does that mean his strength increased? Chunhu, he can just eat, has no other use. When I found him, he was at home eating with over 20 empty bags on the table, munching on steamed buns, and still claimed he wasn't full. He didn't even know he had awakened. He thought it was just that he had been working hard lately, and his appetite had increased. I checked him, his strength hasn't increased, his speed hasn't improved, and his body hasn't gotten stronger. He just has an appetite several times larger than before. It's purely a food ability. Sui, ha. Sui, wait, what good is this superpower? Is he going to teach the restaurant owner a lesson by eating at a buffet? Bilingualing, ha ha, that's too funny. It's my first time hearing about such a superpower. Does he want to come to the base? Chunhu, he does. He heard there's food, lodging, and a salary, and he agreed on the spot, saying he was worried about spending too much on meals. I'm currently bringing him back. This guy is still munching on bread on the way, and I was left dumbfounded. He hasn't stopped eating. Lin Chen looked at the screen and shook his head helplessly. Indeed, the awakening of superpowers is bizarre and varied. Not every ability can be used for combat, nor does every ability have practical value. Some can fight and withstand destruction, while others can only cry or eat, not much different from ordinary people. As more people awaken their powers, who knows what even more ridiculous abilities might emerge. The base can't always focus solely on combat-type superpowered individuals. These myriad abilities might come in handy one day. He stopped typing, turned off the screen, and tucked the phone back into his pocket. After waiting 5 or 6 more minutes, footsteps approached from the unit door, and 3 team members descended with a waterproof body bag. Captain Lin. Zhao Lei approached, stopping in front of him, panting slightly. Everything has been cleaned up. The confidentiality agreement has been signed with Zhang Shui, and all necessary instructions have been given. She promised not to leak anything. Lin Chen nodded, his gaze sweeping over the body bag they were carrying. The head wasn't damaged, right? The crystal core must be brought back intact for Director Chen's research. Zhao Lei, now you're telling us to be careful. You weren't careful when you acted. Don't worry, Captain Lin, we handled it gently. We specially patted the head side. It definitely didn't get touched. All right. Lin Chen straightened up and opened the passenger door of the car. Then let's go back to the base. It's the middle of the night, and if we keep messing around, it'll be dawn soon. The off-road vehicle departed from the old happy community, turning onto the main road, and the scene outside the window gradually became lively. Although it was already midnight, the nightlife of Yanjing was just beginning. The streets were lined with food stalls, the aroma of grilled skewers and fried noodles wafting through the car window. There were many pedestrians strolling about, bustling with activity, showing no signs of the late-night quiet. Lin Chen leaned against the passenger seat, surrounded by the noisy voices from the street and the sounds of passing cars. After a long night of work, he felt a bit tired and was thinking of taking a short break. Zhao Lei, who was driving, suddenly clicked his tongue in disdain, saying, "Seriously, it's the middle of the night. Why are there so many Indians around?" Lin Chen opened his eyes and followed Zhao Lei's gaze to glance outside. On the sidewalk, 7 or 8 Indians with turbans and dark skin sat on the ground, stuffing their mouths with hand-pulled rice, indifferent to the grease dripping down their fingers. Nearby, numerous disposable food containers and plastic bags were strewn about, flying in the wind, making the once clean sidewalk a mess. Several others stood in front of the food stalls, gesturing and haggling with the vendors, their loud voices chattering away, not caring that they attracted the attention of passers-by who chose to walk around them. Lin Chen's brows furrowed, feeling inexplicably uncomfortable. Haven't we heard that it's ridiculously hot over in India? Almost 50 degrees. A lot of people have died from the heat, and many couldn't take it anymore, so they came to our country to escape the heat. Zhao Lei gripped the steering wheel, his tone filled with dissatisfaction. I don't know how they approve the visas. Suddenly, so many of them flooded in. Look at the trash they throw everywhere, eating on the ground with their hands, making a mess. Exactly, a lot of those Indians come without money, just thinking they can come to our country and eat for free. Li Bing in the back seat curled his lip and took over the conversation. I heard from colleagues in the base that it's even worse in several cities in the south. Groups of them crowd around food stalls, eating and wiping their mouths before leaving. Even when the vendors try to stop them, they dare to act shamelessly in public, thick-skinned to the extreme. Even calling the police doesn't help. There are too many of them. A few words of warning, and they're let go, only to continue mooching around. Moreover, many hotels' lobbies are now filled with these Indians. They don't pay for rooms, just lounge on the chairs and sofas in the lobby to enjoy the air conditioning. Even Yanjing, the capital, has so many. You other cities must have even more. Lin Chen looked at those people casually, sitting on the ground, carelessly throwing bones aside, feeling a wave of nausea in his stomach. Watching these people run wild in his own country, it was hard not to feel angry. However, since it was late at night, and they were on a mission with mutated beast corpses in the vehicle, he chose to turn his head back, close his eyes, and lean against the seat, preferring not to see or waste his energy arguing with such trash. The car continued forward for a few minutes before stopping at a red light. Zhao Lei stepped on the brakes, bringing the vehicle to a steady halt behind the stop line. On the adjacent non-motorized vehicle lane, a shared bicycle was parked with a mobile phone mounted on the handlebars displaying a live stream. A bearded Indian man stood in front of the phone, gesticulating wildly, talking incessantly to the camera at a rapid pace, a look of contempt on his face. Standing beside him was a woman with black hair dressed in a short skirt, likely a tourist from out of town. She didn't even understand what the Indians were saying, but pretended to nod along, looking up at him with admiration, almost wanting to lean in closer. Lin Chen glanced at them from the corner of his eye, then turned his head in disgust, unwilling to look a second time. He had seen many people fawning over foreigners, but it was rare to see someone so shameless. Li Bing in the back seat was originally focused on cleaning his gun, but upon hearing the voices outside, he raised his head and glanced out the window. At that glance his expression darkened, instantly unable to help but curse. Damn, this bastard really asking for a beating. His voice wasn't loud, but in the confined space of the car, everyone could hear him clearly. Lin Chen turned to look at him, asking, "What's wrong? Why are you so angry?" "Captain Lin, I minored in Hindi in college, so I can understand what he's saying." Li Bing gritted his teeth, pointing out the window at the Indian man streaming live. "This guy is slandering our country on the live stream. He says our city has poor environmental conditions, trash everywhere, and that it's unsafe to go out at night. He even said that Chinese women are all eager to get close to them, that with just a wave of the hand they will follow them. This woman here is the example he's flaunting." Li Bing grew increasingly furious. Isn't all that trash on the ground thrown by their lot? And they turn around to blame us for the poor environment. Eating our food, living in our places, then turning around to spread rumors and defame us. What is this nonsense? Lin Chen's expression darkened instantly. He had already felt displeased with these people, and was initially thinking it was better to avoid trouble and complete the mission quickly. But he didn't expect that someone would dare to slander and defame openly while live streaming, especially on the streets of Yanjing. To come to someone else's territory to act recklessly, eating and drinking while spitting back at the host, did they really think no one could handle them? Damn this bastard. Lin Chen cursed softly, unbuckling his seatbelt. With a bang he pushed the car door open and stepped out. The night wind carried a hint of chill blowing against Lin Chen's face, but it couldn't quell the anger inside him. "Captain Lin." Zhao Lei was taken aback for a moment, reacting quickly to turn off the engine, waving to the two in the back seat. "Let's go check it out." The three quickly opened the car doors and hurriedly followed Lin Chen. Lin Chen stepped up to the shared bicycle and stood beside the live streaming camera. The burly Indian man shot a sideways glance at him, noticing he was an unfamiliar Chinese person dressed plainly, and completely disregarded him. He not only didn't stop talking, but actually raised his voice, babbling excitedly in the Facebook live stream, his tone dripping with disdain and slander, clearly intending for those nearby to hear, trying to show off and seek a sense of superiority. The woman standing next to him was displeased, frowning as she waved her hand at Lin Chen, her tone impatient. "Hey, can you move aside? You're blocking the camera. Can't you see we're live streaming? You're delaying their follower growth. Can you afford the consequence?" At that moment Zhao Lei and Li Bing quickly caught up, standing behind Lin Chen. The four burly men exuded a presence that made the surrounding commotion subside. Lin Chen slightly turned his head, looking at Li Bing. "What's he talking about now? Translate it for me." Li Bing stepped forward, biting down on his molars, and said, "Captain Lin, this guy is getting more and more outrageous. He said our people haven't seen the world, that we rushed to foreigners, and claimed our security is poor, that going out at night is dangerous. He said coming here is a downgrade for him, and he even criticized the street food, saying it's dirty and can cause diarrhea, just insulting us all the way." After hearing this, Lin Chen's gaze instantly turned cold. He glared at the spitting Indian man and shouted, "Fuck you, you damned Indian. If you can't use your mouth properly, then sew it shut." The Indian man was taken aback, not understanding Chinese, and blinked in confusion, mumbling a couple of phrases in Hindi, probably asking, "What did he say?" He wore a look of disdain, believing that the Chinese would not dare to do anything to him, at most just protesting verbally. Li Bing translate his words exactly, "Don't change a single word." Lin Chen suppressed his anger. Li Bing immediately replied, turning to the Indian man and translating Lin Chen's words verbatim into Hindi, his tone even harsher than Lin Chen's, showing no mercy. As soon as the words fell, the Indian man exploded. His face turned beet red as he slammed his phone onto the stand, wildly gesturing and yelling at Lin Chen, speaking so fast it sounded like a machine gun, spittle flying everywhere, his expression one of arrogance, almost poking Lin Chen in the face with his finger. He called us inferior, said we're not qualified to talk to him, and even threatened to report us to the embassy, claiming we would pay for it. Li Bing laughed in anger as he translated, "He really thinks too highly of himself. He doesn't even realize whose territory this is." The woman beside them, Zhang Li, saw Lin Chen start cursing and immediately jumped out in front of the Indian man, pointing at Lin Chen and shouting, "Do you have no manners? He is an international friend visiting our country. How can you just curse at him? Aren't you embarrassing the Chinese people? Your kind of behavior ruins our national image. National image? Lin Chen scoffed, his gaze fixed on her face, dripping with disdain. The national image is tarnished by people like you who are sycophantic to foreigners rushing to them at the slightest glance. When they insult your country right to your face, you still help them hold the microphone. How pathetic. You. Zhang Li's face turned red and white from the scolding, her neck stiff as she tried to retort. What he said was actually reasonable. Just as she was about to finish her sentence, the Indian man again raised his voice, shouting a long tirade, puffing out his chest, and patting his own chest, his head held high, acting superior and disdainful toward them. Captain Lin, he's putting on an act again. Li Bing frowned as he translated. He claims to be a Brahmin from India of a high caste with a noble identity, saying we ordinary people shouldn't provoke him. He wants us to quickly apologize and compensate him for emotional distress, or he'll resolve it through diplomatic channels, making us lose our jobs. Still a Brahmin. Lin Chen found it laughable. Coming to our territory to flaunt a caste system has his brain overheated. As soon as he finished speaking, he stepped forward. The Indian man thought he was going to apologize, raising his chin even higher, reaching for his phone to point it at Lin Chen, wanting the viewers in the stream to see how the Chinese person apologized. What a way to save face for himself. But before his hand even touched the phone, Lin Chen's actions were much quicker. He reached out and snatched the phone. Crack. A crisp sound of shattering echoed. With a slight pressure from Lin Chen's fingers, the smartphone's body bent instantly, its screen shattered into a spider web of cracks, and the bright live streaming image abruptly went black, the plastic stand collapsing along with it and hitting the ground with a thud. The surroundings fell silent for a few seconds. The Indian man and Zhang Li, who was protecting him, were left dumbfounded, their eyes wide mouths agape, as if they could fit an egg inside, taking a long time to process what just happened. Smashing a phone with bare hands. Is this something a person can do? The patrons at the roadside snack stall also turned to look, craning their necks, and pointing. No one spoke, all waiting to see what would happen next, their eyes carrying a hint of satisfaction. High caste, huh? Lin Chen scoffed, raising his hand for a slap. Smack. The crisp sound of the slap rang particularly loud on the quiet street at night. The Indian man was struck, his head jerking to the side, half of his face swelling visibly, letting out a cry of pain, staggering back 2 steps, his heel catching on the curb, almost falling to the ground. Insulting our country, huh? Smack. Another slap landed solidly on the other side of his face. After 2 slaps, the Indian man's face swelled up like a pig's head, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth, his eyes filled with fear, the earlier arrogance completely vanishing, clutching his face and whimpering, unable to articulate his words. Still noble, still dignified. Slap, slap, slap. With a series of slaps, the Indian man was left dazed, unable to stand straight, covering his face and howling his incoherent words, either pleading for mercy or making threats, his voice trembling. Lin Chen stepped forward, grabbing him by the collar, and with a slight force pulled him close. Being half a head taller than the Indian man, he looked down at him. Let me tell you, this is Huaxia. Coming to our territory to act wild and spreading rumors. What do you think you are? What Brahmin high caste? That doesn't work here, do you understand? Before the Indian man could say anything, Zhang Li, frightened, shivered all over, finally reacting, screaming as she lunged forward, reaching out to grab Lin Chen's arm, trying to protect the Indian man behind her. Are you crazy? You actually dare to hit someone? I'm calling the police. I'll have you jailed. You wait to pay up. He lunged forward with bared teeth and claws, his sharp nails almost grazing Lin Chen's face, cursing in a filthy manner, exuding a demeanor of a spoiled child, clearly believing that Lin Chen would not dare to lay a hand on a woman. Lin Chen frowned. He was not an old-fashioned person, especially not someone who would tolerate those who sided with outsiders to trample on his own country. With a flick of his wrist, he retaliated with a sharp slap. Smack. This slap was even louder than the one he had given to the bearded man just moments before. Zhang Li's entire body tilted, and with a thud she fell to the ground. Half of her face visibly swelled up, her hair disheveled, and covering her face, looking utterly disheveled. You're not exactly a good person either. Lin Chen coldly regarded her, showing no pity in his tone. Helping outsiders to insult your own country, this slap is well-deserved. Zhang Li sat on the ground in a daze, completely stunned, as she never expected that the other party would actually dare to. After a few seconds of shock, she finally reacted, covering her swollen face and shouting with a voice that could penetrate the half of the street. You dare to hit me? You're finished. I'm calling the police. I'm going to post this on the internet so everyone can see what kind of person you are. I want you to compensate me for medical expenses and emotional distress. If you don't pay me 500,000, this matter is not over. While she was wailing and kicking on the ground, spewing out the most unpleasant words, passers-by stopped in their tracks, and within moments a crowd had gathered, encircling her with necks craned to see. Zhao Lei and the others frowned, intending to step forward to subdue her and prevent her from embarrassing herself. At that moment, 2 dark-skinned Indians rushed through the crowd, not tall in stature, clad in cheap turbans, shouting in a babble as they squeezed through the crowd. The two of them hurried to help the bearded man who had a face swollen like a pig's constantly, saying something, their expressions revealing that they were in cahoots. The three of them huddled together, chattering animatedly, their faces growing darker as they spoke, ultimately turning in unison to glare at Lin Chen and his companions with eyes that seemed ready to devour. The crowd of onlookers grew larger and whispers of discussion began to rise. Seeing his comrades arrive, the bearded man straightened his spine, covering his swollen face, and pointing at Lin Chen, shouting in a frenzy, his spit flying, as he became even more arrogant, as if no one could touch him now that he had back up. Lin, this guy is making threats again. Li Bing stepped forward and quietly translated. He says he won't let this go easily, and wants to contact the embassy, accusing us of personal attacks and demanding compensation for his phone and medical fees, threatening us with jail time, while his two accomplices chimed in saying we will have to pay the price. Lin Chen was once again amused by the audacity of the bearded man. He had seen shamelessness, but never to this extent, running rampant and spreading rumors in someone else's country, and after being hit, daring to demand compensation. Did he really think this was a place where he could act recklessly? The two newly arrived Indians swaggered toward Lin Chen, rolling up their sleeves as if preparing to fight. However, just as they were 2 steps away from Lin Chen, he suddenly took a step back, covering his nose with his hand, his brow furrowed in disgust. The meaning was clear. He found their smell unbearable. This provoked the two Indians. Feeling disrespected, they growled, circling around Lin Chen from both sides, their fists raised high, aiming to strike his face. Lin Chen's expression of disgust deepened. With such weak attacks, they dared to lay hands on him. As he saw the one on his left charging with a fist raised, he sidestepped and simultaneously lifted his right leg, delivering a kick to the other's stomach. Bang! The Indian flew backward like a broken sack, landing 2 meters away, curling on the ground and clutching his stomach, gasping for breath, his words turning into pained groans. The one on the right was still stunned. Lin Chen had already turned around, grabbing a handful of his hair and yanking it down. Bow down to me. The man cried out in agony as his face was forced down, unable to even struggle. Slap, slap, slap. Lin Chen raised his hand and delivered 4 or 5 sharp slaps, the sound crisp and explosive. The man was struck dizzy, blood streaming from his nose, dripping down his chin, and he was left with no strength to resist, mumbling incoherently, whether pleading for mercy or making threats. None of his words were clear. The onlookers were left in shock, staring blankly for 2 seconds before a low murmur of discussion erupted, with no one criticizing Lin Chen, only expressions of relief. Damn, he really dares to hit. Well done. These Indians have been loitering here, littering everywhere and making a racket. I've long found them displeasing. And that girl trailing behind the Indians like a sycophant, she deserves a beating to wake her up. This is cathartic. Truly cathartic. They come to our territory to act recklessly, and we should not indulge them. The discussions were not loud, but they were clearly heard by everyone present, with no one siding with the Indians. Having had his fill of hitting, Lin Chen flicked his hand, directly flipping the man over onto the ground. Then he frowned in disgust, taking a couple of steps forward to grasp the man's clothing and meticulously wipe his hands, which had just grabbed his hair, and after wiping, he still felt it wasn't enough, rubbing a couple more times, as if he had touched something filthy. With such behavior, you dare to act recklessly in Huaxia? Lin Chen scoffed, standing up and brushing off his hands. Just as he was about to say something more, a distant sound of sirens suddenly approached, growing louder. Zhang Li, sitting on the ground, suddenly brightened up as if she had seen a savior. She stopped her fussing, quickly got up from the ground, dusted off her pants, and pointed at Lin Chen, shouting with a shrill voice, "The police are coming. You're finished. You dare to assault a foreign friend, wait to be expelled. I will make you serve time in jail and make you pay until you're destitute." Her face was filled with smugness, as if she could already envision Lin Chen being taken away by the police, begging for mercy on his knees, her back stiffening, as she completely forgot how badly she had just been slapped. 2 police cars stopped by the roadside, and 4 uniformed officers got out, pushing through the crowd of onlookers to enter. The lead officer was a middle-aged man, frowning as he entered, loudly asking, "Who called the police? What is going on here? Why are you all gathered here in the middle of the night?" He glanced at the 2 Indians lying on the ground, and the bearded man clutching his face, then at the 4 people standing in the center, his expression growing more serious. Involving foreigners, mishandling this could easily lead to disputes. No one wanted to get entangled in such troublesome matters. Seeing this, Zhang Li immediately squeezed out a couple of tears, crying as she rushed forward to report, moving as if she feared the police would leave if she was a second late. But just as she stepped forward, Zhao Lei moved in front of her, blocking her path. Then 3 field officers stepped forward in unison, facing the approaching police, and simultaneously pulled out their IDs, slapping them open. The black ID books and the gold-embossed national emblem were particularly striking under the streetlights. Zhao Lei's voice was not loud, yet each word was clear, carrying an undeniable weight. National security is handling the matter. The leading police officer was momentarily taken aback, but quickly replaced that surprise with solemnity. He stepped forward briskly, took the documents handed over by Zhao Lei with both hands, opened them to carefully check the steel seal and number, and after confirming their accuracy, he promptly closed them, returning them with a serious expression. Comrades, I apologize for the interruption. I was unaware of your operation. Zhao Lei put the documents back into his pocket, casting a glance at the ever-growing crowd around them, and spoke tersely. Please assist by dispersing the surrounding crowd, and also ensure that anyone who recorded videos or took photos deletes them. Any sensitive content must not be leaked. Understood. The police officer immediately turned and waved to his colleagues behind him. Let's disperse the crowd and check everyone's phones. All recordings must be deleted, and no one should spread anything indiscriminately. Several police officers quickly spread out, urging the onlookers not to gather and to leave promptly, while reminding those who had recorded videos to delete their footage. Most people complied readily, knowing that the case involved national security. They deleted the videos on the spot, murmuring quietly, no wonder it's so intense. Turns out it's the national security. Well done, if these foreigners need to be taught a lesson. However, a few quick-fingered individuals had already sent out short clips during the earlier chaos, having deleted the local files, but keeping the online backups. Before long, several chat groups in Yinjing erupted. A blurry short video was circulated showing only a few shadowy figures accompanied by various captions. Wow, I stumbled upon this late at night. A few Indian guys causing trouble in public dealt with directly by the national security. Live footage slaps ringing out, so satisfying. The group chat was instantly flooded with messages. Is this for real? National security is out in force. What did these guys do? No matter what, I give a thumbs up to the national security. These Indian guys hanging around on the streets are just annoying. The country is awesome. We won't tolerate these foreigners' bad habits. Where's the video? Posted again. I just clicked on it, and it disappeared. As the topic gained traction, the Internet Police Department quickly detected the anomaly. Upon triggering related keywords, the backend immediately initiated the response process, taking down the violating videos in bulk and invalidating the forwarded links. Within half an hour, almost all related content online had been cleaned up. However, the small-scale private circulation could not be suppressed, becoming a topic of gossip from many late-night chats, but that was a matter for later. At the scene, Zhang Li and the three Indians watched the police treat Lin Chen and the others with great respect. Their faces had turned pale. Even Zhang Li, whose legs were feeling a bit weak, knew that the national security was not the local police station, and one couldn't just bluster their way through. She shrank by the roadside, not daring to lift her head, fearing Lin Chen would come after her, feeling deep regret, wishing she had never involved herself in this mess, missing out on a good late-night snack just to curry favor with foreigners, and now she had gotten herself into trouble. The three Indians were even more panicked. Two of them who had been hit leaned against the wall, struggling to stand, while the bearded one clutched his swollen face, looking like a pig's head, and all the bravado they had shown earlier was now swallowed back, their eyes darting nervously, not daring to meet Lin Chen's gaze. Even they knew that provoking national security in China would lead to no good, and to no amount of embassy support or upper-class status would help. Lin Chen leaned against a utility pole by the roadside, casting a cold glance at these individuals, feeling a sense of satisfaction wash over him. Had he known it would come to this, he wouldn't have bothered. Causing a ruckus on someone else's turf meant being prepared to face the consequences. After dispersing the crowd, the leading police officer quickly returned, standing before Zhao Lei, just about to report, when he caught sight of Lin Chen standing at the front, his presence clearly overshadowing the others, and he instantly understood that this person was the true leader. He immediately turned to Lin Chen, his tone noticeably more respectful. Leader, the crowd has mostly been dispersed, and the videos have been largely deleted. Is there anything else you need us to do? Lin Chen nodded slightly, first pointing to Zhang Li, who was huddled in a corner. Take this woman back with you. For provoking trouble and assisting foreign personnel in spreading rumors, she should be detained if necessary, fined if applicable, and also check her for any abnormal foreign-related records within 3 generations, as well as any traitorous relatives. Ensure everything is clarified. Understood. The police officer nodded in acknowledgement, turning to signal his colleagues behind him. 2 officers approached Zhang Li and said, "Come on, you need to go with us to the station for an investigation." Zhang Li's lips trembled, not daring to utter a word of protest, obediently lowering her head and following the police toward the patrol car. Only when the car door clicked shut did she realize, her eyes reddening as tears streamed down her face, as she regretted deeply, but where in the world could one buy regret medicine? After dealing with Zhang Li, Lin Chen turned to Zhao Lei. As for these 3 Indians, follow the procedure. For provoking trouble, spreading rumors, and violating immigration regulations, they should be immediately deported, placed on the immigration blacklist, and permanently banned from stepping foot in Huaxia. Yes, I'll contact the Immigration and Foreign Affairs departments right away for the handover. Zhao Lei responded, immediately taking out his phone and stepping aside to make a call, speaking rapidly and clearly conveying the situation. The remaining 2 police officers stayed behind to watch the 3 Indians, ordering them to squat by the roadside with their heads. The 3 did not dare resist, obediently squatting in a row, their heads bowed low, not daring to breathe too loudly, completely unlike their earlier boisterous demeanor. Li Bing, you stay here, wait until the people from the Foreign Affairs Department arrive, and ensure a clear handover before leaving. Lin Chen instructed. Rest assured, Captain Lin, I'll take care of it. Li Bing nodded in agreement, stepping in front of the 3 Indians, his imposing presence causing them to squat even more obediently. With everything arranged, Lin Chen didn't stay any longer, turning to walk toward the off-road vehicle parked by the roadside, opening the door and sitting in the passenger seat. Zhao Lei and another team member got into the car as well. With a twist of the key, the engine gave a soft sound, and the vehicle slowly drove away from the intersection. At 3 in the morning, the off-road vehicle steadily drove through the gate of the Shishan base, where the guard at the booth saluted, and the electric gate slowly rose. Lin Chen first instructed Zhao Lei to drive to the underground laboratory. After a whole night of work, the corpse of the mutated golden retriever had to be delivered first, as the crystal core awaited research by Director Chun and the others. The underground corridor was cold, and the smell of disinfectant penetrated the nose. The on-duty researcher with red-rimmed eyes from exhaustion hurried over to greet him upon his arrival. Team Leader Lin, is this the delivery? Yes, second-tier mutated golden retriever. It has a crystal core in its head. Remember to log it in the inventory and don't damage it. Lin Chen gave a few reminders, watching as they pushed the body bag inside before turning to head towards the team members' lounge. After such a delay, Chun Hu and the others must have already returned, probably waiting for him. As expected, just as he pushed open the lounge door, the three of them turned to look at him in unison. Captain, you finally made it back. Su Yi was the first to approach, looking like a curious child. We heard from the command center that you encountered a second-tier mutated dog. How did it go smoothly? Why did you take so long? Chun Hu and Bai Lingling also gathered around, their faces showing concern. After all, it was their first encounter with a mutated beast in the urban area, and they all wanted to know the details. Lin Chen pulled out a chair and sat down, rubbing his throbbing temples as he briefly recounted the incident with the mutated golden retriever, mentioning that he had encountered an Indian who was live-streaming rumors on his way back and had taken care of him. Well done. Su Yi slapped his thigh, looking regretful. Why didn't I encounter something like that? If I were there, I would have kicked him a few times. How dare he act recklessly on our turf, spoiling them. Exactly, he deserved a harsher beating. Chun Hu nodded in agreement. These foreigners always think we're easy to bully. They need to see that this isn't a place for their antics. Bai Lingling also chimed in softly. It's truly outrageous. They eat our food while insulting us. It's utterly heartless. Lin Chen smiled, not wanting to dwell on that topic, and instead asked, what about the two awakened ones you brought back? They're settled. Bai Lingling replied. As soon as I returned, I handed them over to the logistics department. They will arrange for health checks, classification, and subsequent training and job assignments. Lin Chen nodded. This outcome was expected. Most ordinary people who have just awakened, as long as they aren't too twisted in personality, are willing to enter the base. After all, it's stable and safe. Alright, it's getting late. Everyone should head back and rest. He stood up, stretching, his bones cracking. The Skynet has just been upgraded, and in the future the missions will only increase. We need to recharge our spirits first. The three responded and returned to their respective dorms. Lin Chen also went back to his room, took a quick hot shower, and fell asleep as soon as his head hit the pillow, dreaming of nothing throughout the night. He woke up around noon the next day, washed up, and headed straight to the cafeteria. In the morning, Skynet detected several first-tier energy fluctuations again. Chun Hu and the others each took an external team and went out to handle it. They were all low-risk awakened person checks, so he didn't need to be involved. There weren't many people in the cafeteria. He found an empty spot by the wall and sat down, lowering his head to push his food around on the plate. Just as he had eaten a couple of bites, a soldier from the communications team rushed in, glancing around before quickly walking over to his table. Team Leader Lin, Director Lu wants to see you in his office. He said he has something to discuss with you. Understood. Lin Chen nodded, quickening his pace to finish his meal. He wiped his mouth and stood up to head outside. Reaching the door of Lu Zheng's office, he raised his hand and knocked. Lu Zheng's steady voice came from inside. Lin Chen pushed the door open and walked in. Lu Zheng was seated behind the desk, reviewing documents. Upon seeing him, he put down his pen and pointed to the chair opposite him. You're here, sit down quickly. Lin Chen sat down and got straight to the point. Director Lu, what do you need me for? I called you over for two matters. Lu Zheng leaned back in his chair, a hint of mystery in his smile. One is good news, and the other can also be considered good news. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow, remaining silent as he waited for him to continue. The first matter is that we are changing headquarters. Lu Zheng stated directly without any preamble. Changing headquarters? Lin Chen was taken aback, somewhat surprised. Why the sudden change? Isn't this base good? It's discreet and has enough space. It is discreet, but it's a bit remote. Lu Zheng shook his head. It's dozens of kilometers away from the urban area. If an emergency occurs in the city like the mutated beast incident yesterday, by the time we rush over everything would already be too late. 3 months ago, the higher-ups approved a new special abilities management headquarters in the city. The building has been completed for some time now, and it has been undergoing renovations and equipment adjustments. Now that Skynet has been upgraded, the equipment is nearly ready. It's time to move there. He paused before adding, the new headquarters has 3 underground floors for laboratories and specialized training rooms with equipped armories and command centers, making it much more convenient than here. Of course, this place won't be abandoned. It will remain as a backup base and outdoor training ground for future field exercises and handling surrounding mutated beasts. Lin Chen nodded after listening. This was indeed reasonable. Incidents involving special abilities in urban areas often occur unexpectedly, and being delayed by a few minutes could lead to casualties. Moving to the city would be more logical, greatly improving response times. I understand this matter. When will we move? In this half-month we'll move in batches, ensuring that normal tasks aren't disrupted. Lu Zheng waved his hand, steering the topic back. The key is the second matter, which is the main reason I called you here. As he spoke, he leaned down and pulled out a silver metal briefcase from under his desk, which looked quite heavy. He placed it on the table with both hands, his actions conveying a sense of solemnity. Lin Chen observed this display with curiosity. The briefcase looked like it contained valuable items, and he wondered what was inside. Lu Zheng didn't keep him in suspense. He pressed his finger on the briefcase's combination lock, quickly tapping a few keys. With a light click, the lid popped open slightly. Lin Chen focused, seeing that the briefcase was lined with black, cushioning foam, and on it lay neatly arranged over 20 crystals of varying sizes, with different shades of color. Some glowed faintly white, while others had a light brown hue, all radiating a subtle energy fluctuation. These are all crystal cores. Lin Chen was genuinely taken aback, instinctively leaning forward. That's right, they are all mutated beast crystal cores. Lu Zheng nodded, reaching out to adjust a few of the top crystals. Including the crystal core from the second-tier mutated golden retriever you brought back yesterday, it's also here. Unfortunately, most of them are first-tier. The second-tier ones add up to only 5, and we haven't discovered any third-tier ones yet. Where did these come from? Were they collected from all over the country? Yes, they were gathered by the military and local special operations teams from various regions. Lu Zheng's tone grew serious. Ever since the mutated wild boar incident at the Haishi Mountain Forest, mutated beasts have been discovered one after another in various places. Most of them are found deep in the mountains, with a few straying into the outskirts of villages and towns. According to your previous combat situation, ordinary bullets can't penetrate these mutated beasts, so we resorted to armor-piercing rounds. If that doesn't work, we use grenades or explosives. Ultimately, we have to eliminate them. That's how we've managed to gather so many. He pushed the briefcase toward Lin Chen. All of these are for you. Lin Chen abruptly raised his head, momentarily taken aback. All for me? So many crystal cores, over 20 in total, all for him to absorb. This was quite a generous offer. After all, there were only these available nationwide. Even as a team leader, he found it a bit unexpected. Yes, all for you. Lu Zheng's tone was firm, showing no sign of jest. You are currently the highest ranked and strongest in combat among all special abilities users in the country. The situation is unclear now, and in the future we might encounter more powerful mutated beasts and more troublesome events. We must enhance your strength. The stronger you are, the more confident we will be. Seeing Lin Chen remain silent, Lu Zheng added, Don't feel pressured. This has been personally approved by the old leader. The higher-ups are very clear about their intentions. Prioritize resources for top-tier combatants to rapidly cultivate experts who can stabilize the situation. Absorb them quickly and strive to break through to the 4th tier as soon as possible. If something major happens, you'll be able to handle it. Lin Chen stared at the crystal cores lying quietly in the briefcase, remaining silent for a few seconds. He understood what this meant. The higher-ups had placed their hopes on him, which also implied that the burdens would be heavier in the future. However, he had no reason to refuse. From the day he joined the base, he knew what he had to do. He then looked up at Lu Zheng, his tone serious. Please thank the old leader for me. I won't delay anything. That's all I need to hear. Lu Zheng smiled, closing the briefcase and pushing it to his side. Take the crystal cores back, absorb them slowly. It's most important to proceed steadily. The relocation will be monitored by logistics, so you don't need to worry. Your primary task during this time is to enhance your strength. Everything else can wait. Understood. Lin Chen carried the heavy silver suitcase, not returning to the dormitory, but heading straight to the training chamber on the second basement level of the base. This place is specifically designed for extraordinary individuals to break through in seclusion. The walls are soundproofed, and when the half-meter-thick alloy door is closed, no sound from the outside can penetrate, ensuring great safety. He swiped the highest privilege card, and the heavy alloy door slowly slid open with a low rumbling hum. The chamber was devoid of any flashy equipment. The pristine white walls were bare, with only an old meditation mat placed in the center, clean and simple, just right for deep cultivation. Lin Chen stepped inside and closed the door behind him with a click, locking it. The world instantly fell silent, and he could hear his own breathing clearly. He placed the suitcase on the ground and popped open the lid with a sharp sound, revealing over 20 crystal cores neatly stacked inside. The low-tier ones emitted a faint white light, while the 5 second-tier ones were darker in color, their energy fluctuations detectable even from half a meter away. Sitting cross-legged on the mat, Lin Chen gazed at the pile of crystal cores and took a deep breath. All the crystal cores accumulated across the nation had been entrusted to him, a heavy trust he could not afford to betray. No one knows how difficult it is to advance from the 3rd to the 4th tier, or what challenges one might face during the breakthrough. With no path ahead, he must be the first to blaze the trail. Don't worry, I won't let you down. Lin Chen murmured softly, as if speaking to himself or to those who trusted. He reached out, picking up one first-tier crystal core in each hand. As the cold sensation reached his palms, the fire energy within him spontaneously stirred, akin to a beast sensing blood ready to pounce. Lin Chen steadied his mind, closed his eyes, and slowly activated his extraordinary abilities. Gentle and pure energy surged through his palms and into his body, flowing like a mountain stream along his meridians, warming him wherever it passed. The energy of the first-tier crystal cores was not strong, but was steady and gentle, allowing Lin Chen to absorb it effortlessly. He even had the leisure to refine his original fire energy, compressing it to be more concentrated and pure. In less than 10 minutes, the two crystal cores lost their luster, turning into ordinary gray-white stones, their energy completely drained. Lin Chen opened his eyes and clenched his fist, a cluster of crimson golden flames erupting from his palm, the temperature slightly higher than before. He could clearly feel a small increase in his total energy. Still too slow, he muttered softly, frowning. With over 20 crystal cores at this pace, it would take forever to grind through them one by one. This progress was far from enough to push into the fourth tier. He simply reached out, grabbing two first-tier crystal cores in each hand, 4 cores clenched in his palms, as he activated his abilities once more. This time the energy rushing into his body doubled instantly. The originally gentle stream transformed into a raging river, crashing violently through his meridians. Lin Chen frowned slightly, feeling his meridians swell, as if countless small bugs were crawling inside, causing both itching and pain. But what was this little pain compared to the potential agony of facing a high-tier mutated beast? To break through to the fourth tier, he had to be ruthless with himself, pushing through the pressure instead of waiting for the energy to accumulate on its own. He concentrated all his spirit, carefully guiding the rampaging energy, compressing and refining it little by little, assimilating it into his own fire energy and directing it down to his dantian. Sweat soon beaded on his forehead, trickling down his cheeks and dripping onto his pants, creating small wet spots. His body trembled slightly as he clenched his jaw, his cheek muscles taut, with veins bulging on his temples. Yet even so, he showed no signs of stopping. The energy from the 4 first-tier crystal cores was still within his limits. He could take on more. In the corridor outside the chamber, 4 armed guards stood upright, their eyes forward. Under Lu Zheng's direct orders, no one was to approach within 100 meters of the chamber. While Lin Chen was in seclusion, violators would face severe consequences. The entire second basement level was under silent lockdown, apart from the logistics personnel who delivered meals at scheduled times. Not even a fly could enter. At night, the logistics personnel came with thermal lunchboxes, placing them carefully on the designated rack at the chamber's entrance, not daring to make a sound, leaving quickly in fear of disturbing the person inside. By midnight, when the shift changed, the lunchbox remained untouched, not a single bite taken, the steam long dissipated. Has Team Lin stopped eating altogether? Extraordinary individuals are different from ordinary people. Perhaps absorbing energy can replace food, the guard on duty murmured, quietly glancing towards the door. Besides, during a critical breakthrough, who would dare to be distracted? What if he loses control? We just need to guard the door. Let's not speculate, another guard replied in a lowered voice. True. The first guard nodded, quickly retracting his words and standing upright again. The corridor was quiet, and behind the heavy alloy door a faint warmth leaked through the cracks, indicating that the person inside was still persevering. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. The lunchbox at the door was replaced repeatedly, yet it remained untouched. Lu Zheng made a point to come by every day, not getting too close, just standing at the end of the corridor to take a distant glance, leaving only when he heard no unusual sounds from within. He never approached, fearing that even the slightest disturbance would disrupt Lin Chen's rhythm. He understood well that advancing from the 3rd tier to the 4th was no easy feat. Lin Chen was not merely enhancing his strength, he was treating himself as an experimental subject, forging a path forward. If he succeeded, there would be a reference for all extraordinary individuals nationwide in their advancement, knowing how to use crystal cores and how to break through if he failed. Lu Zheng shook his head, suppressing that thought. He believed in Lin Chen, as this young man had never disappointed anyone since his awakening. Time flew by, and 10 days had passed. At the entrance of the underground chamber on the 2nd floor, the thermal lunchboxes were swapped in and out repeatedly, untouched each time. The guards stationed in the corridor had changed twice, whispering among themselves. My goodness, how can a regular person last this long without food or water? The younger guard rubbed his arms, full of admiration, saying, Captain Lin is too ruthless. This isn't cultivation, it's risking one's life. An Esper's body can't be compared to an ordinary person. The older guard scoffed. Besides, a 3rd-tier Esper can maintain vital signs with the energy in their body. They won't die from hunger in 10 days, or even half a month. It's just a matter of when they'll break through. Of course they will succeed. The younger guard sighed. If even Captain Lin can't break through, then no one can. Just then steady footsteps came from the end of the corridor. The two immediately silenced themselves, straightened their backs, and saluted. Lu Zheng walked over, silent, standing at the end of the corridor, gazing at the chamber from afar. For these past few days he had come to check 2 or 3 times each day. It would be a lie to say he wasn't worried. Several times he had placed his hand on the access card wanting to open the door and see what was happening inside, but in the end he had restrained himself. During a breakthrough, distractions are the most dangerous. Even the slightest noise could undo all previous efforts. He stood for 2 minutes, gently shook his head, and turned to leave silently. Inside the chamber, the cleanliness and order from when he first entered had long disappeared. Lin Chen remained sitting cross-legged on the mat, having grown visibly thinner with sunken cheeks and prominent cheekbones. A layer of dark brown greasy dirt oozed from his skin, sticking to his clothes and emitting a faint sour odor. All impurities expelled from his body through the pores after days of energy cleansing. Most of the more than 20 crystal cores in front of him had turned to gray-white powder, leaving only the last 3 second-tier crystal cores slowly rotating in his palm as energy was gradually drawn from them and surged into his body. Half a month had passed without him opening his eyes or consuming any food, relying solely on the energy from the crystal cores and his own powers. His meridians had been violently flushed countless times, widened more than once, and the fire energy within him became increasingly refined. Yet no matter how much he compressed or absorbed, he remained just a step away from breaking through to the 4th tier. It felt as if there were a thin membrane separating him from that breakthrough, visible and tangible, yet unbreakable. Lin Chen gritted his teeth, his jaw tightly clenched with sweat dripping down his jawline. He could not stop. Meanwhile, hundreds of miles away in the Haesong Ridge forest, a different kind of tension unfolded. Chun Hu, Su Yi, and Bai Lingling led 6 field team members, forming a scattered line as they searched the dense forest, each holding a gun, their expressions vigilant. 2 days ago, the Skynet detected second-tier energy fluctuations in this forest, suspected to be a mutated beast. With Lin Chen in seclusion at the base, Lu Zheng assigned the task to the 3 of them. "Brother Hu, how do you think the captain is doing?" "It's been nearly half a month with no sign of him," Su Yi asked, pushing aside the branches obstructing their path, his tone tinged with concern. "Stop worrying, the captain will be fine," Chun Hu replied, leading the way with a modified shotgun in hand, keeping an ear out for any movement around them. "By the time we return, he might have already succeeded in his breakthrough." Bai Lingling, walking in the middle, had a strand of light green energy swirling at her fingertips, sensing the movements of the surrounding plants. She softly chimed in, "Chun Hu is right. Let's complete this mission first. The captain is destined for greatness. He will be fine. We just need to avoid holding him back." Although they spoke lightly, all 3 felt a knot in their hearts. After all, he was the first in the country to attempt a breakthrough to the 4th tier, and no one knew what complications might arise. They could only hope for a smooth process. As they walked, Bai Lingling suddenly stopped, her expression changing. "Wait, something is coming." Just as she finished, a half-transparent azure wind blade shot towards her from the left slope, accompanied by a sharp sound of slicing air aimed directly at Bai Lingling's face. The speed was astonishing. "Watch out." Su Yi reacted fastest, shouting loudly as he lunged forward, pushing Bai Lingling down to the ground. The wind blade grazed past Su Yi's back with a crack, severing a tree trunk as thick as a bowl, causing the treetop to shake and with chips to scatter over the 2. "What the hell was that?" Chun Hu exclaimed, startled, immediately aiming his gun at the slope and raising his voice a few octaves. "Everyone find cover." The team members reacted quickly, squatting behind the large trees, their guns aimed at the slope above, fingers resting on the On the left slope, a gray-black figure slowly stood up. It was a wild wolf, twice the size of an ordinary wolf, standing shoulder-high to an adult with glossy fur and bared fangs. Most terrifying were its eyes, glowing faintly with azure light, fixated on the people below. A faint azure airflow swirled around its mouth and nose, identical to the wind blade from before. "That's it. A second-tier mutated beast." Su Yi climbed to his feet, his expression grave. "I didn't expect this creature to attack from a distance, also able to launch wind blades. Much more sinister than that wild boar." "What the hell? How is this thing fiercer than a wild boar?" Chun Hu cursed. "A wild boar is tough with great strength, but this dog also knows how to use magic." "The mutation directions are different," Su Yi quickly analyzed. "Wild boars focus on defense and strength, while this wolf clearly emphasizes speed and wind-based attacks. More agile and much more dangerous. Whatever its type, we have to take it down today." Bai Lingling stood up, as well brushing off the leaves from her clothes, her gaze turning cold. "If we let it go, it'll eventually come down the mountain to harm people. Who knows how many lives it could take then?" "Fire. Let's suppress its arrogance first," Chun Hu shouted. The 6 field team members immediately pulled the triggers, the rat-a-tat of gunfire echoing through the forest as bullets rained down on the mutated wolf on the slope. But the mutated wolf reacted swiftly, and as soon as the gunfire erupted, it leaped behind a large tree. The bullets hit the trunk with a flurry, splintering wood, but not a single hair of the wolf was touched. "Damn, too slippery," Chun Hu cursed. In the dense forest, trees were packed closely together, branches intertwined, obstructing visibility severely. Even the best marksmen found it hard to hit, giving the beast ample space to hide and ambush. "You all cover me with firepower. They'll go around the side," Su Yi shouted, and without waiting for a response, he activated his speed ability, darting away in a flash. He held his assault rifle using the tree trunk for cover as he quickly maneuvered around the side of the slope, firing a shot every few steps to keep the mutated wolf's head down. His speed was fast, and his aim was accurate with several shots narrowly missing the mutated wolf. The mutated wolf was thoroughly enraged, letting out a low growl from its throat, and with a shake of its head it released another wind blade aimed directly at Su Ye's chest. Just waiting for this. Su Ye had been prepared. With a swift motion, he slid along the ground, evading behind. The wind blade struck the trunk with a thud, slicing half an inch deep and leaving a smooth cut that sent chills down. Lingling, use vines to bind its legs. Don't let it get away. Shenhu shouted. Got it. Bai Lingling replied, extending her hands forward, channeling her plant-based powers to the fullest. Suddenly the soil beneath the mutated wolf surged and countless thick vines burst forth from the ground, like snakes wrapping around its limbs, with light green energy swirling along the vines, exceptionally resilient. The mutated wolf was startled, retreating repeatedly, unleashing wind blades from its mouth, slicing through the encroaching vines with ease. But the vines seemed endless. As soon as one batch was cut, another would emerge, continuously rising from the ground to tightly bind its feet, causing its speed to slow significantly. This is our chance. Chun Hu's eyes lit up. Seizing the moment, he bent down and picked up a heavy stone weighing around 180 pounds, charging forward from the side. Using the trees for cover, he got close, then roared, gathering all his strength to smash the stone down onto the mutated wolf's waist. The mutated wolf was busy slicing through the vines, but suddenly realized and twisted its body sharply to the side. Boom! A stone hit the ground hard, creating a shallow pit and splattering fragments of earth and fallen leaves, allowing it to dodge the blow. It shook its head, and two razor-like wind blades shot towards Chun Hu's face, swift and fierce. Damn! Chun Hu cursed and quickly ducked behind a nearby tree. He heard two swishes as the wind blades struck the trunk, forcefully stripping away two chunks of bark and splattering wood chips onto his face. A wave of fear surged within him. If that had struck a person, wouldn't it have ripped them open? Everyone scatter. Don't cluster together. Chun Hu shouted, leaning against the tree to look outside. The 6 field team members spread out to find cover, firing their rifles repeatedly at the slope. However, the mutated wolf was incredibly slippery, darting left and right in the woods, moving so quickly it was reduced to a mere shadow. The bullets either missed entirely or grazed its fur, failing to inflict any fatal damage. This isn't going to work. Su Ye, hiding behind another tree, furrowed his brows tightly. This beast is too fast, and with its wind blades attacking from a distance, we can't get close. Prolonging this will only lead to our disadvantage. Just as he finished speaking, a muffled grunt came from beside him. One field team member had been a moment too slow to dodge, and a wind blade had sliced open a gash on his arm, instantly soaking his sleeve with blood. Hold on. Bai Lingling shouted urgently, a flash of green light at her fingertips as several slender vines shot out to wrap around the team member's arm, temporarily stopping the bleeding. They'll bind its legs. You all look for an opportunity. She gritted her teeth, pressing both hands to the ground and channeling her plant-based abilities with all her might. The soil around the mutated wolf surged, and a multitude of thick vines burst forth, resembling a large net, as they ensnared it from all sides, wrapping not just its limbs, but also its body and mouth, determined to prevent it from cutting free. Whoa! The mutated wolf growled lowly, its mouth unleashing wind blades that swiftly severed several. Yet the vines seemed to grow back frantically. After one batch was cut, another emerged, clinging tightly to it, visibly slowing its speed. Su Ye drew its attention from the front. Chun Hu yelled, grabbing a nearby assault rifle. He held the rifle and circled the tree, moving lightly on his feet, using the trunk for cover as he inched closer. Got it. Su Ye responded and dashed out from behind the tree, firing while running. He pushed his speed to the limit, weaving and dodging, making himself nearly invisible, specifically maneuvering to stay out of the mutated wolf's line of sight, successfully drawing all its ire towards himself. The mutated wolf, enraged, clawed at the ground, chasing after Su Ye while unleashing wind blades in rapid succession, but each time it barely missed, not even grazing the edge of Su Ye's clothing. It was so focused on Su Ye that it completely overlooked Chun Hu sneaking up from the side. Get down. Chun Hu seized the opportunity and shouted, bursting out from behind the tree with a roar, gripping the rifle tightly as he swung it down hard at the mutated wolf's left hind leg. Crack! The crisp sound of bone breaking mixed with the mutated wolf's piercing scream echoed through the forest. Its powerful hind leg was smashed and bent unnaturally, causing its body to sway and crash to the ground, writhing in pain. We got it. Su Ye's eyes lit up, and he immediately halted, raising his gun to aim at the mutated wolf's head. Just as he was about to pull the trigger, the beast suddenly turned its head violently, its crimson eyes locking onto Chun Hu as it unleashed 3 wind blades in a frenzy. Be careful. Bai Lingling's heart raced, and in a panic she activated her abilities, fully sending dozens of vines shooting out from in front of Chun Hu, forming a dense barrier. Swish, swish, swish. 3 wind blades instantly sliced through 7 or 8 vines, while the remaining few were knocked askew, their power significantly weakened as they grazed Chun Hu's arm, leaving a shallow cut. Damn it, you dare to fight back. Chen, who felt pain in his arm, and his anger flared. He took 2 steps forward, seizing the moment while the mutated wolf was still down, raising his rifle and putting all his strength into smashing it down onto its head. Bang! A dull thud rang out, as if striking hard stone. The mutated wolf's body jolted violently, its wind blade ceased abruptly, its head drooping to the ground as blood poured from its mouth, yet it still convulsed, its foreclaws thrashing about, clearly still alive. Still tough. Chen, who gritted his teeth without a second thought, raised his gun again and brought it down hard on the same spot. The sheer force distorted the entire rifle, with parts scattering across the ground. Using every ounce of his strength, he heard a sharp crack, the sound of the skull shattering. The mutated wolf's body stiffened, then collapsed completely, convulsing a couple of times before falling still, its eyes wide open, losing all vitality. The surroundings fell silent immediately, with only the sound of the wind rustling through the leaves. Bai Lingling sighed in relief, her legs growing weak as she nearly sank to the ground, sweat dripping from her forehead. That full force output had almost drained her abilities. Suyi approached, kicking the mutated wolf's corpse to confirm it was dead, before putting down his gun. Damn it, Chen, who tossed aside the deformed rifle, shaking his sore arms. His arm was still bleeding, but he didn't care. This beast was way slipperier than that wild boar, and it could unleash wind blades. I almost got caught off guard. Bai Lingling walked over, concerned as she looked at the wound on his arm. Are you okay? It's nothing, just a scrape. Chen, who waved his hand, dismissively squatting down to pry open the mutated wolf's head. When we get back, let's extract the crystal core and deliver it to the captain. A 2nd-tier wind crystal core might help the captain break through to the 4th tier sooner. Suyi nodded and called over 2 field team members. Come over and lift the body. We need to retreat. Treat the injured brothers first. If it's not serious, we can hurry back. Meanwhile, in the underground chamber of the West Mountain base, Lin Chen, who had been enduring for half a month, finally arrived at the most critical moment. The last 2nd-tier crystal core in his palm cracked with a snap, the final wisp of energy fully drained, turning to dust that slipped through his fingers. All 20-odd crystal cores had been completely absorbed. The fire energy within Lin Chen had expanded to its limits, his meridians bulging, as if they were about to burst open at any second. The invisible bottleneck loomed ahead like a thick dam, blocking the surging energy. Lin Chen's gaze sharpened, showing no signs of retreat. He took a deep breath, gathering all the fire energy in his body, compressing and recompressing it like a blazing sharp knife, crashing fiercely against that layer of bottleneck. Boom! A muffled sound echoed within him, as if something had shattered. The barrier that had blocked him for so long instantly crumbled. The violent fire energy was no longer restrained, sweeping through his body like a mountain flood, rushing wildly through the widened meridians. A power far stronger than before surged from deep within him, unending and seemingly limitless. Lin Chen's body trembled uncontrollably, and flames erupted around him, enveloping him in a blazing golden fire. The temperature in the chamber soared suddenly, causing the air to warp. The flames grew hotter, yet did not harm him in the slightest. Instead, they flowed around him, as if alive. Outside the chamber, the faces of the 4 guards in the corridor turned pale. An indescribable sense of oppression emanated from the chamber, making them feel as if they were being targeted by an ancient beast, their blood seemingly freezing and their chests tightening, making it hard to breathe. What is happening? One guard leaned against the wall, struggling to speak, his face ashen. Why can't I catch my— Me too. It feels like there's a mountain pressing down on me. Another guard's legs went weak, nearly collapsed. All 4 were highly trained elite soldiers, yet before this invisible pressure, they couldn't even stand, their minds filled only with instinctive fear. They all had one thought: what on earth happened inside? In the chamber, the blazing golden flames slowly receded, drilling back into his body through his pores. Lin Chen suddenly opened his eyes. 2 barely perceptible glimmers of fire flickered briefly in his eyes, so fast they seemed like an illusion. His gaze was sharper and deeper than before. Just sitting there, he exuded a formidable aura. He slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air, the energy within him stabilizing, refined several times over, and its total amount increased by more than 3 times. 4th tier achieved. Lin Chen clenched his fist, clearly feeling a qualitative leap in his strength, speed, and ability intensity. Even his range of perception had expanded several times. He could clearly hear the breathing and heartbeat of the 4 guards outside the corridor. Is this the power of the 4th tier? Just as this thought emerged in his mind, a sharp, rancid odor suddenly invaded his nostrils. Lin Chen frowned and lifted his arm to sniff. Ugh, a foul stench mixed with sweat and grease assaulted him, nearly making him gag. Looking down, he saw himself covered in sticky muck, a layer of dark brown grime smeared across his skin, and clothes hardened and disgusting once dried. Even his face felt like it was coated with sludge, crumbling off with a mere touch. What the hell? Lin Chen's lips twitched, his entire being going stiff. Did he just turn into a mud person after breaking through? He couldn't bear to stay even for a second, his nose filled with the sour stench of his own body, giving him a headache. He hurriedly opened the door to the secret chamber and rushed outside, his mind fixated on one thought: to quickly return to his dormitory and take a shower, Staying any longer would surely make him gag. The 4 guards at the door had just recovered from the oppressive sensation and were leaning against the wall gasping for air when they suddenly saw the door open and they froze in place. There stood Lin Chen at the door, his figure thin and his hair disheveled, yet his eyes shone with a frightening brilliance, standing there like a blade drawn from its sheath, exuding sharpness. Lin, team leader. The several of them quickly stood up straight, saluting with voices that trembled slightly. The oppressive feeling they had just experienced was something they would never forget in their lives. Lin Chen paused for a moment, deliberately shifting half a step to the side, not daring to approach them, fearing that the odor clinging to him would waft over. With a serious face, he slightly nodded and intentionally cleared his throat, pretending to be solemn. It's fine, no need to be nervous. If Director Liu asks, just say I successfully broke through. Yes. Congratulations, team leader Lin. The 4 responded in unison, their eyes filled with shock and admiration. He truly broke through. The first level 4 ability user in the country was born just like that. Lin Chen maintained a composed demeanor, but his footsteps quickened secretly, nearly brushing past the few people without stopping for even a second. He was inwardly distressed. This was it, the aloof captain image he usually maintained was completely shattered. His steps grew faster, and before long, he turned the corner of the hallway, vanishing from their sight. The 4 guards remained rooted to the spot, immersed in the shock of Lin Chen breaking through to level 4, unable to regain their senses for a long time. After a while, the youngest guard sniffed and frowned in confusion, speaking up. Hey, did you guys smell something strange? It's sour and a bit stinky, like something has gone bad. The others, upon hearing this, also sniffed vigorously. It really is. What smell is it? I was too excited earlier to notice, but now it's quite obvious. It can't be. The hallway is cleaned every day. Where would the smell come from? The few exchanged glances, puzzled for a long time, but couldn't figure it out, assuming it must have drifted in from the ventilation ducts, and shook their heads, tossing the matter aside. Lin Chen rushed back to his dormitory, and the moment he closed the door, he let out a long sigh of relief. He quickly stripped off his sticky, dirty clothes and dashed into the bathroom, turning on the hot water tap. The hot water poured down, washing away layers of dark brown grime from his body. He used body wash 3 times, scrubbing until his skin turned red. Bringing his arm to his nose to sniff, he confirmed that only the fresh scent of the body wash remained before finally turning off the water. When he emerged wrapped in a towel, he stood in front of the mirror and was momentarily taken aback. The person in the mirror had deep-set eyes, high cheekbones, sunken cheeks, and limbs that had thinned considerably, resembling a refugee who hadn't eaten for half a month, a stark contrast to his previous self. What the? Lin Chen touched his hollowed cheeks, unable to refrain from complaining. I've lost too much weight. It made sense after 10 days and nights of not eating or drinking, relying solely on crystal core energy to sustain him. It was a wonder he hadn't lost more weight. Fortunately, his foundation was good. An ordinary person would have long since succumbed. As he was musing, his stomach suddenly let out a loud rumble. The pangs of hunger washed over him like a tidal wave, leaving him feeling like his front was pressed against his back, and his vision began to blur. No, I need to find something to eat quickly. Lin Chen clutched his stomach and hurriedly changed into clean training clothes, bursting out the door towards the cafeteria, his steps feeling a bit unsteady. By this time, dinner hours had long passed, and the cafeteria was empty, not a single person in sight, only Chef Lao Zhou squatting on the ground, cleaning vegetable bowls, preparing to close for the day. Lao Zhou, is there any food left? Lin Chen walked over quickly, his voice hoarse from hunger. Lao Zhou looked up, and the plastic bowl in his hand clattered to the ground. His eyes widened as he stared at Lin Chen for a long while before stammering, Lin, team leader, what happened to you? My goodness, it's only been half a month. How did you get so thin? The person before him had deep-set eyes and a sharply pointed chin. If it weren't for his recognizable features, Lao Zhou wouldn't even dare to assume it was Lin Chen. Hey, don't even mention it. Lin Chen waved his hand, too lazy to explain. Quick, get me something to eat. I'm about to faint from hunger. Oh yes. Lao Zhou suddenly snapped back to reality, slapping his thigh. Director Liu already instructed me to keep warm, nutritious food ready every day. I've been waiting for you to come. Sit tight for a moment, it'll be ready soon, he said as he dashed towards the kitchen, moving with remarkable speed, much quicker than usual. Lin Chen found a spot at the edge to sit down. Just 2 minutes after sitting, Lao Zhou came over carrying a tray, and after several trips back and forth, he filled the table to the brim. The millet porridge was thick and sticky. The stewed old hen soup was glistening with oil. The steamed base was tender and juicy, along with yam stewed with ribs, and a small bowl of ginseng blackbone chicken soup. All were easily digestible and nourishing dishes that smelled delightful. These were specifically arranged by Director Liu. Lao Zhou placed the last bowl of soup down and wiped his hands. Take your time eating. If it's not enough, he'll refill you. Director Liu is truly thoughtful. Lin Chen nodded, not being polite. He picked up a spoon and took a sip of the chicken soup. The warm soup slid into his stomach, spreading warmth instantly, making him feel so much better. Having been hungry for half a month, everything looked delicious at that moment. He didn't care about his image anymore, using both spoon and chopsticks in a whirlwind of eating. He finished bowl after bowl of chicken soup and devoured most of the fish and ribs. Only after feeling a heavy sense of fullness in his stomach almost to the point of bursting did he slow down, leisurely sipping on the millet porridge. While eating he glanced around the empty cafeteria and casually asked, "Lao Zhou, on my way over, why did it seem like there weren't many people in the base?" It was so desolate, even the sentries were missing several. Lao Zhou leaned against the table, wiping it down with a cloth. Director Liu issued an order a week ago. Most people have moved to the new headquarters. The laboratory's command center and various teams have nearly all moved, but a good number of people are still here on duty. Lin Chen paused with the spoon in his hand, finally realizing. Oh right, Director Liu had mentioned moving to a new headquarters during their conversation, which was in the city center. At that time his mind was filled with thoughts of crystal cores and breakthroughs, and he completely forgot about it after going into seclusion. No wonder there are so few people. Oh, everyone has moved away. Lin Chen shook his head, feeling a mix of laughter and tears, realizing that he had missed the base relocation while being in seclusion. Lin Chen felt the heaviness in his stomach before finally putting down his chopsticks and letting out a satisfied burp. He wiped his mouth with a tissue, stood up, and walked out of the cafeteria. After a hearty meal, he felt invigorated with more color on his face, looking less haggard than before. As soon as he stepped out of the cafeteria, his special phone in his pocket vibrated. He took it out to find it was a call from the director, and he answered casually, "Hello, Director Liu." Lin Chen. Director Liu's voice came through the receiver, filled with unhidden delight, quite cheerful. "I've just been informed by the team below. Good lad, you've really made it. A level 4 ability user, the first of its kind in our country." He couldn't stop smiling, his tone full of satisfaction. "Not only am I happy, but the news has reached the central government, and the old leaders are quite appreciative. With this step you've taken, many of our upcoming tasks will be much easier to handle. It's of great significance." "Oh, it was just good luck, merely fortunate circumstances," Lin Chen chuckled. "It's also thanks to the resources provided by the state. Otherwise it wouldn't have happened so quickly." All right, stop being so humble with me." Director Liu waved his hand, his tone light. "We'll discuss the specifics when we meet. I'm at the new headquarters here in Hadian District's Industrial Park. He'll send you the exact location on your phone. Just come over directly." "Got it, I'll head over right away," Lin Chen responded. After hanging up, he didn't return to the dorm to pack his things. There wasn't much to take anyway. The new headquarters had already prepared clothes and daily necessities in advance, so he could just grab a bag and move in. He called the driver team, and within 2 minutes an off-road vehicle with a regular license plate stopped at the entrance. As the vehicle drove out of the Shishan base and along the expressway towards the city, the scenery outside transformed from rolling mountains and forests to towering skyscrapers, and the traffic gradually increased. After more than half an hour, the vehicle turned into an inconspicuous industrial park in Hadian District, winding through until it finally stopped in front of a 10-story gray office building. The building looked ordinary with no sign at the entrance. Only 2 security guards in uniform stood at the door, appearing quite unremarkable. A passerby would never guess that this was the headquarters of the Ability Management Bureau. However, as soon as Lin Chen got out of the car, he keenly sensed that something was off. Though it seemed there was no one around, numerous surveillance cameras were hidden in the eaves, streetlights and greenery, covering every angle, without any blind spots, even clearly capturing the corners. Inside the building there were faint energy fluctuations, indicating the presence of energy monitoring devices. Not to mention mutated beasts. Even a level 1 ability user getting close would be instantly detected. The disguise was quite thorough. Lin Chen thought to himself as he stepped into the office building's entrance. The lobby was simply decorated with white walls and floor tiles, looking no different from an ordinary office building. At the front desk sat 2 young women in professional attire, engrossed in organizing documents, looking just like ordinary administrative clerks. As Lin Chen approached the front desk, the 2 immediately looked up, recognized him at once, and quickly stood up, straightening their backs slightly. Team leader Lin. Everyone in the Ability Management Bureau knew Lin Chen. He was highly recognizable. Lin Chen nodded. "Where is Director Liu's office?" "Director Liu's office is on the top floor." The girl on the left took a step forward with a smile. "I'll take you up this way." Just as Lin Chen was about to nod, a hurried sound of footsteps came from behind, followed by Chun, whose loud voice. He turned around to see Chun, Hu Su Yi, and Bai Lingling entering from outside, all looking travel-worn with mud on their pants, clearly just back from a mission. "Team leader Lin, you're finally out." Chun Hu exclaimed loudly, stepping close to him, sizing him up. "We were just saying on the way here that we didn't know when you would break through. Who knew we'd run into you right after you returned to headquarters?" Su Yi also stepped over with a look of surprise. "You really broke through." Level 4. Bai Lingling stood beside them, her eyes bright and full of expectation as she looked at him. "I just got out not long ago. Director Liu called me over, so I came directly." Lin Chen nodded, his gaze sweeping over the mud on the 3 of them. "Did you just return from a mission?" "Of course." Su Yi immediately raised his chin, looking smug. "A level 2 mutated wind wolf appeared at Haesung Ridge, and the 3 of us teamed up to take it down. It took some effort, but we managed to handle it smoothly, and we brought back the crystal core. Well done, managing to deal with a level 2 mutated beast. Without my supervision, you're progressing quite fast." Lin Chen couldn't help but chuckle, following up with a compliment. "That's right." Su Yi became even prouder. Chun Hu quickly interjected. "You have no idea, team leader, a lot has happened outside while you were in seclusion. I wondered why it took so long for someone to come up. Turns out you were chatting downstairs. Just as they were talking animatedly, Director Lu's voice suddenly came from behind, tinged with a hint of amusement, yet deliberately serious. The group immediately fell silent, turned around in unison, and stood straight, shouting Director Lu. Director Lu walked over with his hands behind his back, scanning Chunhu and Suyi, deliberately adopting a stern expression. What's going on? Are you all so free? It seems the recent tasks have been too light. You're all leisurely chatting in the lobby. Should I give you some more investigation tasks? Suyi and Chunhu exchanged glances, both recognizing the unspoken, let's get out of here message in each other's eyes. No, Director Lu. We'll go back and write the task reports right now. Suyi shouted, grabbing Chunhu and dashing off, their footsteps swift. Lingling caught a glimpse of the two escaping faster than rabbits, and inwardly cursed their lack of loyalty. She quickly turned to Director Lu with an awkward smile. Director Lu, I'll head out to need to organize some materials. After speaking, she hurriedly turned and ran to catch up with the two. Director Lu watched the three hasty figures with a helpless shake of his head, chuckling, always so fidgety, never composed. He then turned to Lin Chen, his smile fading, slightly replaced by a more serious demeanor. He stepped forward and patted Lin Chen's arm, neither too heavy nor too light. Come, let's go upstairs to my office, we need to have a good chat. Yes. Lin Chen followed Lu Zheng into the elevator and ascended to the top floor, pushing open the door to the director's office and stepping inside. The office was spacious and bright, with a wall completely composed of floor-to-ceiling windows offering a view over half of the industrial park. Against the wall stood a gigantic electronic sand table, densely marked with red and blue dots representing the locations of various monitoring stations, making it clear at a glance. Have a seat. Lu Zheng gestured toward the sofa, turning to pour Lin Chen a cup of warm water from a thermos. Lin Chen accepted the cup with both hands and sat down sideways. Lu Zheng also took a seat on the adjacent sofa, curiously asking, how does it feel to break through to the 4th level? What specific improvements do you notice compared to the 3rd level? The improvements are significant. Lin Chen put down the cup and began to speak slowly. My physical attributes have increased in all aspects, with strength, speed, and reaction time nearly doubling. The most noticeable change is my perception. I can now hear sounds clearly from hundreds of meters away without having to deliberately activate my abilities. Good, very good. Lu Zheng nodded repeatedly, his smile growing wider. With you as our stabilizing force, we can feel assured. He paused, then his tone becoming more serious, said, while you were in seclusion for over half a month, there have been considerable changes outside. Since you have some time now, let me fill you in. Lin Chen nodded, sitting up straight and listening attentively. The first major event is that the branches for managing abilities in each province have basically been established. Lu Zheng pointed to the red markers on the electronic sand table. Except for a few remote provinces that are still finalizing, over 20 provincial branches are now officially operational. The fixed monitoring stations at the municipal level are also being deployed one by one, and by the end of the year we plan to cover over 80% of cities and key mountainous areas nationwide. The Skynet system has been decentralized to each branch. Local teams can handle low-level energy fluctuations without the need to report every issue to headquarters, significantly improving efficiency. He took a sip of tea from the thermos and continued, previously there was just one team at the Shishan base. They couldn't manage everything. Now that we have a tiered management system, we can dispatch personnel from nearby locations when issues arise, which greatly speeds up our response time. Lin Chen nodded in agreement. With such a large territory, relying on just one headquarters would definitely be overwhelming. A tiered response was necessary. The second matter is the recruitment of ability users. Lu Zheng smiled helplessly at this point, saying, between the branches and our headquarters we've recruited nearly 200 ability users over this time, and you might not believe it, but less than 20% can actually be sent for frontline combat. Most of them are non-combat type abilities. Lin Chen interjected. Indeed, they come in all sorts. Lu Zheng shook his head, counting on his fingers. Some have extraordinary olfactory senses and can distinguish different people's scents from hundreds of meters away. There are also those with strong night vision, able to see in the dark as if it were day. They've all been assigned to reconnaissance teams. Those with good hearing can clearly hear conversations through thick walls and are sent to the intelligence department for listening duties. And there are those with photographic memory, able to recall documents perfectly after just one glance, specifically managing archives and intelligence organization. The more he spoke, the more amused he felt. There's even a young man with extraordinary dexterity in his fingers, threading needles with precision beyond that of a machine. He was sent to learn instrument maintenance and bomb disposal. Lin Chen couldn't help but chuckle as well. He had previously encountered ability users who could only cry or eat, but he hadn't expected so many strange abilities. Although they might not be suitable for battle, they were indeed much more useful than ordinary people in their respective positions. How many combat-type ability users are there nationwide now? He asked the most critical question. Counting them all, there are only about 20 combat-type ability users above the 2nd level scattered across various provinces. Lu Zheng's side, most are at the 1st level with limited ability strength. In a real fight, they wouldn't be as effective as well-trained special forces. As for those above the 3rd level, you are the only one currently. He turned to Lin Chen, his expression clearly serious and filled with appreciation, saying, "So, I don't need to elaborate on how significant your breakthrough to the 4th level is. You are now the sharp blade in our hands. Whenever we encounter tough problems or insurmountable obstacles, it will ultimately fall upon you." "I understand." Lin Chen nodded, his tone resolute without any hint of evasion. "Just assign me tasks anytime. I can set off at a moment's notice. No rush, you've just broken through. First, stabilize your realm and familiarize yourself with the power of the 4th level." Lu Zheng waved his hand. "By the way, remember to share your specific experiences during your breakthrough, the changes in energy, and any precautions with Old Chen when you have time. Compile it into documentation for future reference for other ability users advancing. This is the first of its kind, and it's extremely valuable." "Alright, I understand. I'll go find Director Chen later," Lin Chen responded. As he spoke, Lu Zheng's tone shifted, his expression darkening slightly. He pointed at several flickering yellow markers on the sand table and said, "There's something else I need to mention. Recently, the number of awakened individuals has surged, and various incidents of superpowered individuals committing crimes have been reported from different places." Lin Chen looked up at him, not interrupting, and took a sip of water, waiting for him to continue. "Some are using their enhanced strength to rob on the streets, others with exceptional speed are sneaking in through doors and picking locks to steal, and there are those who stir up trouble and engage in brawls using their powers." Lu Zheng frowned, his tone somewhat helpless. "The Sky Network can monitor energy fluctuations, but many local branches have just been established and lack sufficient personnel. By the time they arrive, the culprits have already committed their crimes and fled. Although most of them have been caught, in the end some have slipped through the cracks." He paused and added, "Especially some of the unusual abilities. There's one that can change their appearance. After robbing a bank, they simply altered their face and blended into the crowd, making it impossible for the surveillance to identify them. We can't even issue a wanted notice. The locals are quite troubled by this and have reported several unsolved cases." Lin Chen nodded, feeling no surprise. In a vast forest there are all kinds of birds. Not everyone with powers chooses to walk the right path. Having just awakened and gained extraordinary abilities without any constraints or guidance, some people inevitably lose control and seek to take shortcuts for quick gains. With the branch just set up, personnel not yet fully equipped, and the system not entirely streamlined, it's completely normal for them to be unable to manage everything. It's expected. My tone is calm. With extraordinary power right after awakening, some will inevitably lose control and seek the wrong path. Once the personnel in each branch are fully equipped and patrol and response speeds are improved, things will gradually get better. If we really encounter something tough, I'll handle it. With your word, I'm reassured. Lu Zheng smiled. If anything truly troublesome arises, I'll definitely be the first to contact you. The two continued to discuss the personnel configuration and future planning of the new headquarters. As time was getting late, Lin Chen stood up to take his leave. Lu Zheng nodded, allowing him to settle in and familiarize himself with the new headquarters. Exiting Lu Zheng's office, Lin Chen took the elevator directly down to the 3rd basement level. The laboratory of the new headquarters was quite spacious with more advanced equipment. The corridors on both sides were filled with transparent glass compartments, and researchers in white lab coats were bustling about, busy beyond measure. He found Director Chen's office, and when he pushed the door open, the old man was hunched over the desk, staring intently at data reports. "Director Chen," Lin Chen called out. Director Chen suddenly looked up. Upon seeing him, his eyes lit up, and he sprang to his feet, exclaiming, "Lin Chen, you finally made it. I was just about to look for someone to call you. Have you broken through to the 4th stage? Come over, let's discuss what happened." He pulled Lin Chen to sit beside the instrument, holding a notebook in hand, looking impatient. Lin Chen didn't delay, either recounting in detail his physical sensations before and after the breakthrough, changes in energy, the extent of meridian expansion, and the expulsion of impurities. Director Chen listened and took notes, his pen flying across the paper. He occasionally interjected with questions such as, "What did the bottleneck feel like? Did your meridians hurt when the energy surged? Oi. How much has your perception range expanded after the breakthrough? He asked very detailed questions. Lin Chen patiently answered one by one and cooperated in performing several energy tests. Watching the values that popped up on the instrument, Director Chen was so excited that his hands trembled. 4th stage is indeed the 4th stage. The energy concentration is more than 3 times higher than that of the 3rd stage. He touched the instrument's screen as if admiring a treasure. These data are incredibly precious. With these references, future breakthroughs for others will take much less detours. You're the first to blaze the trail, and that's no small merit. It's the least I could do." Lin Chen smiled, stretching his arm that had the electrodes attached. "Have all the data been recorded? If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. I won't hold you up." Go ahead. Director Chen waved his hand, his attention returning to the data, not even lifting his head. Lin Chen turned and left the laboratory, inquiring about the location of the staff lounge from passing personnel, and then took the elevator up to the 5th floor. Just as he pushed the door open, he heard a ruckus inside. Chun, who was slumped on the sofa munching on an apple bilingual, was sitting by the window fiddling with a potted succulent, and the three were chatting animatedly. Lin team. Upon seeing Lin Chen enter, the three stood up, all smiles. We were just talking about going to find you, and here you are. Chen Hu tossed the apple core into the trash can. So how was the fourth stage? Is it really that powerful? Can you punch a cow to death? It's not as exaggerated as you say. Lin Chen smiled as he walked over, pulling out a chair to sit down. It's just that the energy feels denser, and my perception has strengthened a bit. Su Yi leaned closer, full of curiosity. By the way, Lin team, while you were in seclusion for the past half-month, the Bureau recruited a lot of new members, making it quite lively. But the newcomers have had a tough time. Many of them just awakened, and their powers are weak, yet they have to train with instructor Lei running on the training field every day, crying out for help. I laughed just hearing them. Exactly. Chen Hu joined in the laughter, a face full of schadenfreude. There's one who awakened and could only grow their nails longer, like 2 to 3 centimeters, resembling cat claws. They have no combat power, they can't even scratch skin. They were forced to run 5 kilometers by instructor Lei, and after 2 steps they were panting like they were blowing a wind box. It was hilarious. Lin Chen listened in speechless disbelief, raising his eyes to Chen Hu. Aren't you embarrassed to laugh at others? Have you forgotten how you were trained by instructor Lei when you first joined the team, unable to even lift chopsticks to eat? Chen Hu's smile froze instantly, awkwardly scratching his head and chuckling. That was just youthful ignorance. Besides, who hasn't gone through a rookie period, right? Su Yi and Bai Lingling beside them stifled their laughter, their shoulders shaking. After the jokes, Lin Chen collected his expression and looked seriously at the three, saying, during the past half-month I was in seclusion. All the big and small tasks were handled by you. I appreciate your hard work. Oh, it's no trouble at all. It's all part of our duty. Chen Hu waved his hand, dismissively unconcerned. We can't rely solely on you to bear everything. We can't just coast through life. Exactly, we can handle things on our own now. Su Yi nodded in agreement, looking quite serious. Lin Chen smiled, leaning back in his chair, and said, all right, everyone has made progress. How about this tonight? I'll treat you all to a good meal, or we can find a place to relax. You decide. Consider it a half-day off for you. After this continuous grind, it's time to take a break. Really? Su Yi sprang up from his chair with a whoosh, leaning half a step forward, his eyes shining, as if a small bulb had been switched on. Afraid he had misheard, he asked again, Team Leader Lin, you're not joking, are you? A whole half-day off, and you're treating us? Not only he, but Chen Hu and Bai Lingling wore faces full of It was not that they could not afford a meal. These past months their wages plus mission allowances had been generous, and living and eating at the base left them with nowhere to spend money. Bai Lingling came from a well-off family, and had tasted every delicacy imaginable. But this was different. Team Leader Lin was volunteering to treat them, granting an exceptional half-day leave, and celebrating the joyous milestone of breaking through to the 4th rank, an entirely different significance. They trained and ran missions with taut nerves at the base every day. The chance to openly roam for half a day was more delightful than any bonus. Not to mention, there was the time off itself. Lin Chen leaned back in his chair with a smile, and lifted his chin. Discuss among yourselves. What do you want to eat? Order whatever you like tonight. The moment he spoke, the three erupted into lively chatter. Barbecue. That grill in the city we passed last time. I've wanted to go. The sizzle and oil with an ice-cold cola. Perfect. Su Yi was the first to raise his hand, practically salivating. Barbecue can't compare to hot pot. Chen Hu immediately countered. The red beef tallow broth, swishing a roll of fatty beef in. One bite, and it's divine. Barbecue takes ages to cook. Nothing beats the thrill of hot pot. Barbecue. Hot pot. They argued until their faces flushed, neither convincing the other, like a pair of children squabbling over candy. Bai Lingling sat beside them, pursing her lips in amusement, saying nothing as she folded her arms and watched the two. Lin Chen watched their quarrel without intervening. When it had nearly run its course, he spoke. All right, it's no big deal. First we'll have hot pot to fill our stomachs. If anyone still has room afterward, we can move on to barbecue. That way you get both satisfied. Team Leader Lin is wise. Su Yi exclaimed, delighted. Chen Hu chuckled. Fine, I have no objection either. With the meal, decided Chen Hu, suddenly scratched his head, looking as if he had something to say, but couldn't bring himself to. His eyes darted about, his mouth opened and shut, yet no words came. Lin Chen saw through him at once, and tilted his chin, nodding at him. Chen Hu, if you have something to say, spit it out. Why are you hemming and hawing like a maiden? Called out Chen Hu, grew even more embarrassed, his face flushing as he rubbed his hands and chuckled. Team Leader Lin, after we finish eating and drinking, could we maybe swing by a bar? I've lived this long and never been to one. Bim, just curious what it's like inside. Yes, I want to go too. Su Yi immediately chimed in, his eyes full of curiosity. I've only heard others speak of the neon lights and revelry. I've never had the chance to go inside and see. After they spoke, the two looked at Lin Chen with hopeful eyes, then simultaneously turned to Bai Lingling, afraid she might refuse. I'm fine with anything, she said. Bai Lingling smiled. I've been a few times with friends. It's nothing special. If you want to go, then go. She came from an affluent family and had seen every kind of venue. She found Chen Hu and Su Yi's wide-eyed astonishment rather amusing. All right, no problem. Lin Chen agreed at once. Since it's a half-day off, go have a look if you like. But be clear, we're just there to see the place. No causing trouble. We look around and leave. Also, the three of you should hurry back and change. You're fresh from a mission in the mountains, all muddied and dusty. What would you look like going out like that? Got it. The three answered in unison and dashed out, spirits noticeably lighter than usual. Lin Chen watched their backs and shook his head with a smile. They were all in their early 20s. Young men who kept their nerves taut with daily training and missions. It was only right they loosened up a little. He too rose and returned to the dormitory, changing into a simple black t-shirt and casual trousers, looking no different from an ordinary office worker. Half an hour later, the four met beneath the headquarters and set off in an unremarkable civilian sedan, heading straight for the city's liveliest food street. They found an old hot pot restaurant that had been running for over a decade. Once the beef tallow broth boiled, its aroma instantly filled the private room. They ordered a full spread, fatty beef rolls, tripe duck intestines, and shrimp paste, filling the table. Chun Hu and Su Yi ate heartily, recounting amusing episodes from the past fortnight's missions. Bilingling interjected now and then while Lin Chen leisurely swished tripe in the pot, listening and occasionally joining the conversation. The meal stretched nearly 2 hours. When the pot was emptied, the three of them finally set down their chopsticks. Su Yi leaned back against the chair, hand on his rounded belly, and groaned. I can't. I'm too full. Team leader Lin, I can hardly walk. There's no way I can eat barbecue. If I try, I'll be sick. Bilingling put down a napkin and nodded with a smile. I'm truly stuffed. The hot pot portions were too generous. There's no way we can fit barbecue on top of this. Chun Hu rubbed his stomach and nodded, a look of satisfaction on his face. We're stuffed. Leave the barbecue for next time. We'll come with empty stomachs. Lin Chen looked at the three and chuckled. All right, barbecue next time. Since we can't stomach more food, let's head straight to the bar and walk it off. Great. Su Yi instantly perked up and sprang from his chair. Let's go to the bar. I want to see if it's like what you see on TV. They settled the bill and stepped out of the hot pot restaurant. Night had fully fallen. Neon signs along the street glowed, and the bustle of people made the scene particularly lively. Lin Chen took out his phone and searched, finding a bar not far away on Hating District's Bar Street. He set the navigation, took the driver's seat, and the car drifted with traffic toward the bar district. After parking, they pushed open the bar door and entered. The lively atmosphere struck them at once. The bass made the floor tremble, colored lights swept the dance floor, and men and women swayed to the beat. Su Yi and Chun Hu's eyes widened as they looked around curiously, like rustic country folks stepping into a grand spectacle. Lin Chen scanned the room and picked a booth in the corner for a good view and a bit more quiet. When the server came to take their order, he chose a few low-proof cocktails and a fruit platter, avoiding hard liquor so no one would drink too much and cause trouble. The drinks arrived, and they chatted away as they sipped. Su Yi imitated the TV habit of swirling his glass and nearly spilled his drink, prompting a round of laughter. By the railing on the second floor, a man in a dark shirt stood holding a glass of whiskey, leaning over to look down. His gaze swept the room and finally settled on Bilingling. His eyes fixed, a vaguely suggestive curve touched his lips. He stared for a long moment before slowly draining his glass in one sip. Setting the glass down, he snapped his fingers. The nearby waiter immediately leaned in. The man murmured a couple of instructions to the waiter, but his gaze never left the booth downstairs. More precisely, it never left Bilingling's face. In less than 2 minutes, the waiter approached swiftly, holding a finely packaged bottle of liquor and 2 highball glasses, bending down beside the man and whispering, "Young Master Li, the wine you requested has arrived." Li Wei responded with a faint hum, casually taking the bottle and glasses, his fingers tracing the bottle's surface. His gaze then swept down to Bilingling's profile, a confident smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Having mixed in this scene for so long, there wasn't a woman he couldn't engage with. He had seen many beautiful heiresses. They were usually just putting on airs, and a few conversations would soften them. He held the wine, turning slowly as he descended the stairs, weaving through the swaying dance floor and making his way straight to a corner booth. Lin Chen noticed someone approaching, but paid it no mind. There were plenty of people trying to flirt in the bar. As long as they didn't bother him, he sipped his cocktail, the sweet and sour flavor spreading in his mouth. Lin Chen, the taste is quite nice. Li Wei reached the booth and came to a stop. It was as if he completely ignored Lin Chen and the 2 other men, his gaze fixated solely on Bilingling's face, flashing a self-satisfied smile as he lifted the wine bottle, saying, "Miss Bai, what a coincidence. To run into you here, would you do me the honor of sharing a drink?" Bilingling was listening to Su Yi's jokes when she suddenly heard someone speaking to her. Turning her head, she looked at the unfamiliar man before her brows knitting slightly in confusion. "Who are you? I don't think I know you right." Her tone was flat, clearly distant, with no polite pretense whatsoever. "It's normal for Miss Bai not to recognize me." Li Wei chuckled, leaning to place the wine bottle and glasses on the coffee table, his demeanor overly familiar. "But I'm quite familiar with you, Miss Bai. The heiress of the Bai family who even dabbled as a lifestyle blogger for a while. I've been following you for quite some time. I saw you from a distance at a business cocktail party once, and have been hoping to meet you ever since. I didn't expect to run into you here today. Oh, it must be fate." He spoke as if it were second nature. The Bai family was well known locally for their enterprises, and before entering the establishment, Bilingling occasionally accompanied her parents to events and had even posted about her daily life online, garnering some attention. It was no surprise that a playboy like Li Wei, who had long frequented such places, recognized her. Since he first laid eyes on her upon entering, he had already crafted his strategy. The booth fell silent for a few seconds. Lin Chen leaned back on the sofa, leisurely sipping from his glass, watching the scene unfold, while Su Yi and Chun Hu exchanged glances, stifling their laughter and whispering to one another. Who is this guy? He starts off trying to get close. Doesn't he see that Ling doesn't even want to acknowledge him? Su Yi said in a low voice, his tone full of curiosity for the drama. He clearly came to flirt. He probably thinks he's quite charming. Chun Hu scoffed, lowering his voice. Just wait, he's sure to hit a wall soon enough. Ling frowned even more at their conversation, her tone growing colder as she directly issued an eviction notice. Sorry, I'm out with my friends, so I won't be having any drinks. Please don't disturb us, she made it clear, leaving no room for pleasantries, not even a glance in his direction. Li Wei's smile instantly froze. He had initially thought that by taking the initiative to speak and mentioning his status, Ling would at least give him some face. He didn't expect her to be so unyielding, rejecting him on the spot. He instinctively felt that it was the three men nearby causing the issue, and Ling was too embarrassed to refuse in front of her friends. His expression darkened as he glanced sideways at Lin Chen and the others, speaking with an air of impatience, as if dismissing insignificant people. You three should step outside for a bit. I need to speak with Miss Bai for a moment, and I'll cover the bill for tonight. Consider it my treat. His demeanor suggested he was trying to shoo away three irrelevant bystanders. Upon hearing this, Su Yi and Chun, who were stunned and nearly burst into laughter. So this guy not only had an inflated sense of self-worth, but also wanted to drive them away. Was he not quite thinking straight? Lin Chen finally looked at Li Wei, saying, Didn't you hear her say she's not interested? What's the point of you being so shameless? Li Wei exploded, instantly pointing at Lin Chen, his face turning red in anger. You think you're someone important? Do you know who I am? In this area, do you believe I can keep you from leaving the street? After throwing down his threat, he shot a fierce glare at the group and turned to leave, adding, Just wait. Oh, is he calling for backup now? Su Yi chuckled, leaning back on the sofa with a nonchalant expression. I thought he was something special, but is this all he can do? Just a talker, Chun Hu said, rolling up his sleeves, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Ling shook her head helplessly. Don't make too much noise, we're out to have fun, let's not stir up trouble. Just keep it reasonable. Don't worry, what's best if he doesn't come looking for trouble. If he does, I won't indulge him, Lin Chen replied calmly. In less than 2 minutes, Li Wei returned accompanied by 5 or 6 young men in black vests, all with crew cuts and tattoos visible on their arms, looking rough and likely to be the bar's muscle. The group strode confidently over, and those dancing around them instinctively moved aside, clearing a path, as they looked on with curiosity, whispering among themselves. Li Wei stood at the back of the crowd, his chin held high, pointing at Lin Chen and the others, commanding the young men, Get these 3 blind fools out of here. They're ruining Miss Bai's mood. The word please was pronounced with particular emphasis, making his intention to use force unmistakable. Several young men immediately responded, charging forward menacingly to grab Lin Chen and Chun, whose arms attempting to pull them from the sofa. They really dare to lay hands on us. Su Ye's smile vanished from his face. He reached out and grasped the wrist of the hand that reached for him, giving it a gentle twist. A sharp crack was heard as the individual cried out, his wrist dislocated. Seizing the opportunity, Su Yi pushed forward, causing the man to stagger backward and collide with his companion, both collapsing to the ground in a heap. On the other side, Chun, who was even more straightforward. A young man reached for his collar, but Chun, who merely raised his arm slightly, his elbow striking solidly against the other's chest. The young man let out a muffled groan, his face paling instantly, as he clutched his chest and stumbled back 3 or 4 steps before sitting down heavily on the ground, gasping for breath. Within just a few seconds, all 5 or 6 young men were sprawled on the floor, groaning and unable to get up. Some were clutching their wrists, while others were cradling their chests, none able to stand. Throughout the entire ordeal, Lin Chen remained seated on the sofa, not moving an inch, not even putting down his glass, as if he were watching children fight. Li Wei had initially thought they were just ordinary office workers who would back down with a little intimidation. He didn't expect them to be so skilled. These were clearly not ordinary people, they were hardened fighters. His face showed signs of strain, and he felt a twinge of anxiety, but with so many people watching, he couldn't admit defeat and could only hold his ground. At that moment, a deep, thunderous shout echoed from the depths of the bar, overpowering the music. Everyone stop! Who dares to cause trouble on my turf? The crowd parted to make way for a man with a crew cut and covered in tattoos, striding forward with 2 security guards in uniforms, their expressions dark enough to drip water. He quickly approached Li Wei's side, taking a look at him before forcing a smile, saying, Young Master Li, are you alright? Li Wei seemed to have found his backing, instantly regaining his confidence as he pointed at Lin Chen and the others, gritting his teeth. Brother Long, these guys are ungrateful, they don't know when to back off. Take care of them. The man referred to as Brother Long glanced at the young men groaning on the floor, then raised his eyes to look at Lin Chen and his companions in the booth, his face darkening with barely contained anger. Friends, are you here to cause trouble in my establishment? Is it that you don't take me seriously? Su Yi leaned back on the sofa, glancing lazily at the tattooed man approaching him, then scoffed. And just who the hell are you? Your arrogance far outstrips your credentials. Who the hell am I? Long Gu snorted through his nose, his bulging biceps rippling with each heave of his flabby arms. Anyone who dares set foot on this bar street knows me, Brother Long. Kid, you dared provoke young Master Li, and now you dare brawl in my establishment. You won't walk upright out that door today. The moment those words left his lips, Su Yi and Chen Hu burst into laughter, nearly choking on their mirth. I'd very much like to see how you'll stop us from walking out. Chen Hu stepped forward, his towering frame blocking the booth like an iron bastion. He rolled up his sleeves. Your motley crew of misfits. Not even enough to warm us up. Exactly. What's all this posturing, pretending to be some underworld patriarch? Su Yi curled his lip in disdain. If you've got guts, swing a punch, not just flap your gums like a windbag. Fine. Excellent. Humiliated and crimson-faced, Long Gu waved his massive hand and roared, all of you, attack. Break their legs and toss them out. I'll take full responsibility for anything that happens. At his command, over a dozen security guards and henchmen seized nearby beer bottles and rubber batons, charging forward with guttural cries. The spectacle intimidating, if superficial. Chen Hu and Su Yi exchanged a glance, both eyes reflecting sheer boredom. These ordinary men paled in comparison to mutated beasts. They weren't even worthy of a proper warm-up. Without another word, the two strode forward to meet the mob heat-in. Chen Hu relied on raw strength, seizing the wrist of the lead thug. He twisted it with effortless precision. The rubber baton clattered to the floor. A single kick to the abdomen sent the man hurtling backward, crashing into a table and splattering liquor across the floor. Su Yi relied on speed, darting between bodies like a phantom, leaving only afterimages in his wake. Each strike landed with surgical accuracy, though every blow dropped a man clutching his guts, silenced before even a whimper escaped. None so much as brushed the hem of his sleeve. Both held back deliberately. No lethal force, only dislocations and soft tissue trauma, ensuring total incapacitation without loss of life. The commotion swelled rapidly. Patrons in the dance floor scattered in panic. Fight! Run! Someone screamed, and guests stampeded toward the exit, trampling one another in frantic desperation to avoid collateral damage. Within moments, the once thriving bar stood half empty, littered with shattered glass, and groaning henchmen sprawled across the floor. The music had long since been cut off. Silence descended, broken only by ragged moans. In under 2 minutes, every single one of the dozen thugs lay flat, not a single man still standing. Li Wei stood frozen behind them, face drained of color, instinctively shielding Long Gu with his own body, his heart hammering wildly. He'd assumed Long Ji's entourage would effortlessly subdue the three, yet they'd crumbled like dry clay beneath a single gust of wind. Long Gu stood dumbfounded, staring at his fallen men, his jaw twitching uncontrollably. Had he ever seen fighters like this? These weren't mere youths. They were elite enforcers. But retreat now would cost him everything. Clinging to dignity, he ripped off his black tank top and hurled it to the ground, revealing a chest and arms thick with tattoos, jiggling flab trembling with each defiant motion, imposing only in appearance. Boys, you've kicked the wrong iron plate, messing with Brother Long. Gritting his teeth, he struck a martial stance, pumping his fists, kicking high, roaring exaggerated kung fu syllables, performing like a great action star, all flash, no forward motion. His plan was simple: awe them with bravado, salvage what dignity remained, if not find a graceful exit. Back at the booth, Lin Chen, Su Yi, Chen Hu, and Bai Lingling stared, utterly bewildered, eyes wide, glances flickering between disbelief and silent inquiry. Lin Su Chen Bai. What is he even doing? Su Yi whispered after a long pause, barely suppressing a no idea. Monkey show. Chen Hu scratched his head, baffled. Just fight already. Why all this theatrical? Bai Lingling couldn't hold it in. She burst into quiet, shoulder-shaking giggles, clapping a hand over her mouth. Even Lin Chen looked exasperated. He'd expected skill. What he got was ritualistic pantomime. Long Gu continued his breathless, choreographed routine, fluid, flashy, yet rooted firmly in place, never advancing an inch. Lin Chen could bear it no longer. With no patience for charade, he rose and strode calmly toward Long Gu. Mid-high kick, Long Gu flinched, his rhythm shattered, yet still blustered, shouting, "Ha! Take this!" Before the echo faded, Lin Chen's open palm cracked across his face. Slap! The sharp report echoed across the hollowed-out bar like thunder. Long Gu spun violently on the spot and crashed onto the floor, ears ringing, dazed and disoriented, unable to process what had just happened. Half his face swelled visibly within seconds, blood seeped from his split lip. Dazed, he crawled up on trembling arms, clutching his cheek, shock and fury warring in his voice. You dared strike me. I've already alerted my boss. He'll be here any second. You're finished. Go, kneel over there. Lin Chen didn't waste breath. He pointed curtly toward the corner. Yes, sir. Right away. Long Gu instantly reversed course, scrambling upright, still cradling his face, and scurried to the corner, dropping to his knees with mechanical obedience. Head bowed low, eyes averted. Su Yi whistled softly, nudging Chen Hu with a sly wink. See that? That's what we call wisdom and recognize. With long good dealt with, Lin Chen turned his gaze toward Li Wei. The young man had been inching stealthily toward the exit, hoping to vanish amid the chaos, but froze mid-step under Lin Chen's stare, limbs locking rigid, as if petrified. Same goes for you, over there. Lin Chen tilted his chin, voice calm, uninflected. Don't push your luck. Li Wei strained, puffing out his chest. Do you know who my father is? My father is Li Jiayin, real estate tycoon. Cross me, and I'll bury you. Make sure you never set foot in Yanjing again. Even if your father were Li Gang, it wouldn't matter. Lin Chen merely raised a hand, as if stepping forward. Li Wei flinched violently. The image of Long Ge flying sideways still seared into his mind. His delicate skin, his fragile frame. One slap would shatter half his bones. All defiance evaporated. I'll kneel. I'm going now. He scrambled on hands and knees to the corner, collapsing beside Long Ge with a thud, lowering his head deeper than his companion, breathing shallowly, afraid even to inhale too loudly. The swagger, the arrogance, all gone. He cowered like a timid chastened bride. Brother Long knelt stiffly on the cold floor, his knees aching painfully, his waist feeling stiff and sore, not daring to move an inch, with his head bowed low and mumbling incessantly. Brothers, I truly know I was wrong. I failed to recognize the greatness of the mountain. You are magnanimous, just treat me like a fart and let me go. I'm just a mere bystander trying to make a living, it's not easy. He kept repeating these few lines, his voice tinged with a sobbing tone. Glancing up furtively at Lin Chen and the others, and seeing no one paying attention to him, he became even more fervent in his pleas. The buzzing noise was excruciatingly irritating. Chen, who leaned against the table, originally leisurely cracking sunflower seeds, but after 2 minutes he could no longer endure it, frowning as he walked over and gently kicked Brother Long's arm. This sudden action startled Brother Long, causing him to tremble all over, nearly collapsing to the ground. Can you stop the incessant chatter? It's deafening. Chen, who crossed his arms, looking down at him with disdain, curling his lip. Weren't you quite arrogant before? You used to say we would enter standing and leave horizontal. I preferred your previous defiant demeanor. Come on. Brother Long's mouth twitched, his face a picture of misery as he looked up, one side of his face still swollen, speaking with a slight lisp. Brother. I was just being ignorant and foolish. Please don't hold it against me. As he spoke, he began to plead again, but upon seeing Chen Husk glare, he quickly swallowed his words, tightly closing his mouth and squatting there like a duck with its neck pinched, not daring to make a sound. Li Wei, kneeling nearby, witnessed everything. He kept his head down, his hair covering his face so no one could see his expression, but he couldn't help but sneer slightly at the corner of his mouth. What are you putting on a show for? Wait until my dad arrives with people, you'll see how you fare then. He had witnessed the prowess of Wang Biao, his father's right-hand man, firsthand. With a steel bar as thick as a bowl, he could easily drive it into an 8-centimeter thick solid wood board with his bare hands, as effortlessly as slicing through tofu. As for these few people before him, what does their ability to fight matter? In front of true experts they are all but worthless. They will have to kneel and apologize for the grievances they have caused me today, and I will make sure to get back double what I endured. And that woman with the surname, by acting so high and mighty, we'll see if she remains so proud later on. Li Wei was gnashing his teeth, harboring resentment in his heart, when suddenly the heavy door of the bar was pushed open with a loud bang. A middle-aged man in a dark suit with a large belly walked in slowly with his hands clasped behind his back, followed by 4 or 5 bodyguards in matching black suits, all of whom were tall and sharp-eyed. As soon as they entered, they scanned the entire room without a sound, exuding a commanding presence. Leading them was Li Jiayin, the chairman of the Li group. Kneeling on the ground, Brother Long had sharp eyes and immediately spotted the newcomer. Like he had seen a living Buddha, he let out a howl and sprang up from the ground, not bothering to brush off the dust from his knees as he hurriedly crawled over. Boss, you're finally here. If you had been any later, I might have been beaten to death here. These people are too overbearing, they don't take you seriously at all. Li Wei was even more excited, his face flushed red as he stumbled over to Li Jian's side, his eyes reddening as he pointed towards Lin Chen and the others, shouting, Dad, you finally came. It's these scoundrels who attacked me and forced me to kneel. Brother Long's men have all been knocked down by them. You have to teach them a good lesson for me. They attacked me and forced me to kneel. Brother Long's men have all been knocked down. His face visibly darkened, but he did not rush to get angry. First he adjusted his suit collar, then took a couple of slow steps forward, scanning Lin Chen and the others with a hint of the arrogance typical of someone in a position of power as he spoke slowly. Dear friends, may I ask which path you are on? To injure my people in my territory, isn't that a bit too disrespectful to me? His voice was not loud, but the air of authority he exuded was quite palpable. For an average person, hearing the name of the Li group would likely make them cower. Sui stood at the front, arms crossed, and after listening he sneered, taking a once-over of Li Jiayin with a face full of indifference. What we do has nothing to do with you. Stop flaunting your boss status here. We were the ones who fought, and your son was the one who started it. He came over to harass my friend uninvited, and getting beaten is what he deserves. Now tell me, how do you want to resolve this matter? Li Jian's eyelids twitched. He did not expect these young people to be so disrespectful. Suppressing his anger, he slowly said, Young man, don't be too impulsive. I just want to ask, what exactly did my son do that's so heinous that you felt the need to act so harshly? If he truly has done something wrong, I will certainly discipline him. However, you injured someone, so shouldn't we also settle? As he spoke, he slightly tilted his body and gave a look. The bodyguards behind him immediately took a half step forward, their bodies taut, and their eyes fixed on Lin Chen and the others, making the atmosphere tense up. Yet throughout the entire encounter, Lin Chen, standing in the middle of the group, didn't even spare Li Jiayin a glance. From the moment the door was pushed open and that group entered, Lin Chen's gaze had already bypassed Li Jiayin and the few burly bodyguards in front, landing directly on the man in a black suit at the back of the line. When he first walked in, Lin Chen sensed something was off. He didn't need a detector. With his current fourth-tier perception, no one could conceal their aura from his eyes. The faint aura of superpower emanating from the other party was clearly that of someone who had not just awakened, and the heavy blood energy on him indicated that he had indeed killed before, not just once or twice. Lin Chen's gaze showed no signs of concealment as he stared directly at the other man. Simultaneously, Wang Biao, standing at the back, also sensed something amiss. That gaze fell upon him, carrying an indescribable sense of pressure, causing the hair on the back of his neck to stand on end. He abruptly lifted his head, his eyes scanning in the direction of the feeling, just in time to lock eyes with Lin Chen. From the moment Lin Chen's gaze fell upon him, Wang Biao felt a heaviness in his chest, making it difficult to breathe, as if a great stone was pressing down. Having navigated the underworld for many years and seen many ruthless characters, he had never feared anyone since awakening his abilities a month ago. Yet today, this young man, with just a glance, made cold sweat trickle down his spine. This kid is definitely not simple. Wang Biao's heart sank. He dared not underestimate the situation. His muscles instinctively tensed, his mind sharp, and focused, his gaze locked onto Lin Chen's every move, not daring to blink, lest he miss a single action. Lin Chen observed his tense demeanor with amusement. He stood up from the sofa and walked directly towards Wang Biao. Li Jiayin stood at the front, noticing that Lin Chen had not even glanced at him, completely disregarding him, which instantly ignited his anger. After all, he was the chairman of the Li Group, a notable figure in the business circles of Yanjing. When had he ever been so dismissed by a few young punks? Well. Li Jiayan's face turned grim, unable to maintain his previous composure as he pointed at Lin Chen and shouted, "You think you are above me? What are you all standing there for? Get him! I want to see who dares to act wild on my territory." Hearing this, several ordinary bodyguards rushed forward, reaching out to grab Lin Chen's arm, intending to pin him down. Just as they charged halfway, two figures intercepted them from the side. Su Ye's figure flickered, moving so swiftly that only an afterimage remained as he kicked the chest of the foremost bodyguard, who let out a muffled grunt and flew back over 2 meters, crashing heavily onto a nearby table, shattering glass bottles and spilling liquor everywhere. On the other side, Chen, who was even more straightforward, with a palm the size of a fan, he grabbed the nape of 2 bodyguards, swinging them effortlessly like they were little chicks, sending them crashing against the wall, sliding down unconscious without a sound. In just 2 seconds, all 3 bodyguards who charged forward lay flat on the ground. Li Jiayan's complexion changed drastically, his heart sinking as he realized he had kicked a steel plate. He hurriedly turned to Wang Biao behind him, his voice laced with urgency. "Mr. Wang, quick! You need to take action. You can negotiate the price." Li Wei, frightened, shrank behind his father, peeking out to shout, "Brother Wang, quickly break their legs. If something happens, my dad will take the blame. I guarantee you won't suffer a loss." Just as the father and son finished speaking, Wang Biao suddenly roared, "Shut up!" His voice trembled with uncontrollable panic, his eyes glued to the increasingly approaching Lin Chen, not daring to shift them for even a moment. Cold sweat dripped down his temples, sliding down his chin and onto his collar, and his suit had long been soaked with sweat, clinging tightly to his back. Li Jiayin and his son were instantly frozen at the sight of him, their mouths moving but not daring to make a sound. They were not fools. Wang Biao's appearance, drenched in sweat and alarmed, showed no trace of his usual composure. It was clear he had encountered someone formidable that he could not provoke. The father and son exchanged glances, panic reflected in their eyes, shrinking their necks, barely daring to breathe. At this moment, Lin Chen had already stopped 2 meters in front of Wang Biao. He raised his eyes and scrutinized Wang Biao, speaking clearly, yet softly, every word piercing the ears of everyone present. "Have you killed someone?" As soon as the words left his mouth, the heavy sense of oppression surged forth, pressing down on Wang Biao's chest, making it even harder for him to breathe. He gritted his teeth and held on for a few seconds, feeling every hair on his body stand on end, as if he were being stared at by a ferocious beast, the panic inside him becoming uncontrollable. He knew he could not wait any longer. He needed to strike first. Deciding to take the risk, he roared, "What the hell does it have to do with you?" As soon as the shout echoed, Wang Biao's muscles bulged violently. Bang bang. 2 soft sounds echoed as the buttons of his suit jacket burst off his bare arms, bulging, with defined muscles glistening with a cold hard iron gray sheen, making him look as if he were forged from bronze. Lin Chen understood at a glance that he had awakened a physical enhancement ability. Seeking death. Wang Biao let out a low growl, kicking off the ground with force, the sturdy floor thundering underfoot, causing the shards of broken glass nearby to jump. As he lunged towards Lin Chen, his fist carried immense power, aimed directly at Lin Chen's face. He put everything into this punch, not daring to hold back. He understood that the person before him was unfathomable, and holding back would be tantamount to seeking death. Lin Chen stood still, watching the approaching fist without a hint of panic. Instead, the corner of his mouth curled up slightly, almost amused by this guy. At this point, not begging for mercy was one thing, but daring to fight back. What kind of brain does he have? A thought flashed through his mind, and Lin Chen did not hesitate. He raised his right hand, meeting Wang Biao's fist heated. Just a second here. Should I avoid your sharpness? He awakened a fire-based superpower. Although the enhancement to his physical body was not as strong as that of pure strength-type superhumans, the disparity in realm was evident. A fourth tier against the latest second tier was essentially an adult beating a child, completely out of the same league. Bang! A dull thud exploded in the bar as two fists collided violently in midair. Wang Biao felt an unimaginable force rebound through his fist, as if he had not just struck a person, but had instead punched a solid steel ingot. His entire right arm went numb in an instant, with a piercing pain radiating through the bones. The muscles from his wrist to his shoulder convulsed violently, and he staggered back 2 big steps before barely stabilizing himself. He widened his eyes, incredulous. How is this possible? Superpowers were his greatest reliance. How could this kid, no matter how tough, possibly take his punch barehanded and send him reeling like this? A chill shot up from his feet to the top of his head, leaving only terror in Wang Biao's heart. But Lin Chen did not give him a moment to react or digest the situation. After their fists clashed, he stepped forward, lifting his right leg, fiercely slicing through the air towards Wang Biao's head. Wang Biao was frightened out of his wits, too panicked to think, instinctively raising both arms to shield his head. Thud! The leg struck solidly against his arms. Wang Biao let out a muffled grunt, feeling as if both arms had been struck by an immensely heavy iron rod, nearly breaking his bones. The massive force bent his knees, almost forcing him to kneel. Gritting his teeth, he pushed forward with all his might, forcing Lin Chen's leg aside, while retreating, stumbling back 5 or 6 steps. His back crashed against a nearby table, causing bottles and glasses to shatter everywhere, soaking him in alcohol. He hung his arms, fingers trembling uncontrollably, the muscles in his forearms twitching, struggling to lift them. Wang Biao looked at Lin Chen, who stood still, breathing evenly, and was left with only one thought: what the hell? This is not just kicking a steel plate. This is clearly kicking a titanium alloy plate. He had previously thought that even if he couldn't win, he could at least hold out for a few moves to find an opportunity to escape. Now he realized that the other party had not taken him seriously at all, just toying with him like a cat, with a mouse casually striking him down. Run. I must run quickly. If this continues, I'm done for today. With this thought, Wang Biao glanced around with his peripheral vision. Turning to run directly was definitely not an option. Exposing his back would allow the other to catch up and strike him even faster. He had to think of a way. Fainting. Wang Biao's eyes darted around, quickly formulating a plan. He took a deep breath, deliberately adopting a furious and desperate demeanor, roaring angrily, as he once again raised his fist and charged at Lin Chen, his expression fierce, as if he was prepared to take Lin Chen down with him. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. Still coming. Does this guy not have enough of a beating? He stood still, waiting for Wang Biao to charge at him, ready to teach him another lesson. But who would have thought that just halfway through his charge, when he was still 2 or 3 meters away from Lin Chen, Wang Biao suddenly twisted his foot, changing direction and lunging towards Bai Lingling, who stood behind. In Wang Biao's eyes, Bai Lingling looked delicate and young, with slender arms and legs, definitely the easiest. As long as he could seize her as a hostage, he could force Lin Chen and the others to hesitate, giving him a chance to escape. What does it matter if he could fight? He'll grab your companion as a hostage. Let's see how you deal with it. Wang Biao felt a surge of pride in his heart, speeding up once more, stretching out his hand towards Bai Lingling's shoulder. No one in the room expected Wang Biao to be so shameless, resorting to attacking a woman when he couldn't win. But Lin Chen, watching Wang Biao change direction, showed no signs of tension. Instead, a mocking smile appeared on his face. He stood still, arms crossed, watching with great interest, clearly waiting for the show. Such a simple trick, and he dared to take it out to embarrass himself. Closer, even closer. Wang Biao's face was already showing a triumphant smile. But just at that moment, 2 figures sprang out from the side, almost simultaneously. Su Yi and Chun, who appeared on either side, instantly blocking Bai Lingling's path. The 2 of them wasted no breath, simultaneously lifting their legs, one kicking towards Wang Biao's chest, and the other towards his shoulder, their movements clean and decisive, without the slightest hesitation. Wang Biao's face changed drastically, and it was too late to rein in his momentum. Bang! The 2 thuds nearly overlapped. Wang Biao's forward momentum was suddenly interrupted, as if he had been struck head-on by a speeding truck. He didn't even have time to scream before he was sent flying backward, landing heavily on the ground, and sliding back 3 or 4 meters, crashing against the bar's table leg before finally stopping. Cough. Cough, cough. Wang Biao lay on the ground, his chest aching as if it were going to explode. He coughed several times, nearly unable to catch his breath. He propped himself up with his arms, trying to get up, but pain shot through him at the slightest movement, forcing him to remain half-crouched on the floor, raising his head to look at Su Yi and Chun, who with eyes full of resentment and fear. Damn it. These two are also superhumans. How many superhumans are hiding in this room? How can each one be more abnormal than the last? He had initially thought that capturing Bai Lingling would be a sure thing, but who could have anticipated that these two seemingly unremarkable guys would strike so fiercely and with such incredible speed? Bai Lingling standing behind Su Yi and Chun, who peeked at Wang Biao lying on the ground, curling her lip in disdain and letting out a loud tch, rolling her eyes dramatically. So you thought I was easy to bully, huh? What kind of eyes do you have? Wang Biao gritted his teeth and braced himself on his arms, attempting to rise from the floor. Yet the moment he stirred, a pair of black casual shoes came to a halt directly before his eyes. Lin Chen slowly crouched down, his gaze locking onto Wang Biao's face as he asked, "Are you ready to speak honestly now?" Honesty? Bah. Wang Biao spat a mouthful of blood-tinged saliva, his eyes burning with venomous hatred as they fixed unblinkingly upon Lin Chen. Who are you people, and what gives you the right to interfere in my affairs? He had spent years navigating the underworld, and his instincts were sharp. These individuals possessed not only terrifying martial prowess, but also extraordinary abilities, far beyond ordinary thugs. Though Beijing teemed with hidden masters, a chilling suspicion began to stir within him, yet he dared not pursue it further. Lin Chen saw no point in arguing. With effortless grace, he withdrew a black leather credential booklet from his inner pocket and flicked it open with a single finger. The golden national emblem embossed upon its cover gleamed starkly beneath the dim bar lights. State Security Bureau. The three words drifted softly into the air, yet struck Wang Biao like a thunderclap. His pupils contracted into needle-thin slivers, the venom on his face froze, instantly replaced by raw, unmasked terror. State security. So they were agents of the state. He stood stunned for several seconds, then threw back his head and erupted into a shrill, hysterical laugh laced with the reckless abandon of a man who had already shattered every vessel he owned. Ha 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 ha. Of course. No wonder such grandeur. His chest heaved violently with laughter. Agony flared across his wounded ribs, twisting his features into a grimace, but his eyes grew ever more frenzied. Yes, I did kill someone. So what? That young woman, so delicate, so radiant. What harm was there in letting her entertain me? And yet she dared call the police to arrest me. He licked the blood at the corner of his mouth, voice dripping with cruel satisfaction. And it wasn't just her. I spared neither her parents nor her high school-aged brother. Not one of them escaped. The whole family joined her in death, huh? The moment those words left his lips, silence crashed over the room like a suffocating wave. Su Ye's habitual careless grin vanished entirely, his brows knotted tightly together as he spat, "Monster." Chun, whose temples bulged with straining veins. If Lin Chen hadn't held him back, he would have lunged forward and kicked Wang Biao senseless on the spot. Bai Lingling turned her face away, her eyes brimming with visceral revulsion. At those words, Lin Chen's expression darkened irrevocably. Rising to his feet without another word to Wang Biao, he tilted his head slightly toward Chun, who, and commanded, "Take him back for thorough interrogation." "Yes, sir." Chun, who snapped his reply and stepped forward. "You think you can take me? Dream on." With a guttural roar, Wang Biao suddenly surged upward from the floor, as if summoned by some final desperate surge of strength. His right hand darted behind his waist and emerged clutching a military-grade combat knife, its blade shimmering with a cold cobalt blue sheen unmistakably coated in lethal poison. Eyes bloodshot and wild, he hurled himself forward with every ounce of power left in his body, driving the blade straight toward Lin Chen's chest, his face contorted with suicidal fury. Even in death, he vowed to tear a piece of flesh from this youth's body. Lin Chen's gaze sharpened. Just as the knife's tip grazed the fabric of his shirt, crimson gold flames erupted along his right forearm. He raised his hand and seized Wang Biao's wrist with flawless precision. F! A shriek of unimaginable agony tore through the air. Searing heat raced up Wang Biao's arm. Flesh blistered and blackened, the stench of charred skin flooding the space. He felt as though his hand had been plunged into molten iron. Bone itself seemed to liquefy under the inferno. His entire body convulsed uncontrollably. The knife in his grip glowed red-hot, softened visibly, then, plink, dripped molten metal onto the floor, each droplet scorching tiny craters into the surface. Yet even amid such torment, madness still blazed in Wang Biao's eyes. When his right hand was immobilized, he launched himself forward again, jaws wide, teeth bared, aiming straight for Lin Chen's throat, as if determined to rip out a chunk of flesh with his bare teeth. Utterly reckless, Lin Chen's expression hardened. No mercy remained. Flames roared from his palm, surging up Wang Biao's arm, like living fire, while his wrist twisted with deliberate crushing force. A sharp, brittle crack echoed, the sound of bone snapping. Instantly, Lin Chen's left hand shot forward, wreathed in roaring flame, and slammed squarely into Wang Biao's chest. Pooh! Wang Biao flew backward like a puppet whose strings had been severed, slamming hard against the wall before sliding limply to the floor. His shirt had long since burned away, blackened, blistered flesh lay exposed across his chest. Blood gushed from his mouth in thick, rhythmic waves. 2 final spasms, and then stillness. Even in death his eyes remained wide open, fixed, unblinking, filled with undimmed fury and defiance. The entire bar fell into absolute silence. Not even the groans of fallen underlings dared disturb it. Li Jiayin and his son Li Wei sat paralyzed on the floor, trembling violently. Li Wei's lips quivered, his gaze vacant, whispering hoarsely over and over, "A monster, a monster." Earlier he had eagerly urged Wang Biao to crush these intruders. Now he understood Lin Chen could obliterate him with a single indifferent gesture. Compared to him, Wang Biao's skills were less than dust. Lin Chen shook his hand lightly. The flames vanished instantly, leaving not even a wisp of smoke or ember behind, as though the blazing inferno had been nothing more than an illusion. He glanced once at Wang Biao's lifeless form, then turned to Chun Hu and instructed, "Contact headquarters. Dispatch personnel to retrieve the body and conduct a full forensic investigation into his background." Understood. Chun Hu nodded and strode aside to relay orders via his secure comlink. Lin Chen pivoted, his gaze settling upon father and son Li. The pair flinched under his stare. Li Jiayin scrambled upright in frantic haste, bowing so deeply his forehead nearly touched his knees, forcing a smile that resembled a grimace. "Comrade, I'm innocent. I knew nothing. I barely know him. Truly. Don't know him." Suyi arched a brow and stepped forward, a dry chuckle escaping him. "Then why did you hire him as your personal bodyguard? Why did he step in to beat others on your behalf? Do you truly expect anyone to believe that? I had no idea he was a murderer." Li Jiayin's voice cracked, tears welling in his eyes as he poured out his defense. "He appeared at my door just a week ago, demonstrated his abilities on the spot. Impressed, I hired him. What crimes he'd committed before, I swear I had no knowledge." Lin Chen frowned. "Why would he seek you out, of all people? What did he want?" I truly don't know," Li Jiayin stammered, shaking his head wildly. "He claimed he saw value in my resources, wanted to partner with me, said he could resolve many future complications for me. It seemed harmless, and having someone capable nearby sounded advantageous, so I agreed. Beyond that I know nothing." He was genuinely terrified, desperate to sever any link between himself and the murder case, and spilled every detail without reservation, withholding nothing. Lin Chen studied him for several silent seconds. Satisfied the man spoke truthfully, he asked no further questions. Full clarity would emerge during formal interrogation at headquarters. He gestured sharply toward Long Gu, who cowered motionless in the corner. "Take them. Both Li Min and that bouncer over there. Everyone. Conduct exhaustive screenings. Seal this bar immediately. No one connected to this incident may slip through the net." "Yes, sir." Chen, who had just finished coordinating field support and returned in time to begin rounding up suspects. Long Gu, utterly broken, offered no resistance as he was hauled upright. Li Jiayin and Li Wei stood ashen-faced, heads bowed low, their earlier arrogance dissolved entirely, transformed beyond recognition from the swaggering figures who had entered moments before. Back at the headquarters of the Ability Management Bureau, Lin Chen had just settled into his office chair when he heard a knock at the "Come in." Suyi pushed the door open, holding 2 stapled documents, and quickly walked to the desk, directly handing them to him. "Captain, we've clarified the matter regarding Wang Biao. Here is his identity information along with the interrogation testimonies of the Li family, father and son, all included." Lin Chen took the documents casually, opened the first one, and began to read. Suyi stood by, reporting with a hint of disdain. Wang Biao's real name is Wang Fuguei, 34 years old, a seasoned criminal. 5 years ago, he was sentenced to 5 years for involvement in gang activities and intentional injury, and he was just released from prison 5 months ago. Both the fingerprint and facial recognition matched. He has a substantial criminal record. He was already a troublemaker before awakening his abilities, and now he's even more unrestrained, capable of committing murder. Lin Chen nodded as he read, noting that the file included an old photo of Wang Fuguei, which matched Wang Biao's appearance. His extensive criminal record spanned several pages, confirming he was indeed a habitual offender. He flipped to the second document, which contained the interrogation records of the Li family. It clearly stated that the father and son had no knowledge of Wang Biao's background. They only knew he approached them claiming to be able to help the Li group with some inconvenient matters. Seeing that he indeed had the capability, the Li family spent a hefty sum to keep him on as a high-level bodyguard. The only slightly useful clue was that Wang Biao had drunkenly mentioned once that he was from the Freedom Alliance, implying that he had good connections. However, the Li family father and son were completely unaware of how many people were in this organization or where its headquarters was located. Lin Chen closed the files with a thud on the desk. It seemed there was little hope of extracting details about the Freedom Alliance from the Li family. A desperate man like Wang Biao would certainly not divulge too much organizational information to a businessman. "Alright, I understand the situation." Lin Chen looked up at Suyi. "You've been at it all night. You should go rest. I'll report this to Director Liu first thing tomorrow." "Sure thing." Suyi didn't hesitate, yawning. "I'll head back to catch some sleep, Captain. You should rest early too." With that, he turned and left the office. Lin Chen sat in his chair gazing at the documents on the desk, his brows slightly furrowed. The Freedom Alliance. It seemed that this organization was far from simple. Even a ruthless figure like Wang Biao could be absorbed into it. Who knows how many truly vicious individuals were hidden within. He rubbed his temples, got up, turned off the lights in the office, and returned to his dormitory. The next morning after having breakfast, Lin Chen took 2 copies of the documents to Lu Zheng's office. He knocked twice on the door, and Lu Zheng's voice came from inside. "Come in." When he entered, he saw Lu Zheng standing in front of the electronic sand table, hands behind his back, staring intently at the dense array of light points, lost in thought. Hearing the commotion, Lu Zheng turned around and gestured to the sofa beside him. "You're here. Sit." Director Lin Chen sat down and handed over the documents in his hand regarding the incident at the bar last night. The subsequent interrogation results are out. The deceased ability user's real name is Wang Fuguwei. He has a criminal record and was just released from prison 5 months ago. His identity has been verified. Freedom Alliance. Lu Zheng took the documents, flipping through them as he asked. "Yes." Lin Chen nodded. "However, the Li family father and son know very little. They only heard him mention the name Freedom Alliance, but nothing else. I suspect that there are likely many desperate individuals hidden within this Freedom Alliance, and it's not a legitimate organization." Lu Zheng remained silent, quickly finishing the 2 files before placing them on the desk, his expression darkening slightly. "You're not wrong." He sighed, looking at Lin Chen. "Previously, there have been various reports of ability users committing crimes across the country. Robberies, assaults, even murders. Initially, we thought they were just individuals who had awakened their abilities and gone astray, seeking quick money through illegal means. However, recently the clues coming from various provinces have been increasing. We compared the methods and characteristics of the crimes and found that many cases are subtly connected. It now appears that a significant portion of these individuals have likely joined the Freedom Alliance." Lin Chen asked with some confusion. "Director Lu, I don't quite understand. Since there is a Skynet system monitoring energy fluctuations, why are they allowed to cause such chaos? Can't we just locate and capture them directly?" Lu Zheng shook his head, walking to the window, turning his back to Lin Chen, his tone heavy. "At first we thought the same. When the provincial branches were newly established, we would send people to respond to alerts, and we did manage to capture quite a few low-level henchmen. However, after several encounters, we suffered significant injuries among our personnel. These desperate individuals are ruthless and possess abilities, while most of our local team members are newly recruited, primarily at the 1st or 2nd levels, lacking practical experience. Engaging them hidden yields little advantage." He paused before turning back to continue more critically. "It seems this group has already vaguely sensed the existence of the Skynet system. In recent cases, they have been increasingly cautious, rarely using large-scale abilities, and some even specifically target the weak spots of the Skynet monitoring. After committing their crimes, they flee, long gone by the time we arrive. They are hiding deeper and deeper, making it increasingly difficult to capture them." Lin Chen's expression also turned serious upon hearing this. If the other side was already aware of the Skynet's existence and was consciously avoiding it, the difficulty of future captures would indeed increase significantly. "We can't keep an eye on all regions across the country all the time. The manpower and resources simply can't keep up. It's unrealistic." Lu Zheng returned to his desk, opened a drawer, and took out a thick stack of photographs, handing them to Lin Chen. "Take a look at these. They are photographs of crime scenes sent over from various provinces." Lin Chen took them and began flipping through them one by one. The scenes in the photographs were mostly gruesome, featuring shops that had been utterly destroyed by abilities, injured civilians lying on the ground, and several murder scenes with chaotic traces clearly left by battles between ability users. The further Lin Chen flipped, the graver his expression became. These cases spanned several provinces with varying crime methods, but they all exuded a brazen style, completely disregarding the lives of ordinary people. We compared the times and locations of nearly half a month's worth of cases. Lu Zheng's voice sounded beside him. "We discovered a pattern. These ability users committing crimes seem to be consciously moving towards the southwest. Based on this trend, their ultimate gathering point is likely in the Yunnan-Guizhou area." Yunnan-Guizhou area. Lin Chen suddenly raised his head, a bit surprised. "That's right." Lu Zheng nodded, moving to the electronic sand table and tracing the southwest with his finger. "The Yunnan region is ringed by mountains. The 10,000 mountains roll on without end, ancient jungles abound, and the terrain is absurdly complicated. Signal in the mountains is poor, and the Tianwang system has many blind spots. Once they slip into the deep woods, they are like stones cast into the sea. No sound, no trace. There is simply nowhere to find them." He paused, his voice darkening. "The mountains are remote and sparsely populated. Even if they make a move, it is hard to detect in time. By the time we receive word, they'll be gone. If they manage to entrench and establish bases, clearing them later will exact a heavy price." Lin Chen frowned more tightly. He knew the perils of jungle terrain, well-obstructed lines of sight, and tangled routes. If the enemy used the ground to wage guerrilla warfare, even superior numbers would find encirclement nearly impossible. "We cannot simply stand by and watch the mass in the mountains." Lin Chen looked up at Lu Zheng, solemn. "Director Lu, let me go in personally to probe them. Find out how many the Zio Alliance really has, and what their strength is. If there is an opportunity, it'll strike their nest outright. No. Lu Zheng refused without a moment's hesitation, turning to him with a grave tone. We have no clear picture of their situation. To go in rashly would be far too dangerous. A man like Wang Biao, who likely isn't even core to the Zio Alliance, already boasts late second-tier strength, he continued. Who knows whether there are third-tier ability users among them? Or perhaps even higher. You may be fourth-tier now, but 2 fists cannot match 4 hands. If a band of desperate men driven into a corner swarm you, and something happens, what then? Lu Zheng was speaking truth. Lin Chen was currently the country's top combat asset among ability users, their trump card, and no mishap could be afforded. If Lin Chen were lost, the damage would be more than the loss of a fourth-tier operative. It would be the loss of the backbone of the entire ability management system. But we cannot simply stand idly by while they run rampant in the mountains, can we? Lin Chen frowned. Local teams lack the strength to deal with these desperados. The longer this drags on, the larger their influence grows, and the harder it will be to contain them. Recently, many innocent people have been killed or wounded. If we delay further, who knows how much worse it will become. Lu Zheng rubbed his throbbing temples. He was troubled too. He wanted nothing more than to wipe the lot out in one sweep, but the difficulty lay in not knowing their exact location or true strength. Blind strikes would only alarm them. He walked to his desk, massaging his temples, and sighed. If we could precisely locate their lair, I would have applied for fire coverage long ago. 1 missile salvo, and the problem is solved. But we don't even know which range of mountains they're hiding in. It's not as if we can bomb every remote peak in the Yungue region, is it? He thought for a few seconds, then looked at Lin Chen. Hey, race the plan. I'll report this to the central authorities immediately and brief the senior commanders. We'll wait to hear whether they want reconnaissance first or to deploy elites for an encirclement. We'll move only after they decide. Don't act rashly. Premature action will only alert them and make things worse. Lin Chen knew Lu Zheng's point was sound. This matter involved cross-regional operations and military coordination. The higher authorities must issue unified orders. He could not make that decision alone. He nodded. All right, Director Lu, please report it quickly. The sooner we act, the better. Lu Zheng shook his head with a faint smile. You're anxious? I'll file the report at once. Lu Zheng picked up the secure phone with a helpless shake of his head. Before long, an emergency session convened in a small conference room at the military commission. 5 or 6 senior figures sat around the long table, high-ranking officers and political officials. Presiding was the silver-haired, yet vigorous old commander with General Li Chen seated to his left. The large screen displayed compiled Zio Alliance cases from across the country and the latest movement analyses. That is the situation. The staff officer responsible for the briefing closed his folder and spoke gravely. Based on Tianwang surveillance and consolidated leads from various regions, this group of Zio Alliance ability users is indeed moving toward the Yungue region. Preliminary estimates place their numbers between 30 and 50, among whom at least 10 are second-tier or higher. 30 to 50. A lieutenant general on the right frowned. That's a considerable number, and they're vicious desperados. Hidden in the mountains, local armed police and regular units simply cannot cope. Ability users possess devastating destructive power. If pressed, they could sabotage within the forests or strike out at nearby villages and towns. The casualties would be severe. What is there to fear? Li Qingsong snorted, his voice booming. They're but a rabble. Can they overturn the world? We must not indulgently allow them to claim the mountains as their own. Send elite forces and root them out now to prevent protracted trouble. Old Li, don't be hasty. General Zhao Zhenhua beside him said, shaking his head. The question is, whom do we send? Regular troops lack experience against ability users. Sending them would be sending bodies to die. Provincial ability teams are uneven. There are hardly any third-tier operatives. If we meet tough resistance, we may fail and only alert the enemy. He paused and looked at the old commander. Besides, we know almost nothing about this Zio Alliance. Their leader, whether they have higher-tier ability users or any contingency plans. We're in the dark. Rash action carries too great a risk. For a moment, the conference room was silent. Everyone understood that the nation's ability management system was newly formed and top combatants were scarce. Every 30 and above ability user was a treasure they could not afford to lose. The old commander tapped his fingers lightly on the table and was silent for a long while before asking slowly, Comrade Lin Chen, what is your view? He wants to take the initiative and go himself, someone replied. Li Qingsong immediately spoke up with a note of pride. Reports indicate he emerged from seclusion, having absorbed a number of crystal cores and successfully broken through. He's a promising talent, steady and strong in actual combat. At mention of Lin Chen, the faces in the room softened. He was currently the nation's sole fourth-tier ability user and the sharpest blade they possessed. Allow Lin Chen to go, what do you think? The old commander asked, sweeping his gaze across the room. General Zhao Zhenhua hesitated. Commander Lin Chen's strength is sufficient, but we're concerned about their numbers and the complex terrain. If they lay an ambush, if anything happens to him, the loss would be catastrophic. Deploy every available force in the Yungue region to cooperate with him, came an instruction. Li Qingkang's tone was firm. I trust Lin Chen. He is not a hot-headed fool who will recklessly charge forward. He knows how to measure a situation. If the enemy proves too strong, he will not force it. He will first ascertain the facts. The attendees traded views, and most felt Lin Chen should be given the chance provided full support was prepared. He must not be left to operate alone. After listening, the old commander slowly nodded and made a decisive ruling. So, it is decided. Authorize Comrade Lin Chen to proceed to the Yungue region to conduct reconnaissance and elimination operations. Special operations detachments, technical support, and local cooperation shall be provided. Mission priority highest. He swept his gaze across the room and spoke solemnly. Tell Comrade Lin Chen his primary task is to ascertain the Zhou Alliance's true strength. Emphasize safety and acting within his means. Report any developments at once. We will back him and provide a safety net. Yes, they answered in unison. The news of the meeting's end soon reached Lu Zheng's office. Lu Zheng hung up the secure phone, turned to Lin Chen, who had been waiting beside him, and regarded him with measured seriousness. The higher-ups have approved. You are authorized to go to Yungue. Lin Chen's gaze hardened. He straightened immediately, and voice ringing with resolve declared, I will ensure the mission is completed. After receiving the notice of the operation approval, Lin Chen wasted no time and turned back to his dormitory, swiftly packing a backpack. It didn't contain much, just a few sets of clothes for change along with special documents, and an encrypted communicator from the National Security Bureau. This time he was on a covert mission, so the fewer items he carried the better. Each additional item would be a burden. After packing his bag, Lin Chen first went to the training room. Chen Hu, Su Yi, and Bai Lingling were all training inside, sweating profusely, and they stopped when they saw him enter. Captain, what brings you here? Su Yi wiped the sweat from his forehead and smiled as he approached. Is there a new mission? Chen Hu scratched his head and asked, Captain, why are you carrying a bag? Where are you going? There's an urgent mission and I need to head out of town. Lin Chen didn't elaborate on the mission details since it involved confidentiality. He simply reminded them, during my absence you all must not slack off. Focus on improving your strength. The number of awakened abilities outside is increasing and there are all kinds of people. If your strength doesn't keep up, you'll be at a disadvantage on missions. He paused and added, especially in terms of practical combat. Don't just practice techniques, simulate confrontations with the field team to accumulate experience. If you encounter desperate criminals, having powers alone won't be enough. Don't worry, Captain. Chen Hu patted his chest to assure him. We'll definitely train hard and won't slack off. By the time you return, we might have all broken through to the 3rd tier. Su Yi nodded in agreement, saying, exactly. Just focus on your mission, Captain. We've got everything covered here. Just remember to stay safe. Bai Lingling didn't say much, only handing him a bottle of water and softly saying, Captain, safe travels. Contact us if there's anything unusual. Lin Chen smiled, accepted the water, and said, all right, I'm off. He didn't linger any longer, waved goodbye, and turned to leave the training room with his backpack. The three stood where they were, watching his figure disappear at the door, feeling a bit sentimental. He had just broken through to the 4th tier, and before he could even settle in, he was off on another mission. Indeed, with greater power comes heavier responsibilities. After exiting the headquarters building, Lin Chen didn't call for a special vehicle from the bureau, nor did he take any special passage. Instead, he hailed an ordinary taxi by the roadside, heading straight for the Capital International Airport. He had booked a regular economy class ticket for a morning flight to Yunnan province, dressed in the simplest top and casual pants, carrying a backpack. He looked just like an ordinary young person going out for a trip with no noticeable features. This operation needed to be discreet. He couldn't afford to alert the enemy. Since the Freedom Alliance was able to detect the existence of the Skynet, they might also have their own channels for information. Making a grand entrance with a special vehicle or taking a special passage would easily expose his identity. After passing through security and boarding the plane, Lin Chen found his seat by the window, which had a pretty good view. Once the plane took off smoothly into the clouds, Lin Chen took out the encrypted internal terminal and began to browse through all the materials related to the Freedom Alliance. With his clearance level, he could access nearly all files related to abilities within the country. In the materials, the core information about the Freedom Alliance was still pitifully scarce. The documents contained scattered clues, but there were quite a few cases compiled from various regions, totaling several dozen. Lin Chen flipped through the pages, which noted the locations of each incident, the methods employed, and the general characteristics of the suspects. Some could be identified as male, around 30 years old, while others were so vague in appearance and gender that only their power tendencies could be judged, leaning towards strength. Most of the incidents involved robbery and assault. Although severe, they weren't on a large scale. As he continued flipping through the pages, a newly reported clue suddenly caught Lin Chen's attention. It was about a small county called Shifeng County, located right next to the 10,000 Great Mountains. The report stated that in the past week, 11 women had gone missing in the county, all aged between 18 and 30. There were office workers, students, and 2 newcomers who had just arrived in the county for work. The local police had looked for several days without a single clue. It was like they had vanished into thin air. Later, the case was reported to the Provincial Abilities Division, and the division's personnel conducted a round of investigations. They spent half a day searching near the residences of several missing persons, but found no traces of any ability fluctuations. Lin Chen frowned, reading the report over and over again. Something was off. This incident had a high probability of being related to the Freedom Alliance, but he couldn't understand their motive. The Freedom Alliance mainly recruited desperate individuals, and their crimes were usually driven by money or revenge. But what could be the reason for abducting over a dozen ordinary young women? These individuals were neither powerful nor wealthy, their families were just of average means, making it unlikely for a kidnapping to yield any significant ransom. They couldn't possibly be abducted to serve as laborers, right? But why specifically target young women? Or could it be related to abilities? A thought crossed Lin Chen's mind. Could it be that among these women some had the potential to awaken and they were trying to recruit talented individuals? But the report mentioned that no awakened ability fluctuations had been detected among the missing persons. They were all ordinary people. The more he thought about it, the more suspicious it seemed. He felt that this matter was not as simple as it appeared. Once he landed, he would first head to Shifeng County to investigate. Crunch, crunch. Suddenly a crisp chewing sound came from beside him, accompanied by the unique salty aroma of tomato-flavored potato chips, abruptly interrupting Lin Chen's thoughts. He turned his head to look at the seat next to him. There sat a young girl in her early 20s with a high ponytail, wearing a white dress. She was holding a bag of tomato-flavored chips, engrossed in a web drama on her phone, eating with delight. The light from the screen illuminated her face, making her look quite pretty, though her eating style was a bit cute with her Lin Chen initially didn't pay much attention, but as he withdrew his gaze to continue looking at the materials, he raised his eyebrows slightly and turned to look at the girl again. He hadn't sensed it carefully before, but now that he focused, he surprisingly detected a faint fluctuation of ability. It was very subtle, almost imperceptible, like a candle flame in the wind. If it weren't for his own fourth-tier strength, he might have easily overlooked it. It wasn't the stable energy field of an already awakened ability user, it felt more like a sign of awakening. The genes within her were slowly mutating, with energy gradually accumulating, just a step away from a complete awakening. Lin Chen was a bit surprised. He didn't expect to encounter someone on the verge of awakening while on a plane. He couldn't help but scrutinize the girl a bit more, trying to discern her ability attribute, but unfortunately the fluctuation was too weak, and he could only vaguely sense that it leaned towards gentleness, unlike combat-oriented abilities. His gaze lingered a bit too long, and the girl quickly noticed. She turned her head and happened to meet Lin Chen's eyes, stunned for a moment, and then her face turned red. She hurriedly pulled the chip bag closer to her chest, her voice soft like a mosquito's buzz. "Oh, I'm sorry. Did I disturb you with the sound of eating?" Her eyes carried a hint of apology and embarrassment, clearly feeling that eating snacks in public had disturbed someone, and she seemed a bit shy. It's fine, you didn't disturb me." Lin Chen waved his hand and casually asked, "Are you going to travel to Yunnan?" And he was indeed keeping an eye out. An emerging ability user coincidentally crossing paths like this certainly warranted some attention. If they went down the wrong path after awakening, it would become a hassle. Nian Qingqing's eyes lit up upon hearing this. She looked up at Lin Chen, initially worried about bothering him, but to her surprise he was not angry and even took the initiative to chat with her. She was originally quite talkative and felt bored sitting alone on the plane, so she immediately opened up the conversation. Yes. I've saved up vacation time for a long time, specifically to take a break and have some fun." She swiped on her phone screen, bringing up the travel guide she had saved for a long time. "I've heard for ages that the scenery in Yunnan and Guizhou is stunning. I want to check out Qianhumiao village and the Huanghuasha waterfall. Oh, I never found the time before, but this time I finally can." As she spoke, she nudged the bag of chips in her arms toward Lin Chen, warmly inviting, "Big brother, do you want some chips? They are tomato-flavored and incredibly delicious. I always bring them whenever I go out." Lin Chen couldn't help but chuckle, waving his hand to decline. No, you enjoy them. I'm not really interested in snacks." Nian Qingqing didn't press the matter further, pulling the chips back. She popped one into her mouth, crunching loudly, and thought to herself how strange it was that there was actually someone who didn't like chips. After chewing a couple of chips, she curiously looked at Lin Chen again. "Big brother, are you traveling too? Where do you plan to go? Maybe our routes could align, and we could have some company." Kind of, Lin Chen responded vaguely without divulging much. "But I have some matters to handle, so I might not be able to stay." "Oh, I see." Nian Qingqing felt a bit disappointed, but quickly perked up again. She picked up her phone and opened WeChat. "Then big brother, how about we add each other on WeChat? If you finish up and have some free time, we could go to the attractions together and keep an eye on each other. I actually feel a bit nervous traveling alone as a girl." She looked at Lin Chen with her bright, sparkling eyes filled with anticipation. Lin Chen naturally wouldn't decline. He took out his personal phone from his pocket, opened WeChat, and scanned the QR code that Nian Qingqing handed over. With a ding, the friend request was accepted. Nian Qingqing immediately lowered her head and quickly sent Lin Chen. Lin Chen glanced at the screen and quietly read aloud, "Nian Qingqing. That's quite a rare surname. By the way, my surname is Lin, and my name is Lin Chen. Hello, brother Lin." Nian Qingqing smiled, her eyes curving into crescent moons, her voice crisp. "If we run into any issues in the next few days, we should help each other out." "No problem," Lin Chen nodded in agreement. During the remainder of the flight, Lin Chen occasionally chatted with him about the food guide she had made and the local customs she had seen online. Lin Chen responded occasionally, mostly listening, and he didn't find it bothersome. Over 2 hours later, the plane landed smoothly at Yunnan International Airport. After collecting his luggage and reaching the airport exit, Lin Chen paused. He needed to head to Shifeng County immediately and had no time to linger in the city. He looked at Lin Chen and reminded her, "Be careful traveling alone. If anything happens, you can contact me on weekend." "Oh, are we parting so soon?" Lin Chen was a bit surprised, but didn't ask further. She waved her hand to bid him farewell, saying, "Then, Brother Lin, you take care of your business. If you finish up and want to explore nearby, remember to let me know. And don't forget to share any good food and fun experiences." "Sure, no problem." Lin Chen smiled, turned, and walked toward the taxi waiting area at the airport. The evening airport was bustling with people needing taxis, and Lin Chen waited in line for over 10 minutes before getting into a taxi. "Driver, take me to Shifeng County." Upon hearing the destination, the driver paused his hands on the wheel, turned to look at him, and showed a troubled expression. "Young man, Shifeng County is quite remote. The road there is full of twists and turns, and with poor visibility at night, it's not easy to drive. Would you consider taking another car?" Lin Chen understood the driver's concerns, as there were many mountain roads in Yunnan, and driving long distances at night could be exhausting and risky. He didn't elaborate further and directly stated, "I'll add an extra 300 yuan to the fare. Please make the trip in a hurry." 300 yuan was nearly equivalent to half a day's earnings, and the driver's eyes brightened as he immediately nodded in agreement. "All right, then I'll make the trip. Young man, hold on tight. The mountain roads are winding and may be a bit bumpy." After saying that, the driver started the car and drove out of the airport, heading toward the mountains outside the city. The car had just left the city limits for a short while when it entered the continuous mountains. The asphalt road wound along the slopes with sharp turns followed by gentle bends as steep mountainsides bordered the road, appearing dark and bottomless at night. The streetlights became increasingly sparse, with only a dim light pole every few kilometers, leaving most of the journey to be illuminated by the car's headlights. The driver drove particularly cautiously, unable to increase the speed. When encountering blind spots and curves, he would honk the horn and slow down. The car occasionally jolted over the uneven road. Lin Chen sat in the back seat, gazing at the undulating mountain shadows outside the window and listening to the sound of the mountain wind rushing past the car window, feeling somewhat contemplative. He had previously only known from documents that the terrain in the Yunnan region was complex with many mountains and dangerous roads. Now, having experienced it firsthand, he truly felt the reality of the situation. In such geographical conditions, it took local people a long time just to get in and out of the county town, and the living conditions were significantly worse than those in the plains. It's no wonder the Free Alliance chose to establish its base in this area. The vast mountain ranges provided a natural hiding barrier that made conventional searches extremely difficult. After a bumpy 2+ hour ride, they finally entered Shifeng County. By then it was already past 8 in the evening, and the county town was far less lively than the city, with only the shops along the main street still lit, and pedestrians were few and far between. Lin Chen paid the fare and got out of the car with his backpack. He walked a few hundred meters along the old street and turned into an inconspicuous family guest house. The owner was a middle-aged woman sitting at the front desk watching television. She didn't ask many questions when she saw a guest, and simply collected the room fee and registered his ID before handing him the key to a room on the 3rd floor. The room was small and simply furnished with a single bed, an old wardrobe with peeling paint, and a window facing a quiet back alley, making it quite peaceful. Lin Chen placed his backpack on the table, locked the door and windows, and turned to sit cross-legged by the bed. The perpetrator had committed 10 consecutive crimes without leaving any traces, clearly having a deep understanding of the county town situation, and was likely to continue acting. Taking a deep breath, Lin Chen closed his eyes and activated his 4th-tier ability with all his might. He did not release flames, but transformed the energy into an invisible perception, like a sprawling net that spread outwards from the small guest house in all directions. The rustling sound of insects crawling in the wall cracks, the dialogue from the television in the downstairs apartment, the distant engine sound of a motorcycle passing by the street corner. All the subtle sounds entered his ears clearly. As his ability continued to operate, the range of perception expanded, gradually covering almost half of the county. The presence of ordinary people, the lingering aroma from the street-side snack stalls, the faint heartbeat of a stray cat in the alley, all were captured and filtered by him. Lin Chen was highly focused, carefully distinguishing every abnormal energy fluctuation. The killer, who had abducted over 10 women, must have some energy aura if they were an ability user. Even if they typically tried to conceal their presence, as long as they used their abilities to commit crimes, they would never escape his perception. The entire night swiftly passed. Lin Chen calmed his mind and scanned the surroundings once more. The entire county remained tranquil, without a hint of anomalous energy fluctuations. He opened his eyes and took out an energy detector from his pocket, finding not a single trace of fluctuation. As expected, it's not that easy, Lin Chen sighed softly. Since the opponent had managed to commit dozens of crimes without being caught by the local department, they must be extremely cautious. It was impossible for him to encounter them right after his arrival. Not having any gains after a night was within expectations, but it made him more aware of how tricky the situation was. He got up, washed up briefly, and after a night of using his abilities he felt quite drained. His stomach had started to rumble. Since there were no leads for now, it would be better to fill his stomach first. During the day, he could visit the residences of several missing persons. Perhaps he would find some clues. Lin Chen took his phone and keys and left the hotel. The morning in the old city was particularly lively, with breakfast stalls popping up along the streets, the aroma of various foods mixing together, making one even hungrier. He followed the most intense fragrance for dozens of meters, stopping in front of an inconspicuous little stall. The pot was bubbling with bone broth, and the owner skillfully scooped the cooked noodles into bowls topped with tender blood sausage, flavorful pork intestines, a sprinkle of golden crispy toppings, and finally drizzled with a ladle of bright red oil, releasing a fragrant aroma that instantly spread. "Boss, one bowl of sausage noodles with extra spice, please." "Coming right up. Just a moment." Within 2 minutes, a steaming bowl of sausage noodles was served. The noodles were chewy, the blood sausage tender, the pork intestines flavorful, and the bright red oil was spicy, yet not overwhelming, with chopped green onions adding a fresh touch. Lin Chen found an empty table to sit down. After taking a bite, he found the taste to be authentic. The rich and spicy flavors spread in his mouth, alleviating much of the fatigue from the night. Just as he was eating, his personal phone in his pocket vibrated twice. Lin Chen took it out and saw a message from Yin Qingqing, which included several photos, one of the Jiaxiu Tower in the morning, the lake reflecting the ancient bridge beautifully, and a few plates of exquisitely shaped snacks wrapped in thin pancakes, with colorful fillings that looked refreshing. "Brother Lin, I came to visit Jiaxiu Tower this morning. The silk dolls here are so delicious. They are sour and spicy with tons of fillings. You must come and try them when you have time." Lin Chen looked at the photos and couldn't help but smile. He typed a reply, "Looks good. Once I finish my tasks I'll come and give it a try when I have the chance." "Great." Yin Qingqing replied quickly. "I'm going to Qingyan ancient town this afternoon. Ooh, I heard the pig trotters there are super famous. They'll send you pictures later." "Okay, be careful." Lin Chen recalled her Sunto Awaken abilities and sent another message. "By the way, remember to be cautious while you're out alone. If you encounter anything strange or feel unwell in any way, contact me immediately." The message was sent just seconds before Yin Qingqing replied back, accompanied by a puzzled emoji. Okay. Thank you for your concern, Brother Lin. I will definitely be careful." She took it as a kind reminder from a stranger and didn't think much of it, feeling that this seemingly cold Brother Lin was cool. After finishing the bowl of noodles in a few bites, Lin Chen wiped his mouth and got up. Unlike the carefree Yin Qingqing, he still had tasks weighing on him. After eating, he had to continue searching for clues. Meanwhile, hundreds of kilometers away from Shifeng County, deep within the Wanshan Mountain, there was a completely different scene. The cave was very deep, the dampness mingling with a hint of mold water droplets seeping from the rock walls. A few torches were lit deeper inside, the flames flickering, casting long shadows on the walls that flickered in and out. 6 figures clad in black robes stood in a circle, each wearing hoods that obscured their faces, only faintly perceiving the different attributes of energy fluctuations emanating from them. A tall and thin figure on the left spoke first, his voice sharp and thin like nails scraping against metal. "Wumian, I heard that your subordinate, named Gonggu, has been missing for 2 days. Is that true?" The one referred to as Wumian snorted coldly, his voice hoarse. "Guing, my people are not your concern. Just take care of your own matters." "I'm not interested in your people," Guing scoffed. "It's just that we're hiding in this deep mountain, afraid of being targeted by the authorities. If your subordinate turns traitor and exposes our organization's affairs, it will implicate everyone." "That's right," another black-robed figure chimed in. "Gonggu may be just a minor character, but he knows quite a lot about the organization. Wumian, you need to investigate this matter thoroughly. Don't let it backfire on us later." "Exactly, don't let one person ruin our big plans." Wumian's face turned dark at their words, and a cold aura emanated from him, dropping the surrounding temperature. "You don't need to teach me how to do my job. If he dares to betray the organization, I'll personally flay him alive. No need for any of you to make sarcastic." Seeing the atmosphere becoming tense, a burly figure on the right suddenly chuckled, his voice hoarse with an indescribable fishy scent. All right, what are you arguing about? Hiding in this godforsaken mountain is already annoying enough, and you're still fighting among yourselves. Speaking of which, if it weren't for the need to avoid attention, I wouldn't be hiding in this desolate place, unable to enjoy my delicacies properly. Shuemo, only you would consider those dirty things as delicacies, a nearby black-robed figure said disdainfully. Every day you ponder those sinister paths, aren't you afraid of backlash, putting yourself in danger? What do you know? Shuemo licked his lips, a sickly excitement in his tone. Those are rare delicacies in the world. You mundane folks wouldn't understand a thing. Everyone quiet down. A low, rich voice suddenly rang out, carrying a strong sense of oppression, like a stone crashing down, instantly silencing everyone. The speaker was a tall figure standing in the center, towering like a small mountain. As soon as he spoke, the previously noisy Gang Wumian Shui Mo and others immediately fell silent, their attitudes involuntarily becoming more reserved, even their breathing softened, clearly intimidated by this person. The black-robed man scanned the group and spoke in a steady voice, carrying an undeniable authority. Recently, the outside situation has become tense. The country's energy management department is already investigating our whereabouts, and most of our outposts have been withdrawn. That's why we are hiding in this deep mountain. I warn you all, during this time, keep your heads down. No unauthorized descents to commit crimes, and absolutely no exposure of the organization's location. If anyone dares to spoil our plans, I won't wait for the government to act. I will clear out the traitors myself. Understood, Bawang? The other 5 responded in unison, their tones respectful, none daring to voice any. After finishing his meal, Lin Chen did not delay. He took out his internal terminal and pulled up the files of the missing persons, beginning to investigate each of them based on the last known locations indicated. The first location was a rental house in the old district. The narrow alley was deep with damp green moss covering the brick walls on both sides, and the air was thick with a musty odor. The missing person was a girl who had just come to the county to work. Lin Chen did not push the door open, but stood with his eyes closed in front of it, his sea of consciousness slightly stirring as his perceptive ability quietly flowed into the room like an invisible tide. A thin layer of dust had settled on the old belongings. Aside from the remnants of ordinary human life, there was not a trace of any supernatural energy left in the room. They didn't use any abilities during the crime, and even cleaned up every trace. Lin Chen mused to himself. It was evident that the perpetrator was quite experienced, knowing that the Sky Net could monitor energy fluctuations. They had concealed their abilities throughout the crime, abducting the victim in the most ordinary manner. No wonder the local branch had found no clues after all this time. The second location was the back door of a shopping mall in the county center, where a counter clerk had gone missing. The last time she was seen was when she left work taking this route. Lin Chen walked along the small path with the back walls of shops on either side piled high with various items. Several surveillance cameras were directed at the intersection. He glanced up and noticed that the wires of 2 of the cameras had been deliberately cut. The intelligence team had already recorded these details, but seeing them with his own eyes made Lin Chen feel even heavier. The murderer not only possessed exceptional counter-surveillance skills, but was also intimately familiar with the patrol patterns and camera placements in this area. Throughout the entire day, Lin Chen had visited 5 key crime scenes. The perpetrator had moved like a ghost, executing the abductions cleanly and without leaving a trace. It was highly likely that they had returned directly to the mountains after committing the crimes, not lingering in the county at all. In the evening, Lin Chen returned to his small hotel, leaning against the headboard of the bed and rubbing his throbbing temples. He was well aware that waiting in the county for the suspect to strike again was highly inefficient. Since the perpetrator dared to commit crimes consecutively, they must have thoroughly grasped the local patrol patterns, possibly only emerging once every 10 days or half a month. I need to find a way to enter the mountains and locate their hideout, Lin Chen contemplated. However, Shifeng County was adjacent to the border mountains stretching for hundreds of kilometers with countless caves and ravines, and there was no signal in the deep mountains. If they managed to abduct someone into the mountains, it would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Not to mention finding the person, he wouldn't even know where their hideout was. After pondering for half a day, Lin Chen shook his head, stood up, and poured himself a glass of cold water. Just as he took a couple of sips, his phone on the table vibrated. He picked it up and saw a message from Yin Qingqing. The young girl had spent the whole day playing in Qingyan ancient town and sent over quite a few photos intermittently showcasing the town's night scenery, street food, and a selfie of her wearing ethnic silver accessories, all exuding freshness. Brother Lin, I wandered around for the whole afternoon. The ancient town is so interesting. This braised pig trotter is super tender. The skin has been stewed to perfection. You have to come try it when you have time. Lin Chen looked at the photo of the girl with her eyes squinting in a smile, and the tension in his nerves relaxed slightly as he replied, "It looks good, but keep an eye on your belongings in crowded places, and don't be careless." "Got it," Nian Xingqing quickly replied with a nodding emoji. "The night market is even livelier, and there are so many snacks I've never seen before. I'll stroll a bit more before heading back to the hotel." In the next hour, Nian Xingqing occasionally sent over photos, including golden fried potato cakes, sweet rice cakes, and the night scenery of a narrow alley adorned with red lanterns. Lin Chen replied occasionally, but most of the time he just read the messages. The tension in his heart never truly. The people from the Free Alliance were hiding in the surrounding mountains, and no one could say for sure whether they would suddenly strike at the ancient town. With many tourists and a mixed crowd, it would be easier for them to find an opportunity, especially with many young girls around perfectly suiting their targets. As the time approached 10 o'clock, Lin Chen proactively sent a message. "It's getting late, head back to the hotel early. Avoid wandering into obscure alleys tonight, stick to the main roads." He did not mention the reason, fearing it would frighten Nian Qingqing, treating it as a normal reminder. Nian Qingqing quickly replied with a nodding emoji, "Sure, Brother Lin. I'm on my way back now. The hotel is right at the entrance of the ancient town, just 10 minutes away. Don't worry, Lin Chen looked at the reply feeling somewhat relieved. The entrance of the ancient town was crowded and the hotel was reputable, so there shouldn't be any trouble. He had just placed his phone on the table and was preparing to meditate and continue observing the movements around the county when his phone vibrated again, indicating a voice message. He casually tapped to play it. The young girl's clear voice came through the earpiece, tinged with laughter. "Brother Lin, when will you finish your work over there? If we finish around the same time we could take the plane together, it would be nice to have someone to chat with on the way." Mid-sentence, a sudden short scream erupted, as if someone had covered her mouth, followed by faint sounds of struggle, and then the voice abruptly cut off. The room instantly fell silent, leaving only a few distant dog barks outside the window. The smile on Lin Chen's face vanished in an instant, and his gaze darkened dramatically. He quickly typed a message asking what happened. The message was sent, but it sank into silence. After waiting half a minute with no reply, Lin Chen directly dialed the voice call, the tone of beep, beep, echoing repeatedly, but no one answered. Calling again, still no response. Damn, they really dare to reach out. Lin Chen suddenly stood up. He almost immediately concluded that it was the work of the Free Alliance. He hadn't imagined that this group would be so bold as to strike in the ancient town right after it was heavily investigated in Shifeng County. A surge of anger rose from the depths of Lin Chen's heart. His once relaxed eyes abruptly narrowed, and a terrifying killing intent surged within. Daring to abduct someone right under his nose and targeting the very person he had been keeping an eye on, these scoundrels were truly courting death. Lin Chen did not dare to waste any time. He quickly took out his internal terminal and swiftly entered Nian Xingxing's WeChat ID. The backend system instantly completed the match, and within seconds her linked phone number was retrieved, followed by real-time location coordinates. Lin Chen watched as the red dot on the screen leisurely moved westward, heading straight into the depths of the 10,000 Great Mountains without a hint of hesitation. Fortunately, I added her on WeChat. Lin Chen let out a sigh of relief, but the coldness in his eyes remained undiminished. If it weren't for this connection, finding a kidnapped person in the vast mountains would be like searching for a needle in a haystack. By the time he found her, who knows what might happen. He did not dare to delay, quickly packing his belongings and shoving the terminal into his pocket before turning and rushing out of the hotel. It was already midnight, and the streets of the small county town were eerily silent, the streetlights casting a dim yellow glow with not a single taxi in sight. However, even if there were cars, Lin Chen had no intention of looking for one. The opponent was an ability user, ruthless and vicious. Taking an ordinary person along would unnecessarily put them in danger. He stood at the alley's entrance, glancing down at the red dot on the terminal again to confirm the general direction. In the next moment, his 4th-tier fire ability quietly activated, warm currents flowing through his meridians and spreading to his limbs. He suddenly exerted force beneath his feet, and his figure transformed into a fleeting shadow darting along the suburban path towards the mountains. The night wind whistled past his ears, and the trees on both sides rapidly receded. The mountain path was rugged and uneven, a steep slope that would be nearly impassable for an ordinary person, yet Lin Chen glided over it effortlessly, aided by his ability. His speed surpassed that of a car on the mountain road. Occasionally glancing at the moving red dot on the terminal, he noted the distance between the 2 points continuously narrowing, easing his sense of urgency slightly, though the fire within him remained unquenched. Meanwhile, deep in the mountains, an old chipped van was bumpily making its way down a dirt road. The road was pockmarked, causing the vehicle to shake violently. The man in the driver's seat held a cigarette between his lips, one hand on the steering wheel, while the other rested on the window, flicking ash all the way. The passenger seat was occupied by a gaunt man who occasionally glanced back at the rear seat, displaying a hint of unease on his face. The rear seats had already been folded down, and Nian Xingxing lay side by side, with another unfamiliar girl, their hands tightly bound with coarse hemp rope, mouths sealed with black tape, heads tilted to one side, clearly still unconscious. Changgu, the thin man, swallowed hard, and spoke in a suppressed voice. "I just received a message from above saying that the situation is tense lately, and we should keep a low profile, avoiding any crimes while coming down the mountain. If we capture 2 tonight, what if we get caught?" He had been anxious while taking action earlier, as there had been increased patrols around the county town recently, and he felt a sense of foreboding. "What are you afraid of?" The man referred to as Changgu exhaled a puff of smoke and scoffed indifferently. "These 2 look like they are just tourists from out of town with no connections here. If they go missing, who could trace it back to us? Once we get into the mountains and deliver them to the hideout, no one will know a thing. Besides, with the Blood Demon Lord pleased after capturing so many girls lately, we might even receive some crystal cores to enhance our abilities." Speaking of crystal cores, Chang's eyes sparkled, and he pressed the gas pedal a bit harder. The thin man still felt a bit uneasy, rubbing his hands and muttering. "But the area has indeed been under strict lockdown lately. Oh, what if?" "What if what?" Changgu impatiently interrupted him. "The 10,000 Great Mountains stretch for hundreds of miles with countless caves. Where would they even start searching? Besides, with the Blood Demon Lord around, even if someone did come looking, it would be a death sentence for them. Stop overthinking it. The road ahead is blocked. Get ready to get out and carry the people." As soon as he finished speaking, the van jolted and then stalled. Ahead there was no longer a proper road, only waist-high wild grass and piles of broken stones. Further inside lay a dense and impenetrable primitive jungle, where the trees grew so thickly that they blocked out the sun, making it pitch dark at night. The two men pushed open the car doors and got out. Chang'e circled to the back, flinging open the trunk, stuffing Lin Chen and the other girl into a coarse burlap sack, leaving only their ankles exposed. "Move quickly, don't dawdle," Chang'e said, bending down to hoist one bag onto his shoulder. Despite its weight, he walked steadily, clearly accustomed to this. The thin man hurriedly lifted the other bag, following closely behind Chang'e as they plunged into the pitch-black forest. The trees blocked out nearly all the moonlight, making it impossible to see. Beneath their feet lay roots and rocks, and one misstep could lead to a fall. However, the two walked the familiar path, choosing secluded trails that wound deeper into the wilderness, soon disappearing into the darkness. After walking for about 10 minutes, a figure quietly landed beside the van in the forest behind them. It was Lin. His eyes scanned the interior of the van, where a faint scent of ether lingered, and a very weak fluctuation of ability could be detected. At most a first tier, not much different from an ordinary person. "They run pretty fast," Lin Chen murmured, taking out his terminal to check the red that was still moving deeper into the mountains, though the rugged terrain had slowed their speed considerably. "I've caught up with you." Lin Chen suddenly surged forward, his figure slicing through the air like a bolt of black lightning as he vanished into the dense, impenetrable depths of the ancient forest. The woods bristled with tangled branches and serpentine vines, thick layers of fallen leaves carpeted the ground, concealing sharp stones and rain-carved pits. Any ordinary person would stumble within 2 steps. Yet Lin Chen moved unimpeded. A subtle ripple stirred within his spiritual sea, and his fourth-rank perception flooded outward like a rising tide, instantly rendering every detail within hundreds of meters vividly clear in his mind. From bounding hares to crawling caterpillars, even the faint drip of moisture seeping from cliff faces echoed with crystalline clarity in his ears. Vines blocking his path, stones buried beneath leaves, pits hidden beneath grass. He could evade them all with eyes closed, his stride never faltering, never breaking rhythm. In stark contrast to his effortless grace, the two men ahead staggered clumsily. Chang'e and the wiry monkey each shouldered a bulging sack, trudging unevenly through the undergrowth. The mountain trail was pockmarked and treacherous, riddled with gnarled roots that snagged at their feet. After every few steps they paused to catch their breath, panting heavily, cursing the unforgiving path, moving no faster than a snail's crawl. Within minutes Lin Chen overtook them, lingering silently behind a tree dozens of meters back, cloaking himself perfectly within trunk and nightfall. His gaze locked onto the 2 swollen sacks. Within them 2 steady, unconscious breaths pulsed softly. One rhythm was achingly familiar. Lin Chen. "Good. She's safe for now," Lin Chen murmured, inwardly, the tension in his chest easing just slightly. His first instinct was to rush forward, snap their necks, and rescue her, but the impulse flared and died, ruthlessly suppressed. Killing these 2 low-tier cultivators, mere first-rank foot soldiers, would be effortless, no harder than crushing 2 ants beneath his thumb. Yet violence would inevitably alert the mountain stronghold. They'd either vanish instantly or lay lethal ambushes, making matters far more perilous. Better to follow them instead, to trace the thread straight to their lair, than dismantle it utterly in one decisive strike. No need to waste energy hunting blindly. Having settled on his course, Lin Chen grew even more composed, pacing deliberately behind them, his presence utterly erased. No trace of chi, no whisper of breath. The 2 men marched on, heads bowed, muttering complaints all the while, utterly unaware that death itself stalked them from the shadows. After another 20 minutes deeper into the mountains, the path dissolved entirely. No trail remained, only waist-high wilderness grass swallowing the land whole. Chang'e finally halted, wiping sweat from his brow and gasping, "Phew, we're here. Hurry, deliver them to Lord Blood Demon. Once we hand them over, our duty is done." The wiry monkey nodded vigorously and followed Chang'e toward the cliff face, sack slung across his shoulder. Peering from behind his cover, Lin Chen watched as Chang'e parted a curtain of thick vines and wild grass clinging to the cliff, revealing a pitch-black cave mouth nearly invisible unless one stood directly before it. No wonder the stronghold evaded detection for so long. It's hidden with masterful subtlety. This place lay utterly isolated. No village nearby, no road in sight, only endless primeval forest. Even a passerby brushing past would likely miss the cave entirely. Only after Chang'e and the wiry monkey disappeared into the cave, their footsteps fading into the distance, did Lin Chen step soundlessly from behind the tree and glide toward the entrance. He drew a slow, deep breath, suppressing every trace of his chi until he became indistinguishable from the surrounding darkness, then slipped silently into the cavern. Inside, dampness clung to the air, water oozed steadily from the stone walls, carrying the musty reek of decay, and beneath it the faint coppery tang of blood. The passage twisted and coiled like a labyrinth, branching repeatedly. Any stranger would surely lose themselves within moments. Yet Lin Chen navigated it flawlessly, guided by his fully awakened perception. not a single pebble disturbed beneath his tread, not a whisper betraying his passage. At the third turn, muffled voices drifted ahead, accompanied by the flicker of dim yellowish firelight, casting warped, dancing shadows upon the walls. Lin Chen froze mid-step, pressing himself flat against the cold rock wall, then cautiously edged his head forward. There, guarding the narrow choke point, stood two men idly smoking, clearly sentinels posted at the entrance. Both leaned slackly against the wall, utterly unguarded, their vigilance non-existent. Changgu and the wiry monkey approached bearing their sacks. After exchanging a few idle words, the guards waved them through without hesitation. The pair hurried onward, vanishing around the next bend. Once they'd gone, the remaining sentinels resumed their lazy banter, tinged with unmistakable envy. Those two really struck gold, just strolling down the mountain and snatching two fresh ones. If Lord Blood Demon rewards them with 2 spirit crystals, their cultivation will leap forward dramatically. The leaner guard exhaled a smoke ring, his expression wistful, his ash-tapping gesture laced with resentment. The heavier one spat contemptuously onto the ground. Exactly. When will our turn come? Day after day guarding this wretched hole. Wind rain, nothing but barren duty. Pure endurance. Damn it. I'll petition to go down the mountain myself someday. Oh well, we simply lack their courage. Just as the lean guard opened his mouth to continue, a shadow flashed, silent, swift, leaving no ripple in the air. Before he could register what had happened, or even draw breath to cry out, a vice-like hand clamped around his throat. Crack. A brittle, sickening snap. The cartilage shattered outright. His eyes bulged wide, frozen in bewildered disbelief as his body crumpled lifelessly to the ground. The portly guard hadn't yet reacted, only catching the faintest stir, when another hand seized his own throat. Another sharp crack silenced him instantly. No struggle, no sound. Just collapse. Lin Chen lifted both corpses as easily as if they were chicks, dragging them into a recessed shadow and covering them meticulously with vines and brush, concealed so thoroughly that only deliberate scrutiny would reveal them. Brushing dust from his palms, Lin Chen's expression remained unchanged. Scum who stained their hands with innocent blood deserved nothing less than oblivion. With the sentinels neutralized, Lin Chen advanced deeper into the cavern. The firelight intensified, voices grew clearer, and beneath them faint sorrowful sobs, women's weeping, began to weave through the air. Lin Chen's brows furrowed. So, the missing women truly were imprisoned here. He slowed further, gliding along the wall around the final bend, and emerged into a vast vaulted stone. Yet from his vantage point, hidden in the corridor's shadow, he couldn't see the full expanse. He glimpsed only Changgu and the wiry monkey kneeling rigidly before a raised stone dais, heads bowed low, breathing held tight. Upon the dais sat a figure veiled in firelit gloom, face obscured, silhouette tall and gaunt. Lord Blood Demon, these are the 2 young women we captured tonight, tourists from out of town. Unblemished, tender-skinned, delivered especially for your lordship. Chang Ji's voice dripped with obsequious deference. You've shown commendable diligence. Well done. A dry, rasping chuckle escaped Blood Demon's lips, grating as sandpaper dragged across wood. With a casual flick of his finger, 2 spirit crystals shimmered forth from his sleeve, pale white light pulsing softly, as they landed with soft, precise taps before the kneeling pair. Thank you, my lord. Thank you for your generosity. My brother and I will definitely bring back more good treasures to honor you in the future. Changgu and Shouho wore flattering smiles on their faces as they eagerly picked up the 2 crystal nuclei from the ground, holding them in their hands like precious treasures. Given their usual strength, they could hardly defeat those mutated beasts, relying instead on doing tasks for the organization to earn some rewards. The Blood Demon lounged lazily on a stone chair atop the stone platform, closing his eyes and waving his hand with an impatient tone. Enough, it's none of your business now. Get out and keep watch, don't come to bother me. Yes, we take our leave. The 2 hurriedly responded, slowly standing up and bowing as they stepped back, retreating until they were out of the Blood Demon's sight, finally daring to straighten their bodies and let out a long sigh of relief. Oh my goodness, you scare me to death. Shouho wiped the sweat from his forehead, lifting the crystal nucleus in front of his eyes, repeatedly gazing at it under the torchlight, his eyes sparkling. A crystal nucleus. With this thing my strength will surely increase significantly soon. Look at you, so eager. Changgu patted him on the back, the corners of his mouth nearly reaching his ears. The Blood Demon is satisfied with the people we delivered this time. If we work harder in the future and catch a few more young and pretty ones, won't the benefits be even greater for you? Shouho chuckled, scratching his head, feeling a bit regretful. If I had known earlier, I should have caught a couple more, maybe I... Shouho chuckled, scratching his head, feeling a bit regretful. If I had known earlier, I should have caught a couple more, maybe I could have netted another crystal nucleus. As the 2 murmured and walked towards the cave entrance, their minds were filled with crystal nuclei and thoughts of future good days, completely oblivious to the figure hiding in the shadows around the corner. Lin Chen pressed his body against the rock wall, his entire presence concealed, even his breathing was kept to a minimum. As he heard the footsteps drawing nearer, his arms tensed slightly. Just as the 2 turned the corner, caught off guard, Lin Chen suddenly moved. In a flash, two afterimages darted forth his hands, stretching out simultaneously like two iron pincers, accurately gripping the necks of the two. Before they could yell, he swiftly twisted his wrists, and with two muffled thuds he slammed them against the rock wall. The sudden attack left Changgu and Shouho utterly stunned. A choking sensation surged instantly to their heads, their eyes nearly bulging out as they flailed their limbs in a futile struggle, but Lin Chen's grip remained unyielding, the force akin to being welded to their necks far beyond their level. Don't move. Lin Chen's voice was low. Honestly, tell me what's going on inside. How many people are in the base? Spill everything you know. Changgu emitted a muffled sound from his throat, his face turning crimson. Instead of giving in upon hearing the question, a glint of ferocity flashed in his eyes. He suddenly activated his ability, his teeth visibly lengthening and sharpening at a speed discernible to the eye, glowing with a ghastly yellow light, his eyes turning a deep red as he tilted his head, aiming to bite Lin Chen's wrist. This was his beast-type ability, with a terrifying biting force capable of snapping even thick wood in half. But to Lin Chen, this paltry skill was no different than child's play. Ignorant of your own mortality. Lin Chen's gaze turned cold, and he suddenly increased his grip strength. The crisp sound of bone breaking echoed, and Changgu's struggles instantly ceased. He stared wide-eyed, blood oozing from the corners of his mouth, convulsing twice before falling completely still. Lin Chen released his grip, and Changgu's body slid down the rock wall, landing on the ground without a sound. Beside him, Shouho witnessed his companion's neck being snapped in an instant, terrified to the core, tears and snot streaming down his face. Feeling the continued pressure on his neck, fearing he might meet the same fate, he nodded desperately, making indistinct sounds from his throat. I'll talk. I'll tell you everything. Spare my life. Lin Chen eased his grip slightly, allowing him to gasp for air. Shouho gulped down air in large breaths, his chest heaving violently, and after a long while he stammered, inside. Inside is the Blood Demon. A core member of the organization. Blood Demon. Lin Chen frowned. What do you capture these women for? Shouho shivered, not daring to look up at him, whispering, as food. The Blood Demon cultivates blood-type abilities and needs the blood of living people to enhance. Young women's blood is the most nourishing. Those we captured have all been drained by the Blood Demon. Food. Lin Chen's heart sank heavily, a surge of fury rushing to his head. He had originally thought it was merely abduction for ransom, but he never expected it to be such a depraved act. The living people were treated as mere nourishment for cultivation in the eyes of these beasts. Suppressing the murderous intent in his heart, he continued to coldly question, what else? How many people are in the Freedom Alliance? How many are at the base? Where are the other core members? I don't know. Shouho was nearly in tears. I'm just the lowest level lackey, usually only following the Blood Demon's orders. I haven't even seen the other senior members. I only know that this place is under the Blood Demon's control. I really don't know anything else. Lin Chen stared into his eyes for a few seconds, realizing he didn't seem to be lying, and his heart settled. It appeared this was just a sub-base of the Freedom Alliance, with only the Blood Demon as a core member, while the rest were merely lackeys. No more core information could be extracted. Since there was no useful information left, keeping him was pointless. A cold glint flashed in Lin Chen's eyes as he exerted force again. Crack. Another crisp sound rang out. Shouho's head tilted to one side, his face still reflecting horror and disbelief, unable to comprehend why he was still killed even after confessing. Lin Chen released his grip, glancing at the two corpses on the ground, and let out a cold snort. He never said he would spare them after they confessed. These individuals had assisted the wicked and were stained with the blood of countless innocent lives. Their deaths were not regrettable. He crouched down, prying the two first-tier crystal nuclei from their hands, weighing them in his palm. Though their grade was a bit low, it was better than nothing. Even a mosquito is meat, and he casually tucked the crystal nuclei into his pocket. After handling everything, Lin Chen concealed his presence and walked toward the entrance of the main hall. Since there was only the Blood Demon as a core member, he had no more reservations. The passage turned a corner, and before him opened up a spacious natural stone cavern hall. Several torches were stuck into the rock walls, their flames flickering, casting eerie shadows that danced chaotically on the walls, giving off an unsettling vibe. The air was thick with a damp, moldy smell mixed with a heavy scent of blood that made one feel nauseous. At the far end of the hall, a tall man dressed in a black robe sat on a raised platform. At this moment, he was meditating with his eyes closed, surrounded by a faint smell of blood. Below the platform stood 4 black-clad subordinates, all around first-tier strength, lazily keeping watch with little alertness. As Lin Chen's gaze swept over, his peripheral vision suddenly caught a glimpse of a small figure curled up in the shadowy corner of the hall. It was a little girl who appeared to be only around 10 years old. She wore dirty clothes, hugging her knees tightly in the innermost corner, her small face pale, but her large eyes were fixed on Lin Chen with a mix of fear and confusion. Lin Chen's heart sank suddenly. He never expected that these beasts would not even spare such a small child. The little girl had clearly been frightened by the sudden appearance of a stranger. Her mouth moved, and it seemed she was about to cry out. Lin Chen was startled, and quickly raised his index finger to his lips, gently signaling her to be quiet. His gaze softened a bit as he shook his head, slightly indicating for her not to make a sound. The little girl was taken aback, staring at Lin Chen with her round eyes. After a few seconds of eye contact, she seemed to understand the kindness in Lin Chen's eyes, and the cries that had risen to her lips were forcefully swallowed back. She bit her pink lips, timidly nodding her head, her small hands tightly covering her mouth. Even her breathing became lighter, tears welling in her eyes, but not spilling over. Lin Chen exhaled softly upon confirming her silence, lowered his index finger, and turned his gaze toward the Nian Qingqing and another captured girl remained unconscious, slumped in the corner with their limbs tightly bound, pale-faced, but otherwise unharmed. Yet as his eyes shifted deeper into the adjacent shadows, Lin Chen's pupils contracted sharply, and the fury long suppressed within his heart erupted like a detonating inferno. There, huddled near the far wall, lay 7 or 8 young women, bound hand and foot, with coarse hemp rope, lips drained of color, too weak even to lift their eyelids. Some leaned against the wall, gasping shallow breaths. Others lay motionless upon the frigid stone floor, chests rising and falling so faintly they seemed barely alive. Only the faintest trace of respiration distinguished them from the dead. Their hollow cheeks and dull, lifeless eyes betrayed the truth. They had been bled nearly dry of vital essence, clinging desperately to the last thread of existence. And deeper still, in the darkest recess of the corner, lay several corpses. Youthful girls, desiccated and blackened skin drawn taut over brittle bone, their deaths grotesque and heart-wrenching. Nearby sprawled the mangled remains of beasts and mutated creatures, bloody, unrecognizable, reeking of iron and decay, discarded like refuse after having their essence siphoned and core crystals ripped out by the blood demon. Monster! Lin Chen ground the word between clenched teeth, forcing it out like shards of broken glass. The temperature around him surged violently, warping the very air. The murderous intent in his eyes, long restrained, now erupted like molten lava from a breached volcano. He had intended to assess the situation quietly, then extract the captives unseen, but this atrocity brooked no delay. These scum did not deserve to draw another breath. Lin Chen ceased all restraint. With heavy, deliberate steps, he strode toward the dais, the rhythmic thud of his boots echoing starkly through the cavernous silence. Who goes there? The 4 guards below instantly sensed movement and whirled around in alarm. Seeing an unfamiliar man stride boldly into their lair, they recoiled in shock, drawing weapons and unleashing their abilities with guttural cries. Their shouts jolted the blood demon meditating atop the dais. His eyes snapped open, crimson predatory, and locked directly onto Lin Chen's glare, thick with slaughterous intent. A cold jolt shot through the blood demon's chest. Instantly alert, he sat bolt upright, muscles coiled, eyes riveted on Lin Chen's slow, inexorable advance. Boy, who are you? How did you find this place? The blood demon's voice rasped like a dying hound. Lin Chen didn't deign to answer. Gazing upon that abomination, neither man nor beast, he felt only revulsion and white-hot rage. Go to hell, you wretched cur. The curse had barely left his lips when Lin Chen exploded forward, launching himself like a human cannonball straight toward the dais. The 4 guards rushed to intercept him. Each unleashed their ability. One sprouted jagged bone claws, another's fist shimmered with earthen ochre light. A third swung a rusted iron club, aiming brutal, reckless blows at Lin Chen's head and torso. All were merely Tier 1 cultivators, pathetic before Lin Chen's gaze. Foolish. His expression hardened. He neither dodged nor flinched, meeting the foremost Earth Affinity cultivator Hedon with a single devastating punch. Thud. A sickening impact reverberated. Lin Chen's fist struck true, crushing the man's chest inward. A chorus of snapping ribs echoed sharply. His ribcage collapsed entirely. Blood gushed from his mouth as he flew backward like a rag doll, slamming into a stone pillar on the dais. He slid down its surface lifeless before he hit the floor. The second attacker lunged from the side, bone claws extended less than half a meter from Lin Chen, when Lin Chen pivoted and delivered a vicious, wind-screaming roundhouse kick to his skull. Crunch. His head twisted at an unnatural angle, blood vessels burst in his bulging eyes. He spun sideways through the air and crashed down, twitching twice before lying still, dead before he struck the ground. The remaining 2 guards froze, faces bleached white, staring at Lin Chen as if beholding death incarnate, then turned to flee. Flee! Lin Chen granted them no such mercy. In a blur, he closed the distance, hands darting out to seize both men by the head. They thrashed wildly, limbs flailing, but couldn't even graze his sleeve. Lin Chen's gaze turned glacial. With a sharp, brutal motion, he slammed their skulls together. Crack! The sound of fracturing bone rang clear and terrible. Neither cried out. They simply crumpled, foreheads caved and necks slack. Lin Chen flicked his wrists, hurling the corpses aside like discarded sacks. They rolled once, then lay still. In under 10 seconds, all 4 guards lay dead. None had landed a single blow. Lin Chen lifted his gaze, locking it unflinchingly onto the blood demon atop the dais. Filth, descend and die. On the dais, the blood demon stood, paralyzed, sweat chilling his spine, terror stripping away every shred of composure. He'd slaughtered dozens, considered himself ruthless merciless. Yet he'd never encountered anyone so terrifying, movements precise, lethal, effortless, as though killing were as trivial as crushing insects. That overwhelming aura of slaughter eclipsed even his own demonic dread. Even the elite members of the Free Alliance lacked such sheer, suffocating presence. Who, or what, was this calamitous deity who descended upon him? Trembling inwardly, the blood demon forced himself upright, gripping the stone table for support, and shouted with feigned authority, "Who are you? Do you know I serve the Free Alliance? You dare invade my domain? What audacity! Withdraw now, and I may pretend this never occurred. But should our Alliance Lord arrive, your death is certain." He invoked the tyrant's name to bolster his bravado, though he himself had no idea where the tyrant was. It was mere bluster, a desperate gambit to frighten his foe. The Free Alliance. Lin Chen scoffed, contempt blazing in his eyes. A pack of rabid strays hiding in the mountains, scum like you, stained with the blood of innocents, deserve nothing but annihilation. Seeing the blood demon shrink back upon the dais, Lin Chen dismissed further words as wasted breath. Such vermin merited no discourse, only eradication. He bent his knees, slightly coiling like a spring. Boom. Stone beneath his feet splintered with spiderweb cracks. Lin Chen launched skyward, soaring effortlessly across the chasm to the dais towering several meters above. On the high platform, the blood demon watched as Lin Chen soared towards him, nearly scared out of his wits. He could no longer maintain his pretense, letting out a shrill and piercing scream as a burst of blood light erupted around him. Thick, viscous, blood-colored mist surged forth, carrying a choking stench like the tide of the sea, overwhelming and rolling towards Lin Chen. This was his proud secret technique, the blood mist technique, highly corrosive. Any flesh it touched would feel as if it was being drilled into the bones and sucking out the marrow. Even ordinary ability users would shed their skin upon contact. Is that all you've got? Lin Chen scoffed coldly, his mind stirring, fully activating his fourth-tier fire ability. In an instant, his entire right arm was enveloped in a layer of crimson golden flames, the flames leaping high, crackling loudly. Fire fist. Lin Chen shouted, his right fist thrusting forward with force. Boom. The raging flames erupted from the edge of his fist like a roaring fire dragon, crashing heat into the blood-colored mist advancing towards him. The crimson golden flames seemed to be the natural nemesis of the blood mist. The moment they made contact, the mist emitted a hissing sound, as if ice and snow were meeting the blazing sun, and in an instant, it was completely incinerated, leaving not a trace behind. The flames showed no signs of abating, carrying a scorching wave directly towards the blood demon. The blood demon widened his eyes in disbelief. How could his proud blood mist be so easily shattered? By the time he reacted and tried to dodge, the flames were already upon him. Bang! A solid punch wrapped in flames struck the blood demon in the chest, sending him flying like a sandbag hit by a heavy hammer, screaming as he toppled from the high platform several meters above, crashing onto the stone ground below and sliding away for quite a distance before coming to a stop. Lin Chen landed steadily at the edge of the high platform, looking down at the blood demon. Cough! Cough! The blood demon clutched his chest, curled up on the ground, coughing violently, blood frothing from his mouth with every cough. He struggled to get up, his black robe charred and burnt, revealing skin that was swollen and blistered, causing him to convulse in pain. He looked up at Lin Chen on the high platform, feeling a storm of shock in his heart. How could he be this strong? He had absorbed the essence blood of dozens of girls, as well as the crystal cores and blood chi of numerous mutated beasts, and only after much effort did he attain his current strength, a core member of the Free Alliance. Yet this young man before him had sent him flying with a single punch, and even his most confident blood mist was utterly powerless. Just what was this person's background? Why aren't you being arrogant now? Didn't you just make a lot of noise? Lin Chen flexed his wrist, the joints cracked. As soon as he finished speaking, he leaped into the air again, charging towards the blood demon like a fierce tiger pouncing on its prey, his right fist raised high, flames igniting once more. The blood demon, terrified, could hardly dare to take the blow. He rolled to the side with all his might. Boom! Lin Chen's fist struck the place where he had just been, the hard stone slab exploding instantly, debris flying everywhere, and the ground was smashed into a shallow pit, blackened cracks spiderwebbing outward. The blood demon clumsily got to his feet, panting heavily, his eyes filled with resentment and fear as he glared at Lin Chen. Kid, do you really have to kill me? I have no enmity with you. You walk your path, and I'll walk mine. Why must you push things to the extreme? No enmity. Lin Chen seemed to have heard the greatest joke, his gaze sweeping over the dying girls and the cold corpses in the corner, his killing intent surging. Do those innocent people you drained blood from have any enmity with you? When you captured them, did you ever think of leaving a way out? Even if the King of Heaven were to arrive today, he wouldn't be able to save you. You are bound to die. As his words fell, Lin Chen waved his hand, summoning several crimson golden tongues of fire that appeared out of thin air like agile fire serpents, darting swiftly towards the blood demon from several meters away. The blood demon's face changed dramatically, and he hurriedly dodged, but the speed of the fire tongues was too fast. He was still a step too late. Sizzle. The flames grazed his left arm, igniting his black robe instantly, the searing pain of burning skin causing him to let out a chilling scream. He hurriedly slapped at the flames on his arm, finally extinguishing them, but his left arm was already burned to a bloody mess, the pain twisting his face. Good. The blood demon stared intensely at Lin Chen, his eyes filled with madness and resentment. This is all your fault. You brought this upon yourself. Don't blame me for being impolite. He roared, the blood-red glow around him surging violently, several times more intense than before, the stench making one want to vomit. Accompanied by the cracking sound of dislocated bones, his fingers rapidly elongated, the nails turning sharp and long, gleaming with a sinister light, resembling deadly claws. His canine teeth also suddenly lengthened, protruding sharply outside his lips, presenting a horrifying vampiric appearance. The most terrifying aspect was his back. With a dull thud, his flesh burst open, and a pair of massive black bat wings abruptly unfolded, spanning 2 to 3 meters wide, covered in fine scales, creating a gust of foul wind with a gentle flap. Hiss! The blood demon emitted a sharp shriek, flapping his wings violently, launching himself into the air, his speed so fast that only a blood-red afterimage remained as he dove towards Lin Chen, his claws glistening with a cold light aiming for his throat. Lin Chen's eyes narrowed. It seemed this was the true form of his abilities. Blood-based mutation with flight capabilities. Watching the blood demon dive towards him, Lin Chen did not flinch or evade. He wrapped his right fist in blazing flames and struck hard at the approaching figure. The blood demon, already aware of the fire's ferocity in midair, dared not take the blow heed in. Cursing under his breath, he hurriedly flapped his wings to dodge, narrowly escaping the punch. The hot wind that brushed past him burned his cheeks, adding to his frustration. Damn it, this flame is truly troublesome. Oh, I can't even get close. He quickly shifted his thoughts, flapping his wings to retreat rapidly, while simultaneously spitting out a large wave of blood mist that enveloped Lin Chen. He then flapped his wings to soar higher, determined, since I can't win in close combat, it'll just exhaust you from a distance. Abilities always have a limit, but once you are drained of power, watch how I deal with you. Lin Chen waved his hand casually, the flames surging and instantly incinerating the approaching blood mist. He looked up at the blood demon, who was flying higher and higher, and saw right through his little scheme. Trying to run. Trying to stall. Not a chance. Lin Chen's gaze turned icy as he focused on a nearby high stone pillar, his legs exerting force, pushing off the pillar for leverage. Bang! The stone pillar shook slightly as Lin Chen propelled himself upward with the rebound force, shooting up with astonishing speed. The blood demon was still flying upwards. When he looked down, he saw Lin Chen had actually jumped up, and at such a ridiculous speed that he hadn't reacted in time. In a panic, his calf tightened and Lin Chen's hand clamped down on his ankle like an iron vice. Trying to run. Lin Chen looked up at him, his eyes filled with fury, before roaring, "Get down here." The moment the words fell, Lin Chen's arms surged with force, pulling down fiercely. The blood demon flailed its wings desperately in midair, but the strength was utterly insufficient in Lin Chen's hands, as if its ankles were welded shut by iron pincers, unable to break free. He felt a tremendous force pulling down his legs, causing him to lose balance instantly, his head down, like a dead chicken grasped by the neck, plummeting towards the ground. With a thud, a muffled sound echoed as the blood demon was slammed onto the stone floor, raising a cloud of dust high. This fall left him dazed, his bones feeling like they were scattered, blood and cheese surging in his chest, and with a sweet taste in his throat, he opened his mouth to spew a mouthful of fresh blood, splattering the ground crimson. Dizzy and lightheaded, he tried to prop himself up with his arms to rise, but suddenly a heavy foot pressed down on his back, the force as if a small mountain was crushing him. Ugh! The blood demon groaned, his chest pressed so tightly he could hardly breathe, forced to lie flat against the ground, half of his face pressed against the cold stone, unable to move at all. Still want to run? Lin Chen bent slightly, looking down at him. After killing so many, do you think you can escape? There's no such thing as an easy way out in this world. As he spoke, his right hand slowly reached out, grabbing one of the blood demon's bat wings behind him. The sensation was slippery and reeked of blood, causing Lin Chen's brow to furrow in disgust. The blood demon felt a sudden jolt of fear, instantly realizing what Lin Chen intended to do, his soul nearly leaving his body in terror. He twisted his body desperately to evade, but the foot on his back did not budge an inch. He panically pleaded, "No, please, I beg you, spare me. I am also a person from Huaxia. We are all countrymen. Please let me go. I won't dare to do it again. I will serve you like a horse." "Countrymen?" Lin Chen scoffed coldly, full of disdain in his tone. "When you were slaughtering the innocent and draining the blood of living people, did you ever think of us as countrymen? You, a creature worse than a beast, how dare you mention the word countrymen?" As soon as his words fell, the muscles in his arm surged with strength, and then it tore. The sound of flesh tearing was exceptionally clear, accompanied by the gush of hot blood as Lin Chen forcibly ripped the enormous bat wing off. The blood demon let out a heart-wrenching scream, his voice distorted, echoing through the cave like a pig being slaughtered. The excruciating pain surged through his body like a tidal wave, causing him to convulse violently. The wound on his back bled profusely, quickly staining the stone beneath him red, the stench of blood making one nauseous. Lin Chen released the foot pressing on him and casually tossed the still dripping meat wing aside, as if discarding garbage, his face filled with disgust. Looking at the blood demon curled up on the ground, rolling in pain, Lin Chen felt no sympathy. Fly. Why aren't you flying now? Weren't you flying just fine a moment ago? The blood demon, in so much pain that his consciousness was nearly fading, was drenched in cold sweat, which streamed down his cheeks. He curled up on the ground, repeatedly mumbling, "Spare me. Please spare me. I know I was wrong. I truly know I was wrong." His previous arrogance had vanished, completely replaced by sheer terror and pleading, resembling a stray dog. Lin Chen crouched down, looking at his wretched state, feeling no ripple of emotion inside. Such a person wouldn't shed tears until he saw the coffin. If he showed any kindness, he might end up being taken advantage of. "You don't realize your mistake. You realize you are scared that you are about to die." He spoke in a deep voice. "If you want to live, I will give you a chance. Honestly confess where your Free Alliance's base is. How many core members are there? What are their strengths?" The blood demon gasped for breath, trembling in pain, and struggled to raise his head, looking at Lin Chen with a hint of weak hope in his eyes, his voice hoarse like a broken gong. "If I tell you everything, can you? Can you spare me a life?" He no longer cared about being a tyrant or any organizational rules. Living was the most important. As long as he could save his life, he could say anything. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. "If you confess honestly, I might consider it." The blood demon seemed to grasp at the last straw of hope, nodding quickly, without contemplating the truth of Lin Chen's words, hastily pouring out, afraid that if he spoke too slowly, Lin Chen would go back on his word. "I will say it. I will tell you everything." The organization. The organization does not have a fixed base. Every meeting is held at a temporary location, mostly in deep mountains and forests, changing quite frequently. The higher-ups usually relay messages down, so we have no idea where the main base is. What about the core members? Lin Chen pressed on, his gaze fixed on him, watching for any signs of deceit. "Including me, there are a total of 5 core members. Ghost Shadow excels in stealth and speed. Faceless is skilled in disguise and poison techniques. Our strengths are quite similar. We are evenly matched. The other 2 just joined not long ago, and I don't know the specifics." The blood demon paused, his tone filled with evident apprehension. "Besides the 4 of us, there is the leader, the tyrant. His strength is unfathomable. None of us can match him together. The Free Alliance's current scale relies solely on the tyrant. No one dares to defy him. I'm not too clear on what his abilities are, but I know his power is terrifying. He can crush rocks with ease like a monster." "Tyrant." Lin Chen snorted coldly, his tone full of disdain. What kind of riffraff dares to call himself a tyrant? He really thinks of himself as something important. They all had impressive names, but they were nothing more than bullies who preyed on the weak. A mob of misfits gathered together, truly believing they could turn the tides, even daring to openly challenge the rule of law in the nation, akin to a band of clowns. He recalled his thoughts, slightly pressing down with his foot, grinding the broken wing wound on the back of the blood demon. Ugh! The excruciating pain caused the blood demon to convulse violently, groans of pain escaping its lips, its face contorted in agony. "I will ask you again." Lin Chen's voice was icy, carrying an invisible pressure. "What exactly are all of you trying to achieve by clustering around the Yunnan-Guizhou region? And what about the overlord you mentioned? Why did he summon you?" The blood demon gasped in pain, not daring to conceal anything, hurriedly panting out, "There's no other purpose. It's just that the overlord informed us that the country has established a supernatural management bureau, deploying a Skynet system nationwide to monitor supernatural fluctuations, and many of our brothers have been captured. He said that the Yunnan-Guizhou region is remote with poor signals in the 10,000 Great Mountains, and that the Skynet cannot cover it, so he wanted us all to come here to avoid the storm and, by the way, gather our forces." He paused, adding a hint of grievance. "Yesterday, he just summoned us and instructed everyone to act low-key during this period, forbidding any casual dissents to commit crimes, fearing attention from the authorities. I also have underlings who don't understand. Upon seeing 2 lost tourists, they acted impulsively, not realizing it would lead you here." Lin Chen's gaze sharpened, uninterested in his complaints, and directly seized the key information. "You had a meeting summoned yesterday. Where was the location?" It was in the southwest direction of this stronghold, about 30 to 40 kilometers away, in an abandoned cave. The blood demon quickly replied. "That place is very secluded, surrounded by dense forests, and usually no one goes there." Lin Chen understood. It seems this overlord is not entirely a mindless brute. He knows to hide in the blind spots of the Skynet, and has the sense to choose abandoned caves as meeting places, indeed acting with some caution. Unfortunately, his subordinates were too greedy, unable to control their desires, daring to act brazenly for some cultivation resources, and ultimately expose themselves. "Is there anything else?" Lin Chen continued to ask, his tone flat. but to the blood demon's ears it sounded like a death knell. What else is there about the Overlord, about the Freedom Alliance, that you haven't mentioned? Don't hide anything from me. If I have to force you, the price will be far beyond what you're experiencing now. The blood demon shook his head vigorously, his face pale from pain, cold sweat dripping continuously from his chin. There's nothing else. Truly nothing else. I've told you everything I know. I've never even seen the true face of the Overlord. I beg you, I've really said it all. He spoke with tears streaming down his face, his eyes filled with pleading, hoping Lin Chen would keep his word and spare his life. Lin Chen slowly straightened up, looking down at him. Is that so? Then if that's the case, it seems you have no further use to me. The blood demon's pleading expression instantly froze, his eyes widening in disbelief, as if he had seen a ghost staring at Lin Chen. What do you mean? You clearly said that as long as I fully confess you would consider sparing me. You can't go back on your word. Exactly, you also said that I was just considering it. Lin Chen snorted coldly, shaking his head. Now I've made my decision. I do not agree. You are not trustworthy. The blood demon was both shocked and furious, desperately writhing to retreat, his eyes filled with despair. How can you go back on your word? Before he finished speaking, Lin Chen's gaze turned icy, and he suddenly bent down, gripping the blood demon's head with his right hand, his wrist exerting force, slamming his face hard against the cold stone floor. Trust? You think I would discuss trust with a bloodthirsty beast like you? As Lin Chen's voice fell, a blazing crimson golden flame erupted in his palm. The intense heat instantly engulfed the blood demon's head, first curling its hair into charred clumps, followed by its flesh sizzling and crackling, the smell of burning flesh quickly filling the cave. A heart-wrenching scream erupted from the blood demon's throat, muffled against the stone slab, sounding both indistinct and terrifying, sending chills down the spine of anyone who heard it. Spare me. I beg you. Don't kill me. He struggled violently, his limbs thrashing about, scraping the ground, and leaving behind trails of blood, trying to wrench his head free from Lin Chen's grip, but Lin Chen's 5 fingers felt as if they were welded to his head, unmoving. The crimson golden flames swiftly spread down his head, from the crown to his cheeks, then to his neck and torso, soon enveloping him entirely in a fireball. The sizzling sounds of flesh burning mixed with the blood demon's anguished screams echoed in the vast cave, making one's scalp tingle. Lin Chen's right hand pressed firmly against his head, his eyes devoid of any mercy. How many innocent lives had this beast, which cultivated by consuming human blood, stained its hands with? How much suffering did the girls he captured endure before their deaths? Allowing him to live until now was already a mercy. You, such a scum, have harmed so many innocent lives today. I will send you down to accompany them in death. With that, Lin Chen increased his output of supernatural power, the flames in his palm surging violently, the temperature rising several-fold, even the surrounding air warped. The blood demon's screams grew weaker with time, the thrashing of his body diminishing. Eventually, only faint convulsions remained, and at last, all movement ceased. Lin Chen sensed the life force beneath his palm completely dissipate, slowly withdrawing his right hand and extinguishing the flames with a thought. On the ground lay only a curled-up charred corpse, still emitting wisps of white smoke, releasing a pungent, burnt smell. Where was the fierce blood demon from before? Lin Chen stood up, glancing down at the carbonized corpse, snorting coldly. To be fair, the blood demon's supernatural ability was not weak, though the path of blood cultivation was sinister. Its growth potential was considerable. Given enough time and resources to absorb sufficient blood, it would be much more difficult to deal with him in the future than it was today. Unfortunately, he was too unfortunate, running into his own doom. One could only say he deserved it. As he thought of those who had died because of him, Lin Chen's anger grew, and he directly raised his leg and kicked the charred remains. With a crash, the blackened corpse instantly shattered, turning into a pile of ash scattered on the stone floor. As charred debris scattered across the ground, a light clattering sound was heard, as more than a dozen crystals of varying sizes rolled out from the ashes, shimmering gently under the firelight. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. Unexpectedly, despite the blood demon's savage appearance, it had quite a stash. He crouched down and picked up the scattered crystals one by one, brushing off the black ash. Among the 10 or so crystals, more than half were first-tier, and there were 3 second-tier crystals, all of decent quality. Well, since you're giving me a parting gift, I won't stand on ceremony. Lin Chen weighed them in his hand and casually stuffed all the crystals into his pocket. Even the smallest mosquito is meat. These crystals could be useful whether for his own cultivation or to enhance the strength of his team, and it was better than letting them rot in the hands of this beast. After securing the crystals, he turned and quickly walked to the corner of the wall to check on the 7 young women who had their blood drained. The 7 girls were haphazardly leaning against the wall, each looking pale and emaciated, their lips devoid of color, lying on the ground with weak breaths. Lin Chen crouched down, checking each of their carotid arteries and carefully sensing their life signs. Fortunately, they still showed signs of life, but they had lost too much blood and were severely weakened. Additionally, the commotion from the earlier fight had frightened them into unconsciousness, so there was no immediate danger to their lives. It's good that I arrived not too late, Lin Chen sighed in relief. If I had been a couple of days later, these girls might have turned into the cold corpses in the corner, and there would be no saving them. Once they recovered with proper care and replenishment of their blood and energy, they would gradually return to health. He turned his gaze to the other side where Yin Qingqing and another recently captured young girl lay side by side against the wall, still in a deep slumber. Lin Chen leaned down to check their breathing and pulse, which were steady. They had merely inhaled some sleeping drug and were not in serious trouble. Once the drug wore off, they would naturally wake up. How much sleeping drug did they use? Even with all this commotion, they can't be awakened. Lin Chen shook his head, and seeing that they were fine, felt relieved. He stood up and slowly walked to the innermost corner. The little girl, about 10 years old, was curled up against the stone wall, her small body tucked into a ball, her head buried in her knees, and her shoulders trembling slightly. The earlier fighting and screams had likely terrified her. Hearing Lin Chen's footsteps draw near, she shook even more violently, burying her head deeper, not daring to look up. Lin Chen softened his footsteps and slowly crouched down, trying to make his tone as gentle as possible, afraid of scaring her. It's okay, little friend, there's nothing to be afraid of. The bad guy has been driven away by your brother, and it's safe now. The little girl paused, and after several seconds, timidly lifted her head. Her small face was dirty, streaked with tear marks, and her eyes were red and swollen, resembling a frightened little rabbit. The moment she saw Lin Chen, she instinctively shrank back further, her back pressed against the stone wall. Seeing this, Lin Chen hurriedly took out his identification from the National Security Agency, opened it, and presented it to her, pointing at the badge on it softly, saying, "Look, brother is a police officer specially here to save you. Don't be afraid, it's safe now." The little girl stared at the emblem on the identification for a long time, then looked up at Lin Chen. Seeing that he was indeed not a bad person, the emotions she had been holding back finally burst forth. Her small lips quivered, and she burst into tears, throwing her arms around Lin Chen's neck, clutching his clothes tightly, afraid that if she let go he would disappear. "Uncle Police, you finally came. I thought I would never see my mom again." The little girl cried, her warm tears quickly soaking Lin Chen's clothes. Lin Chen's body stiffened slightly, feeling both amused and helpless. Just the other day, he had been calling a police officer uncle, and now in the blink of an eye, he had become the uncle in the eyes of this little girl. He raised his hand and gently patted the little girl's back, soothing her with a soft voice. "It's okay, it's okay. Your brother is here, and no one can hurt you. When dawn breaks, we will go find your mom, all right?" After comforting her for a long time, the little girl's cries gradually subsided, but she still sniffled, her small hands clutching tightly to Lin Chen's clothing, refusing to let go. Lin Chen glanced around the cave hall where the ground was stained with blood, and the smell of charred corpses mixed with heavy stench filled the air. The atmosphere was incredibly foul, making it unsuitable for people to stay. They needed to move everyone outside and wait for the team to come for assistance. He turned around, crouched down, and smiled at the little girl. "Come on, I'll carry you on my back. Let's go outside where the air is fresh." The little girl obediently nodded, climbed onto his back, and wrapped her small arms around his neck, burying her face into his shoulder. Lin Chen carried her and made several trips back and forth to move all 9 girls to an open area outside. The night air in the mountains was heavy with dew, and the ground was very damp. He specifically found a relatively clean grassy slope, laid them down, and gathered some dry grass to put underneath to prevent them from catching a chill. After all this fuss, the little girl on his back could no longer hold on. Having been kidnapped and frightened, and after crying for so long now that she felt safe, sleepiness washed over her. She curled up beside Lin Chen, her little head nodding slightly, and in no time, she fell asleep, her small face still bearing traces of undried tears, making her look heart-wrenching. Lin Chen sat beside her, carefully protecting her to prevent her from rolling down the slope. Once everyone was settled, he took out his internal terminal, retrieved the contact information for Su Changwa, the director of the Supernatural Management Bureau in the Yungue region, and directly dialed a secure line. It was already late into the night, and the phone rang several times before it was picked up. A low, sleepy male voice came through, muffled and confused. "Hello. This is Su Changwa. Who is this?" "Hello, Director Su, I'm Lin Chen." Su Changwa on the other end immediately woke up significantly, sitting up abruptly from his bed, all drowsiness gone. He had just received an urgent notification from headquarters yesterday, saying that Special Agent Lin Chen would arrive in the Yungue region to carry out a mission with a very high rank, and that he must fully cooperate and prioritize all of the others' requests. He had thought that Lin Chen would arrive in a couple of days, but unexpectedly he called in the middle of the night. Su Changwa quickly got out of bed, feeling around in the dark as he walked to the outer room, speaking respectfully. "Hello, Chief Lin. I'm sorry I just fell asleep and didn't answer in time. What instructions do you have? No need to be so polite, just call me." Lin Chen got straight to the point without idle chatter, saying, "I just destroyed a base of the Freedom Alliance. The leader Blood Demon has been killed. There are 10 ordinary citizens who were abducted on site, of which 7 have suffered blood damage and need urgent medical treatment. Arrange a few helicopters to come over immediately. I will send you the coordinates on your terminal to pick them up directly." Su Changwo's heart jolted in shock, followed by a wave of astonishment. Chief Lin was too remarkable. He had only been in Yungue for a couple of days, and had already taken down a base of the Freedom Alliance, and killed a core member blood demon. Their branch had been searching for half a month without a single lead. Indeed, the gap between people was unfathomable. Not daring to delay, he quickly responded, "Understood. I will arrange it immediately. We can take off within 10 minutes, absolutely no delay. Medical personnel and equipment will be brought along to ensure the injured receive treatment as soon as possible. All right, do it quickly. It's chilly in the mountains at night. Don't let the injured get cold. You can rest assured, Chief Lin. I will personally oversee this matter to ensure everything goes smoothly." After hanging up the phone, Su Changwood didn't dare to waste a moment, quickly dressing and rushing out the door while calling subordinates to assign tasks. Lin Chen tucked away the terminal into his pocket and glanced down at the little girl sleeping beside him. The mountain wind swept in with the coolness of the night, causing her to curl up into a small ball, her shoulders trembling slightly, her brows furrowed, making her sleep appear restless. He lifted his gaze again to the other girls lying not far away. Several of them were still unconscious, perhaps sensing the chill of the night, their bodies instinctively curling up. They were already in a weak state, and if they remained frozen for an entire night, they might face serious problems before even being sent to the hospital. Lin Chen pondered for 2 seconds and raised his right hand. Golden flames slowly rose from his palm, not spreading wildly, but instead, as if controlled by an invisible hand, they spread upward into a thin curtain of fire, suspended 5 meters above everyone's heads. He precisely controlled the temperature of the flames, just right to disperse the surrounding chill, without making anyone uncomfortable. In the area beneath the fire curtain, the coolness quickly receded, and a warm aura enveloped everyone. The curled-up girls gradually stretched out, their tense shoulders relaxing, and even the little girl's furrowed brow slowly unfurled, revealing a look of tranquility on her small face. Perhaps the warmth was too comfortable, and after a short while the girl named Nian Qingqing lying beside them suddenly let out a soft murmur. Her eyelashes fluttered several times before she slowly opened her eyes, her gaze still hazy, filled with a sense of confusion from just waking up. She stared at the warm golden light dancing above her head, mumbling to herself in a daze, "Where am I? Why is it so warm?" Her mind was still foggy, and looking at the layer of fire in midair, she thought she was dreaming, blinked, and slowly closed her eyes again, wanting to turn over and continue sleeping. But the next moment she suddenly opened her eyes wide. No way. She had been wandering through the night market in the ancient town, when in the blink of an eye someone had covered her mouth, a pungent odor wafting in, and then she remembered nothing. She had been kidnapped. Nian Qingqing instantly became alert, sitting up abruptly, her heart racing so fast it felt like it would leap. She frantically looked around, seeing the pitch-black, dense forest and the undulating mountain shadows, with several unfamiliar girls lying beside her. Not far away, a figure stood with their back to her, a flame hovering above their palm, illuminating the surroundings with warmth. This. I. Nian Qingqing's lips trembled as she gazed at the inexplicable flames, her mind going blank, struggling to articulate her thoughts. Lin Chen noticed the commotion behind him and turned his head to look at her, saying, "Awake. Stop overthinking, this isn't a dream." "Nian Gij. What is going on?" Nian Qingqing stared at him blankly, then at the flames floating above his head, finally responding after a long pause. "What about those who kidnapped me? And this fire?" She had never seen such a bizarre scene in her life, with someone able to conjure flames in their palms suspended in midair without falling. It was as if she were in a movie. "It's too complicated to explain in a few words. You'll understand gradually in the future." Lin Chen refrained from elaborating on the powers, instead asking, "How do you feel physically now? Is your head still dizzy? Do you feel any discomfort?" Nian Qingqing has a special constitution, on the verge of awakening her powers. Her resistance is much stronger than that of ordinary people, which is why she woke up earlier than the other girl. If it were an average person, after being heavily drugged, they wouldn't wake up for at least half a day. Nian Qingqing shook her head and honestly replied, "I'm a bit dizzy and feel a bit nauseous, but it's nothing serious." As she spoke, her gaze couldn't help but dart toward the flames, her eyes filled with curiosity and shock, her mind racing with a single thought: who on earth is Lin Gij? How magical is this? Just then a series of booming sounds suddenly echoed from the night sky, growing nearer. The sound of helicopter rotors stirring the air shattered the silence of the mountains, and in the night sky, several blinking navigation lights were rapidly approaching. "It's a helicopter!" Nian Qingqing exclaimed in surprise, looking up with her mouth slightly agape. "Why are there so many helicopters coming to the mountains in the middle of the night?" The roaring sound also woke the little girl sleeping beside her, who rubbed her eyes and sat up. Seeing the helicopters flying closer in the sky and the dark forest surrounding them, she shrank back in fright and moved aside. Seeing this, Nian Qingqing quickly moved closer and gently wrapped the little girl in her arms, softly comforting her. It's okay, don't be afraid." The little girl timidly leaned against her, looking up at her. Seeing the gentle expression in her eyes, she relaxed slightly and stopped struggling. "Sister," she said softly, her voice tender with a hint of tears. "I'm here," Nian Qingqing replied, stroking her head. "What's your name, little friend?" "My name is Lu Tingting," the little girl answered in a soft voice. "Sister, are we really safe? Those bad people won't come back, right? They won't." Lin Chen herself didn't fully understand the situation yet, but she steeled herself to reassure her, patting her back and saying, "The police uncles have come to rescue us. The bad people have been driven away. It's all good now." As she spoke, the helicopter had already flown close. Lin Chen stood up at this moment, raising his hand to disperse the flames above his head, the warm golden light gradually fading into the night. As the flames dissipated, he could finally see 5 helicopters approaching, each loaded with weapons, hovering above the grassland dozens of meters away, the wind from the rotors bending the surrounding grass and trees, raising clouds of dust. Soon the helicopters slowly landed on the grass. As the doors opened, a team of personnel in combat uniforms jumped out first, swiftly and decisively spreading out to secure the area. Following them were medical staff carrying stretchers, hurrying toward them with medical kits. Their footsteps hurried, fearing they would delay treatment. The leader was a middle-aged man, tall and sturdy, with a resolute expression. He immediately spotted Lin Chen standing in front of a few others and quickly strode over. "Hello, Commander Lin. I'm Su Changwa, the director of the Yungue branch, reporting for duty." Lin Chen raised his hand in salute, saying, "Director Su, you're too polite. It's quite a hassle for you to come all the way to the deep mountains at this hour. It must have been exhausting." "Not at all. This is all part of our duties." Su Changwa quickly waved his hand. He turned and glanced over. The accompanying military doctor and team members had already rushed to the injured, efficiently checking their conditions. He turned back to Lin Chen, standing straight and asking, "Chief, is there anything else you need us to do?" "Just give the—" Lin Chen's gaze shifted towards the cave, his voice deepening slightly. "There are still a few bodies of the victims inside the cave. Let's bring them back as well, identify them, contact their families, and arrange for proper burials." "Understood, I get it." Su Changwa was mentally prepared for this. Upon hearing this, he sighed and waved his hand behind him. A few team members in combat gear immediately responded, quickly heading towards the cave with their gear. As they passed by Lin Chen, they couldn't help but sneak a few curious glances at him. Lin Chen scanned them and instantly sensed the fluctuations of abilities within their bodies. Most of them were around the 2nd tier. It seemed this was the ability squad from the Yungue Bureau. Once inside the cave, they soon encountered the horrific scene. Even the seasoned team members felt a chill in their hearts, moving more cautiously and carefully, their respect for the young commander deepening. "Chief, the mountains are high and the roads are long. How about I arrange for someone to escort you back to the bureau to rest? I will personally supervise the cleanup here to ensure everything is handled properly." Su Changwa pondered for a moment before tentatively asking. He was increasingly curious about this young Commander Lin, who held a high position at such a young age and had single-handedly taken down a stronghold of the Freedom Alliance. His strength was unfathomable, so he naturally dared not show any hint of neglect. Just as Lin Chen was about to respond, he suddenly felt a gentle tug on his pants. He looked down and saw Lu Tingting had somehow made her way to his side. A tiny figure, her small hand tightly gripped his trousers, her face tilted up towards him, eyes glistening like a frightened little deer. Lin Chen softened his expression, crouching down to meet her gaze. He gently patted the top of her head, speaking in a tender voice. "What's wrong, little Tingting? Are you feeling unwell?" The little girl bit her lip, softly murmuring, "Uncle, I don't want to go elsewhere. I want to go home. I miss my mom." As she spoke, her eyes reddened again, though her small face bore a hint of stubbornness, clearly resolved to return home. Lin Chen looked at her appearance and couldn't bear to force her. The child had just been frightened, and naturally, she longed to be with her loved ones. He stood up and looked at Su Changwa, a hint of apology in his voice. "Director Su, you can see that the child wants to go home, so she won't be returning to the bureau with you. Please call in a military doctor to give her a simple checkup to see if she's injured anywhere." No problem, it's a small matter." Su Changwa quickly replied, turning to shout towards the medical team, "Check this little girl." Soon a female military doctor with a medical kit hurried over. She crouched down first, soothing Lu Tingting with gentle words before patiently starting her examination. After a moment, she stood up to report. "Report, Chief, the child has no obvious external injuries, just a little frightened and slightly malnourished. Other than that, there are no major issues." "It's good that she's not injured." Su Changwa immediately instructed a nearby team member. "What are you waiting for? Can't you see? Hurry and bring some food and drink over. Let's give the child something to fill her stomach." "Yes." In less than 2 minutes, the team member returned with bread, milk, and a box of compressed biscuits. Lu Tingting was clearly very hungry. She took the items and began to eat ravenously, her cheeks stuffed full, enjoying the food immensely. Lin Chen watched with amusement, reaching out to gently wipe the corner of her mouth. The little girl froze for a moment, then shyly lowered her head slightly, slowing down her eating pace. Once she had eaten enough, Lin Chen turned to look at Yin Qingqing, who was standing nearby. She had been quietly observing since earlier, her eyes occasionally darting towards him, clearly still curious about the flames from before and the situation at hand, filled with questions yet too afraid to ask. Lin Chen pulled out a first-tier crystal core from his pocket and extended it towards her. The crystal core glimmered with a faint milky white hue. Yin Qingqing was startled for a moment, hesitant to take it, looking at him in confusion. "Brother Lin, what is this?" "Just take it and keep it close. It will be beneficial for you," Lin Chen said, placing the crystal core in her hand. The specifics will be explained clearly to you by the Bureau when we get back to the city. Your physique is special, and you will soon understand what this is. As Yin Qingqing was about to awaken, having a crystal core by her side would not only nourish her body slowly and expedite her awakening process, but it would also make her awakening more stable. It was a small favor he was doing. Yin Qingqing, somewhat understanding yet confused, nodded and tightly gripped the jade-like crystal core in her hand before tucking it into her pocket. Standing to the side, Su Changhua had sharp eyes and immediately recognized it as an ability crystal core. His gaze shifted between the two but chose not to ask, pretending not to see, and calmly looked elsewhere. Lin Chen reminded Yin Qingqing a couple more times, telling her to follow the medical team back to the Bureau and that she could contact him anytime if anything came up. Yin Qingqing obediently nodded in response. About half an hour later, all the bodies in the cave had been transported out, and the injured girls were all placed on stretchers carried up to the helicopter. All the cleanup work was thoroughly completed. Chief, shall we head back now? Su Changhua stepped up to Lin Chen to inquire. If you have any further arrangements, feel free to call me. The Bureau is on standby 24 hours a day and will fully cooperate with your actions. All right, thank you for your hard work. Lin Chen nodded. Yin Qingqing boarded the helicopter with the medical team, leaning at the door and waving at him. Her voice was carried away by the sound of the rotor blades. Brother Lin, goodbye. Be safe. Lin Chen slightly nodded in acknowledgement. Soon the rotors roared back to life, and 5 helicopters rose in succession, their lights tracing arcs in the night sky, gradually disappearing beyond the distant mountains. The mountain forest returned to silence, with only the rustling of leaves in the wind and the occasional chirping of insects in the distance. Lin Chen held Lu Tingting's little hand, standing on the hillside watching the helicopter fade away, then slowly lowered his head to look at the little girl beside him, who was gazing up at him. All right, little Tingting, big brother will take you home. Thank you, uncle. The little girl replied cheerfully, her eyes crinkling into a smile. Lin Chen. Fine, let it be, uncle. Lin Chen squatted down and asked, Xiao Tingting, do you remember where your home is? What is the name of the village? Lu Tingting furrowed her small brows and thought for a long time, her little face scrunched up, but in the end she still shook her head, weakly tugging at the hem of her clothes and softly saying, I don't know. I only know it's called Lu Family Village. Lin Chen chuckled helplessly. Most villages in the mountains are remote, and it's normal for a child who seldom ventures far to forget the exact location, but as long as they know the village name, it can be sorted out. He took out his internal terminal, opened the map, and typed in Lu Family Village. The moment the search results popped up, he couldn't help but be taken aback. The screen was filled with nearly 30 red dots. Within a 100-kilometer radius, there were more than 20 villages named Lu Family Village. Come on, let's look at them one by one. Lin Chen pulled the little girl to sit on a flat rock, switched the terminal to high-definition satellite map mode, clearly showing the rooftops and ridges of the village. Take a good look. Which one is your village? Lu Tingting leaned over her little face, almost touching the screen, her round eyes serious as she tried to identify. Lin Chen slowly scrolled the map, flipping through one village after another. After looking at 7 or 8, the little girl shook her head, saying none of them were right, and her eyes dimmed a bit. Until the map slid to a cluster of villages in a mountain hollow to the east. Lu Tingting's eyes suddenly brightened. She pointed at an old locust tree in the center of the screen, excitedly shouting, This one. It's this one. Uncle, look at that big tree. There's a tree like that at the entrance of my village. We all cool off under. Lin Chen focused his gaze, and indeed at the entrance of the village stood a flourishing old locust tree, conspicuous among the gray-tiled rooftops. He glanced at the coordinates. It was about 30 miles in a straight line from their current location, but it was all winding mountain roads, so it would actually be further to walk. Finding it is good enough. Lin Chen put away the terminal, dusted off the grass clippings on his pants, stood up, and bent down to signal to the little girl. Come on, uncle, we'll carry you. Let's hurry, we can see your mom and dad before noon. Lu Tingting obediently nestled against his back, her little arms tightly hugging his neck, her face resting on his shoulder, her voice bubbling with excitement. Thank you, uncle. You are so nice, uncle. Lin Chen thought if you called me brother, I would be even nicer, TT. There were no proper roads in the mountains. Knee-high weeds and fallen branches were everywhere, along with deep and shallow ditches washed out by rain. Stepping in could reach the calves. Carrying Lu Tingting, Lin Chen's steps were steady. He leaped over small slopes and easily hopped over fallen logs, moving quickly and steadily, not causing much sway for the little girl on his back. Lu Tingting nestled on his back, only felt the wind whooshing by her ears. The trees on either side quickly retreated behind her, moving much faster than when she walked, making her feel both curious and safe. The sky gradually brightened, soft hues of dawn slowly spreading across the eastern horizon, painting half the sky. Just as they crossed a ridge, a bright red sun suddenly leaped out from behind the mountains, golden sunlight, flooding the entire forest, even the dewdrops on the leaves sparkling with fragmented light. Lin Chen stopped to catch his breath, shaking the little girl on his back with a smile. Look, the sun is out, we will be home. Lu Tingting nodded vigorously, her little face full of anticipation. After resting for a few minutes, Lin Chen continued on, occasionally checking the terminal to confirm their direction, afraid of taking a wrong turn. The further they went east, the gentler the mountains became, and gradually, they could see small paths made by people, though they were still bumpy and muddy. They encountered a small river about knee-deep, the water crystal clear with rocks of various sizes exposed on the riverbed, the flow making a cheerful sound. Lin Chen didn't let the little girl get wet. He stepped on the stones and jumped over in a few steps, landing steadily like a mountain. Even Lu Tingting on his back didn't sway at all, laughing joyfully. This road is too hard to walk on. Lin Chen couldn't help but complain, turning his head to ask the little girl on his back, "Xiao Tingting, do you usually walk on such roads? Do you go to school this way too?" Lu Tingting nodded, her tone full of familiarity. "I usually walk with the kids in the village, and once you get used to it, it's not hard at all. Besides going to school and gathering pig grass, we don't usually walk too far." Lin Chen paused, slightly feeling a bit anxious. With his current strength and physical condition, he found these paths difficult, let alone such a small child, who must walk back and forth every day. It must take a lot of effort. Having grown up in the city, he had never experienced the kind of life where one had to cross mountains just to go out. It was almost unimaginable for him. He didn't say much more, just silently quickened his pace, wanting to send the child home as soon as possible. As the sun rose higher and the golden rays spread across the mountains and fields, a cluster of gray-tiled rooftops finally appeared in the mountain hollow ahead, and the canopy of the old locust tree could be seen from afar, like a large umbrella opened wide. "We're here, Uncle. It's right there." Lu Tingting suddenly became excited, twisting on his back, eager to get. Lin Chen smiled and slowed his pace, letting her down from his back. "Be careful running, don't fall." As soon as her feet touched the ground, Lu Tingting joyfully dashed towards the village entrance, her little braid swaying behind her. Under the old locust tree at the village entrance, an elderly woman with gray hair was squatting on the ground gathering firewood. "Grandma Wang," Lu Tingting called out cheerfully from a distance. The old lady stood up in confusion, looking over at the sound. When she recognized the little girl running towards her, her eyes widened in shock, and the firewood in her hands fell to the ground with a thud. She hurriedly took 2 steps forward. "Oh my, it's Tingting. My dear child, you are finally back. Your parents have been frantic these past few days. Everyone in the village has been helping to look for you." She grabbed Lu Tingting's hand and looked her up and down, relieved to see the child was fine without missing arms or legs, and full of spirit. She finally let out a heavy sigh. The anxiety of 2 days finally eased. Then she turned her head and shouted towards the village, her loud voice echoing enough for half the village to hear. "Tingting's mom. Tingting's dad. Come out. Our Tingting is back. She's back safe and sound." As soon as she finished shouting, several doors of the village homes opened with a creak and villagers stuck their heads out, some hurrying over. Soon a middle-aged couple dressed in simple clothes rushed out from the alley. The man's face was weathered and his pant cuffs were stained with mud. The woman's hair was disheveled, her eyes swollen like walnuts, clearly having cried for several days, dark circles under her eyes. The moment the woman saw Lu Tingting standing at the village entrance, tears instantly streamed down her face, and while running she choked out, "Tingting, my Tingting, where have you been these past 2 days? You scared your mother to death. Daddy, Mommy." Lu Tingting's eyes brightened upon seeing her parents, and with her short legs moving quickly, she cried out and dashed towards them. Zhang Cuifeng caught her daughter as she lunged towards her, but her legs gave way, and she fell to her knees on the dirt. She held Lu Tingting tightly in her arms, burying her face in the child's hair, tears streaming down like pearls from a broken string. Her voice choked as she said, "Tingting, my dear daughter, you're back. You scared Mommy to death." Lu Yuging followed behind, his eyes reddened. The tough man could no longer hold back the tears he had restrained for 2 days. He crouched down, opened his arms, and embraced his wife and child together, his rough palm gently patting his daughter's back, his voice hoarse. "It's good that you're back, it's good." The 3 of them knelt on the dirt road at the village entrance, hugging each other and crying their sobs containing 2 days and nights of fear and the relief of being reunited. Not far away, Lin Chen stood under an old locust tree watching this scene, his nose feeling slightly sour. He quietly turned his face away and quickly wiped the corner of his eyes with the back of his hand. But thinking of the girls in the cave who would never return home, he gritted his teeth. That damned blood demon had died too easily. The scoundrels from the Freedom Alliance hiding in the deep mountains and doing such heinous acts must be dragged out one by one and dealt with. Before long, the villagers heard the commotion and rushed over. They were all from the same village, having watched Tingting grow up. Everyone was worried after the child had been missing for 2 days, searching the mountains together. "Tingting, where have you been these past 2 days? Your parents have been worried sick, searching the mountains for 2 days and nights without finding you. Yes, we all thought you got lost in the mountains, and we're about to organize a search party to go back up. It's good that you're all right. That's better than anything." Lu Yuging and his wife slowly began to calm down, wiping the tears from their faces with their hands, their noses still sniffing. Zhang Cuifeng held her daughter's hand, checking her from head to toe again to confirm the child was truly unharmed, and then hurriedly asked, "Yes, Tingting, where exactly have you been these past 2 days?" "I was taken away by bad people." Lu Tingting looked up with her small face and pointed to Lin Chen, who was standing not far away. "It was Uncle who rescued me, and we traveled a long way through the mountains to bring me home." All eyes suddenly turned to Lin Chen, following the direction of her finger. Lu Yuging and Zhang Cuifeng then noticed the young man standing under the old locust tree. They exchanged glances, quickly helped their daughter to her feet, and hurried towards Lin Chen. Just a few steps away, Lu Yuging suddenly bent his legs, and with a thud he knelt down. Zhang Cuifeng followed suit, pulling Lu Tingting down with her, and the couple prepared to bow to Lin Chen. "Benefactor, thank you for saving our Tingting. You are a great benefactor to our family." Lu Yujing's voice was choked with emotion, filled with the simple stubbornness of mountain people. "We don't have much ability or money and don't know how to thank you. But saving Tingting is like saving our whole family's lives." Lin Chen was startled, quickly stepped forward, and reached out to support the couple's arms, saying, "No, no, no. Please get up. What are you doing?" He tried to use force, but the couple was stubborn, believing they must bow to their benefactor to show their gratitude, and kept lowering themselves, unwilling to rise. Lin Chen, helpless, could only secretly activate a bit of his special ability, increasing the strength in his hands, and forcibly lifted the couple from the ground, preventing them from truly bowing. "Please get up, this is what I should do." Lin Chen withdrew his hand, speaking sincerely, "I just happened to come across this. Anyone would not stand by and watch a child get into trouble." The couple, now helped up, still looked grateful, their eyes red, unsure of what to say. Lu Yuging rubbed his hands, the calluses on his palms making a rustling sound, and quickly said, "Benefactor, you came such a long way to bring the child back. You must be exhausted. Come, let's go home. Although we don't have much, we can at least offer you a hot meal." "Yes, yes, yes. Come home for a meal." Zhang Cuifeng quickly echoed, reaching out to grab Lin Chen's arm. "I'll go back and kill a chicken right now to nourish your body." Lin Chen hurriedly waved his hand and took a step back, politely refusing. "No, no, really, you don't have to. I have things to attend to and time is tight. I must leave quickly. I appreciate your kindness." As he walked over, he could see clearly that this village was remote and underdeveloped, with mud brick houses, and every household seemed to be in poor condition. Lu Tingting's family was probably not well off either. If he ate this meal, it might mean their food supply for half a month would be gone. He couldn't bring himself to eat such a meal. How can this be? Lu Yuging looked troubled and a bit guilty, feeling he had neglected his benefactor. Rubbing his hands, he didn't know what to do. "How can we let our benefactor leave on an empty stomach? That's just unacceptable. Really no need to be polite." Lin Chen smiled, pointing towards the mountains. "I really have things to do. If I don't leave now, it will be too late. I'll come back to see little Tingting when I have the chance." Seeing his firm attitude, which didn't seem like mere politeness, the couple could not insist any longer, and repeatedly expressed their gratitude, saying, "If you pass by here in the future, be sure to come to our home." "Definitely, definitely," Lin Chen smiled in response. He bent down, gently rubbed Lu Tingting's head, and spoke softly, "Little Tingting, uncle is leaving. You need to listen to your parents at home and study hard. One day you'll walk out of the mountains and see the outside world." Lu Tingting nodded vigorously, her small face full of seriousness. "I will study hard." Looking at her understanding expression, Lin Chen felt a warmth in his heart. He thought for a moment, and then said, "By the way, little Tingting, is there anything you want? Next time if someone passes by, I'll have them bring it to you, okay?" Lu Tingting shook her head after hearing this, pursing her lips and not saying a word. "What's wrong?" Lin Chen found it a bit strange, crouching down to look at her. "Don't you want anything? Haven't you had any wishes? Tell uncle." The little girl was silent for a moment, slowly raising her head, her bright eyes looking at him, her voice soft but clear. "Uncle, my wishes. I want a good road to walk on." She pursed her lips and added softly, "This way, when daddy and mommy go to the county to sell things they want, have to climb over mountains. I won't fall when I go to school, and the village's grandparents can get to their clinics quicker." Lin Chen's smile slowly faded. He looked into the clear eyes of the little girl and her innocent yet serious face, his throat suddenly tightening. After swallowing several times, he slowly exhaled. He reached out and gently patted her small shoulder, his gaze serious, as he said, "It will happen. It will definitely happen. I'll take my leave now. You all should head back as well." Lin Chen gently ruffled Lu Tingting's hair one last time, not lingering any longer, and turned to step onto the mountain road outside the village. He was afraid that staying any longer would only deepen the heavy feeling in his heart. "Take care, benefactor." Lu Yuging and his wife waved vigorously from under the old locust tree, holding their daughter. "Do come by when you have time." "Goodbye, uncle." Lu Tingting stood on her tiptoes, waving her little hand energetically, her voice ringing clear and bright, echoing far into the quiet mountain village. Lin Chen paused for a moment without turning back. He simply raised his hand and waved it behind him, acknowledging them, before striding forward along the winding mountain path. After climbing to a high slope, he finally stopped, turning to gaze at the small village nestled in the valley. Wisps of smoke rose from the gray-tiled rooftops, and Lu Tingting's small figure still stood under the old locust tree, looking in his direction. Lin Chen took a deep breath of the mountain air, rubbed his eyes, and murmured softly, "The wind and sand in this mountain is too harsh. The sand is getting into my eyes." The feeling of depression in his heart remained overwhelming. A smooth path was actually a luxury for the children, and he had only seen the hardships of mountainous areas in the news before, but today, witnessing it firsthand and experiencing it himself, he truly felt that sense of helplessness, and at this moment his chest felt heavy. He stood for a while before retracting his gaze, taking out his personal phone from his pocket, but the signal bar was completely empty. There was no signal in the deep mountains, so he simply pulled out an internal terminal and dialed his home number. For some reason, he suddenly felt a surge of homesickness. The phone rang several times before being answered, and Lou Gillen's voice came through laced with a hint of confusion. "Hello. Which number is this?" Seeing it was an unfamiliar number, she thought it was a mistake. "Mom, it's me. Son." Lou Gillen's voice immediately grew louder with surprise. "Why did you change your number? I thought someone dialed the wrong number." "This is my work number, just using it temporarily," Lin Chen casually explained, leaning against the rough tree trunk, and asked, "Mom, have you eaten yet?" "I'm just cooking now, it will be ready soon. Your dad will be back from work shortly." Lou Guilin chattered on before turning back to ask him, "What about you? Have you eaten? Why did you suddenly think of calling home? Did something happen to you outside?" "No, I just happened to have some free time, wanted to check in on how things are at home." Lin Chen chuckled, "I'm doing well, don't worry about me." "What do you mean doing well? You're all alone out there, you definitely can't take care of yourself." Lou Guilin continued, "Remember to eat on time, don't just eat takeout, it's not healthy. Wear more clothes since it's getting cold, don't try to look cool, and end up freezing yourself." "Got it, Mom, and keeping that in mind," Lin Chen patiently responded. Listening to the familiar nagging from the other end of the phone, the heavy feeling in his heart gradually dissipated. After chatting about some trivial matters, fearing he would delay his mother from cooking, he took the initiative to say, "All right, Mom, you go on with your cooking. I still have some things to take care of here. I'll call you again when I have time." "Okay, then you hurry up and get busy. Remember to take care of yourself. If anything happens, just tell us at home." Lou Guilin repeated her instructions a couple of times before reluctantly hanging up. Listening to the busy tone on the line, Lin Chen let out a long breath. The heaviness in his heart had mostly dissipated, and he gathered his emotions, putting personal matters aside to focus on the task at hand. He opened the map on the terminal, cross-referencing the location given by Blood Demon, and carefully checked the coordinate. Returning Lu Tingting home meant heading east, while the abandoned cave was located in the southwest, exactly in the opposite direction. The round trip was approximately 50 to 60 kilometers. "That's quite a distance," Lin Chen muttered softly, but didn't dwell on it. This distance was nothing for a tier 4. He set his sights on the southwest direction, exerting force underfoot, and in an instant his figure shot forward. Without the little girl on his back, he fully unleashed his speed. With his tier 4 ability activated, he darted through the forest like a fleeting shadow. When encountering a sturdy tree, he would push off the trunk with the tips of his toes, using the force to leap into the air, landing on the protruding branches and leaping far away. When faced with deep ditches or cliffs, he would simply leap over them. The wind howled past his ears as the trees on either side swiftly retreated. Throughout his journey, he continuously spread his perception, casting an invisible net over every inch of the area he passed. Not only did he monitor the energy fluctuations of ability users, but even the movements of beasts hidden in the forest could not escape his detection. The deep mountains and forests were already remote, and after the awakening of abilities, many wild animals also mutated, becoming energy-infused variant beasts. After traveling less than 10 kilometers southwest, Lin Chen's perception first detected unusual activity. In the thicket below the slope, 3 mutant wild boars larger than ordinary wild boars were rooting through the soil for food. Their tusks were sharp and long, glowing faintly with a yellowish hue, all classified as Tier 1 Earth-type mutant beasts. To an ordinary person, these 3 creatures would be formidable, but to Lin Chen, they were no different than the wild rabbits by the roadside. He swiftly descended, and the 3 wild boars, sensing the movement, charged over with a loud grunt, their hooves kicking up dirt. Lin Chen raised his hand and shot out 3 small fire blades, the crimson golden flames flashing by precisely piercing into the foreheads of the 3 wild boars. Without even a scream, the 3 massive creatures fell to the ground with a thud, kicking their legs a couple of times before losing their breath. Lin Chen approached skillfully and decisively dissected the beasts' heads, retrieving the soil yellow crystals the size of pigeon eggs inside. Although Tier 1 crystals were not of high quality, it was better than nothing. On the journey ahead, encounters with such low-tier mutant beasts were unending. Lin Chen cleared them one after another, resolving them effortlessly, without even slowing his pace. Occasionally he would come across 1 or 2 Tier 2 mutant beasts, such as a Tier 2 porcupine, covered in sharp quills that could crash through trees as thick as a bowl. It was considered a small tyrant in this forest. However, against Lin Chen, it only lasted for 1 move before he smashed it on the head with a punch, causing its brain matter to explode, leaving it utterly dead. The Tier 2 crystal extracted was visibly brighter than the Tier 1 crystals, with much purer energy. Just like that, he continued on his path, and by the time he had traveled 30 to 40 kilometers southwest, Lin Chen had already amassed over 20 Tier 1 crystals and 3 Tier 2 crystals, which could be considered an unexpected harvest. Yet there was no trace of the Free Alliance members. Aside from these low-tier mutant beasts, not a single fluctuation from human ability users was detected in the mountains. It seemed these individuals had completely burrowed into the deepest parts of the mountains, hiding meticulously without leaving any traces. Lin Chen was not anxious, steadily maintaining his speed as he continued to search until dusk, when the setting sun bathed the mountains and forests in a golden red hue. Finally, he found the abandoned cave mentioned by Blood Demon beneath a concealed cliff. The cave entrance was thoroughly concealed by dense vines and bushes, making it nearly impossible to discover unless one looked closely. The location was chosen exceptionally well, backed by a cliff surrounded on three sides by dense forests, ensuring maximum concealment. Lin Chen did not rush in recklessly. Instead, he perched on a nearby large tree, retracting all his presence, pushing his perception to the limit, and cautiously probed the interior of the cave. His perception spread into the cave, sweeping through the narrow passageway and into the spacious hall inside, leaving no corner unchecked. After a moment, Lin Chen withdrew his perception, his brow slightly furrowing.